Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 163 to Chapter 245. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood-colored vines shot out from the ground, entangling the corpses and sucking their blood. Are these vampiric vines? It seems that the Dongi experts have all rushed in. This must be an important place left behind by the Dongi ancestors. There must be treasures inside. Let's go in. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples also rushed in. Of course, some of the weaker cultivators, such as martial masters of first and second realm, were afraid of the vampiric vines and did not rush in. Those who rushed out were all martial masters of third realm and above. There were more than a dozen of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he rushed out as well. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, blood-colored vines shot toward Lu Ming like streaks of blood-colored lightning. Lu Ming swept out his long spear, knocking the blood-colored vines away. Although these blood-colored vines were fatal to martial artists at the first or second level of the martial master realm, they posed no threat to him at all. Lu Ming barged past them quickly and ran toward the huge mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain peak. However, he stopped after a short while. In front of him, demonic beasts roared and evil chi filled the air. There were at least 50 demonic corpses and devil puppets fighting fiercely with the Dongi group. These Dongi experts were of third realm and above martial masters. They had broken through the blood snake vines but were unexpectedly surrounded by a large number of demonic corpses and devil puppets. Moreover, these demonic corpses and devil puppets were abnormally strong. Lu Ming even found demonic corpses and devil puppets that were equivalent to fourth realm martial masters. There were more than a dozen of them. On the ground, several Dongi experts had already been torn apart. It was a horrible sight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind them, Chen Quan and the others rushed through the blood snake vines. However, when they saw the demonic corpses and devil puppets, their faces turned green. How can we fight so many demonic corpses and devil puppets? Chen Quan said with an ugly expression. In front of them, the Dongi tribe had clearly seen Lu Ming and the others. You guys retreat first. The two of us will barge in. The Mystic Essence Sword sect's brats won't be able to barge in. A fifth-layer martial Grand Master of the Dongi tribe shouted. The other Eastern barbarians retreated from the encirclement of the demon corpses and devil puppets. What was strange was that when the Dongi tribesmen retreated to a certain distance, the demon corpse devil puppet did not chase after them. Instead, it pounced on the two fifth-level martial grandmasters with all its might, as if it wanted to stop them from rushing in. However, the two old men of the fifth level of the martial master realm teamed up and slowly made their way inside. What should we do? With so many powerful fiend corpses and devil puppets, there's no way we can break in. A youth from the Azure Dragon Institute roared. No matter what, let's give it a try. The remaining fourth-level martial master from the White Tiger Hall was unwilling to give up and charged forward. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 demon corpse devil puppets, which were equivalent to fourth-level martial grandmaster, pounced on him. He had to use all of his strength to break free and retreat. He was almost seriously injured, and his expression was extremely gloomy. There were too many demon corpse devil puppets, which were equivalent to fourth-level martial grandmaster. It was impossible to break through. Junior brother Lu Ming, do you want to give it a try? Chen Quan looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All of a sudden, he dashed out into the midst of the demon corpses and devil puppets. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, 3 or 4 fourth-level martial grandmaster demon corpse devil puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he swept out with his long spear. Boom! With a loud boom, 3 or 4 demon corpse devil puppets were sent flying. How can this be? Chen Quan, the other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the Dongi tribesmen were all shocked. Sweeping away 3 or 4 fourth-level martial grandmaster demon corpse devil puppets with a single spear, this was too strong. This definitely required the strength of a fifth-level martial grandmaster. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of a fifth-level martial grandmaster? Wasn't this too unbelievable? It had only been a few months since the 4 Academies tournament. Wasn't Lu Ming's progress too terrifying? Boom! Boom! With the long spear in his hand, Lu Ming was invincible. One by one, the demon corpse devil puppets were sent flying. Lu Ming quickly pushed forward. At this moment, the two 5th-level martial grandmaster elders of the Dongyi tribe had already broken through the encirclement of the demon corpse devil puppets and appeared 100 meters ahead. It seemed that this was the forbidden area of the demon corpse devil puppets. Once there, not a single demon corpse devil puppet pursued them. They had originally planned to rush in directly. After all, the skinny black-robed man had disappeared. Perhaps he had already rushed into the cave residence of the Dongyi tribe's ancestor. However, at this moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing toward them. "Damn it, we can't let this person pass. The two of us will stop him here," a slightly bigger elder said with a gloomy face. "All right. We will stop him here and then go in to kill that guy. The things left behind by the Dongyi tribe's ancestor must not fall into the hands of outsiders." The slightly fatter elder nodded. His face was filled with murderous intent. The two of them stood side by side, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his long spear and sent the demon corpse devil puppets flying. He quickly rushed forward. A few minutes later, he was close to the two elders of the Dongyi tribe. At this moment, the demon corpse devil puppets roared and stopped chasing Lu Ming. They returned to their original positions and glared at Chen Quan and the others. "Go to hell." At this moment, the two elders of the Dongyi tribe rushed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he used the airborne steps and soared into the sky, avoiding the attacks of the two elders. Then, he took a few steps in the air as if he was walking on empty air. He moved a few dozen meters forward and directly leaped over the two elders. "Haha, I'll go first." Lu Ming laughed loudly. He extended his body and dashed toward the wolf-shaped mountain peak. "Stop right there. Damn it." The two elders of the Dongyi tribe roared and chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming actually rushed in. The other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were envious, especially the disciples of the White Tiger Hall. Lu Ming rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the black mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain peak. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed in directly. The two elders of the Dongyi tribe followed closely behind. "I'll find a chance to break through them one by one." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had just broken through to the second realm of the martial master realm. He was confident that he could deal with a fifth realm martial master. However, he was not sure if he could deal with two of them at the same time. The dark cave was extremely deep and serene. Lu Ming ran forward for thousands of meters before he reached the end of the cave. In front of him, it suddenly opened up, and a huge stone chamber appeared. There were 6 stone pillars in the stone room. On top of each pillar, there was a secret manual suspended. There was a layer of light covering the secret manuals. At this moment, 2 of the secret manuals on the stone pillars had already disappeared. On the other stone pillar, a thin figure in a black robe was constantly bombarding the halo on a secret manual. At this moment, the thin figure in the black robe seemed to have noticed Lu Ming and glanced at him. "Who is he?" Lu Ming was puzzled. The skinny black-robed man merely cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming and ignored him. He continued to bombard the halo that enveloped the secret manual. "I don't care who he is. These secret manuals are protected by inscriptions. After so many years, the power of the inscriptions has not dissipated. They must be extraordinary. I'll get them first." Lu Ming's mind raced. With a flash of his figure, he flew toward another stone pillar. At the same time, he thrust his long spear at lightning speed. Boom, the long spear pierced the halo that enveloped the secret manual, and a rumbling sound was heard. The halo began to tremble like water ripples. However, it did not shatter. What a powerful inscription defense. After so many years, it still has such a strong defense. Lu Ming was amazed. It's a secret manual. It's a secret manual left behind by the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe. Damn it. How dare you touch our secret manuals? You're courting death. The 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe roared angrily when they saw what was happening. Then, the 2 Dongyi elders pounced on the skinny black-robed man. 2 snow-white blade lights cut through the air and slashed at the skinny black-robed man. You're really ungrateful. I told you to come here, and you attack me first? The skinny black-robed man abandoned the secret manual and dodged the attack. Humph. If you didn't trick us, how could that bastard from the Mystic Essence Sword sect enter? All the treasures here are ours. We'll kill him after we finish you. The skinny elder said coldly. Ridiculous. Do you really think you can kill me? The skinny black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his aura surged. A black sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword and slashed at the two elders. Clang! Clang! The three of them exchanged a few blows. The skinny black-robed man was at a disadvantage and retreated quickly. At this moment, Lu Ming was crazily attacking a circle of light. After dozens of consecutive shots, the circle of light finally exploded with a bang like a ball of fireworks. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the secret manual in his hands. The book was very soft. It was neither gold nor jade. He didn't have time to look at it carefully. With a thought, he put it in the Temple of Paragon. Then, it pounced on another stone pillar. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The skinny black-robed man was running toward Lu Ming with the two Dongi elders in hot pursuit. Nestle! Lu Ming couldn't help but curse. The skinny black-robed man was clearly trying to divert the trouble away. Little brother, why don't we join forces and kill these two old men? We'll split the loot equally. What do you think? The thin black-robed man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, then he said, sure, one for each of us. With that, Lu Ming rushed towards the old man. The two elders of the Dongi tribe had to be dealt with sooner or later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. It would be better for him to join forces with the skinny black-robed man and deal with the two elders first. All right. The skinny black-robed man was overjoyed. He turned around and attacked the fat elder. Damn it, do you think that joining forces will work? The skinny elder roared. He slashed his saber and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated. The spear radiance pierced through the air and clashed with the skinny elder. Boom! Boom! There were explosions in the stone chamber. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the skinny elder had exchanged more than 20 blows. Lu Ming became stronger and stronger as the fight went on. He gradually suppressed his opponent. On the other side, the skinny black-robed man also displayed his powerful combat strength. He suppressed the fat elder to the point that he couldn't fight back. Damn it, let's retreat. The two Dongi elders roared in their hearts, but they already had the intention to retreat. It's too late for you to leave now. The skinny black-robed man shouted coldly. He waved his hands, and rays of black light flashed through the air. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The fat elder's expression changed drastically. He waved his saber rapidly, and a series of clanking sounds could be heard. However, he didn't know what the sound of something breaking through the air was. It was too dense and fast. He couldn't completely block it. Puff, finally, something hit the fat elder's body and cut a long wound. Puff puff, the skinny black-robed man continued to wave his hands. The sound of something breaking through the air became even more intense. The fat elder roared again and again, but it was useless. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The fat elder's throat was pierced. He screamed and fell to the ground. The skinny elder was shocked. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He slashed his saber a few times, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat and then escape. You underestimate me too much. I'll send you to accompany your companions. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and his long spear stabbed out rapidly. Explode. Boom, a terrifying energy erupted from the tip of the spear and blasted toward Elder Chu. Elder Chu's body shook violently. He coughed up blood and almost exploded. However, what greeted him was Lu Ming's long spear. Puff, the fiery red spear pierced through Old Man Kuei's chest, piercing through it. Elder Chu was dead, the two elders of the Dongi tribe were both killed. Impressive. You're so young, but your strength is so terrifying. You're really admirable. The skinny black-robed man laughed hoarsely and slowly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming withdrew his long spear. He controlled his bloodline and silently devoured Elder Chu's blood essence. Instantly, the blood essence of a 5th-grade martial master was refined. It turned into a torrent of energy and surged into Lu Ming's body to replenish his genuine qi. Lu Ming pretended to gasp for breath and said, "You're the one who's unfathomable. You actually led the Dongyi tribe to their ancestral remains. It seems that you were the one who instigated the Dongyi tribe to attack the Burning Sun Empire?" "Haha, I had no choice. I had to borrow the Dongyi tribe's help to open their ancestral remains. Now, everything is settled. Only you and I are left. How about we split the treasures here?" The skinny black-robed man laughed hoarsely. "Of course." Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, the skinny black-robed man suddenly attacked. He pounced at Lu Ming like lightning. He waved his hands and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. However, Lu Ming was very calm. It was as if he had expected the skinny black-robed man's sneak attack. The moment the skinny black-robed man attacked, Lu Ming drifted back and waved his long spear. The tip of the spear vibrated and turned into rays of spear radiance. Ding ding, there was a series of clashing sounds. The skinny black-robed man's attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming. "You knew I was going to attack?" The skinny black-robed man seemed surprised. "One must always be vigilant," Lu Ming said coldly. "You're young, but you're quite vigilant. Do you think you can stop me?" Naive. In the next moment, the skinny black-robed man disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. He stabbed his sword at Lu Ming's back. Moon seizing. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He swept his long spear behind him. Clang, the spear and sword clashed. Lu Ming's body trembled. However, he stomped heavily and continued to attack the skinny black-robed man. "If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first." Lu Ming's long spear danced like a dragon as the power of fire erupted. Combined with the flaming star spear art, the power was terrifying. As the long spear danced, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Heat filled the air and enveloped the skinny black-robed man. Boom, the skinny black-robed man resisted with all his might, but he was still swept by the heat. The black bamboo hat suddenly exploded, revealing the face under the black robe. Lu Ming was taken aback. This was because it was actually a woman's face. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She looked even younger than Lu Ming. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, round and watery almond-shaped eyes, and snow-white skin. She was actually an unrivaled beauty. Lu Ming thought it was a skinny old man. He did not expect it to be a beautiful girl. "Humph. I did not expect a genius like you to exist in the small Burning Sun Empire. You are only a 2nd-grade martial master, yet you can break my bamboo hat. Since that is the case, I will not hide anymore. I will show you my true strength." The beautiful girl's voice was clear and melodious, like round pearls falling on a jade plate. However, at this moment, her voice was filled with cold killing intent. Whoosh, the beautiful girl tore the black robe on her body. The black robe was torn apart, like black butterflies dancing in the air, revealing the girl's delicate figure. The girl's clothing was very strange. Her black robe was very short, revealing her snow-white abdomen. She also wore a short black skirt, revealing her legs. Her legs were delicate and white, slender, and well-proportioned. Together with the girl's beautiful face, they formed a beautiful picture. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to appreciate it. The girl had already launched a fierce attack on him. "Heavenly demon magic skill, demon lotus dance!" the beautiful girl shouted. The black true qi on her body surged and condensed into black lotuses around her body. Then, the girl waved her hands and the black lotuses spread out. Black petals pierced through the air, making ear-piercing whistling sounds as they flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally knew what method the girl had used to kill the old man from the Dongyi tribe. It was these petals. However, the speed of the petals was obviously faster than before. There were also more petals. Fire dance, the long spear swayed, and flames appeared all around Lu Ming's body. Ding! Ding! Rapid sounds of collisions could be heard. Within a few breaths, there were over 100 collisions. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that every time they clashed, the power coming from the black petal was extremely shocking. After clashing with it over 100 times, even with Lu Ming's cultivation base, he still felt his arm go numb. Great demonic palm! The beautiful girl shouted. Her beautiful legs bounced slightly, and her body soared into the sky. She continuously struck out a few palms at Lu Ming. 3 black palm prints lined up in a row. One after the other, they tore through the air and attacked Lu Ming. Broken armor. Lu Ming thrust out his long spear. The spear tip rotated, bringing about a powerful rotational cutting force. Bang! The first palm print was defeated by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's body swayed and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, the second palm print had already arrived. Broken armor. Continuing to use this move, he defeated the second palm print. However, Lu Ming's body took 8 steps back, and his face turned pale. Immediately, the third palm print arrived. Landslide. Break for me. Lu Ming roared and swept out with his long spear. The shaft of the spear vibrated, and it collided with the third palm print. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. The blood in his body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too powerful, where did this genius come from? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with shock. Previously, the aura of the girl was hazy. It seemed very strong, but no one could clearly see her cultivation base. However, when the girl used the great demonic palm, her cultivation base was finally exposed. Second layer martial master. This beautiful girl's cultivation base was actually the same as Lu Ming's, second layer martial master. However, her battle strength was terrifyingly strong, and she was able to suppress Lu Ming. Currently, Lu Ming's true dragon of battle technique had reached the 3rd layer, and he had also comprehended the force of fire. With such a strong battle strength, he was actually suppressed in a battle of the same level? Force, this girl has also comprehended force, and her force realm is definitely higher than mine. Furthermore, she is very strong in other aspects. Is there such a genius in the Blazing Sun Empire? No, from her tone, she shouldn't be from the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming's mind quickly turned. Kid, not bad. I didn't think that there would be a second layer martial master in the Blazing Sun Empire. Being able to block my great demonic palm, even I am somewhat appreciative of your talent. How about this, if you leave now, I'll spare your life. The beautiful girl looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said. The outcome hasn't been decided yet? I don't have the habit of admitting defeat so easily. Lu Ming grinned and his eyes were filled with battle intent. Humph. I just praised you and you think you're in the sky? Then I'll show you the difference between the two of us. The girl snorted and moved her body, charging towards Lu Ming. So fast, this is the force of wind. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he suddenly swept out his long spear. Boom, the two of them exchanged a blow and then engaged in a fierce battle. It had to be said that the beautiful girl's battle strength was very terrifying. Lu Ming had already used all his strength except for his bloodline, but he was still completely suppressed by the girl. After 7 to 8 blows, Lu Ming was completely defeated and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I'll send you on your way. The girl's voice was very cold as she continuously attacked with a few great demonic palm. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up and a bloody light flashed on his body as his bloodline burst out. Afterward, Lu Ming ignored the young lady's heavenly fiend great handprint and dashed toward her. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 consecutive black palm prints blasted on Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming's body only trembled. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the girl. The girl was stunned. She never thought that Lu Ming could actually resist her great demonic palm. By the time she reacted, Lu Ming was already in front of her. Whoosh, the long spear stabbed out as fast as lightning, but the girl's reaction was also very fast. She waved her palm and slapped Lu Ming's long spear aside. But Lu Ming's momentum did not stop and continued to crash towards the girl. At the same time, his palm glowed and the long spear disappeared. Lu Ming grabbed at the girl's throat. This time, the girl could no longer dodge and was pounced on by Lu Ming. At the same time, her throat was also grabbed by Lu Ming's fingers. But Lu Ming's fingers did not reach down, because a dagger had appeared in the girl's hand out of nowhere and was pressed against Lu Ming's back. As long as Lu Ming's claws exerted force, the girl's dagger would instantly pierce through Lu Ming's heart. But on the other hand, the girl did not dare to stab the dagger down. Because if she exerted force, Lu Ming's claws would instantly break her throat. The two of them were in a deadlock just like that. It was just that the two of them were in an ambiguous position. Lu Ming held the girl's neck with one hand and her slender waist with the other. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart. Their eyes met, and they could smell each other's breath. The girl's fragrance wafted into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming couldn't help but sniff and take a few deep breaths. The girl's face turned red. Her big eyes were burning with anger and cold-killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't want to die, let go." How could Lu Ming agree? He curled his lips and said, "Unless you put away the dagger first, don't think I'll let go." Put away the dagger first? Don't even think about it. The girl shouted angrily. Oh? Then forget it. Anyway, it's good like this. With a beauty in my arms and a soft jade fragrance, not bad, not bad. It's good to stay like this. Lu Ming chuckled. His face moved closer to the girl. He even took a deep breath and showed an intoxicated expression. The girl was ashamed and angry. She said, "You're shameless. You dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I'll kiss you." Lu Ming curled his lips. Then, his face suddenly moved closer to the girl's face. No, wait a minute, wait a minute. The girl finally couldn't stand it and screamed. Lu Ming stopped. How about this, we'll both let go. I'll put away the dagger, and he'll let go of your claws. How about it? The girl said helplessly. She gritted her teeth in her heart. Lu Ming was really hateful. Okay. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, it wasn't a good idea to continue like this. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll both let go. Seeing Lu Ming nod, the girl was overjoyed. 3, 2, 1. When the girl shouted 1, the dagger in her hand disappeared, and Lu Ming also let go of the girl's throat. At this moment, the girl's eyes flashed coldly. All the muscles on her body trembled. Her petite body exploded with power. At the same time, she grabbed at Lu Ming's neck with both hands. I knew you would do this. Lu Ming lightly shouted. His muscles bulged, and at the same time, his Xianxia also completely erupted. Both of his hands went down to grab the girl's palm. At the same time, Lu Ming's legs clamped down on the girl's slender waist. Instantly, the two of them fell to the ground and wrestled with each other. This was a pure hand-to-hand fight. It was a competition of physical strength and the eruption of true qi. Lu Ming discovered that the girl's physical strength was extremely powerful, far surpassing his. Moreover, the girl's cultivation method was also extraordinary. Her Xianxia was condensed and rich, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. However, compared to Lu Ming's Xianxia, there was still a gap. Therefore, Lu Ming and the girl were on par with each other in terms of physical strength and Xianxia. It was hard to tell who was better. Therefore, it became a stalker. Ah, why did you pinch me? Lu Ming angrily shouted. His waist was ruthlessly pinched by Supergirl, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Die. The girl's face was slightly red. She gritted her teeth and looked like she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Ah, you're still pinching me? I'll grab you. In a panic, Lu Ming grabbed the girl's chest. Suddenly, a soft and bouncy feeling came from the palm of his hand, causing Lu Ming's heart to flutter. At this moment, the two of them were tangled together. The girl was not wearing much clothes, and with Lu Ming grabbing her place, it was as ambiguous as it could be. The feeling is not bad. Lu Ming could not help but think. Ah. Die. The girl let out a scream that almost deafened Lu Ming's ears. She bit Lu Ming's shoulder and clawed at Lu Ming's body with her hands. Lu Ming angrily shouted. He used all his strength and did not give in. The two of them continued to wrestle, rolling on the ground several times. Hey, where are you grabbing? Lu Ming suddenly roared. He felt that his vital part was grabbed by the girl, causing him to lose his calm. Pervert, sinister, you actually hid a weapon in your crotch. Are you trying to sneak attack me? The girl shouted. Lu Ming was stunned. He had a dumbstruck expression on his face. At this moment, the girl seemed to have reacted. She screamed and hurriedly let go. Her face was red, even her ears and neck were red. She shouted. Pervert. Shameless, pervert. You're the one who grabbed me. Lu Ming retorted. You, let go of me. The girl shouted. No, if I let go, I won't be able to defeat you. This is good, anyway, I'm not at a disadvantage. If you like, continue. Lu Ming was very thick-skinned. You, shameless. I won't do it, I surrender. I admit defeat. The girl finally retreated. I don't believe you. Lu Ming refused to let go. Let go, I swear, okay? The girl was completely defeated. She shouted, let go, I swear I won't do anything to you. The secret manuals here, we'll each take half. If I go against it, I won't be able to make any progress in martial arts in the future. In the end, I'll go mad and die. Lu Ming's heart stirred. For a martial artist, this oath was heavy enough. Moreover, martial artists valued oaths very much. This was because if they did not abide by the oath, it was very likely that it would leave a knot in their hearts. It would be very detrimental to their future cultivation. That's more like it. Only then did Lu Ming let go of his hand. The young lady also let go of Lu Ming. Lu Ming crawled a few meters away and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The hand-to-hand fight just now was more tiring than a fierce battle. The girl was the same. She was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. However, her pair of beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to bite Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, hey, you swore, don't forget it. The girl's combat strength was indeed above his. Moreover, his bloodline had already activated. If they fought again, he wouldn't be able to create the situation just now. Humph. The girl's eyes flashed. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort. She didn't continue to fight. The two just stared at each other like this while circulating their cultivation methods to recover their true qi. 2 hours later, the two recovered their physical strength and true qi at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures flashed at the same time, rushed toward a stone pillar and began to bombard the light circle on the stone pillar. Demonic Great Palm. The girl seemed to have released all her anger on the light circle, erupting a powerful attack. The light circle in her hand exploded in a short while. The girl put away the secret manual in the light circle and attacked the next one. So fast. Lu Ming's heart ached. There were a total of 6 stone pillars here. Previously, the girl had already destroyed 2 of the light circles on the stone pillars, and Lu Ming had also obtained a secret manual. There were only 3 left. Now, there was 1 less. Lu Ming could only obtain 2 at most. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming attacked wildly with his long spear. After dozens of spears, the light circle shattered. Lu Ming kept the secret manual inside the Temple of Paragon. He looked at the girl and saw that she had shattered another light circle and obtained the secret manual inside. Humph! At this moment, the girl seemed to be in a better mood. She looked at Lu Ming proudly and snorted. Then, the girl rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Boy, your combat strength is not bad. Why don't we work together and break into the core area of this cave dwelling? What do you think?" The core area? Isn't this the core area? Lu Ming said in surprise. Nonsense, of course not. This is the cave dwelling left behind by a martial king realm expert, the ancestor of the Dongyi tribe. How can it be filled with just a few secret manuals? The girl laughed disdainfully. He's actually a peerless martial king expert. Lu Ming gasped in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were burning with passion. A martial king realm expert was also known as a king realm expert. They were unbelievably powerful. Even the Burning Sun Empire might not have a martial king realm expert. A king realm expert had the power to destroy heaven and earth and overturn rivers and seas. They were unimaginably powerful. This was the cave dwelling of a martial king realm expert. What kind of treasures would there be? What do you think? Let's work together? The girl said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was a little confused. This girl must be itching to bite him. Why would she be so kind as to invite him to work together? Who cares? I'll agree first. This is the King Realm relic. Lu Ming made up his mind and said, okay, I agree to work with you. Okay, let's go. The girl smiled. Her beauty could topple a city. Lu Ming could not help but stare blankly. He thought to himself, this young lady is really good-looking. She is in no way inferior to Mulan and Xiaoyu. She might even be better. It's a pity that she is too evil. The girl touched one of the walls of the stone room. Soon, the wall of the stone room made a creaking sound and a stone door appeared. Lu Ming was very surprised. He could not help but ask, who exactly are you? Why are you so familiar with this place? Of course I know everything. Otherwise, why would I come to this place so easily? As for who I am, why should I tell you? The young girl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, snorted coldly, and walked through the stone door first. Lu Ming followed him in. After the stone door, there was a passageway that twisted and turned. After exiting the passageway, there was another stone room. However, there was nothing left in this stone room. Lu Ming followed the young lady and passed through 3 stone rooms. Finally, they ran into trouble. In the 4th stone room, they encountered a demonic corpse devil puppet. There were a total of 6 of them, but these 6 demonic corpse puppets were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the battle strength of a 5th-level martial master. With the 6 of them working together, the 2 of them fell into a tough battle. However, the eyes of the demonic corpses and devil puppets were their weak points. The 2 of them took advantage of them and attacked them one by one. It took them more than 10 minutes to kill all 6 demonic corpse puppets. Then, Lu Ming looked at a stone door at the side of the stone room. This stone door was taller and wider than the previous ones. It was more than 2 meters long and wide. After opening the stone door, a dark passageway was revealed. If I remember correctly, we will reach the core area after passing through this passageway. However, this passageway must have inscriptions. The young girl said. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the 2 of them walked in. The deeper they went, the wider the cave became. At the end, it became a huge passageway that was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. Surprisingly, there was no movement at all in the first 1,000 meters. However, after walking for about 1,000 meters, inscriptions suddenly shone around the cave and on the ground. Endless inscriptions shone. Then, a scorching aura was emitted. In the next moment, the entire passageway turned red, as if they were in a fire domain. Whoosh whoosh, a large amount of red flames appeared and filled the passageway. These were real flames and not illusory. They were condensed by inscriptions. Whoosh, suddenly, a tall figure walked out of the flames. Its body was condensed by flames. It held a huge flaming sword in its hand and slashed at Lu Ming. Flame spirit condensed by inscriptions. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to underestimate it. The fiery tongue spear appeared and stabbed out. Boom, the powerful spear gleam directly pierced through the flame spirit. However, after the flame spirit dissipated, it condensed again in an instant and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, several other flame spirits were condensed. They were holding flame sabers, flame spears, and so on. They all charged at Lu Ming. On the other side, the beautiful young girl was in the same situation. She was besieged by flame spirits. Boom! Boom! Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. As the 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle with these flame spirits. However, these flame spirits were very powerful and could not be destroyed. After being scattered, they would condense again. They were very difficult to deal with. Let's join forces and keep moving forward. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the core area. The young girl shouted. Lu Ming nodded and leaned against the young girl. The 2 of them attacked together and rushed forward. However, there were more and more flame spirits in front of them. Moreover, the temperature of the flames was getting higher and higher. The two of them felt like they were in a furnace. Flames are my battlefield, Lu Ming whispered. The force of fire erupted and formed a strange domain around him. When he walked past, the flames automatically retreated. Whoosh, the astral fire spear was waved. The flames were driven and followed the spear, forming a fire dragon that blasted at the flame spirits. Bang! Bang, one by one, the flame spirits were blasted away. The flames here are really strange. They are completely different from the flames of volcanoes. The flames of volcanoes are about eruption and destroying everything. However, the flames here have spirituality and can form flame spirits. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something. His eyes were bright. As he fought, he sensed the surroundings. Flames are not only about eruption and destruction. They also have spirituality and vitality. Flames are the origin of human civilization. Lu Ming's mind was constantly thinking. Unknowingly, the force of fire on his body became more condensed. My force of fire is about to reach minor accomplishment. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that a moment of enlightenment would make his force of fire improve so much. Originally, his force of fire was just at the entry level. Now, he finally took a big step forward and was close to minor accomplishment. The improvement of the force of fire made Lu Ming's attack stronger. With a sweep of his spear, a large number of flame spirits were swept away. On the side, the beautiful girl was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's comprehension surprised her. It was just an inscription formation. Lu Ming had comprehended it in such a short time. Boom! Boom! The two of them joined forces and moved forward. However, there were too many flame spirits. The two of them fought with great difficulty. Half an hour. The two of them continuously charged forward for half an hour and rushed through a distance of thousands of meters. With their combat strength, there were still many scars on their bodies. It could be said to be a tough battle. We're almost there. The beautiful girl suddenly cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's spirit was also lifted. They could vaguely see what was going on in the cave. Go! The two of them exerted all their strength and blasted away some of the fire spirits in front of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few sprints, they crossed the last few dozen meters and rushed into the cave. After the two of them rushed into the cave, the spirit of the flame and the spreading flames behind them slowly disappeared. Phew! The two of them let out a long sigh of relief, then began to observe their surroundings. It was a huge underground cave. It was more than 100 meters high and more than 100 meters wide. After a casual glance, the two of them stared at the center of the underground cave. There was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. The bones were crystal clear like jade. Behind the skeleton, there was an altar made of stone. There were patterns carved on it and it was full of ancient charm. However, Lu Ming and the beautiful young lady merely took a casual glance and skipped over it. Their eyes were fixed on the two arms of the skeleton in a daze. The right hand of the skeleton was holding a green jade sword. The jade sword was very small, not much bigger than a finger. On the left hand of the skeleton, there was a ring. A storage ring. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a storage ring. The skeleton was definitely a powerhouse when he was alive. The value of his storage ring must be very high. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming and the beautiful girl moved at the same time. The two of them turned into two light shadows and rushed toward the skeleton. In an instant, the two of them rushed to the front of the skeleton. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring on the finger of the skeleton, while the beautiful girl grabbed the jade sword in the right hand of the skeleton. He gathered his true chi and formed a claw. With a swipe, he plucked the storage ring from the skeleton's hand. Got it! Lu Ming was ecstatic. At this time, the beautiful girl also grabbed the jade sword in her hand. The joy on her face was uncontrollable. Then, the beautiful girl moved her hand and put away the jade sword. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Hey, kid, hand over the storage ring. We'll each take half of the things inside." Half each? What kind of joke is this? You take that jade sword, and I take the storage ring. It just so happens that we each have one. On what basis do you want to share my storage ring? Lu Ming sneered. Naturally, he would not give it up. Your appetite is too big. This is a storage ring left behind by a king. Its value is shocking. I only took a jade sword. It's not fair. I don't care. I want to split the items in the storage ring equally. The peerless beauty glared at him and said rudely. Lu Ming was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, how about this, how about we trade? I'll use my storage ring to exchange for your jade sword so that you won't say that I'm taking advantage of you. Why should I switch with you? I'm not exchanging. The beautiful girl didn't even think about it and directly refused. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He could see that the value of the jade sword was above that of the storage ring. This girl had gotten a bargain, but she was still thinking about the storage ring. Then we'll take one each. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to her and directly put away the storage ring. What was there to say to this unreasonable girl? Humph, if you don't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. The beautiful girl rolled her eyes and suddenly rushed towards Lu Ming. Hey, you swore before that you wouldn't fight with me. You're breaking your oath now. Lu Ming quickly retreated with the long spear in his hand and shouted. Humph, I said before that I wouldn't fight when I took those secret manuals. I didn't say that I wouldn't fight here. The girl snorted and quibbled. Boom, the girl waved her hand and used the great demonic palm print. 3 pitch-black giant palm prints attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his long spear to block. Although Lu Ming's fire power had increased a little, he was still not the girl's opponent. He was pushed back by the powerful palm power. To that flame array. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed towards the previous passage. When Lu Ming rushed into the passage, the surroundings shone with bright inscriptions. Then flames and fire spirits appeared and rushed towards Lu Ming. When the beautiful girl rushed in, there were also many fire spirits rushing towards her. Get lost. The girl shouted and slapped a few times in a row. She defeated 5 or 6 fire spirits and rushed towards Lu Ming. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming was really angry. He roared and waved his long spear. The surrounding flames were driven by him. Following the momentum of the spear, they condensed into a flame dragon and rushed towards the girl. Boom, the flame dragon and the girl's great demonic palm print collided. The black true qi and the fiery red flames exploded and swept in all directions. Several flame spirits that were close to them were directly blown away. Lu Ming and the girl's figures flashed at the same time. They were evenly matched. In this flame array, Lu Ming's battle power was stronger, and the girl was suppressed, so Lu Ming could compete with her. Let's see how you take my storage ring. Now, I'm going to spank your butt. Lu Ming shouted and waved his long spear, wildly whipping towards the girl, especially towards her butt. You, shameless! The girl's face turned red. Her pair of beautiful palms continuously slapped out vigorous palm power. Boom! Boom, there were continuous booming sounds. Lu Ming and the young lady exchanged dozens of moves. However, Lu Ming became more and more courageous, while the girl's true qi was slowly running out. She had already consumed a lot of true qi when passing through this passage. Now that she was fighting with Lu Ming, her true qi consumption was naturally greater. Lu Ming benefited from the environment. In this flame array, his true qi consumption was not great. Bang, after exchanging another blow with Lu Ming, the girl retreated and left the passage. Humph, you win. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm exhausted. The young girl retreated a distance and sat on the ground. She was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Lu Ming walked forward carefully and finally left the range of the array in the passage. As soon as Lu Ming left, the flames in the passage disappeared. Lu Ming did not go too far from the passage. He sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the passage. This way, if the girl attacked, he could escape into the passage immediately. Okay, I'm not going to fight with you. This time, you're lucky to have obtained such a great opportunity. The girl seemed to be very unwilling and gritted her teeth. Your harvest should be greater than mine, right? We're in the same boat. Lu Ming said with a smile. I spent a lot of effort to come in. You got a big advantage. Humph, so be it. I see that you're tired. Let's rest together. Don't sneak attack me. The girl said unhappily. I'm afraid that you'll sneak attack me. Lu Ming curled his lips. Then, the two of them circulated their true qi and adjusted their true qi. Of course, they paid attention to each other, afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. 3 hours later, the two of them stood up at the same time. You got a big advantage before, but let's see how you get it later. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He didn't know why the girl was walking towards the altar. The girl walked to the side of the altar and circled around it, carefully sizing it up. Sometimes she carefully observed it, sometimes she frowned and pondered. After a while, she smiled. After half an hour, the girl started to inscribe inscriptions. The young lady's slender fingers began to move in the air. Xianxia infused into the young lady's fingertips, and as she waved them in the air, a miraculous pattern appeared. This was an inscription. The girl was inscribing inscriptions. Inscribing inscriptions in the air, what a brilliant technique. Lu Ming sighed. Although he didn't know much about inscription, he still had some basic knowledge. Generally speaking, inscribing inscriptions in the air wasn't something a martial grandmaster could do. Inscriptions appeared in the air and flew towards the altar. The ancient patterns on the stone altar seemed to have come alive as they emitted a faint halo. Open! A moment later, the girl let out a soft cry and waved her hands. Inscriptions entered the altar one after another. Then, the altar buzzed and emitted rays of light that were incomparably bright. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar came from the altar. A fierce tiger rushed out from the altar and leaped into the air. The tiger was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. It stood in the air and roared majestically. A powerful aura filled the air. Beast soul, what a complete beast soul. Lu Ming was taken aback at the sight of this. This tiger wasn't real, but it looked like it. This was definitely a beast soul left behind by a powerful demonic beast. Moreover, it was very complete. Heavenly demon soul concentration technique, come in. The girl shouted and her body emitted a black light. Her hands formed a mysterious seal. Then, a black light enveloped the tiger beast soul. The tiger beast soul roared again and again. In the cave, a strong pressure filled the air. It was like a mountain was pressing down on Lu Ming's heart. What a powerful beast soul. This beast soul was extremely powerful when it was alive. It was definitely a level 4 demonic beast. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary one. Lu Ming was shocked. The tiger beast spirit roared, but it was useless. Not long after, it turned into a ray of light and was put away by the girl. Roar! When the tiger beast soul was put away, another roar came from the altar. Then, a giant black wolf appeared in the air. Just like the tiger beast soul, this giant wolf was also a beast soul. Judging from its aura, it was no weaker than the tiger beast soul from before. Hiss! As soon as the wolf beast soul appeared, another roar was heard. A giant snake more than 30 meters long appeared in the air. Another beast soul. There were actually so many powerful beast souls sealed within this stone altar. Ha ha ha, the real treasures are here. These are all half-step king-level beast souls. They were refined by the ancestors of the Eastern barbarian tribe using a secret technique. They are incomparably complete. If you fuse them with your body, you will be able to explode with incomparable power. Unfortunately, you can't take them, only I can. The young girl glanced at Lu Ming and laughed heartily. She was extremely pleased with herself. Then, the girl formed another hand seal and began to collect the beast souls. Not long after, the giant snake beast soul was put away by the girl. At this moment, a bird beast soul with flames all over its body appeared. It screeched and danced in the air. However, there seemed to be a force on the altar that restrained them, making it difficult for them to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the demon-suppressing spear in the Temple of Paragon was vibrating with excitement. Could it be? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a thought, the demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. The moment the demon-suppressing spear appeared, it vibrated violently. With a swoosh, it flew out. The spear emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the two beast souls. Roar! With 2 roars, the 2 beast souls turned into 2 rays of light and were absorbed by the demon-suppressing spear. Then, the demon-suppressing spear flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Not far away, the beautiful girl was dumbfounded. She opened her cherry-like mouth and widened her big, watery eyes. She stared at the altar and then at Lu Ming. To be precise, she was staring at the demon-suppressing spear in Lu Ming's hands. After a while, she let out an earth-shattering scream. The demon-suppressing spear. How did you get the demon-suppressing spear? The girl shouted in disbelief. Wang, at this moment, the altar vibrated violently. It was 10 times more intense than before. Dong dong, a rumble could be heard coming from the altar, as if some peerless beast was about to step out from it. Boom, following a violent tremor, a giant silver wolf charged out of the altar. The giant wolf's entire body was covered in silvery white fur. It shone with a sparkling luster as it stood in the air. It was 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Roar, when the giant silver wolf appeared, it held at the sky. An unimaginably powerful pressure burst out. Poof, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant mountain. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl was not much better. She also took a few steps back, her face pale. Terrifying, too terrifying. What level is this beast spirit? It's just a beast spirit, yet it's emitting such a terrifying pressure. How strong was it when it was alive? Lu Ming looked at the silver wolf beast soul in the air and was shocked. Beast King. This is the soul of a Beast King. Haha. The girl laughed and formed a hand seal. Rays of black light shrouded the silver wolf. Wang, at this moment, the demon-suppressing spear vibrated violently and shot a ray of light at the silver wolf. Roar, the silver wolf held at the sky. However, it was just a beast soul. It did not have a physical body. Its aura was strong, but it did not have much battle strength. Kid, what are you doing? Put away your demon-suppressing spear. The girl screamed. Put it away? Why should I? Didn't you say that I can't take it away? Lu Ming mocked. You, damn it. The girl was helpless. She could only form hand seals frantically and fight with the demon-suppressing spear for the beast soul. 2 rays of light shrouded the silver wolf's soul and tore it apart. Whoosh, in the end, the silver wolf's soul was divided into 2. One was taken by the girl and the other by the demon-suppressing spear. Whoosh, the demon-suppressing spear flew back to Lu Ming's hand. You stole half of my beast king soul. Give it back to me. The young lady glared at Lu Ming fiercely. No. Lu Ming refused and put away the demon-suppressing spear. Beast King Soul. This is a Beast King Soul. With your current cultivation and physical strength, you can't use it at all. Just give it back to me. The girl stared at Lu Ming bitterly. Her big eyes were misty, as if she was about to cry. She looked pitiful. No. Lu Ming was unmoved and refused firmly. Bam, right at this moment, the stone altar suddenly exploded, turning into rubble that shot in all directions. The instant the altar exploded, the entire world began to shake violently. Outside the cave, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Dongi tribe faced each other, waiting for the people inside the cave to come out. Suddenly, the world shook and the earth rumbled. Rumble, in some places, huge cracks appeared on the ground. What's going on? I don't know. Something's wrong. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Dongi tribe exclaimed. Whoosh whoosh, wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was a doomsday scene. Crack crack, bolts of lightning thicker than a person's thigh lit up the sky. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. The space cracked open. It was so dark that it seemed to lead to the abyss of hell. Oh no, this realm is going to collapse. Let's go, let's get out of this realm. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Let's go. Everyone let out a roar of shock as they hurriedly rushed towards the light gate from which they had come. Junior brother Lu Ming has gone in and hasn't come out. What should we do? Chen Quan shouted. If he doesn't come out in time, he's dead. Who cares about him? Let's go, let's go. The leader of the White Tiger sect yelled. Everyone used all their strength and ran as fast as they could, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. While everyone was running, the tremors between heaven and earth became even more intense. The ground cracked and space collapsed. In the cave, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. "What's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "This altar is the core of this realm. Now that the altar has collapsed, this small realm is going to collapse too," the girl said calmly. "What? Then let's go." Lu Ming's expression changed and he was about to rush out. "It's too late to leave now. This cave was built by a martial emperor realm expert, and is covered with a large number of profound inscriptions. When the plane collapses, the inscription formation will automatically activate to protect it. No one from the outside can enter, and no one from the inside can leave," the girl said. "We can't leave? Then won't we be trapped here until we die?" Lu Ming's expression was somewhat ugly. The girl smiled and squinted her eyes. "Yes, I will be trapped here for the rest of my life." "Humph, now that I can't get out, it's useless for you to take the beast soul. Give it back to me quickly." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. From the looks of it, the young girl knew that the plane would collapse. Since she knew, she still dared to collect the beast souls from the altar. Furthermore, she was so calm. She must have a way to get out. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt relieved. He revealed a smile and gave a long sigh. "Sigh. There's nothing I can do about it. If I'm really trapped here, then it's my fate. I can only accept it." As he spoke, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the girl's body. He sighed in admiration. "Moreover, it's not bad to have such a beauty to accompany us. If we feel bored, we can have a bunch of children to accompany us. What do you think? Give birth to children? A bunch of them?" The veins on the girl's forehead were already throbbing. "You, despicable, shameless, in your dreams. Let me tell you, this plane won't collapse completely. Moreover, there's a teleportation formation under this altar. After 3 months, when the plane stabilizes, we can be teleported out. You want to have children with me? Bah, in your dreams." The girl pointed at Lu Ming with a trembling finger and shrieked. "Oh? So we can get out?" Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled. "Humph." The girl realized that she had been tricked by Lu Ming. She immediately snorted and glared at Lu Ming. "Alas! What a pity, what a pity. Actually, if we really can't get out, it's not a bad idea." Lu Ming sighed. "Not a bad idea, my ass." The girl gnashed her teeth. If not for the fact that Lu Ming could make use of the flame array in the passageway to increase his combat power, she would have taken Lu Ming down and taught him the consequences of offending her. However, she was not confident now. She could only remind herself that she would have the chance to teach Lu Ming a lesson in the future. Rumble, heaven and earth shook continuously, and it seemed to be getting more and more violent. Outside the cave, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Dongyi tribe were running for their lives. An hour later, they finally returned to the light door that they had entered through. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone rushed into the light door. When they reappeared, they were already back on Mount Jiuyao. Back on Mount Jiuyao, they let out a long sigh of relief. "We're finally safe." A burly Dongyi tribe man laughed. "The 2 patriarchs haven't come out yet," another person said. Instantly, the Dongyi tribe people fell silent and waited quietly. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect did not leave either. They stood not far away, waiting to know the result. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, the door of light exploded. "Patriarchs!" Someone from the Dongyi tribe cried out sorrowfully. The door of light exploded and the plane collapsed. Under such circumstances, only martial kings could survive. Even a martial ancestor would die, not to mention a great martial mentor. Those who did not come out were doomed. The Dongyi tribe people's atmosphere was solemn. "Junior brother Lu Ming." Chen Quan sighed. The other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect also sighed. Lu Ming, a prodigy who had created miracles time and time again since he entered the Mystic Essence Sword sect, had perished in this plane just like that. What a pity. However, the path of martial arts was like that. No matter how talented one was, they could die if they did not mature. On the continent, countless prodigies died every year. Haha, Lu Ming is dead. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall laughed in their hearts, especially the people of the Duanmu family. Let's go. In the end, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Dongyi tribe did not continue fighting. Instead, they rushed toward Dongke City. The news of Lu Ming's death spread like wildfire. In the underground cave of the Dongyi tribe's ruins, Lu Ming and the girl waited quietly for 1.5 hours. The tremors outside finally subsided. Hey, how about this? You name a price, and I'll buy those beast souls. What do you think? The girl looked at Lu Ming, still thinking about those beast souls. I'm not selling. Lu Ming refused without hesitation. Those beast souls had been refined with a secret technique. At the critical moment, they could be merged with one's body to unleash a powerful force. These were life-saving treasures. How could Lu Ming bear to sell them? Let me tell you, although these beast souls can increase your combat strength temporarily, you can't use them with your current cultivation and physical body. If you merge with them, you'll definitely explode and die. The girl said. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming was stubborn. The girl gritted her teeth. In the end, she snorted and turned to leave. Hey, we're going to be together for a long time. I can't keep calling you hey. I'm Lu Ming. What's your name? Lu Ming said. The girl stopped and turned around. Remember, I'm Xianxia. This name will be your nightmare in the future. Lu Ming smiled and walked to the other side of the cave. The underground cave was huge and there were 5 or 6 entrances on the walls. There might be some treasures in these entrances that were worth exploring. The entrances were not big. After walking in, he found that it was a small cave. It should have been dug by someone. There was a stone bed, a stone table, and a few stone stools inside. There was nothing else. Lu Ming looked around and was a little disappointed. He walked out of the cave and walked to another one. There was still nothing to be found in this cave. It was completely empty. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked out. He found Xianxia walking out of another cave. Lu Ming, let me tell you, from today onwards, this half belongs to me and the other half belongs to you. You are not allowed to step into the caves that I am in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Xianxia waved his hand and drew a line in the middle. Fine, I won't go. Lu Ming curled his lips. He had learned about Xianxia's strange temper. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Xianxia walked into another cave angrily. Let's look at the storage ring and the 2 secret manuals. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He could not be bothered with Xianxia. He turned and walked into a cave, sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. With a thought, he appeared in the temple of Paragon. He moved his hand and the storage ring appeared in his hand. This is a storage ring left behind by a martial king. What is in it? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He wanted to enter the storage ring to check it out. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming was stunned. He could not enter the storage ring. It was blocked by a layer of inscriptions. There were powerful inscriptions on the storage ring that prevented others from prying into it. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He wailed in his heart, is this how it works? It wasn't easy to get a storage ring of a martial king, but I can't open it. Isn't this too much of a scam? I don't believe it. Lu Ming clenched his teeth. He held the storage ring in his hand and circulated his true qi. Strands of true qi rushed towards the inscription on the storage ring like a dragon. With a sizzling sound, the genuine qi dissipated, and the inscription remained motionless. So many years have passed, but the inscriptions are still so sturdy. Lu Ming was speechless. Following which, he continued to inject his Xianxia. Similarly, the true qi dissipated, and the inscriptions remained motionless. My cultivation is too weak. I can't open it at all. Eh? That's not right. The inscription is slightly weakened. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He sensed it carefully and found that the inscriptions on the storage ring were indeed slightly weakened. Although it was only a tiny bit, almost negligible, it showed that Lu Ming's true qi had some effect on the storage ring. As long as it was effective, as long as he persisted, he would be able to open it sooner or later. Continue. Lu Ming roused himself and continued to inject true qi into the storage ring. 3 hours later, Lu Ming was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. However, the inscriptions on the storage ring were only slightly weakened. It was probably only 1/10,000th of its original strength. Sigh, it seems like I can only slowly grind it down in the future. In the future, as my cultivation level increases, the speed of weakening this inscription will definitely be faster. This is a storage ring of a martial king expert, it is worth it to spend some effort. Lu Ming thought. Now, let's take a look at the 2 secret manuals. Lu Ming took out the 2 secret manuals and started to read them. When he opened them, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The first book was called Ancient Shield Technique. It was an Earth-rank low-grade defensive martial skill. It was an Earth-level martial skill, and a rare defensive martial skill. Lu Ming couldn't help but be happy. One had to know that in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, upper Earth-level martial skills were the best martial skills. Ordinary people were not qualified to learn them. Ancient Shield Technique was a lower Earth-level martial skill. After mastering it, one could condense an ancient shield to protect oneself. When one cultivated to the first level, they would be able to form an ancient shield. When one reached the second level, 2 ancient shields could be condensed. And so on. When one reached the 6th level, 6 ancient shields could be condensed. Moreover, the ancient shields could be controlled and stacked at will. Although it was similar to Duan Gang's defensive martial skill, its power and profoundness were much stronger. If I can successfully cultivate this martial skill, then how strong would my defense be? Lu Ming's heart was burning. This was an Earth-level martial skill. Its power was much stronger than a profound-level martial skill. As long as one reached the first level of a lower Earth-level martial skill, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a superior profound-level martial skill. Its power was simply unimaginable. Lu Ming's lower profound-level martial skill, the Flaming Astral Spear Art, had not reached the 6th level, let alone the 6th level of a superior profound-level martial skill. After reading the Ancient Shield Technique, Lu Ming looked at another book. 3 Dao Palms, a lower Earth-level martial skill. Another lower Earth-level martial skill. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. Lu Ming looked carefully and was envious of the 3 Dao Palms' power. Which book should he cultivate? Although a lower Earth-level martial skill was powerful, the difficulty of cultivating it was equally terrifying. Now that there was no chanting, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending martial skills would definitely decrease. It was impossible to cultivate both books at the same time. He could only choose one to try. I'll cultivate the Ancient Shield Technique first. In terms of offense, I have the Flaming Astral Spear Art. Moreover, I haven't reached the highest level yet, so there's no rush. Lu Ming made up his mind to cultivate the Ancient Shield Technique first. After that, he put away the 3 Dao Palms and started to carefully study the Ancient Shield Technique. An Earth-level martial skill was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming spent a few hours but still couldn't find the way. No rush, no rush. An Earth-level martial skill is definitely not that easy to cultivate. I'll just spend some time every day to slowly comprehend it. Lu Ming secretly warned himself. At this moment, Lu Ming's true qi had almost recovered. Immediately, Lu Ming stood up and walked to the 3rd platform. He placed 9 spirit crystals on the stone platform. Soon, a human figure condensed. Cultivation begins. Lu Ming muttered and rushed towards the human figure. Boom boom boom, the 2 human figures constantly bombarded each other. In the process of the battle, Lu Ming constantly looked for the shortcomings of his martial skill to make up for his weaknesses. This kind of battle progressed very quickly. When his true qi was exhausted, Lu Ming stopped and recovered his true qi while comprehending the Ancient Shield Technique. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming realized that every time he placed 9 spirit crystals, the human figure could only last for 6 hours before dissipating. Lu Ming made great progress in the continuous battle. His martial skill had improved significantly. A few days later, Lu Ming came out of the Temple of Paragon and went to the tunnel. He fought with the fire spirit and comprehended the fire force. Every day, Lu Ming's schedule was packed to the brim. He strived to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Xianxia also hid in the opposite cave every day. He was probably cultivating as well. Just like that, a month passed. Moon seizing. In the tunnel, Lu Ming swept his spear and a dozen fire spirits were sent flying and exploded in the air. The flaming astral spear art has finally reached the 6th level, man and martial skill as one. After a month of hard work, the flaming astral spear art had finally broken through to the 6th level. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased once again. His fire force had also improved and he was getting closer to the small success stage. Unfortunately, the ancient shield art's progress was still slow and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the 1st level. However, he was still improving in all aspects. Lu Ming roused himself and continued to cultivate. The flaming astral spear art had already reached the great completion stage. Next, Lu Ming focused more on the ancient shield art and the fire force. He spent more than half of the day fighting the flame spirit in this tunnel. His understanding of the fire force had increased by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On the 3rd platform in the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming was fighting with a blurry figure. That figure had completely replicated Lu Ming's combat strength. No matter how much Lu Ming improved, the figure also improved. Boom! Boom! The flaming tongue spear was like a fire dragon in Lu Ming's hands. It danced in the air and unleashed a powerful force. The space kept exploding. There's a flaw. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. His spear was like lightning as it pierced towards the figure's right shoulder. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce his shoulder, a light suddenly flashed from his body, and a shield about 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared. The shield looked very ancient, and it was bronze in color. It looked like it was a shield used by ancient people in battle. Clang, the spear pierced the shield and there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming used all his strength to pierce the shield, but the shield didn't budge. The huge force caused Lu Ming's spear to bend. Whoosh! At this moment, the figure also pierced towards Lu Ming. It was as fast as lightning and there was no time to dodge. Ancient shield. With a thought, an ancient shield identical to the other party's appeared in front of Lu Ming. When the other party's spear struck the shield, it did not budge at all. This was the ancient shield technique. After 2 months of hard work, Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it 2 days ago. He had reached the 1st level and was able to condense an ancient shield to protect himself. An Earth-grade martial skill was indeed worthy of being called an Earth-grade martial skill. Its power was still beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break it in the slightest. With the ancient shield technique, as long as the person's combat strength was similar to his, he would be in an invincible position. Boom! Lu Ming and that figure both used the ancient shield technique. The two of them completely ignored each other's attacks and attacked each other crazily. Even if it is an Earth-grade martial skill, it should have a weakness. It is impossible for it to be flawless. What I need to do is to find the weakness of the ancient shield technique in the fierce battle with myself. This way, my comprehension of the ancient shield technique will be greatly increased. Lu Ming was very clear in his heart that the figure condensed on the 3rd platform had the same combat strength as him. As long as he continuously wanted to defeat himself, his martial skill would continue to improve. Fire force, just a little bit more and I will be able to reach the small success stage. I feel that it won't be long. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. Every aspect of his body was improving, which made Lu Ming feel extremely refreshed. What was more refreshing than watching yourself become stronger and stronger? The battle continued until 6 hours were up. When the spiritual chi of the spiritual crystals was almost exhausted, Lu Ming stopped. Holding a spiritual crystal with both hands, Lu Ming began to recover. With the appearance of the spirit-devouring bloodline, the spirit energy in the spirit crystal was devoured and refined by the bloodline in the blink of an eye, turning into Lu Ming's vital energy. Soon, Lu Ming's vital energy recovered and even improved. A few days ago, Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved a little and he had reached the mid-second stage of the martial master realm. After recovering his true qi, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and planned to walk around the cave to relax his mind. After arriving at the cave, Lu Ming couldn't help but look at the cave where Xianxia was. It had been 2 months and Xianxia had been hiding in that cave and hadn't come out. Moreover, Lu Ming could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. What's in that cave? Lu Ming was overflowing with curiosity and decided to take a look. He restrained his aura and carefully approached. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, the sound of flowing water became even clearer. Great, so there really is water. I haven't had a drop of water for a month. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. Although he had some water in his storage ring, he had used it up a month ago. In the past month, he hadn't had a drop of water. Although with his cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't drink water for half a year because he could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish himself, it was still very uncomfortable. He tiptoed in, and a river came into view. Yes, a river. There was actually an underground river here. It was 5 to 6 meters wide and the river flowed to an unknown place. How was this a cave? It was clearly another huge underground cave. However, he didn't see Xianxia's figure. That's strange. Where did Xianxia go? Lu Ming walked to the underground river and looked around curiously. However, he didn't see Xianxia's figure. Who cares about her? She might be cultivating in another cave. I'll take a bath first. Lu Ming hadn't taken a bath for 2 months and felt that his whole body was about to stink. When he saw an underground river, he suddenly felt itchy all over. In no time, Lu Ming had taken off all his clothes. He was stark naked. Splash, at this moment, in the river in front of Lu Ming, water splashed and a figure emerged from the water. Wasn't that Xianxia? At this moment, Xianxia's upper body was almost exposed above the water. A large area of snow-white skin was reflected in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Xianxia was young, she had developed quite a lot. A pair of small rabbits stood erect in front of her chest. Drops of water hung on them, crystal clear. Lu Ming had never seen such a scene before. His eyes immediately widened as he stared blankly. When Xianxia came out of the water, she immediately saw a naked man standing in front of her. She was also stunned. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming with a confused expression. Ah! Pervert! After a while, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering shriek rang out from within the cave. Nestle! Lu Ming also came to his senses. He picked up his clothes and put them on quickly. Xianxia sank to the bottom of the water. In a few breaths of time, she rushed up again. The difference was that she was wearing a long dress. Lu Ming, you actually dared to peek at me bathing. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia screamed. Her body was like lightning as she rushed toward Lu Ming. While she was in the air, she continuously sent out a few palm strikes. A few powerful palm strikes blasted toward Lu Ming. Third layer martial master. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that Xianxia's cultivation had broken through in the past 2 months. Lu Ming did not take the attack head-on. He used the high air steps and his body flashed, avoiding Xianxia's palm strikes. After 2 months of cultivation, his high air steps had also improved to the 4th level. Don't even think about dodging. Xianxia shouted and sent out 6 palm strikes. In an instant, 6 demonic palm strikes blasted toward Lu Ming. So strong, she became stronger again. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Hey! Are you crazy? I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Ming yelled and used his high steps to evade the attack. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. Anyway, you saw it. I'm going to dig your eyeballs out. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Damn, so what if I saw it? You even saw my private parts? I only saw half of you, but you saw my whole body. How are we going to settle this? Lu Ming shouted angrily. Shameless pervert, shameless, despicable scum. Xianxia was so angry that his face turned red, and he cursed incoherently. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom! Boom! Xianxia's palm power became stronger and blocked Lu Ming from all directions. Even if Lu Ming used the soaring steps, it would be difficult for him to dodge. Ancient shield. Without hesitation, Lu Ming used the ancient shield secret art. An ancient shield condensed and floated in front of him. Boom. Boom, Xianxia's demonic great palm continuously smashed on the ancient shield. A series of violent explosions sounded. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming shook violently, but it was not broken. It completely blocked Xianxia's demonic great palm. Earth-level martial skill, you actually cultivated an earth-level martial skill? Xianxia let out an incredulous cry. Generally, only martial ancestor realm warriors were qualified to cultivate an earth-level martial skill. Now, Lu Ming, who was only a second-level martial master, was able to successfully cultivate it. No wonder Xianxia was shocked. Haha, now you know how powerful I am? How about this, since we've seen each other, why don't you follow me in the future? Well, don't fight anymore, I won't lower myself to your level. Lu Ming laughed loudly. He was very arrogant. I'll dig your eyes out from your big head. Xianxia shouted. Unwilling to give up, he launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. It had to be said that Xianxia was really too strong. In terms of battle prowess, Lu Ming was definitely not his match. However, Lu Ming had mastered the ancient shield technique. All of Xianxia's attacks were blocked by the ancient shield. Xianxia blasted out dozens of palms in succession, but he was unable to break through Lu Ming's defense. Instead, he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. Xianxia, you're the one who was unkind in the first place. You monopolized such a good place, yet you still have the nerve to attack me. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming coldly shouted. While defending, Lu Ming did not forget to attack. His long spear pierced through the air, constantly attacking Xianxia's vital points, but all of his attacks were scattered by Xianxia's palm power. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Finally, after exchanging a move, they both retreated more than 10 steps and stood facing each other. Xianxia was gasping for breath. When he thought of the scene just now, his cheeks flushed red. He stared fiercely at Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been pierced into a hornet's nest. Lu Ming was also sweating all over and panting like a cow. He held a few spirit crystals in his hand and controlled his blood to recover. Although the power of an earth-level martial skill was great, the consumption of true qi was also extremely terrifying. Hey, why are you staring at me so hard? Do you still want to see? I'm already dressed. Do you want me to take them off? Lu Ming could not help but say. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming wanted to slap himself and secretly scold himself for his cheap mouth. Sure enough, Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened and emitted a cold murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming a few times. However, this time, Xianxia did not make a move. Instead, he stared fiercely at Lu Ming and said coldly, "This time, I'll let it go. Now, please leave this place. I've already said before that this place belongs to me." It belongs to you? Why should it belong to you? This is an underground river. Can you use it all? I want to take a bath now. After the big battle, Lu Ming felt even more itchy all over. He wanted to jump into the underground river and take a bath. No. Xianxia said coldly. No? I'm a man. A man can't say no. Today, even if I can't, I have to. Hey, I'm going to take off my clothes. If you want to look at me more. After saying that, Lu Ming began to take off his clothes. He found that to deal with Xianxia, he could not use normal means. Instead, it was easier to deal with him by being a rascal. Sure enough, when Xianxia saw Lu Ming take off his clothes, his eyes were burning with anger. However, in the end, he had no choice but to clench his teeth and turn around to leave. Haha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took off his clothes and jumped into the underground river. The river water was extremely cold. Lu Ming was wrapped in it. Lu Ming felt that every pore on his body was opened and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Cool, this is too cool. Lu Ming could not help but sigh. Then, Lu Ming leisurely soaked in the water. Hey, there are fish in the water? Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was something swimming under the water. Lu Ming dived into the water. The underground river was quite deep, at least more than 10 meters deep. When Lu Ming dived down, he found many silver-white palm-sized prawns swimming around. So it's a prawn. Wait, is this a centenarian prawn? Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Centenarian prawn was a strange species that could live for at least 100 years. It was extremely rare and lived in places where people rarely went. The most famous thing about the centenarian prawn was that its meat was extremely delicious and contained a large amount of essence. If a martial artist consumed it, it could continuously improve their physical body and enhance their physical strength. In the outside world, each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. However, Lu Ming could see a group of them at a glance. No wonder Xianxia wanted to occupy this place and not leave. It turns out that there are centenarian prawns here. So cunning. Lu Ming originally felt a little sorry for Xianxia, but now he felt indignant. I'll catch it. Lu Ming grabbed with his claw. True Qi gushed out and formed a net of True Qi, covering the centenarian prawn. Splash, a group of at least 20 centenarian prawns was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a jade box and filled it with water. He placed the centenarian prawns in the jade box and kept it in the Temple of Paragon. Then, he twisted his body and swam forward like a fish, catching a group of centenarian prawns. In less than half an hour, Lu Ming had caught more than 100 centenarian prawns. There are so many centenarian prawns in this underground river. There should be more in other places. I'll come back in a few days. Lu Ming rushed out of the water with satisfaction and put on his clothes. When he walked out of the cave, he didn't see Xianxia in the cave outside. He should be in another cave. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered. He returned to the cave he was in before and sat on the stone bench. With a wave of his hand, a box of centenarian prawns was placed on the stone table. The centenarian prawns were palm-sized and silver-white in color. Lu Ming picked one up and shook it to death with his True Qi. Then, he peeled off the shell of the centenarian prawn. The crystal-clear and plump prawn meat was revealed. Lu Ming took a bite. It was soft and tender. There was no fishy smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. It was indeed very delicious. Lu Ming finished the centenarian prawn in a few bites. Then, he felt a cool energy spreading throughout his body, seeping into his muscles and bones. Waves of numbness and itchiness spread out. It was very comfortable. Immediately, Lu Ming used the Raging Flame Vajra art to refine the energy and increase the strength of his body. The centenarian prawns are indeed amazing. It's just as the rumors say. Then, Lu Ming ate more than 10 centenarian shrimps in a row. After refining the essence of the 10 centenarian shrimps, Lu Ming's body was constantly approaching the level of rank 2 upper realm. The taste is really good, but it should be better if I change the taste. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Then, his eyes lit up. He got up and walked out to the flaming passage. As soon as he walked into the passage, flames and fire spirits emerged from the passage. Grill them for me. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 10 centenarian shrimps appeared. They were controlled by Lu Ming's genuine qi and floated in the air. Lu Ming was actually using the flames here to grill the shrimps. If the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe who had set up these inscriptions saw this, they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their coffins. Sizzle, the centenarian shrimps made sizzling sounds. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. As for the fire spirits, they were all blown away by Lu Ming's long spear. As time passed, the aroma became stronger and stronger. In the end, the aroma filled the entire underground cave. Xianxia's figure appeared at the entrance of a cave and looked over curiously. When she saw Lu Ming looking at her, she couldn't help but snort coldly and return to the cave. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with her. At this time, the centenarian shrimps had been grilled. They were red all over. He walked out of the passage and picked up one to peel the shell. After peeling the shell, the aroma became several times stronger. He couldn't wait to take a bite. It was soft and fragrant. It was several times better than when it wasn't grilled. Awesome, this is awesome. Then, Lu Ming finished the dozen centenarian shrimps like a whirlwind. Satisfied, he returned to the cave to refine the essence of the centenarian shrimps. His physical body was constantly improving. Soon, the essence of the dozen centenarian shrimps was refined. At this time, a strong aroma came from outside. Lu Ming walked out of the cave and saw Xianxia roasting shrimps in the passage like him. Seeing Lu Ming, Xianxia blushed slightly. Then, she glared at Lu Ming and snorted coldly, then continued to grill shrimps. Haha. Lu Ming laughed and returned to the cave to continue cultivating. 5 days later, Lu Ming ran out of centenarian shrimps and went to the underground river to catch more. Xianxia was helpless. Lu Ming had cultivated the ancient shield. She couldn't break it for the time being, so she could only let Lu Ming catch it. She couldn't break it. She could only let Lu catch. In order to break through an Earth-tier defensive martial skill, only an Earth-tier offensive martial skill of the same level would be possible. Or, his cultivation was too high. Xianxia's cultivation technique was rather special. She had yet to start cultivating an Earth-level martial skill. You. Xianxia could only comfort herself like this. In this way, Lu Ming would catch centenarian shrimps every few days. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the collapse of this small plane. In the last period, Lu Ming's physical body rushed to complete second stage with the help of the centenarian shrimps. The progress was so fast that Lu Ming was speechless. Therefore, in the last few days, Lu Ming crazily caught centenarian shrimps and stored them. Of course, Xianxia did the same. Almost all the centenarian shrimps in the river were caught. When the 3 months were up, the place where the stone altar had exploded began to emit rays of light. On the ground, the inscriptions were shining and covered the ground like a net. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood aside and waited. A few hours later, the inscriptions were dazzling and finally condensed into a light door. The space path, the teleportation door. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After being trapped here for 3 months, he could finally get out. In these 3 months, he had gained a lot. Although the cultivation environment here was much better than outside, if he stayed here for a long time, his family and friends outside would be worried. Moreover, blindly cultivating was not necessarily better. Martial artists needed to experience various things in the mortal world to hone their state of mind. Only then could they continue to improve. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the teleportation door appeared, Lu Ming and Xianxia moved at the same time and rushed into the light door. After a while, when everything stabilized, Lu Ming found that he had returned to Mount Jiuyao. He and Xianxia stood on a huge monster stone statue. Under their feet, light was shining. Then, the light dimmed and everything returned to normal. It's a one-way teleportation. It seems that it's impossible to enter in the future. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Humph. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming fiercely. Anytime. But don't get beaten up by me the next time you see me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Beaten up by you? How is that possible? Next time, I'll definitely smash your turtle shell and trample you under my feet. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Then, his body flashed and disappeared under Mount Jiuyao like a black butterfly. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. I wonder how the war in Dongke City is going. Lu Ming's thoughts returned to the war in Dongke City. Then, Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the top of the tree and rushed to Dongke City. Half a day later, Dongke City was in sight. But now, the situation in Dongke City was completely different from 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Dongke City was on high alert. But now, Dongke City's gates were open and people were coming in and out in an endless stream. It seemed that the war in Dongke City was over. After Lu Ming entered the city, he went straight to the mayor's mansion. He wanted to find Fu Liang to ask about the situation. When he showed his identity as a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he naturally met Fu Liang. Lu Ming, you're not dead? Fu Liang was shocked to see Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, City Lord Fu, I'm fine. Young hero Lu Ming, it's great that you're not dead. That day, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect came back and said that you've died in the ruins of the Dongi tribe. Fu Liang told him about the situation during this period. 3 months ago, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect came back with only 50 people left. They said that the others had died in the ruins of the Dongi tribe. The Dongi tribe also retreated to the coastal mountains one day later. This incident shook the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Many people came to find Lu Ming, but in the end, they all returned without success. Lu Ming guessed that those people should be Pangshi, Feng Wu, Mulins, and the others. I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword sect has confirmed the fact that you've died in battle. This news has also been reported to your family. Fu Liang said. What? They've already reported to my family. Lu Ming's heart tightened. If Li Ping knew that he was dead, how sad would she be? In Li Ping's heart, Lu Yuntian was already dead. Lu Ming was her only hope. If she knew that Lu Ming was dead, how desperate would she be? At this moment, Lu Ming was anxious to return home. Thank you, Mayor Fu. I have to go home now. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Without a moment's hesitation, he left the mayor's mansion and rushed toward Firestorm City. Fortunately, Dongke City was not too far away from Windy Fire City. Lu Ming used the high air steps and traveled at full speed. He was like a gust of wind as he rushed toward Windy Fire City. When his true chi was exhausted, he used spirit crystals to recover. Ah? Look, who's that? Lu Ming, that's the young lord of the Lu clan, Lu Ming. Didn't they say that he was dead? So he's not dead. Something big is going to happen. As soon as Lu Ming walked into Firestorm City, the crowd looked at him in disgust. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Other than surprise, there was also a trace of pity. Lu Ming was puzzled, but he did not stop. He went straight to the Lu clan. After a while, he arrived at the gate of the Lu clan. Who's there? Stop right there, ah? You're the young lord? Lu Ming. A burly man guarding the gate shouted. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, he cried out in surprise. The other burly men guarding the gate were also shocked. It's me. I'm not dead. Get out of the way. Lu Ming said. With that, he was about to walk in. However, the burly men guarding the gate pulled out their sabers and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you can't go in. Impudent. Lu Ming shouted. His frown deepened. The guards of the Lu clan actually called him by his name and pulled out their sabers to stop him. Something was wrong. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, the burly men's faces turned pale. Obviously, they were afraid. One of them gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, we're following orders. No one is allowed to go in. Following orders? Whose orders? Lu Ming scolded, but the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Young lord, go, don't come back. Suddenly, a white-haired old man rushed out from inside and shouted loudly. Uncle Chong, what's going on? Lu Ming shouted. The old man was an old servant of the Lu clan. He did not have much cultivation, but he had always been loyal to the Lu clan. Young lord, it's the Grand Elder. He's back, and he's bringing a lot of experts with him. He wants to take over the Lu clan for himself. Several of the core elders were killed, and the other branches of the Lu clan have already submitted to the Grand Elder. He shouted at the count. What? Lu Yunxiong. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. Where is my mother? How is my mother? Lu Ming immediately thought of Li Ping. Madam has been locked up in the courtyard of the main hall and has been interrogated by them for 2 days. This old servant doesn't know how the situation is. Young master, the great elder has brought many experts with him this time. You are no match for him. You should leave first. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Uncle Chong tried to persuade him, but worry was written all over his face. Boom. Boom. Boom, Uncle Chong's words were like bolts of lightning that exploded in Lu Ming's heart. In an instant, an indescribable cold killing intent was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Lu Yunxiong. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes extremely cold. At the same time, he was extremely afraid that something had happened to Li Ping. The burly gatekeepers and Uncle Chong shuddered, and a gust of cold air rushed to the top of their heads. Whoosh, suddenly, a cold light shot out from behind the door. It was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked, and it was too late for him to save Li Ping. A sword light pierced through Uncle Chong's back. Blood splattered everywhere, and Uncle Chong fell to the ground. "Young lord, leave now. Leave now." Uncle Chong shouted, and gradually stopped breathing. A young man in his 20s walked out from behind the door and said coldly, "Old man, how dare you leak information? You're courting death." Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a slightly surprised expression. "Lu Ming, you're really lucky to be alive after falling into the Dongyi ruins. However, you shouldn't have come back. Since you're back, I'll send you on your way. Die." At this moment, Lu Ming's expression calmed down, but the murderous intent in his eyes was colder than 10,000-year-old ice. This young man had a green tree embroidered on his sleeve. Obviously, he was a young expert from the Duanmu family. "What? You want to kill me? I know your combat strength is comparable to an ordinary 5th-level martial master, but I'm also a 5th-level martial master. Do you think I'm an ordinary 5th-level martial master?" The young man from the Duanmu family sneered. "Nonsense, die." Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The powerful true qi, coupled with the power of fire, was like a volcano erupting. Boom! The long spear swept towards the young man from the Duanmu family. The young man from the Duanmu family's expression changed greatly, and he blocked with his sword. However, boom! Lu Ming's long spear collided with his long sword. He felt as though he had been hit by a volcano. His body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through 2 walls consecutively before finally being embedded in the 3rd wall. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. One move, just one move, and all the bones in his body were broken, and he was embedded into the wall like a pile of mud. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He was a genius, and his combat strength was not something an ordinary 5th-level martial master could compare to. Yet, he could not even block one move from Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear and walked step by step towards the young man from the Duanmu family. The guards at the door were scared out of their wits, and their bodies trembled. "Lu Ming, don't kill me. My Duanmu family has a 9th-level martial master expert here. If you kill me, your whole family will die, and your mother will be miserable." The young man from the Duanmu family screamed in horror. Whoosh! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a spear light, and shot out, piercing through the young man's heart and nailing him to the wall. Lu Ming's body moved, and he jumped over 2 walls. He pulled out the long spear and headed towards the Lu family's courtyard. The Lu family's courtyard was outside the Lu family's conference hall, and it occupied a large area. At this moment, there was an armchair at the entrance of the conference hall. An old man was sitting on it, resting with his eyes closed. There were more than 10 people around the old man, and one of them was Lu Yunxiong. He was staring coldly at the courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Ping and 4 other core elders of the Lu family stood together. They were surrounded by more than 30 burly men. These people were basically from the Duanmu family. However, there was an exception, and that was Ning Kong. Yes, Ning Feng's father, one of the chief elders of the Vermilion Bird family, Ning Kong. "Li Ping, have you thought it through? Announce to the entire Lu family that you will pass the patriarch position to me, and then kneel in front of everyone and apologize to me, admitting that you have wronged me." Lu Yunxiong looked coldly at Li Ping and said, "Don't even think about it. In your dreams." Li Ping rejected immediately. "Don't even think about it? You're about to die, and you're still holding on. I've starved you for 2 days, and it seems like it's not enough. Then continue to starve and stand here. I'll see how long you can hold on." Lu Yunxiong said gloomily. Li Ping's face was pale, and her body was trembling. She looked extremely weak. 2 days, it had been 2 days. She had been forced by Lu Yunxiong to stand in the courtyard without food or water, and she had to endure the scorching sun. "Lu Yunxiong, give up. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Li Ping scolded. "Bitch, what's the point of holding on? Your husband is dead, and now that little bastard Lu Ming is dead too. You dare to go against me? I want all of you dead." Lu Yunxiong scolded. Nonsense. My son Lu Ming will never die. Li Ping shouted. He won't die? Don't deceive yourself. He can't be any more dead. You have no one to rely on. Lu Yunxiong sneered and attacked Li Ping. Ming. Li Ping's body trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Although she did not admit it, she knew very well that Lu Ming was afraid that an accident had really happened. The Mystic Essence Sword sect sent someone to announce it. How could it be wrong? She was in despair. Lu Yunxiong, aren't you afraid of being punished by the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect? A core elder shouted angrily. Haha, punish? When Lu Ming was alive, he was indeed a peerless genius and was valued by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. But now that he's dead, who would punish me for a dead person? Moreover, everyone here is from the Duanmu family. How could the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect punish someone from the Duanmu family? What a joke. Lu Yunxiong laughed wildly. The other burly men from the Duanmu family also laughed proudly. What a pity. What a pity that little bastard Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, I would kill his mother in front of him and let him have a taste of losing his family. Ning Kong's tone was very cold. Bah, a shameless person. Like father, like son. Look at you. No wonder your son died in Minger's hands. Li Ping glared at Ning Kong and said disdainfully. You're courting death. Ning Kong was furious and said to Lu Yunxiong, Brother Lu, I don't think we should wait any longer. Let me take action now and torture this bitch. I want her to beg for death. At that time, she will agree to whatever conditions you have. Lu Yunxiong, let's do it this way. We don't have so much time to waste here. The old man from the Duanmu clan opened his eyes and said. Good. Then let's do it this way. I'll leave this person to Brother Ning. You can do whatever you want. Just use whatever means you have. Lu Yunxiong sneered. Lu Yunxiong, what are you trying to do? How could you treat a member of the Lu clan like this? Are you still human? A core elder of the Lu family roared. Bang, suddenly, Ning Kong's figure moved, and a palm strike landed on this core elder's body. Ning Kong was a 9th-level martial master expert, a core elder of the Lu clan. How could he possibly block it? His body was pierced through by the boundless palm energy, and he was sent flying, no longer breathing. You old fogies, why are you chirping here? You're courting death. Ning Kong said coldly. All of you will die a horrible death. Lu Yunxiong, you will suffer retribution. The other 3 core elders roared. Now, only 3 of the 7 core elders of the Lu clan were left. The rest were killed by the Duanmu clan 2 days ago. Shut up, you old fogies. I wanted to spare your lives, but it seems like it's no longer necessary. Attack, kill them. Lu Yunxiong waved his hand. Clang. Clang, around them, a few burly men from the Duanmu clan unsheathed their sabers and were about to attack. At that moment, a burly man who was covered in blood staggered in. Oh no, oh no. The burly man shouted. What's going on? Lu Yunxiong's face changed. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The burly man exclaimed. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. What Lu Ming? Lu Ming is dead. Lu Yunxiong said. No, he's not dead. He's not dead. He killed his way in. The burly man shouted, his eyes shining with fear. What? Lu Yunxiong and the others were shocked. As for Li Ping and the other 3 core elders, they were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Ming is not dead. Ming is not dead. Li Ping muttered to himself, tears of joy rolling down his cheeks. He was so excited that his body trembled. Haha, the young lord is not dead. I knew it. The young lord is a genius, how could he die? The core elders of the Lu clan laughed. Impossible, how is this possible? Lu Yunxiong roared. Nothing is impossible. A cold voice came from the sky. A young figure stepped on the void, his body as light as a feather, and floated in. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's really him, he's not dead. Exclamations could be heard from the crowd. Haha, it's really the young lord. The three core elders laughed. Ming-er. Li Ping was excited. Lu Ming, it's really him. Lu Yunxiong and Ning Kong growled in shock. Lu Ming did not look at the others. He took several steps forward and landed in front of Li Ping like a gust of wind. Looking at Li Ping's pale face, Lu Ming felt a throbbing pain in his heart. His eyes reddened as he said, "Mother, I'm late, I've made you suffer." Ming-er, is it really you? Mother thought I'd never see you again. Li Ping caressed Lu Ming's face as tears flowed down her cheeks. Initially, she really thought that Lu Ming was dead, and her heart was filled with despair. But now, Lu Ming was standing in front of her, alive and well. The joy was indescribable, and she seemed to have recovered a lot in an instant. "Mother, take this pill." Lu Ming took out a pill that could replenish blood and qi, and fed it to Li Ping. Li Ping took the pill, but as if she remembered something, her face changed. "Ming-er, leave quickly, don't care about Mother, leave quickly." "Leave? Since you're here, you want to leave? Ridiculous." Lu Yunxiong said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming slowly turned around. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold as ice. His gaze swept across Lu Yunxiong, Ning Kong, and the other members of the Duanmu family. He said coldly, "All of you must die." Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely strong. He had never felt such a strong murderous intent toward anyone before. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be killed. For Lu Ming, his family was his reverse scale. "Haha, Lu Ming, you still want to kill us? What a joke." Lu Yunxiong laughed. "Kill, Lu Ming must be killed. Kill him, and pretend that he didn't appear today, that he died in the Dongi ruins." The old man in the armchair stood up and said coldly. If Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it would be difficult for them to act. They might as well kill Lu Ming today, and pretend that Lu Ming didn't appear and died in the Dongi ruins. This way, as long as the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect didn't send people to investigate, they wouldn't know. "Lu Ming, it's good that you're not dead. Today, I'll kill the person closest to you in front of you, and let you taste the pain of losing a loved one, haha." Ning Kong laughed. "Lu Ming, you're really stupid. If I were you, I would run back to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. How dare you show up here in broad daylight? You're the one who's looking for death. Young master, leave quickly. Don't worry about us." A core elder roared. "Kill. Kill." However, Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. His aura exploded as he swept his long spear towards the surrounding Duanmu family members. "Kill him!" Lu Yunxiong shouted. Swish! Swish! Sabers were unsheathed one by one. The surrounding Duanmu family members shouted angrily as they slashed towards Lu Ming. Dozens of people attacked together. However, when Lu Ming's long spear swept past, the saber radiance collapsed. 5 or 6 men were swept away by Lu Ming like cannonballs. They crashed into the wall of the courtyard and slid down like mud, without any signs of life. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted angrily as he swept his spear again. Another 7 or 8 men were killed. These were all martial artists in the martial master realm. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. "Attack, martial masters, attack!" Lu Yunxiong was shocked and furious. On the stairs, more than 10 martial master realm martial artists dashed out and pounced on Lu Ming. Among the dozen or so martial grand masters, the lowest cultivation was at the 1st level of the martial grand master realm and the highest was at the 5th level of the martial grand master realm. When more than 10 people joined forces, their power was shocking. Landslide. In an instant, Lu Ming erupted with all his strength without holding back. He brought out his bloodline and the power of fire, bringing out his full combat prowess. During this period of time, Lu Ming had made great progress. Before he came out, his fire force had reached small success. His fire force had reached small success and its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's entire body was filled with scorching heat, as if he was a volcano with raging flames. Boom! Lu Ming ignored the attacks. He swept his long spear with the force of a landslide. Bang! Bang! The result was the same as before. Lu Ming was unstoppable. 4 to 5 strong martial masters were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their internal organs were shattered. They died before they landed on the ground. Strong, unbelievably strong. Lu Yunxiong and the others gasped in shock and anger. Li Ping and the 3 core elders were shocked, surprised, and delighted. Kill. Lu Ming's murderous aura surged like a tide, his momentum like a rainbow. His eyes had already turned red from the killing. Boom, with another sweep of the spear, a few more great martial masters were killed. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, like an undefeatable god of war, killing unhindered. The people of the Duanmu clan were extremely shocked and couldn't help but retreat. This brat can't be left alive. He's too terrifying. Ning Kong, Lu Yunxiong, and the others roared in their hearts. Every time he saw Lu Ming, he would discover that Lu Ming's strength would increase crazily, as if it would never stop. I'll kill him. Ning Kong roared furiously, his body pouncing towards Lu Ming like an eagle. While in midair, he struck out with his palm. Ning Kong was a peak expert of the 9th level of the martial master realm. This palm strike was earth-shattering. The space rumbled and the air exploded. A terrifying pressure surged towards Lu Ming. Ancient shield. An ancient shield appeared, blocking in front of Lu Ming. Explode. At the same time, Lu Ming exploded with his strongest move, blasting towards Ning Kong's palm force. Boom, terrifying shockwaves rolled in all directions. Lu Ming's attack was destroyed. The powerful palm force continued to blast towards Lu Ming. Li Ping turned pale with fright. At this moment, Li Ping was led by the 3 core elders to a corner of the courtyard. Clang, the powerful palm force blasted onto the shield in front of Lu Ming, causing a violent explosion. The ancient shield was vibrating continuously. Thereafter, it exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's body was thrown backward for more than 20 meters. He slammed heavily against a wall before coming to a stop. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9th level of the martial master realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Just now, he had resisted with all his strength. First, he used the explode to reduce a part of the opponent's palm force. Then, he used the ancient shield art to resist. Even with his perfect second stage body, he was still injured by the palm. My bloodline is indeed useless against an existence 5 levels higher than me. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, his bloodline had not erupted yet. It could have devoured half of the attack, but it had failed just now. Ning Kong's cultivation was 7 levels higher than his. The difference was too great. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that Ning Kong and the others were even more shocked. Ning Kong's palm was blocked by Lu Ming. Although he was injured, he was not killed. This was too unbelievable. Especially Ning Kong himself, who was even more shocked. One had to know that he was a 9th level martial master expert. Although he did not go all out, he was confident that even a martial artist who was an 8th level martial master would be injured by his palm. What was Lu Ming's cultivation level, the 2nd level of the martial master realm? How was this possible? Earth level martial skill, you actually cultivated an earth level martial skill? The Duanmu family elder who was sitting on the armchair shouted crazily. What? Earth level martial skill? The others were even more shocked. Earth level martial skills were extremely rare. The difficulty of cultivating them was even more shocking. Normally, only martial ancestor realm warriors could cultivate them. Lu Ming was only a 2nd level martial master. How could he cultivate it successfully? Kill, we must kill him. At this moment, Lu Yunxiong, Ning Kong, and the Duanmu family elders were all shouting in their hearts. They were afraid. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, who knew how powerful he would be, that would be their disaster. Only by killing him in the cradle could they avoid this disaster. Boom, Ning Kong's aura surged. As for the Duanmu family elder, his aura also erupted. He was a 9th level martial master and was even stronger than Ning Kong. He was at the peak of the 9th level martial master. Lu Ming, you must die today. Lu Yunxiong roared. Is that so? You're the one who will die today. Lu Ming's voice was very indifferent. Leave quickly. you're still not their match. As long as you leave, they won't dare to do anything to me. Li Ping shouted, extremely worried. Those people were too strong. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Mother, don't worry. Even if the person who hurt you is at the end of the world, I will kill him. Lu Ming smiled slightly. At this moment, his hand glowed. The fire-tongue spear disappeared and was replaced by the demon-banishing spear. Beast soul, beast soul. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Lu Ming whispered. That's right. He planned to merge with the beast soul and fight with Ning Kong. There were 2.5 beast souls in the demon-banishing spear. 2 of them were at the peak of martial ancestor realm and were known as half-step king beast souls. The other half was a king beast soul. Lu Ming planned to merge with the peak of martial ancestor realm beast soul. However, he was taking a huge risk. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation and physical strength, he was not confident that he would be able to withstand the recoil. However, this was the only way at the moment. Beast soul, come out. The demon-banishing spear shook and a beast roar was heard. A huge black wolf howled and flew into Lu Ming's body. Boom! At this moment, an extremely strong aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was strong, evil, tyrannical, and filled with killing intent. Roar! Lu Ming could not help but roar. His voice did not sound like a human's, but more like a wolf's. Oh no, he's merging with the beast soul. What a powerful beast soul. Stop him. Boom. Boom, the Duanmu family's elder and Ning Kong attacked. 2 terrifying attacks blasted toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming roared and leaped forward, sweeping his spear horizontally. The air exploded and the space trembled. Water-like ripples appeared. With 2 loud explosions, the Duanmu family's elder and Ning Kong trembled and flew backward. Ning Kong was even worse off. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can it be so strong? What level is that demonic beast? Ning Kong shouted in disbelief. He can't hold on for long after fusing with such a powerful beast soul. He will explode from the beast soul's power. Let's attack together and make him explode faster. The Duanmu family's elder roared. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed under great pressure. The beast soul's violent power was rampaging in his body. His muscles and bones groaned as if they could explode at any time. Even his perfected rank 2 body could not withstand it. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed at his spine and a powerful devouring force was emitted. This devouring power had neutralized most of the violent tearing force. This greatly reduced the pressure on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared and rushed forward. His target was Lu Yunxiong. He had to kill Lu Yunxiong. Save me! Lu Yunxiong turned pale with fright. His legs were trembling as he retreated. At this moment, the Duanmu family's elder and Ning Kong attacked again. The other Duanmu family members cooperated and attacked. Streaks of sword chi, saber light, and palm energy tore through the air toward Lu Ming. Sky-splitting wolf! Lu Ming roared. His long hair danced in the wind and his aura was demonic. With a thrust of his spear, wolf howls could be heard. From the spear, huge black wolves flew out. This was the combat technique of the huge black wolf beast soul. As he had fused with the beast soul, Lu Ming could use it temporarily. The huge black wolves pounced, their claws splitting the sky as they pounced toward the Duanmu family's experts. Ah! Ah! Blood-curdling screams rose and fell. More than 10 men from the Duanmu family were torn apart. The Duanmu family elder and Ning Kong were forced back by 7 or 8 black wolves. Kill! Kill them all! Lu Ming wielded his spear and charged towards the remaining Duanmu clan members like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Blood splattered everywhere, and blood chi permeated the air. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed into a god of death, slaughtering to his heart's content. Every time a spear shadow flashed, a person would be killed. In just a few breaths, more than 20 people were killed. Fiendish demon, go! The remaining 10 or so members of the Duanmu clan were scared out of their wits. They ran for their lives and fled outside. Lu Ming's figure flashed and killed a few more people. Retreat! Lu Ming is no match for him. Let's retreat first. The old man from the Duanmu clan was so scared that his face was trembling. He roared in anger and then let out a long howl. Ga. Then, a bird cry came from the sky. The two large eagles swooped down. You want to retreat? Stay here. Lu Ming shouted and dashed out, sweeping his spear. Boom. Boom, the old man from the Duanmu clan and Ning Kong joined forces and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. However, the result was that the two of them were forced to retreat. Ning Kong's face turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Go. The old man from the Duanmu clan borrowed the force and retreated to Lu Yunxiong's side. He grabbed Lu Yunxiong and soared into the sky, reaching 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Although experts at the peak of the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm could not fly, it was not difficult for them to jump a few hundred meters. At this moment, the two large eagles had also flown to this distance. The old man from the Duanmu clan and Lu Yunxiong landed on the back of one of the large eagles. The large eagle cried out and soared into the sky. Lu Yunxiong was Lu Yao's father and Duanmu Lin's future father-in-law. His status was not ordinary and he had to save him. Bang! At this moment, Ning Kong stomped his foot and soared into the sky, flying toward the other large eagle. Stay here. Lu Ming roared. His body was like a cannonball as he soared into the sky and charged toward Ning Kong. Landslide. The long spear was like a mountain as it charged toward Ning Kong. Blood slaughter. Ning Kong roared and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He exerted all his strength and a terrifying aura roared as he threw out a few palm strikes. The blood and palm energy gathered and formed a few blood-red palm prints that blasted toward Lu Ming. Ning Kong was putting his life on the line. He had even used his secret technique. However, he still could not stop Lu Ming. After merging with the beast soul of a peak martial grandmaster, Lu Ming's strength was infinitely close to the martial grandmaster realm. He stood at the peak of the martial grandmaster realm. Ning Kong was no match for him. The long spear struck and the palm prints were destroyed one by one. Ning Kong coughed out blood and retreated. He used this self-harming method and finally landed on the large eagle's back. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body fell downward. Haha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? Dream on. You've killed so many people from the Duanmu family. No matter what, the Duanmu family will not let you off. Ning Kong laughed loudly. However, as he laughed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as a sheet. That's right. Lu Ming, wait for the anger of the Duanmu family. Your Lu family will be burned to ashes by this anger. The Duanmu family's elder and Lu Yunxiong rode on the large eagle and floated 1,000 meters in the air. At this moment, the Duanmu family's elder said coldly. The Duanmu family had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Even the elder himself had been forced to flee. This was a great humiliation and the anger in his heart burned fiercely. Lu Ming, wait for your death. Lu Yunxiong roared angrily. Who allowed you to leave? Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was falling, spoke coldly. He suddenly stomped his feet in the air and his body actually stopped falling. Instead, he shot up. At this moment, his strength had increased tremendously. Even the power of the airborne steps had increased greatly. How can this be? Ning Kong was shocked. He was only a few hundred meters in the air. It was too late for him to go back up. He could only try his best to control the large eagle and escape. The large eagle spread its wings and flew forward rapidly. Die! Lu Ming roared. He held the spear with one hand and bent his body into the shape of a bow. Then, he threw out the long spear. Using his body as a bow and the spear as an arrow, the long spear whistled through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. This was Lu Ming's full-powered spear. In an instant, it had crossed a few hundred meters and pierced towards Ning Kong. No! Ning Kong wailed. However, it was too late for him to dodge due to his heavy injuries. Poochie, the long spear pierced through Ning Kong's chest, bringing out a stream of blood. A large hole was blasted in Ning Kong's chest. His eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and fear. As for the large eagle, it was shocked by the murderous intent of the spear. It cried out continuously and stopped in the air. Swoosh, Lu Ming took a few steps back. In an instant, he had crossed a few hundred meters and landed on the back of the large eagle. Lu Ming, Ning Kong cried out a few times in despair. Then, his vitality dissipated and he was no longer breathing. Let's go. Above, Lu Yunxiong and the old man from the Duanmu family almost wet their pants. They hurriedly urged the large eagle to fly towards the mystic essence sword sect. Lu Ming raised his head and looked. He circulated the essential qi in his body and it burst out. The large eagle under his feet cried out and obeyed the order obediently. Ming-er, are you all right? Li Ping hurried over and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Young master. The 3 core elders of the Lu family were shocked. Their young master had grown to such a level, in their eyes, the Duanmu family's experts were invincible. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, they were killed like babies. They were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. 3 core elders, please take care of my mother. Lu Ming looked at the 3 core elders. Yes. The 3 core elders replied instinctively. Ming-er, where are you going? Li Ping's expression changed. Lu Yunxiong must die. Mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming's bloodline condensed. Lu Ming did not avoid it. His spirit-devouring bloodline opened his mouth and sucked. The blood essence of the Duanmu family experts who had died in the courtyard flew out and gathered toward Lu Ming. Among them, there were a few 5th grade and 4th grade martial masters. They were of great help to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm leaving. Lu Ming said. He leaped and stepped onto the huge eagle. Ming-er, be careful. Li Ping shouted. Mother, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. Then, he stepped on the eagle. The eagle screeched and flew into the sky. The eagle soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Lu family had disappeared. Lu Ming controlled the eagle and chased in the direction where Lu Yunxiong and the others had gone. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura dropped rapidly. The beast soul's power was finally exhausted. Lu Ming returned to his original level. However, he felt a stinging pain all over his body. This was caused by the beast soul's power attacking his body. Fortunately, I have the devouring bloodline and devoured most of the power. Otherwise, with my current cultivation and body, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he refined the power of the blood essence to recover his true qi and body. Not long after, the blood essence was completely refined. Among them, the essence blood of a few 5th-layer martial master experts was of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of the 2nd-layer martial master realm in one go. As for the injuries on his body, they were more or less healed. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Ning Kong's corpse on the back of the giant eagle. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ning Kong was a peak expert of the 9th layer of the martial Grand Master realm. His essence blood was absolutely terrifying. Lu Ming did not want to miss it, but he also did not dare to rashly devour it. The essence blood of a 9th layer martial Grand Master is not something that I can devour and refine right now. I'm afraid that if I devour it, my bloodline will explode. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to how much essence blood a bloodline could devour. Lu Ming felt that devouring an expert 3 or 4 levels higher than him was already somewhat strenuous. His bloodline would swell. And the essence blood of a 9th layer martial Grand Master expert was at least equivalent to the essence blood of more than 60,000 2nd layer martial Grand Masters. 60,000 was really too terrifying. Lu Ming guessed that if he devoured it, his bloodline might really explode from the violent energy. Forget it, I can't be too greedy. I'll just devour a drop and see. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then, he controlled his bloodline and carefully devoured a drop of essence blood, sinking it into his bloodline. Boom, in an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted in his bloodline. Violent energy wreaked havoc. Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline was originally a small snake less than a meter long. At this moment, it was forcefully swollen. Its length had increased by several times, and its thickness had increased by 10 times. The energy was too terrifying. Even if it was only a drop of essence blood, its energy was equivalent to the essence blood of more than 7,000 second-layer martial Grand Masters. Refine, refine. Lu Ming roared. He controlled his bloodline with all his strength and crazily refined it. Hoo-hoo, streams of pure energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming continuously circulated the true dragon battle art, absorbing this energy and transforming it into true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. However, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline. Most of the energy essence was absorbed by his bloodline and used to upgrade his bloodline. Otherwise, the energy would be too huge. Lu Ming would not be able to absorb it all. About 20% of the energy was transformed into true qi. The other 80% was used to upgrade his bloodline. Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly approached the third-layer martial Grand Master realm. Boom, half an hour later, Lu Ming's body shook. He had broken through to the third-layer martial Grand Master realm. After breaking through to the third-layer martial Grand Master realm, Lu Ming's refining speed increased greatly. The energy was continuously transformed into true qi. Early third-layer martial Grand Master realm, mid-third-layer martial Grand Master realm. When he reached the mid-third-layer martial Grand Master realm, the spirit-devouring bloodline let out a roar. Following which, the sixth blood-red chakra flashed. The bloodline had upgraded to the 6th grade. With a 6th grade bloodline, the devouring power increased greatly. The refining speed of the blood essence also increased greatly. The body of the spirit-devouring bloodline slowly shrunk. 18 hours later, Ning Kong's drop of blood essence was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the third-layer martial Grand Master realm. He was only a step away from the fourth-layer martial Grand Master realm. Of course, this was because most of the essence was used to upgrade his bloodline. This also caused Lu Ming's bloodline to reach the peak of the 6th grade. His 6 chakras were bright and full. It was as if a new chakra could be born at any time. One must know that the higher the grade of the bloodline, the more terrifying the amount of blood essence needed to upgrade. However, this time, Lu Ming's bloodline had increased by 1 grade. One could imagine how terrifying the blood essence of a 9th-layer martial Grand Master was. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Ning Kong's corpse. He felt that it was a pity. After half a day, the essence of the blood essence in Ning Kong's body had already dissipated. The higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the slower the dissipation of the blood essence after death. However, for a 9th-layer martial Grand Master expert, it would take at most 3 hours for the essence of the blood essence to dissipate. True qi burst out and Ning Kong's corpse fell down. With one less person, the speed of the eagle increased greatly. It quickly chased forward. A few hours later, a black dot could be seen in the distance. It was Lu Yunxiong and the others. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has caught up. Obviously, Lu Yunxiong had also discovered Lu Ming. He was so frightened that he cried out. This little bastard still dares to chase after us. Could it be that the power of his beast spirit hasn't dissipated? How is this possible? The Duanmu clan's elder's face was gloomy. Lu Yunxiong, I've said that you will die. You can't escape. Lu Ming shouted. His voice was incomparably cold. What should we do? Elder Chow, what should we do? Lu Yunxiong was scared out of his wits as he muttered. Could it be that the power of this little bastard's beast spirit hasn't dissipated? Or perhaps he still has another beast spirit? The old man of the Duanmu clan, named Duanmu Chow, was constantly thinking. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Don't worry, we're almost at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. As long as we reach the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, that little bastard Lu Ming won't be able to do anything to us. At that time, the ones who will die won't be us, but him. Duanmu Chow said with a gloomy face. It would take 10 days to reach the Mystic Essence Sword Sect from Firestorm City on the Azure-Scaled Horse. However, it would only take 1 day on the Eagle. Hurry up. Hurry up. Duanmu Chow's vital energy surged into the eagle's body. The eagle screeched as if it had been stimulated by something. It sped up and flew forward. The 2 eagles flew toward the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, one in front and one behind. They were separated by about 10,000 meters. Lu Ming's speed was faster because he had one less person. The distance between them was slowly closing. However, it was impossible for him to catch up in a short time. Very quickly, 3 hours passed in a flash. The distance between them was only about 2,000 meters. However, they were already close to the boundary of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Haha, we're almost there. We're finally there. Lu Ming, you still want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Yunxiong laughed maniacally. However, the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes did not diminish. It was extremely strong. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, the mountain gate of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was in sight. The eagle screeched as it flew past the mountain gate of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and headed toward the White Tiger Hall. However, Lu Ming did not show any signs of stopping. He continued to chase after it. What's going on? Why isn't Lu Ming stopping? Lu Yunxiong was a little flustered. It's fine. He's just bluffing. When we reach the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming won't dare to do anything. Duan Muchao said confidently. The two eagles flew past the mountain gate of the Mystic Essence Sword sect one after another. Who's that on the eagle? The one in front seems to be the chief elder of the White Tiger Hall. The one in the back looks familiar. Wait, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming? What? Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Oh my god, Lu Ming is not dead. It's really him. Lu Ming is not dead. Suddenly, the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect was in an uproar. The news spread like wildfire. Lu Yunxiong, I don't care where you run to. I'll kill you today. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent as it spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Not good, senior brother Lu Ming wants to kill the people of the White Tiger Hall, and from the looks of it, he wants to kill his way to the White Tiger Hall. No, I must tell Pengshi, Feng Wu, and the others about this matter, and let them inform Elder Mullins. Down below, a few disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect were shocked as they ran towards the Vermilion Bird sect. Whoosh! Up ahead, Lu Yunxiong and Duan Muchao were riding on the giant eagle as they sped toward the White Tiger courtyard. 1,000 meters behind, Lu Ming was in hot pursuit. Two large eagles flying above the Mystic Essence Sword sect without any scruples naturally caused a commotion. Lu Ming didn't die, and he's chasing after the White Tiger Hall's chief elder, saying that he wants to kill Lu Yunxiong. Who is Lu Yunxiong? You're ignorant, aren't you? You should know Duan Mulin's fiancé, Lu Yao, right? Lu Yunxiong is Lu Yao's father, and I heard that Lu Yao and Lu Ming are from the same clan. I see, but how is it possible that Lu Ming is chasing after the chief elder? I don't know, but something big must be going on. Let's go and take a look. A large group of people gathered below the Mystic Essence Sword sect and headed toward the White Tiger Hall. A few minutes later, Lu Yunxiong and Duan Muchao were the first to arrive at the White Tiger Hall. The giant eagle landed on a huge square in the White Tiger Hall. As soon as it landed, the giant eagle started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground, twitching. Along the way, the giant eagle had been burning its potential and could not hold on any longer. Lu Yunxiong and Duan Muchao jumped down and stood on the square. Both of them were relieved when they arrived there. Haha, we're finally safe. Lu Yunxiong was ecstatic, but he was still in a state of shock. He was really scared out of his wits by Lu Ming. Don't worry, Lu Ming won't dare to make a move here even if he has 10 guts. I'll report this to the dean, and he'll personally take down Lu Ming. He killed so many people from the Duanmu family, no one can protect him. Duan Muchao put his hands behind his back and resumed his calm expression. The White Tiger Hall was the headquarters of the Duanmu family. Who would dare to kill someone here, unless they were tired of living? He was sure that Lu Ming was about to stop. Lu Ming really did stop. He rode the giant eagle and hovered above the square. How dare you, Lu Ming? You killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family, and now you're riding a giant eagle to barge into the White Tiger Hall. You're too audacious and sinful. Now, get down here and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact. Duan Muchao reprimanded with his hands behind his back. Haha, Lu Ming, come on. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Come down and kill me if you can. Haha. Lu Yunxiong laughed and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Lu Ming's figure moved and he jumped down from the big eagle. With a loud bang, he landed heavily on the square, crushing the stone slabs on the square and sending gravel flying everywhere. I don't need you to shout. I've said that I'll kill you. It doesn't matter where you hide. Lu Ming walked step by step toward Lu Yunxiong. Lu Ming, what are you doing? How dare you? How dare you? This is the White Tiger Hall. Lu Yunxiong's face changed drastically. He couldn't help but step back as he screamed. However, Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as ice. He only said one word, kill. How arrogant. Men, Lu Ming has killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family. He's gone mad. Attack together and kill him. Duanmu Chao could no longer stay calm and shouted. There were many people from the White Tiger Hall in the square. At that moment, one of them rushed over. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's not dead. Who cares if he's dead or not? How dare he kill so many people from the Duanmu family? He's dead for sure now. Attack, kill him. Some of the people who rushed over were silver-ranked disciples from the White Tiger Hall. Some were middle-aged men who were no longer disciples. They had cultivated for many years and had high cultivation levels. Most of them were martial grandmasters. The martial masters did not dare to rush over. Boom! Lu Ming held the demon banishing spear. His aura was wild and his hair fluttered. He shouted coldly, my targets are Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yunxiong. If you don't want to die, scram. How arrogant. Let's see what you've got. You're just the number one disciple of the bronze rank. You're nothing in my eyes. Some silver-ranked disciples shouted. These people were all 5th-layer martial masters, and there were even 6th-layer martial masters among them. Since that's the case, kill them. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. The demon banishing spear shook and a beast soul merged into his body. The second beast soul was at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura rose crazily. He was like a demon. Kill. The long spear swept out and a 100-meter-long spear light appeared. It was as thick as a bucket. Bang! Bang! Dozens of disciples of the White Tiger Hall were swept away. More than a dozen of the weaker ones had their bodies blasted apart. In an instant, more than a dozen martial grandmasters were killed. Hiss! Some of the White Tiger Hall disciples who did not rush over gasped. Their eyeballs almost popped out. One spear, just one spear, killed more than a dozen martial grandmasters and severely injured more. It was too powerful. Audacious! Audacious! Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples. He's going to rebel. A disciple from the White Tiger Hall shouted. I've said it's none of your business. If you don't want to die, scram. You came to our White Tiger Hall and asked us to leave. How is that possible? Attack, we must take down Lu Ming and punish him severely. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall roared. However, no one was able to get close to him. Lu Ming, how dare you be so arrogant? You will die today. A roar could be heard as 3 figures arrived at the scene. Chief Elder, 3 Chief Elders, Lu Ming is dead for sure. A disciple of the Duanmu clan yelled. Kue Fong, you've come at the right time. Attack with me and take down Lu Ming. Duanmu Chao yelled in joy. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming yelled as he charged toward Duanmu Chao. Lu Yunxiong hid behind Duanmu Chao in fear. He had never expected that Lu Ming would really dare to attack the White Tiger Hall. Moreover, he had killed more than 10 great martial masters from the White Tiger Hall. How could he be so bold? At that moment, even in the White Tiger Hall, he could feel a chill running down his spine. When he saw Lu Ming charging toward him, his face turned pale as he frantically retreated. Bang! The spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a pillar as it lashed toward Duanmu Chao. Damn it! Since Lu Yunxiong was behind him, he could not retreat. He could only brace himself to receive Lu Ming's attack. When his spear collided with Lu Ming's spear, his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He was then knocked back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Come and help me! Duanmu Chao yelled in astonishment. Kill. Kill. Finally, the three chief elders of the White Tiger Hall arrived and unleashed three terrifying attacks in Lu Ming's direction. Following this, Dua Muchao also charged toward Lu Ming. Four ninth-layer martial grandmasters surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a roar as he fought against the four ninth-layer martial grandmasters. His aura swept in all directions, causing the entire square to turn chaotic. Lu Ming was fighting 1 against 4 and was not at a disadvantage at all. At that moment, even more people had arrived. Not only were there disciples from the White Tiger Hall, but there were also disciples from other halls. When they saw this scene, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the scene in disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against 4 elders of the 9th level of the martial master realm. This was simply unbelievable. The news regarding Lu Ming's visit to the White Tiger sect spread like wildfire to the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Lu Ming's dormitory. At this time, in the courtyard, Pangshi, Mulins, and Fengwu were sitting together. Their faces were heavy, as if they were thinking about something. It's all my fault. I should have followed senior brother Lu Ming and the others when they went after the Dongi tribe. It's all my fault. Pangshi clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging as he said in pain. Big Stone, don't be silly. This has nothing to do with you. With your cultivation, how could you have gone with them? You don't have to blame yourself. Fengwu said. However, from her pained expression, it could be seen that she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Ming, did he really fall just like that? Fengwu sighed in his heart. When the plane collapses, even a martial ancestor would not be able to escape death, let alone Lu Ming. Sigh. I don't want to believe it either. Mulin sighed. Her eyes were filled with grief and sorrow. Lu Ming, could it be that you only have this little bit of luck? Are you going to leave just like that? Originally, I thought you would grow into a powerhouse. Also, I still owe you a reward. How can you leave just like that? Mulin's thought in her heart. Also, Mulin's clenched her teeth as mist filled her eyes. A while ago, the sect had already informed Lu Ming's family. As far as I know, Lu Ming's only close relative is his mother. It can be said that Lu Ming is his mother's only hope and support. Fengwu said. The moment he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Why don't we go to senior brother Lu Ming's house together and take a look at Lu Ming's mother, so that she won't be too sad? Pangshi suggested. I think so too. We'll stay in the Lu family for a while and accompany Lu Ming's mother. Fengwu also nodded. Then we'll set off tomorrow morning. Mulin said. At this moment, the door to the courtyard was pushed open heavily. 2 youths ran in while panting heavily. Pangshi, Elder Mulins, it's great that you're all here. Something big has happened. A skinny young man with a head full of sweat said. Niu Huan, why are the 2 of you in such a hurry? What happened to make the 2 of you so anxious? Fengwu asked with a frown. These 2 youths were disciples of the same batch as Lu Ming and were very familiar with Pangshi and the others. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming, he's back. Niu Huan gasped for breath and shouted. Bang! 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 With that said, Mulin's, Fengwu and the other 2's auras burst out uncontrollably. At the same time, they jumped up from their seats as if they had been electrocuted. You! What did you say? Senior brother Lu Ming is back? Which Lu Ming? Pangshi stared with his eyes wide open, almost roaring out. Mulin's and the others also stared at Niu Huan with their eyes wide open. Their eyes flickered with an indescribable hope. Of course it's senior brother Lu Ming who was ranked first on the bronze list. Niu Huan seemed to be infected by their expressions and also roared. Senior brother Lu Ming. Haha, is it really senior brother Lu Ming? Niu Huan, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Pangshi laughed out loud and grabbed Niu Huan's shoulder tightly. Of course I didn't see wrongly. Not only did the 2 of us see it, many other senior and junior brothers also saw it. The other youth also said. Lu Ming, Mulin's clenched her fists tightly as she muttered under her breath. Her tall and straight twin peaks were constantly moving up and down as her beautiful eyes flickered with extreme surprise. Lu Ming is not dead, this is a joyous occasion. Niu Huan, why are you shouting that something bad is going to happen? Feng Wu took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and asked. Senior brother Lu Ming, he is charging towards the White Tiger Hall. Niu Huan called out. What? Mulins and the other two turned pale with fright. What's going on with the White Tiger Hall? Mulins asked anxiously. I don't know, we only saw senior brother Lu Ming riding on a huge eagle, chasing after elder Duanmu Chao of the White Tiger Hall, and a person called Lu Yunxiong. I only heard senior brother Lu Ming roar that he must kill Lu Yunxiong, while Duanmu Chao roared that senior brother Lu Ming had killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. Later on, senior brother Lu Ming and the others went to the White Tiger Hall, while we rushed back. Niu Huan said. Lu Yunxiong? Not good, could it be that something happened to the Lu family? Lu Yunxiong knows that Lu Ming has fallen and wants to take action against the Lu family? Mulins's face suddenly changed. Back then, she had stayed in the Wind and Fire City for a long time, so she was very familiar with the Lu family's matters. Not good, something must have happened to the Lu family. With Lu Ming's personality, he will definitely kill Lu Yunxiong, but if he goes to the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming will definitely die. I will immediately find grandfather to save him. Mulins's expression was extremely ugly. After saying that, she rushed out and disappeared in a flash. Let's go to the White Tiger Hall. Apart from Mulins and the rest, many other disciples and elders of the 4 great halls also rushed to the White Tiger Hall after hearing the news. On the square of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming and the 4 elders had exchanged more than 10 blows. Lu Ming's aura was like a demon, and he was getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on. The more he fought, the better he was at using the power of the beast spirits. Boom, he pulled out his spear, and one of the elders was sent flying while coughing out blood. Those who stand in my way shall die. Lu Ming roared and shot out several spear rays that seemed to be able to pierce through space. Bam bam bam, the remaining 3 elders were sent flying while coughing out blood. Lu Yunxiong, it's your turn. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at Lu Yunxiong. His target had always been Lu Yunxiong from the beginning. No. Save me. Lu Yunxiong's expression changed drastically as he frantically ran backward. At the same time, he screamed. Stop him, Lu Yunxiong is young Master Lin's father-in-law, we can't let him die. Duanmu Chao and the other 3 elders roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Violent attacks surrounded Lu Ming's back. If Lu Ming killed Lu Yunxiong, he would be killed too. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely as he roared, then I'll kill you first. Whoosh, Lu Ming turned around and stabbed his spear behind him. The spear was as fast as lightning. Everyone only saw a flash of light in the air. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere, followed by a roar of anger and despair. The spear pierced through Duanmu Chao's abdomen. The abdomen was not a vital point, and Duanmu Chao was not dead yet. No, don't kill me, if you kill me, you'll die too. Duanmu Chao screamed in horror. You're still saying that even now, what a joke. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His spear trembled and a powerful force erupted. Duanmu Chao screamed in agony as his body was torn into pieces. Blood, organs, and bones scattered on the ground. Boom. Then, the spear light exploded and collided with the other 3 chief elders. Amidst the violent explosion, Lu Ming and the 3 chief elders hurriedly retreated. However, the direction in which Lu Ming was retreating was the direction in which Lu Yunxiong was running. Ah! Lu Yunxiong saw that Duanmu Chao had been blasted into pieces by a single shot, and Lu Ming was rushing towards him. He was even more frightened as he screamed repeatedly. Evil creature! You are courting death. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. It was an old man in a silver robe. His killing intent was incomparably sharp as he flew over from the distance. Silver-robed elder. My Duanmu clan's silver-robed elder has arrived. Haha. Lu Ming is dead for sure. Lu Ming, that bastard, he must have fused with a powerful beast soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong battle prowess. But no matter how strong he is, facing the silver-robed elder, he will be killed with one slap. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall shouted. The silver-robed elder could only be a martial ancestor realm expert. A martial ancestor realm expert was also known as a martial ancestor realm expert. A martial ancestor realm expert could already establish a sect and was extremely powerful. Before he arrived, an extremely terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Boom! Following that, the silver-robed elder blasted out a palm across the air. A powerful and terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Wild winds howled as the palm print shook the heavens. A mountain-like pressure acted on Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to be unable to move. Is this the strength of a martial ancestor realm expert? He is much stronger than a martial grandmaster realm expert. Block it, I must block it. Ancient shield. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The beast soul energy in his body circulated wildly. An ancient shield condensed and floated in front of Lu Ming. The shield condensed from the beast soul energy was more solid than before. It gave off an even more desolate and ancient feeling. At the same time, Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out crazily. In an instant, hundreds of powerful spear radiances blasted forward. Boom! The silver-robed elder's palm print finally blasted out. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming's spear radiances were shattered one by one. They exploded in the air like balls of fireworks. The hundreds of spear radiances were swept away. The palm print continued to move forward. Lu Ming used the high air steps and quickly retreated. However, he was still hit by the palm print. Clang! The ancient shield made a melodious vibrating sound. The shield shook violently and in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. However, this was an Earthrealm martial skill after all. Moreover, it was operated by the beast soul energy. Compared to the shield condensed from his true chi, its defensive ability was much stronger. Although it was shattered, it still offset most of the palm power. However, the remaining palm power was still very strong. Lu Ming blocked with his long spear. With a loud bang, his body was pushed back more than 100 meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A long gully appeared under his feet. However, he still managed to block it. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard continuously. Lu Ming could block the palm of the silver-robed elder head-on and not die. How could this be possible? This was a martial grandmaster. Even if there were 100 martial grandmasters at level 9, they would not be a match for a martial grandmaster at level 1. However, Lu Ming blocked it. Unbelievable! Bang! At this moment, the silver-robed elder jumped down from the sky and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground exploded with a loud bang and a large pit appeared. He was an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard. At this moment, his eyes were full of killing intent and a hint of surprise. He carefully looked at Lu Ming and sneered, "It turns out that you have merged with a powerful beast soul. No wonder you can block my palm print. Get out of my way. I want Lu Yunxiong. Today, I will kill him," Lu Ming said coldly. The surrounding people were shocked again. What did it mean to be audacious? This was how he dared to say such words in front of a martial grandmaster. Stupid! Someone scolded coldly. Ha ha ha! The silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family laughed loudly and then scolded, "Now, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Wait for your punishment." The silver-robed elder stood between Lu Ming and Lu Yunxiong. His aura erupted and he stood there like a mountain. Lu Ming was under great pressure. It seems that I can only use my last move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of madness. If he was going to go crazy, he would go crazy until the end. He decided to merge with the half of the Monster King soul. However, the Monster King soul contained a terrifying amount of energy. With his current cultivation, he would probably explode. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, which had been upgraded to level 6, he was not confident. However, there was no way out now. Even if he retreated, the Duanmu family would not let him go. Only by fighting could he pave a way out. It seems that you are not willing to? Since you're so stubborn, then let me deal with you, you disgraceful little bastard. The silver-robed elder shouted and threw another palm print at Lu Ming. The power of this palm print was stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. Obviously, he had not used his full strength in the previous palm print. Come on then. Let me see how powerful a martial grandmaster is. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified and there was a strong determination in them. Beast soul, merge. Hell, a giant silver wolf appeared and held at the sky like the king of all monsters. A terrifying aura spread out. Monster King, the Monster King's soul. The silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared, his voice shaking the entire White Tiger Institute. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Their eyes widened as they stared blankly at the giant silver wolf above Lu Ming's head. Heavens, that's the soul of a demon king, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A demon king? What kind of existence was that? If it was alive, it could destroy a sect like the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was extremely powerful. With a wave of its hand, it could split a river and split a mountain. It had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. How did Lu Ming obtain the soul of such an existence? Lu Ming, are you trying to merge with the Demon King's soul? Are you crazy? You're courting death. How can you merge with the Demon King's soul? The silver-robed elder roared. Merge. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he uttered a single word. Roar, the giant silver wolf howled as it charged into Lu Ming's body. Roar, at that instant, Lu Ming let out a furious roar as the aura on his body surged. With a flash of light, the silver-robed elder's palm was shattered. Following that, a dazzling white light overflowed from Lu Ming's body. Even his hair turned silver white. His silver-white hair danced in the wind. At that moment, Lu Ming looked like a powerful demon. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he thrust out his spear. A silver-white spear radiance burst out. His target was the silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family. His speed was unimaginably fast. Why didn't you explode? The silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared in disbelief. How could a mere second-grade martial master withstand the power of the Demon King's soul? However, he did not know that Lu Ming was able to withstand the power of the Demon King's soul because of his spirit-devouring bloodline. However, even so, the pressure that Lu Ming was under was still unimaginable. The power of the Demon King's soul was too strong. Although it was only half a Demon King, it allowed Lu Ming's power to increase rapidly. He broke through the martial arts Great Master rank in one fell swoop, allowing Lu Ming to temporarily have the ability to compete with a martial arts Great Master. But this tyrannical power caused Lu Ming's body to suffer quite a bit of damage. His bones were groaning as if they would break at any moment. If I don't kill Lu Yunxiong, how could I possibly explode? Since you want to stop me, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming let out a long roar, his aura surging like a rainbow. His figure flashed, stepping into the air and charging towards the silver-robed elder. So what if you fused with the beast soul? Do you really think you can contend against me? I will let you know how naive you are. The silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared, exploding with all his strength. At this moment, the entire square was shrouded in an indescribable pressure. Boom, the two figures clashed in the air, resulting in a shocking explosion. Bang! Following that, a figure frantically retreated. Silver-robed elder, it was that silver-robed elder. First layer martial ancestor realm, SOSO. Lu Ming burst out laughing as his aura became even more terrifying. With a kick, his figure transformed into a silver ray as he charged at the silver-robed elder. At that instant, the silver-robed elder wore an unpleasant expression. Fusing with the beast soul, he had only read about it in ancient records. He did not expect it to be this powerful, to the extent that even his cultivation of the first-layer martial ancestor realm was no match for it. Hold him off, I just need to hold him off for some time. When the other experts of the White Tiger sect arrive, Lu Ming will surely die. The silver-robed elder quickly thought of this, before he clenched his teeth and charged at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following a series of explosions, the crowd could only see two glowing figures colliding with one another in midair, resulting in a series of explosions and shockwaves. Shush! After more than 10 exchanges, a figure was sent flying a few hundred meters backward, leaving a trail of light behind him. As the light dissipated, the crowd could see the silver-robed elder of the Duanmu family standing in midair, trembling while vomiting blood. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The crowd on the square could not describe their current feelings. It was too shocking. Lu Ming had managed to injure a martial ancestor. Unbelievable, absolutely terrifying. Although it took a long time to describe, it had only taken place in the span of a few breaths. How could this be? How could this be? At the edge of the square, Lu Yunxiong trembled in fear and almost burst into tears. Initially, he thought he was safe after seeing the silver-robed elder, as Lu Ming would not be able to do anything to him. However, after Lu Ming had merged with the beast soul, he managed to injure the silver-robed elder and almost scared him to death. Run, we have to run. Lu Ming, this bastard, is too evil. Lu Yunxiong let out a roar in his heart as he turned around and ran toward the peak of the White Tiger sect. Lu Yunxiong, you won't be able to run away. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. With a flicker, he appeared above Lu Yunxiong's head in the blink of an eye. Ah! Lu Yunxiong screamed and jumped 3 zhang high. He quickly turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and clenched his fist. A silver palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed at Lu Yunxiong. Lu Yunxiong could not resist and was caught by the silver palm. Ah! No, don't kill me. Help, help. Lu Yunxiong's face was flushed red as he tried to prick himself with needles. He screamed crazily. Lu Ming, let go of him. Do you know who he is? He is Duan Mulin's father-in-law. If you kill him, you will be in big trouble. Do you know that? The silver-robed elder from the Duanmu family flew over and shouted. Big trouble? Just because he is Duan Mulin's father-in-law? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Then, he exerted force in his hand. Cracking sounds came from Lu Yunxiong's body as countless bones were crushed. Lu Yunxiong screamed in agony. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I am your elder. Lu Yunxiong screamed. Bull**T. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his gaze cold. Father. At that moment, an anxious voice came from the sky. Then, a stream of light flew over from afar. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at the stream of light. There were 2 figures in the stream of light. One of them was Lu Yao. The other person was a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a black suit and had a handsome and cold face. There was a terrifying aura around him. Martial ancestor. The young man who looked like he was about 17 or 18 years old was a martial ancestor realm expert. Duan Mulin, that is Duan Mulin. Oh my god, he is flying in the air. Martial ancestor realm. Duan Mulin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. It's true, it's true. Duan Mulin is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old martial ancestor, this is too terrifying. There are only a few people like him in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming is done for. The onlookers could not help but shout when they saw the young man. Duan Mulin? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yao save father, save father. Lu Ming is going to kill me. Lu Yunxiong shouted desperately when he heard Lu Yao's voice. It was as if he was grasping at straws. Whoosh! Lu Ming, let my father go. Lu Yao yelled. Let him go? Do you think that's possible? You're as naive as before. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, you went to the White Tiger Institute and killed their disciples for no reason. Now, you're trying to kill my father. Do you know what crime you've committed? Let my father go. Lu Yao yelled. Crime? What a joke. Lu Yunxiong and the Duanmu clan killed the people of the Lu clan for no reason. They even tried to kill my mother. What crime am I guilty of? Lu Ming retorted. What? Lu Yao was shocked. Obviously, she did not know that Lu Yunxiong had gone to the Lu clan. However, she quickly regained her composure and said coldly, I don't care. Lu Ming, let my father go. Lu Ming, I'm begging you. Please. Let me go. It's my fault. Please have mercy on me. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Clearly, he was truly afraid. Have mercy? Haha, Lu Yunxiong, what a joke. Did you show mercy to the core elder of the Lu clan? If I didn't make it in time, would you have shown mercy to my mother? Lu Ming's voice became colder. Lu Ming, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better let him go and kneel down to admit your guilt. This is your best choice. Otherwise, Duan Mulin, will say that no one can save you. Duan Mulin placed his hands behind his back and said coldly. His aura was terrifying. There was a haughty look on his face. No one in this world can save me? Who do you think you are? There are so many geniuses in this world. Do you think you're the best just because you have a little bit of cultivation? You're just a frog in the well. Lu Ming looked at Duan Mulin and scolded him. The people around them were dumbfounded. Lu Ming said that Duan Mulin was a frog in the well? They were confused. What did you say? Duan Mulin's face darkened. Nonsense. I'll kill Lu Yunxiong right now. Let's see what you can do to me. Lu Ming berated. Then, he looked at Lu Yunxiong and sneered, Alright, Lu Yunxiong, I'll send you on your way now. No, don't. Lu Ming, don't. I don't want to die, save me. Lu Yunxiong screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. No. Lu Yao shouted. How dare you? Duan Mulin berated. Bang, Lu Ming sneered and clenched his fist. The silver palm suddenly closed, and with a bang, Lu Yunxiong was struck by an enormous force and exploded. Lu Yunxiong was dead. Father! Lu Yao screamed. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and shouted crazily, Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death. Boom, Duan Mulin's aura became even more violent. His face was incomparably gloomy, and the killing intent emanating from him seemed to have materialized. Lu Ming, you've made a very foolish choice. Duan Mulin's voice was cold. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yao fell to the ground. Die. Then, Duan Mulin shouted and charged toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming also shouted and charged toward Duan Mulin. They are fighting. Duan Mulin and Lu Ming are fighting. Someone shouted excitedly. Duan Mulin was an unparalleled genius with extraordinary talent. He had awakened his bloodline at a very young age and was invincible. Among his peers, no one was a match for him. He suppressed geniuses with special bloodlines and was known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Moreover, he was ranked first among the 4 great geniuses. He had too many honors in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and was believed to be a genius who could surpass Feng Wuji in the near future. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect for slightly more than a year. However, he had created miracles one after another. The newcomer king, first on the bronze list in his first year, had comprehended force when he was only a martial master. Now, he had charged into the White Tiger Hall for his family. He was a lawless person. Now that the two of them were facing each other, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Among them, who would win? Everyone stared fixedly at him. Boom, finally, the two of them collided in the air. Silver and black lights shone in the air and occupied the entire sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, then, the two of them flew back a few hundred meters. He's much stronger than the silver-robed elder. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Duan Mulin had just broken through to the martial ancestor realm, but his combat strength was much stronger than an ordinary first-stage martial ancestor realm. He was much stronger than an ordinary expert of the same level. Duan Mulin was also shocked. Then, kill. Kill. The two of them charged forward at the same time. Terrifying attacks rained down on his opponent in a frenzy. Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Roar, suddenly, a black leopard appeared. Its body was covered in lightning and it had a horn on its head. It stood on top of Duan Mulin's head. Bloodline, that's Duan Mulin's bloodline. It's a 7th grade bloodline. It said that it has the bloodline of a dragon and is extremely powerful. Someone shouted. Sun Thunder Saber Cut. Duan Mulin unleashed his bloodline and roared. He slashed with his saber and endless saber radiance appeared, forming a sun. The sun floated in the air and its power was immeasurable. It was accompanied by terrifying saber radiance that blasted toward Lu Ming. Earth-grade martial skill, it's an Earth-grade martial skill. Someone shouted. Silver wolf howling moon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he let out a loud roar like a wolf king. Then, a giant silver wolf appeared. The giant wolf was as big as a mountain and it held at the sky. Then, a full moon appeared above the silver wolf's mouth. The full moon emitted endless radiance and blasted toward Duan Mulin. This was the silver wolf demon king's superpower. It was contained in the beast soul and Lu Ming could use it temporarily. The sun and the full moon met in the sky and there was an explosion of endless air waves. Heaven and earth were in chaos and energy waves were shooting everywhere. Between the sun and the full moon, a beam of light shot up to the sky and a big hole appeared in the clouds. Everyone looked at the sky, dumbfounded. They looked at the sun and the full moon and the two young men. Break! Duan Mulin roared. You're still far from it. I'll break you. Roar, Lu Ming held like a wolf. The silver radiance on his body was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. Sizzle sizzle, the pressure on Lu Ming's body was getting stronger and stronger. It began to make sizzling sounds. Lu Ming's entire body was in excruciating pain. Fine blood beads even seeped out of the pores all over his body. However, Lu Ming didn't care at all and crazily activated the power of the beast soul. Roar, in the sky, the silver wolf that was as large as a mountain held. The light of the full moon became even more resplendent. Boom, the sun was suppressed and its radiance dimmed rapidly. It was on the verge of collapse. Rumble, following that, there was a rumbling sound as the sun began to tremble rapidly. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Duan Mulin's body shook violently and he fell to the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Mulin was injured and defeated. Duan Mulin, the peerless genius, had already broken through to the martial ancestor realm. However, he was still defeated by Lu Ming and spat out blood. Although Lu Ming had merged with the spirit of the king of beasts instead of his own strength, it was still shocking enough. It was a miracle to be able to merge with the spirit of the king of beasts. Ordinary people would not be able to do it. What peerless genius! You're just a short-sighted kid with some achievements. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming let out a roar as he charged toward Duan Mulin while his body was covered in a silver glow. The crowd was dumbfounded. He was audacious. He was really audacious. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill Duan Mulin. Everyone knew that Duan Mulin was the hope of the Duanmu clan. He was the hope for the rise of the Duanmu clan. It would be fine if Duan Mulin was killed, as there would still be some time left. However, if Duan Mulin was killed, the Duanmu clan would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He was determined to kill Duan Mulin. Bang, the silver moon emitted a brilliant glow. Each ray of light was like a spear glow that charged toward Duan Mulin. Lu Ming, don't you dare! The elder in a silver robe from the Duanmu clan dashed toward Lu Ming without caring about his injuries. A brilliant saber glow was unleashed, but it dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the light of the moon. The elder in a silver robe could not withstand the attack and was knocked backward while spitting out blood. Lu Ming continued to charge toward Duan Mulin. Beast, how bold! At that instant, a loud roar could be heard from the heavens and earth. The roar caused the heavens and earth to tremble as a powerful pressure burst out from the sky. Many disciples of the 4 academies with weaker cultivation spat out blood and fell to the ground with pale faces. Following this, the clouds in the sky rumbled as a giant hand reached out from the clouds and grabbed at Lu Ming. It's the chief of the White Tiger Institute. Someone yelled. Bang, the dean of the White Tiger Institute was too powerful. Although he was also a martial ancestor, he was much stronger than the silver-robed elder and Duan Mulin. The giant hand was still high up in the air. It trembled slightly, and an inconceivably powerful force appeared and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang, the silver full moon was like a bubble, dissipating without a sound. The giant silver wolf roared angrily, but it was also defeated. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated madly. However, the giant palm did not stop there. It continued to press down on Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming was completely enveloped by the giant palm, and it was difficult for him to escape. Duamu Pijuan, as the headmaster of the academy, you actually made a move against a junior disciple. Do you have no fucking shame? At this moment, a furious roar came from the south. At the same time, a sword light instantly traversed the void and slashed towards the giant hand. The sword light and the giant hand collided with each other. Like a hot knife through butter, the giant hand was crushed into pieces. Then, the sword light continued to fly toward the clouds in the sky. Yan Lan. A furious roar came from the clouds. Then, a terrifying saber light flashed past. Boom, energy swept out and the clouds dissipated, revealing a figure inside. It was the headmaster of the White Tiger Academy, Duamu Pijuan. A figure appeared in the south. It was the headmaster of the Vermilion Bird Academy, Yan Lan. The two headmasters faced each other from a distance. Their auras intersected, and a huge pressure spread out between heaven and earth. Lu Ming, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Below, Duamu Lin roared. His long hair danced in the wind. His aura was like a demon, and his killing intent was so dense that it was tangible. He was actually injured by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation to him. He must kill Lu Ming with his saber. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came out. Duamu Lin's body emitted an extremely dense blood-red light. Then, a flood dragon rushed out from Duamu Lin's body. This flood dragon was more than 10 meters long and had a slender body. It had 4 claws on its abdomen and its body was covered with black scales. Lightning constantly flowed on the scales, and a king-like aura spread out. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 2 chakras on the black flood dragon's body. These chakras were not blood red, but silver. 2 silver chakras. Almost everyone at the scene was stunned. Then, they shouted, King Grade Bloodline, this is a King Grade Bloodline. Moreover, it's a Grade 2 King Grade Bloodline. Duamu Lin's second awakening is actually a Grade 2 King Grade Bloodline. This is too shocking. Monster, there is hope for a martial king in the future. Most of the people could not help but shout. When a martial artist broke through from the martial master realm to the martial ancestor realm, there would be a nirvana process. During this process, one could awaken a second bloodline and awaken a second type of bloodline. Generally speaking, the second awakening of a bloodline's grade would be higher than the first awakening. As for whether the grade was higher or lower, it was completely uncertain. It depended on one's potential and accumulation. This was a real nirvana. Some martial artists' first awakening of a bloodline's grade was not high enough, but they could awaken an extremely high-grade bloodline in the second awakening. From then on, they would soar into the sky and become a world-renowned expert. Some martial artists' first awakening of a bloodline's grade was very high, but the second awakening of a bloodline might only be 1 grade higher than the first. In that case, they would slowly be overtaken by others. Generally speaking, grade 9 bloodlines had another name, which was mortal grade bloodline. Mortal grade bloodline's chakras were blood red. Above mortal grade bloodline, there was another grade of bloodline, which was called King Grade Bloodline. King Grade Bloodline was also divided into 9 grades. The chakras were silver, which was much stronger than Mortal Grade Bloodline. Mortal Grade Bloodline could not compare to King Grade Bloodline in terms of cultivation speed or the increase in combat strength. It was said that there was another type of bloodline above King Grade Bloodline, which was called God Grade Bloodline. However, this grade of bloodline was only a legend and was rarely seen in the world. Duamu Lin's second awakening of a bloodline was a grade 2 King Grade Bloodline, which was shocking. One should know that most people's second awakening of a bloodline was only a grade 9 mortal grade bloodline. Those who could awaken a King Grade Bloodline were few and far between. Duamu Lin's King Grade Bloodline had raised his aura to the peak. Great Sun Thunder Saber Cut. Duamu Lin roared. His saber cut through the void and endless saber radiance condensed into a sun. This sun was twice as strong as the previous one. Silver Wolf howls at the moon. Lu Ming roared and unleashed the beast soul power in his body to the extreme. Another giant silver wolf appeared and howled at the sky. A silver full moon appeared, which was brighter than the previous one. Boom, once again, the sun and the moon collided in the sky. Endless light filled the air and the space trembled as if it was about to explode. Kill! Kill! Duan Mulin roared crazily as his violent genuine qi surged out. However, Lu Ming also unleashed the beast soul power to the extreme. Crack! 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 Lu Ming's body kept emitting sounds like beans being fried. His bones were trembling and his muscles were wriggling. Blood was seeping out of his pores. Devour! Lu Ming controlled his bloodline with all his might and devoured the tearing force. The terrifying devouring force covered his entire body and prevented him from exploding from the beast soul's power. However, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's body was still severely injured. The rumbling continued as the sun and moon reflected each other in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two young men in the sky. The two deans of the White Tiger Hall and Vermilion Bird Hall were confronting each other and no one could interfere. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the sky, there were flashes of light as silver-robed elders appeared one after another. At first, it was the silver-robed elders of the White Tiger Hall. Soon, the silver-robed elders of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and Black Tortoise Hall appeared in the sky. There were more than 20 silver-robed elders of the four halls. Boom! At this moment, the sun and moon in the sky suddenly collapsed and dissipated into energy. Kill! Kill! The two of them roared in unison as their killing intent surged like a tide and pounced towards each other. The saber aura and spear aura swept across the sky and tore through the air. The two of them continued to fight in the sky and the battle was extremely intense. Below, Lu Yao looked at the sky in a daze as her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, the previously weak and sickly trash who couldn't cultivate, had actually grown to this stage. She couldn't accept it and couldn't accept it. He's just relying on external forces. He can't be compared to Brother Lin. Brother Lin is 100 times, no, 1,000 times stronger than him. Lu Yao kept reminding herself in her heart. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulins, Feng Wu, Pangshi, and the rest rushed over. Soon after, more people rushed over after receiving the news. For example, Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the rest. After rushing over, they stood at the side and looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Lu Ming and Duan Mulin had exchanged more than 100 blows, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Let's attack together and kill that little bastard Lu Ming. He killed dozens of our Duanmu clan's experts. A silver-robed elder of the Duanmu clan roared. Who dares? Yan Lan shouted as his sword aura soared into the sky. The other silver-robed elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard also unleashed their auras and rushed forward. Yan Lan, Lu Ming massacred the elders of the same sect. How dare you shield him? Duanmu Pijuan shouted loudly. We haven't figured out the cause of this matter yet. I believe that Lu Ming wouldn't do such a thing casually. There must be a reason behind it. Yan Lan didn't give in at all. I don't care what the reason is. It's a fact that Lu Ming massacred his fellow disciples. It's a fact that he killed my Duanmu clan. That's enough. He must die today. Duanmu Pijuan's voice was incomparably cold. Then why don't you try? Yan Lan coldly shouted. Both sides faced each other, and it seemed like an intense battle was about to break out. Enough. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the depths of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Sect leader. The expressions of Yan Lan, Duanmu Pijuan, and those silver-robed elders changed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 beams of light tore through the void and appeared above the square in an instant. 4 figures emerged. The person in the lead was the Mystic Essence Sword sect master, Lin Shui. Behind him were 3 old men in golden robes. They were all golden-robed elders. The moment the Mystic Essence Sword sect master appeared, he frowned and waved his hand. A gentle force was generated and surged towards Lu Ming and Duan Mulin who were fighting. Their attacks dissipated into nothingness, and their bodies seemed to be pushed back by something, retreating backwards. Sect leader, please don't stop me. Let me kill this B*****starred. Duan Mulin roared and his body was filled with killing intent. You're an arrogant and self-righteous piece of trash. Do you think I'm afraid of you? It's not certain who will kill who. Do you really think you're a genius? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. Lu Ming coldly retorted. Be asterisk starred, smash it. I'm going to kill you. Duan Mulin roared. Enough. The Mystic Essence Sword sect leader shouted again. This shout didn't seem heavy, but it reverberated in Lu Ming and Duan Mulin's ears like thunder. Their expressions changed and they didn't say anything. Sect leader, you've come at the right time. Lu Ming, this be asterisk starred, first killed dozens of people from the Duanmu clan. Then, he dared to kill his way into the White Tiger Hall. In front of everyone, he killed dozens of martial grandmasters and even the chief elder. Such a rebellious and crazy person must die. I beg the sect leader to let me kill him personally. Duanmu Pijuan bowed to the sect leader and said. Duanmu Pijuan, don't accuse me. I said, let's find out the reason first. Yan Lan also cupped his fists and looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, tell me, what is going on? Didn't you kill dozens of people from the Duanmu clan before? The before that Yan Lan mentioned was obviously before they came to the White Tiger Hall. That's right. Lu Ming admitted it directly. Duanmu Pijuan was overjoyed and Yan Lan was shocked. Mulins and the others revealed anxious expressions. Duanmu Pijuan said, sect leader, look, Lu Ming admitted it himself. I did admit it, but why don't you ask me where I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. I don't care where you killed them. It's a fact that you killed people from the Duanmu clan. Haha. Lu Ming sneered and ignored Duanmu Pijuan. He said, it was in my clan, the Lu clan. Under the leadership of Lu Yunxiong, the people of the Duanmu clan slaughtered people from the Lu clan. They even wanted to kill my mother. Let me ask you, should these people be killed? Lu Ming didn't speak to the people of the Duanmu clan. Instead, he spoke to the other people from the 4 great halls and the sect leader. What? There was such a thing? Everyone was shocked and they all looked at Duanmu Pijuan. Damn it, Duanmu Pijuan, your Duanmu clan has such great power. You actually killed the family of a disciple without permission. You're worse than a beast. If it were me, I would also kill them. Yan Lan's hair stood on end as he glared at Duanmu Pijuan. Nonsense, Lu Ming, you're talking nonsense. You slandered my Duanmu clan. You deserve to die. Duanmu Pijuan shouted angrily. Slandered? The corpses of your Duanmu clan disciples are still lying in my Lu clan. Do you want to go and take a look? Lu Ming mocked. Duanmu Pijuan's face was a little ugly as he said, even if there was such a thing, it's possible that they heard the rumors and were bewitched. You should have returned to the sect and reported the situation. The sect would naturally investigate. However, you acted on your own and killed them. Your intentions are terrible. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Lu Ming laughed loudly. He then said, Duanmu Pijuan, what you mean is that you want me to ignore the life and death of my family first and let your Duanmu clan people kill my Lu clan people and kill my mother. Then, I will return to report to the sect and make a decision. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Or is your IQ so low? Lu Ming's voice, which was filled with disdain, was like a storm that spread throughout the entire place. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming actually dared to scold Duanmu Pijuan. He said that Duanmu Pijuan's head had been kicked by a donkey. Wasn't he too daring? Little bastard, you, what did you say? Ha ha ha, well scolded, well scolded. This old man's head has already been kicked by a donkey. Yan Lan laughed. Sect leader, you have seen it too. This kid has no respect for his elders. It is obvious that his character is low. Letting him live in this world is a disaster. Today, we must kill him. Duanmu Pijuan said to the sect leader. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect frowned. Lu Ming was undoubtedly a top genius. How could he say that he wanted to kill him? However, if he didn't kill him, how could he explain to the Duanmu family? Sect leader, Lu Ming killed 35 martial master experts and 15 great martial masters from the White Tiger Yard. There was even a chief elder who was a 9th grade martial master. These people were all elites of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They gave their all for the sect. Yet, they died in the hands of a junior disciple. If we don't kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid we will be disappointed. That's right. Sect leader, even if those people were wrong, the martial grand masters behind them were just guarding the White Tiger Hall and protecting the sect. What wrong did they do? Yet, they were killed mercilessly. Lu Ming must be killed. Some of the silver-robed elders of the White Tiger Hall also stepped forward. The crowd couldn't help but look at the square. There were more than 10 corpses lying there. The blood had yet to dry. Yanlan frowned. It was reasonable for Lu Ming to kill those people who barged into the Lu family. However, it was hard to justify these people. They prevented me from killing the real culprit. I reminded them that they asked for it. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Ming, according to what you said, if the sect leader stopped you, would you kill the sect leader as well? Duanmu Pejuan laughed. Lu Ming frowned and didn't say anything. He couldn't refute this point. This matter was caused by your Duanmu family. Lu Ming was trying to protect his family and his mother. In a moment of desperation, he attacked too heavily. This is human nature. It is pardonable. He doesn't deserve to die. Yanlan said. Yanlan, are you sure you want to protect Lu Ming? Duanmu Pejuan said. That's right. Yanlan was resolute and decisive. Then let's fight today. Let's see how long you can protect Lu Ming. Duanmu Pejuan roared. Boom, Duanmu Pejuan and Yanlan's auras exploded as they clashed in the air. The sect leader frowned. Pejun, stop. An old voice sounded. Then, with a flash of golden light, a white-haired old man with a walking stick appeared in the air. This old man was wearing a golden robe. Clearly, he was a golden-robed elder. Father, why did you come out of seclusion? Seeing the old man, Duanmu Pejuan cried out in alarm. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. This person was actually Duanmu Pejuan's father? This is troublesome. Yanlan muttered with a frown. Below, Mulan's eyes were filled with worry. Duanmu Pejuan's father, Duanmu Xianxia, was the previous clan leader of the Duanmu family. He was also the previous dean of the White Tiger Hall. Although his current identity was a golden-robed elder of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was unfathomable and surpassed ordinary golden-robed elders. It was said that in recent years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in hopes of breaking through to the Supreme King realm. Unexpectedly, he came out of seclusion now. Greetings, old clan leader. Everyone from the Duanmu family stepped forward and bowed. Old Hai, why did you come out of seclusion? Did this matter need to alarm you? The sect leader's expression changed slightly before he smiled. Duanmu Xianxia revealed a dry smile and said, Sect leader, if my old bones didn't come out for a walk, my Duanmu family would have been killed to the last man. The sect leader's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Old Hai, you're exaggerating. Why did you have to go to this extent? I've already heard about this matter. Firstly, my Duanmu family was also in the wrong. We were bewitched by others. However, Lu Ming was too ruthless. Not only did he kill them all, he even killed his way to the White Tiger Hall and killed more than 10 martial grand masters. This matter cannot be forgotten. He can be spared from death, but he can't escape punishment. I suggest that he be expelled from the sect. Duanmu Xianxia said. No way. Yanlan took a step forward and firmly objected. This old man is so scheming. If we expel Lu Ming from the sect, without the protection of the sect, they will definitely send people to kill Lu Ming. Mulan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Old Hai, Lu Ming has a young temperament and is easily impulsive. However, it is not necessary to expel him from the sect. The sect leader said. Haha, sect leader, it seems like you still cherish talents. However, you can also see that Lu Ming forcefully merged with the Demon King's soul. Even if he temporarily obtained strength, his foundation has been destroyed. He will no longer be a genius, but a cripple. Duanmu Xianxia smiled and said. The sect leader frowned and pondered. After all, the Duanmu family was at fault in this matter. Lu Ming was only taking revenge for his family. Many young disciples would definitely stand on Lu Ming's side. If they expelled Lu Ming from the sect like this, many disciples would be bitterly disappointed. Seeing the sect leader hesitate, Duanmu Songhai's expression gradually turned cold. He said slowly, "Sect leader, my Duanmu family has been working hard for the Mystic Essence Sword sect for thousands of years. We have made countless contributions. Today, so many of our people were killed by a junior disciple. If you don't expel him from the sect, then let my Duanmu family leave." Boom, this sentence was like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's mind, causing a commotion. This was a blatant threat. Duanmu Songhai was using the entire Duanmu family to threaten the sect leader. Despicable, shameless. Pangshi, Mulins, and the others growled. The sect leader's expression also changed greatly. He said solemnly, "Old Hai, your words are too much." Although he said so, the sect leader had to take it seriously. In these years, the Duanmu family had become stronger and stronger. The entire White Tiger Hall had almost become their world. If they lost the Duanmu family, then the Mystic Essence Sword sect's vitality would be greatly damaged and their strength would weaken greatly. As the sect leader, he had to treat this seriously. Damn it, this old man. Yanlan clenched his fists. Duanmu Pijuan and the other Duanmu family disciples sneered in their hearts. Let's see how Lu Ming will escape this calamity. After Duanmu Songhai finished speaking, a trace of scheming hung on the corner of his mouth. He narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the sect leader's answer. After pondering for a while, the sect leader took a deep breath. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ming and slowly said, "Lu Ming, although there is a reason for this matter, you have gone overboard by killing more than 10 people from the White Tiger Hall. They were all from the same sect. This is a serious crime." The sect leader's dignified voice spread throughout the hall. "Sect leader, you can't." Yanlan roared. "Sect leader, Lu Ming avenged his family. What is wrong with that? What crime is there?" Mulins also shouted. "If that's the case, then the Duanmu family can kill our family in the future and we can't take revenge. What kind of logic is this?" Pangshi also roared, his voice shaking the entire hall. Many disciples' eyes flickered. Obviously, they agreed with Pangshi's words. "Impudent, you dare to question the sect leader's decision. You are all guilty. Duanmu Pijuan, what are you shouting for? Are you going to attack a junior?" Yanlan glared at Duanmu Pijuan. "Dean." Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted. Yanlan looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yanlan and said, "Lu Ming thanks Dean for your help." Then, Lu Ming looked at Mulins and the others and said, "Senior Sister Mulins, Big Stone, Fengwu, you don't have to say more. I already understand this matter." After saying that, Lu Ming smiled indifferently. The sect leader's intention was clear. What he meant next was to expel him from the sect. "I'm still not important enough." Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Strength. Everything was still a matter of strength. He was too weak. If he was extremely powerful and surpassed the Duanmu family, why would the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader have this intention? Why would he punish him? Even if he destroyed the Duanmu family, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader would not say a word. Although he had displayed an extremely powerful talent during this period of time, it was only now. After all, he was still young. Who knew what would happen in the future? Would he be like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing? There were too many examples of this in the world. Moreover, Duanmu Lin was also a peerless genius. Now that he had awakened a second-grade king bloodline, he had broken through to the martial ancestor realm at the age of 18. In many people's eyes, Duanmu Lin's future was definitely stronger than Lu Ming's. Therefore, in general, Lu Ming's value and weight were too far away from the Duanmu family. Therefore, the sect leader chose the Duanmu family in the end. This was the reality. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Then, he smiled indifferently and looked at the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader. His clear voice rang out, "Sect leader Lin, today, I, Lu Ming, am withdrawing from the Mystic Essence Sword sect." His voice was calm and indifferent, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lu Ming was withdrawing from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. "Lu Ming, no!" Mulin shouted. "Senior brother Lu Ming. Pangshi gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. Sigh. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others sighed. Many of the Duanmu clan's disciples laughed loudly. Cold smiles appeared on Duanmu Songhai and Duanmu Pijuan's faces. Senior Sister Mulan's, Big Stone, you don't need to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. Rather than wait for him to be expelled from the sect, he might as well withdraw himself. Alas. Sect leader Lin Shui let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, I, Lin Shui, guarantee that no one will dare to touch your family. I will guarantee their safety for 10 years. Elder Yu. Lin Shui shouted. I'm here. Behind Lin Shui, a golden-robed elder cupped his fists and said. Set off immediately and guard the Lu clan in Windfire City for 10 years. Ensure the safety of the Lu clan for 10 years. Kill anyone who dares to touch the Lu clan. Lin Shui instructed. Understood. The golden-robed elder cupped his fists and turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Duanmu Songhai's old eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp light flashed across them. Duanmu Pijuan's face was slightly ugly. It was obvious that Lin Shui's action was to guard against the Duanmu clan. Many thanks, Sect Leader Lin. Lu Ming stepped forward, cupping his fists to express his gratitude. He was sincerely thanking Lin Shui. He was originally worried about the Lu clan and his mother, but there was no need for that now. With a golden-robed elder guarding the Lu clan would be absolutely safe for the next 10 years. Lu Ming, I've let you down. As the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's sect leader, I have to think for the sect. Lin Shui's sigh sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, it was transmitted through voice transmission, no one else could hear it. Lu Ming nodded, not saying anything. He then flew towards Yanlan. He saluted and said, Sect leader, Lu Ming thanks you for your help. Lu Ming, you don't have to do this. I can protect you even if I have to risk my life. Yanlan said. Lu Ming will remember sect leader's kindness. After saluting again, Lu Ming moved and came to Mulan's side. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. Mulan's and the others shouted, their eyes filled with anger and reluctance. Everyone, take care in the future. I will come back to see you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Senior brother Lu Ming, if you leave the sect, I will follow you. I won't stay here anymore. Pangshi shouted. Big Stone, what nonsense are you talking about? Cultivate well in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. With your talent, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Don't disappoint your parents. Lu Ming said, but his heart was filled with warmth. The best thing he had gained in the Mystic Essence Sword sect was to make a few true friends. But. Pangshi's eyes were red, his fists were clenched tightly. But what? Cultivate well. We will definitely meet again in the future and drink together. Lu Ming patted Pangshi's shoulder and said solemnly. Pangshi clenched his teeth and nodded solemnly. Lu Ming, you leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Be careful. The Duanmu family will not let you off so easily. Mulan's warned, her eyes filled with worry. Lu Ming nodded. Of course, he was well aware of this. His relationship with the Duanmu clan was already irreconcilable. Suddenly, Lu Ming smiled and whispered in Mulan's ear, Senior Sister Mulan's, don't forget that you still owe me a reward. I will ask for it the next time we meet. Then, he took a deep breath. Mulan's blushed and said softly, as long as you are alive, everything is negotiable. Everything is negotiable? Is she hinting at something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he smiled and turned to leave. Lu Ming, take care. Zhang Muyun strode out and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, take care. Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Zhui Rong, Qing Feilwan, and the rest walked out and cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Haha, everyone, take care. Let's drink together next time. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Next time? There will be a next time? Lu Ming, I will kill you. Duanmu Lin's eyes were cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Duanmu Lin with a sneer on his face. Duanmu Lin, do you really think you are a genius? I, Lu Ming, swear today that I will take your head with my own strength within 2 years. Haha, what a joke, with your own strength. You will never be a match for me in this lifetime. Duan Mulin revealed a mocking smile that was filled with disdain. Also, we'll talk about it again if you have the life to live. Lin he is just talking nonsense. He forcefully merged with the Beast King's soul and will soon become a cripple. He is already at the end of his road. Duan Mupijuan sneered. Is that so? Old man, just you wait. Today, I killed more than a dozen people from your Duanmu family. In the future, I will definitely flatten the Duanmu family with the long spear in my hand. With that, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. Step by step, he stepped into the air and headed out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Under the sunlight, Lu Ming's young back view was filled with confidence, perseverance, unyielding spirit, and a heroic spirit that seemed to be ready to break through the heavens. This scene, this moment, this back view, was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Lu Ming, I believe that nothing will happen to you. You will definitely be able to create a miracle and flatten the Duanmu family in the future. Mulins whispered. As for Feng Wu, he also looked at Lu Ming's departing figure with a complicated expression. This youth who was about the same age as him had joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect with her and participated in the examination together, but he had created too many miracles. Once, she had a special feeling for Lu Ming, but as Lu Ming burst out with a dazzling light, she suppressed that feeling. She knew that the gap between them was too big. In the future, it would only get bigger and bigger. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pangshur clenched his fists tightly. His tiger eyes were filled with tears as his body trembled non-stop. Lu Ming, the world is unfair, but I believe that you will be able to break through all the obstacles. In the future, I will wait for you to discuss the Tao with me. Zhang Muyun muttered to himself. At the side, Zhui Rong tightly grabbed onto Zhang Muyun's hands. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Lu Yao stared blankly at Lu Ming's departing figure. At this moment, she didn't know why, but her heart was filled with complicated emotions. On one hand, she hated that Lu Ming was just a trash that she had abandoned, but he actually had such a high talent. Furthermore, he had killed his father and crippled his brother. On the other hand, she was afraid that Lu Ming would really one day kill his way to the Duanmu family and destroy everything she had. Lu Ming, you should go to hell. In the end, Lu Yao growled. Sigh. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shuai, let out a long sigh. She turned around and took a step forward, disappearing into the horizon. Duanmu Songhai looked in the direction where Lu Ming had disappeared. His turbid old eyes flashed with a bright light. Pijuan, this child is too extraordinary. He is a peerless genius and must not be allowed to live. If he does not die, my heart will not be at ease. Duanmu Songhai said solemnly to Duanmu Pijuan. Duanmu Pijuan was greatly shocked. His father actually thought so highly of Lu Ming. Was Lu Ming's threat really that great? Father, don't worry. I will arrange it. Duanmu Pijuan bowed. That's great. Duanmu Songhai nodded, then took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The crowd slowly dispersed. However, after today's events, Lu Ming's name was destined to shock everyone in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His name would be engraved in the history of the sect. Lu Ming left the Mystic Essence Sword sect and quickly flew into the distance. Not long after, he rushed into a mountain forest. At this time, the aura on his body was rapidly declining. Although the Demon King's soul was powerful, it had been holding on for so long, and its energy had been depleted. Puff, Lu Ming's body trembled and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the Demon King's soul is too strong. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, my body was nearly unable to withstand it and was severely injured. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his bones were faintly cracked, his muscles were torn apart by a powerful force, and his skin was covered with a thick layer of blood scabs. However, it was not as serious as Duanmu Pijuan and the others had imagined. They had thought that Lu Ming was already crippled. As long as Lu Ming focused on recuperating, he would recover in a few days. This was the uniqueness of the spirit-devouring bloodline. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, his eyes shining brightly. In the end, I'm still too weak. The Duanmu family used their entire family to suppress the Mystic Essence Sword sect master. Of course, I can't compare to an entire family. But that's only for now. Soon, I will prove that I, alone, can suppress an entire family, an entire force. I want to become stronger. With a spear in hand, I can dominate the world. That's my goal. Lu Ming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. There's also Autumn Moon. This time, I can't bid farewell to her. If she knows that I left the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I wonder what she will do. That girl will probably cause a huge ruckus. Lu Ming thought to himself. Forget it. There will be a time when we meet again. The most important thing now is to recuperate. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and started to recuperate. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries were 80% healed. Mother must be worried about me this time. I should go back home and see her. Then, I'll go to the imperial capital and cultivate while thinking of a way to save my father. After planning the rest of his journey, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon. He found a small river in the forest and washed the blood off his body. He then changed into a black robe and put on a bamboo hat. He left the forest and headed toward Finhua City. The black robe and bamboo hat were the same ones he had used before. He had always kept them in the Temple of Paragon. The Duanmu family wouldn't let him off so easily. Hence, he had to be careful. On the way to Firestorm City, he changed directions a few times. He only returned to the Lu family 7 days later. Ming, you're fine. That's great. At the first sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's tears rolled down her cheeks. She hugged Lu Ming tightly. Lu Ming had chased after Lu Yunxiong. During this period, she had been on tenterhooks every day. She was afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. That's great. That's great. Li Ping nodded incessantly, looking at Lu Ming carefully. Then, he chatted with Li Ping about the Lu family's situation. Previously, the 2nd to 6th branches of the Lu family had all surrendered to Lu Yunxiong. However, Lu Ming had returned. Not only did he kill all of Lu Yunxiong's men, but he even chased after Lu Yunxiong. Seeing those invincible experts lying in the Lu family's courtyard as corpses, the Lu family's members were terrified. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming was so strong. For the past few days, they had been waiting in fear for Lu Ming's return and his judgment. After chatting with Li Ping for a while, the remaining 3 core elders of the Lu family came to greet him. The 3 of us greet the young lord. When the 3 core elders saw Lu Ming, they bowed and greeted him. Elders, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly helped the 3 core elders up. He was touched and respectful that the core elders still stood by the Lu family and Li Ping's side at the moment of life and death. The 3 core elders looked at Lu Ming with undisguised joy in their eyes. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong that he could chase after Lu Yunxiong and return alive. This meant that the Lu family would rise soon. They were naturally happy. Young lord, the leaders of the 2nd to 6th branches are waiting outside. One of the core elders said. Oh? Then let them wait. Come, 3 elders, let's have some tea and chat. Lu Ming smiled and invited the 3 core elders to take a seat. Then, Lu Ming asked about the Lu family's situation and the details of how Lu Yunxiong came to the Lu family. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Go, let them in. Lu Ming ordered a maid. The maid acknowledged and went out. Soon, 5 middle-aged men came in. These 5 middle-aged men were the leaders of the 2nd to 6th branches and the elders of the Lu family. Greetings, young lord. Lu Ming sat upright in his seat and accepted the bow calmly. He glanced at them and sneered, I'm your young master? Your master should be Lu Yunxiong, right? The faces of the 5 branch leaders paled, and one of them said, Young lord, you've misunderstood. That day, the force Lu Yunxiong brought with him was too strong. If we resisted, we would have been annihilated. If that happened, the Lu family would be finished. Yes, young master. We surrendered to Lu Yunxiong only as a temporary measure. We wanted to preserve our lives and wait for your return. Oh? Is that so? Lu Ming looked at them with a faint smile. He did not speak, but picked up his teacup and drank slowly. The 5 branch leaders looked at each other. They did not know what Lu Ming was thinking and felt uneasy. At that time, the Mystic Essence Sword sect had already informed them of my death, right? Waiting for my return? Did they already know that I was not dead? Lu Ming asked calmly. The 5 of them began to sweat and looked at each other. Then, they braced themselves and said, "Young master, you are a genius. How could you die so easily? We already guessed that you were not dead. That's why we decided to take advantage of you." "Oh? I see. You are all very resourceful. You can even tell someone's fortune." Lu Ming said calmly and continued to drink his tea. The 5 branch leaders' faces turned red, but they could only grit their teeth and keep quiet. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming drank his tea. The 3 core elders and Li Ping did not speak. The 5 branch leaders could only stand there and did not dare to make a sound. The current Lu Ming was no longer the useless young master from back then. His combat power was unparalleled and his cultivation had reached an incredible level. Killing them was easier than killing an ant. Unknowingly, he had formed a very powerful aura. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Lu Ming. "Lu Yunxiong has been killed by me." Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice sounded. "What?" Not only were the 5 branch masters shocked, but even the 3 core elders were shocked. "I've already killed Lu Yunxiong in the White Tiger Hall. Therefore, don't think that you're lucky. This is the fate of those who betray the Lu clan," Lu Ming said coldly. "Hiss," everyone gasped. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yunxiong in the White Tiger courtyard and still managed to return alive. Just how capable was he, it was already hard for them to imagine. At the same time, the 5 branch leaders were terrified. They looked at each other and actually knelt down together, saying, "Young lord, we were really foolish that day. Please forgive us, young lord. We will wholeheartedly assist young lord in reviving the Lu family. If we disobey, we will die a horrible death." "Why can't I believe it?" Lu Ming looked at the 5 branch masters with a faint smile. The cold sweat on the faces of the 5 branch masters became denser and dripped down continuously. "How about this, all of you swear an oath on your inner demons, and I'll believe you," Lu Ming said indifferently. "An oath on your inner demons." The 5 branch masters' faces changed drastically. An oath on one's inner demons was to swear to one's own heart, using one's blood essence as a stepping stone. Once a martial artist made an oath on his inner demons and went against it in the future, it would be easy for the inner demons to flare up during cultivation, resulting in chi deviation and death. "Why? If you don't want to make the oath, I won't feel at ease leaving you here." Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The 5 branch masters' faces changed drastically, and they quickly said, "Yes, we'll make the oath." Then, the 5 of them swore an oath on their inner demons. Lu Ming smiled and said, "In the future, you will know that you made the right choice. Now, you may leave." The 5 branch masters quickly excused themselves. "Elders, the Lu clan's strength has been greatly reduced after a series of twists and turns. However, quality is more important than quantity. I have some secret manuals here, take them and cultivate." Lu Ming's phone lit up, and a stack of books appeared on the table. Secret manuals on cultivation and martial techniques? The 3 core elders were confused, and they each picked up a book and flipped through it. As soon as they opened the book, their eyes widened in shock. High-grade yellow class martial techniques. Mine is also a high-grade yellow class martial technique. Mine too. The 3 core elders exclaimed in unison. Elders, here are 5 high-grade yellow class martial techniques and 10 low-grade yellow class martial techniques. Take them and cultivate. You can also choose the best seedlings in the clan and teach them. Lu Ming smiled. 5 high-grade yellow class martial techniques and 10 low-grade yellow class martial techniques? The 3 core elders sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lu clan only had 1 high-grade yellow class martial technique, and it was regarded as the clan's ultimate technique. Ordinary people were not qualified to cultivate it. The Lu clan did not have many low-grade yellow class martial techniques, only 6 or 7 of them. Now, Lu Ming actually took out so many secret manuals in one go. If the Lu clan's disciples cultivated them, their strength would rise quickly. Thank you, young lord. The 3 core elders thanked Lu Ming, their bodies trembling with excitement. Elders, you don't have to thank me. Since I am the young lord of the Lu clan, this is what I should do. Lu Ming said. In the Dongyi clan's ruins, Lu Ming had obtained more than 30 yellow-class martial technique manuals. These manuals were useless to him, so he could only sell them. It was better to keep them in the Lu clan and increase their strength. There's more. Lu Ming's mind moved, and a few more jade bottles appeared on the table. Inside these jade bottles were some medicinal pills. Some could heal injuries, some could expel poison, and some could increase the cultivation of martial soldier or martial mentor. They were all obtained by Lu Ming from the enemies he killed. They were useless to Lu Ming, but to most of the Lu clan's Meridian Opening Realm and Martial Soldier Realm martial artists, they were of great use. Take these pills. As for how to divide them, you can decide. Lu Ming said. Young lord, if you give them to the clan, what about yourself? One of the core elders asked. Take them. I have no use for them. Lu Ming smiled. Good, good. We'll take them. We'll distribute them to the disciples who are loyal to the Lu clan and increase the clan's strength. Another core elder said excitedly. The 3 of them carefully put away the pills. Li Ping was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth when she saw Lu Ming take out so many treasures. The 3 core elders bid farewell to Lu Ming. They were in a hurry to go back and discuss how to use these treasures to increase the Lu clan's strength as soon as possible. Lu Ming stayed in the Lu clan for 7 days. After 7 days, Lu Ming decided to bid farewell to Li Ping. He couldn't hide in the Lu clan forever. There were some things he had to face. Moreover, he had to investigate Lu Yuntian's whereabouts as soon as possible. In the main residence's courtyard. Ming go out. Be careful. Li Ping didn't urge Lu Ming to stay. She only reminded Lu Ming to be careful. A man's ambition was to travel far. Moreover, a genius like Lu Ming couldn't be trapped in one place. That would only bind him. Li Ping knew this very well, so she didn't urge him to stay. Mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming said. Afterward, Lu Ming pondered and hesitated. After a while, he said, Mom, Ming has something to tell you. In the past, he chose to keep it a secret as he was worried about Li Ping. However, after experiencing so many things during this period of time, he understood a lot more. If he told Li Ping this news, although she would be worried, there would still be hope in her heart. No matter what happened, there would always be a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as there was hope, it was enough. What news? Li Ping asked curiously when she saw Lu Ming's solemn expression. Father, he might not be dead. Lu Ming said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ping's body suddenly trembled and her eyes widened. Then, Li Ping's body trembled more and more violently. Her eyes flashed with strong hope as she said in a trembling voice, Ming. Ming what did you say? Mother, I said that father might not be dead. Lu Ming repeated. Not dead? Not dead? Ming is that true? Slowly, Li Ping revealed an emotional expression as tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Then, she asked again, Ming where did you get this news from? Is it true? If your father is not dead, where has he been all these years? Mother, it's like this. Then, Lu Ming told Li Ping about his encounter with Zhou Linshan in detail. So it's him. He sent me a spiritual sword and a pendant back then. I once asked him about Yun Tian's whereabouts, but he told me that Yun Tian was dead. It turns out that he was lying back then. In that case, Yun Tian is really still alive in this world? Li Ping said excitedly. Her eyes were filled with hope. Yes, Mother. Now that father might be in the hands of the Shifeng Sword sect, I plan to go to the imperial capital to investigate father's whereabouts. Ming I heard that the Shifeng Sword sect is the strongest sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. You must be careful and cautious. Li Ping warned. She was very worried. Mother, don't worry. Ming will not clash with the Shifeng Sword sect now. I'm just investigating. Nothing will happen. Lu Ming said. Li Ping was relieved. Mother, don't worry. As long as father is still alive, Ming will definitely save father and let our family reunite. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming mother believes in you. Li Ping smiled. Lu Ming nodded heavily and said, Mother, Ming will leave now. Go. Lu Ming bid farewell to Li Ping and left. Walking out of the Lu mansion, Lu Ming looked towards the back of the Lu mansion. He pondered for a moment before he made his way there. Behind the Lu residence was an orchard filled with fruit trees. Among them, there were also small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and lakes. The environment was very elegant. Lu Ming walked into the orchard and came to a small lake. Beside the lake, there was an old man fishing. This old man was none other than the golden-robed elder sent by the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master, Lin Shui, to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming, your senses are really sharp. When I was cultivating for the past 2 days, you were able to sense even the slightest fluctuation. The golden-robed elder smiled. Lu Ming, thank you for coming to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. You don't have to thank me. I'm just following orders. Moreover, this is what you deserve. After all, the sect has wronged you. The golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming was silent and did not say anything. The golden-robed elder pondered for a moment and sighed. Lu Ming, I hope you don't blame the sect master. In fact, he was put in a difficult position. As the sect master, he has to put the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's interests first. Senior, I'm not blaming anyone. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too weak. However, sooner or later, I will surpass all forces and families. Heaven will no longer be able to cover my eyes. Lu Ming said. It seemed like he was talking to the old man, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. The old man was stunned. He seemed to be moved. No matter what, Lu Ming still wants to thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and bowed to the old man. He then turned around and strode away. Looking at Lu Ming's back, the old man was in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Sect Master, perhaps you made the wrong choice this time. After leaving the orchard, Lu Ming did not leave Firestorm City immediately. Instead, he found a secluded place and entered the Temple of Paragon to cultivate. Time passed and night fell. Lu Ming finally left the Temple of Paragon. He put on his black robe and bamboo hat and left the city. Then, he headed in the direction of the imperial capital. The imperial capital was located at the center of the Burning Sun Empire. It was more than 10,000 miles away from Firestorm City. Even with Lu Ming's current movement technique, it would take him more than 20 days to reach the imperial capital. The first 3 days were calm and peaceful. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Lu Ming, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped. He felt a few murderous intents looming over him. Someone wanted to kill him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his foot and soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming soared into the sky, a sharp and cold sword chi pierced the place where Lu Ming had been standing. With a sizzling sound, the sword chi left a bottomless hole in the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, 7 or 8 figures flashed out from all directions like ghosts. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room. There were 8 figures in total. They were all wearing black robes and masks on their heads. They were wearing silver wolf masks. Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming immediately realized that this was the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the top 4 assassin organizations in the Burning Sun Empire. The silver wolf masks meant that they were silver wolf assassins of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. 5 6th grade martial masters and 3 7th grade martial masters. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion really thinks highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Kill! Kill! 8 murderous cries and 8 extremely sharp sword chi pierced towards Lu Ming. Let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ming directly activated his bloodline. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared on his body. Explode! Lu Ming ignored the attacks of the other 7. His long spear turned into a ray of light and shot towards a 6th-grade martial master assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Pung pung pung. 7 consecutive attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. 4 of them were blocked by the shield. The shield buzzed and vibrated continuously, but it was not broken in the end. However, a shield could only cover a limited area and could only block one direction. 3 more sword chi landed on Lu Ming's body. 50% of the attacks were absorbed by the spirit-devouring bloodline, but the remaining power still made Lu Ming's body tremble. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's attack also exploded. The 6th-grade martial master expert did not even have time to scream before he was killed by a spear. Devour. A huge devouring power appeared and devoured the blood essence of the assassin. Damn it, didn't they say that Lu Ming merged with the Demon King's soul and was half crippled? How can it be so terrifying? It seems that the information was wrong. Let's avoid that shield and directly attack Lu Ming's body. Once the time of his bloodline is up, we can kill him. Chi-chi, 7 silhouettes flickered rapidly. They were like 7 shadow wolves. Their speed was extremely fast. As their figures flashed, streams of sharp and ruthless sword chi avoided Lu Ming's ancient shield and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, ignoring the attacks from all directions. He only targeted a 6th-layer martial master assassin and attacked with all his strength. The assassin was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming was even faster. He used the high air steps to the extreme and his body seemed to be weightless. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear smashed down heavily from above. 100-meter-long spear light as thick as a water tank smashed towards the assassin. Bang! Although the assassin tried his best to block, he was still sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Chasing thunder. With a sizzling sound, the spear light pierced through the assassin's heart like lightning. Another person was killed. However, in the process, Lu Ming was hit 7 or 8 times. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, his face was still pale and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. At this moment, his aura was rapidly declining. It was time for his bloodline to erupt. It's time for his bloodline to erupt. The remaining assassins were overjoyed. Just now, Lu Ming was like an undying demon god. He ignored the attacks and killed 2 people in a row, which made their hearts tremble. He's already injured and his strength has weakened. He can't escape. A 7th-layer martial master assassin shouted. The figures of the remaining 5 flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. You were sent by the Duanmu family, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Humph. Why do you care who sent us? We're here to take your life anyway. An assassin sneered, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. Although the other party did not go easy on him, he was sure that it was the Duanmu family. Other than the Duanmu family, who would want to kill him, he guessed that he had been targeted not long after coming out of Firestorm City. Moreover, when Lu Ming went to the Mystic Essence Sword sect to participate in the assessment, he was assassinated by the Shadow Wolf Pavilion in Mystic Sword City. At that time, his only enemy was the Duanmu clan. Lu Ming would never believe that it wasn't the Duanmu clan. Speak, what is the relationship between the Duanmu clan and your Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Or perhaps, what is the relationship between your Shadow Wolf Pavilion and the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Lu Ming asked coldly. You're about to die, yet you still have so many questions. However, you'd better go and ask the King of Hell. Kill. A 7th-level martial master assassin coldly shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. The other 5 people also launched their attacks. Sword chi was like a net, covering Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used high air steps to dodge. However, the other party was a top-notch assassin with a tacit understanding of each other. Lu Ming simply could not dodge all of their attacks. If not for the protection of the ancient shield, he would have been injured long ago. Even so, Lu Ming was still surrounded by danger. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd-level martial master realm. Without activating his bloodline, he could fight against a 7th-level martial master expert and even suppress them. However, the other party had 3 7th-level martial masters and 3 6th-level martial masters. With their tacit understanding of each other, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. 6 streams of sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear moved horizontally as he fought with them. Bang! A 6th-level martial master assassin was swept by the long spear and his body was sent flying 100 meters away. His face was pale. However, Lu Ming also paid a price. There was an additional sword wound on his body, and blood flowed out. Refine for me! Lu Ming roared. In his body, he had just devoured the blood essence of 2 6th-level martial master assassins. At this moment, he was fighting and refining it at the same time. He wanted to break through to the next realm. His cultivation was originally at the peak of the 3rd-level martial master realm. He was only a step away from the 4th-level martial master realm. As long as he could break through, his battle strength would increase greatly and he would be able to fight back. However, it was not so easy to break through to the next realm after reaching the martial master realm. Boom! The true chi in his body was rumbling, but it was difficult to break through in a short period of time. Not enough energy. I have to kill another person and devour another person's blood essence before I can break through. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Kill! He used all his strength to pounce towards the injured assassin. However, how could the other assassins let him do as he wished? They attacked him with all their might. Not long after, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been split in half. However, he got the result he wanted after getting injured. That 6th-level martial master assassin was once again swept by Lu Ming's spear. This spear was even more domineering. Half of the opponent's body almost exploded as he flew out. He was already half dead. Die! Lu Ming dashed forward without a care for anything else. Pucci, Lu Ming paid the price of another wound, but he also finished off that 6th-level martial master assassin with a single spear. Devour! The spirit-devouring bloodline erupted with a powerful devouring power and devoured the opponent's blood essence in an instant. Rumble! Suddenly, waves of energy emerged from the bloodline. Break! Break for me! Lu Ming roared in his heart as he dodged the remaining assassin's attacks with all his might. After a dozen more moves, Lu Ming's injuries became more serious and the situation became more and more unfavorable for him. Boom! At this moment, a rumble suddenly erupted from his body. Lu Ming's aura instantly surged. He had broken through to the 4th-level martial master realm. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear and collided with a 7th-level martial master assassin. The long spear and the battle sword clashed. The assassin's face suddenly changed. His battle sword was bent, and his body was sent flying backwards with a swish sound. How is it possible to break through to the next realm? An assassin roared. Now, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared. His aura was wild as he swept out with his long spear. The spear light was like a mountain. Bang! Bang! 2 6th-level martial master assassins were directly sent flying. They slid on the mountain for dozens of meters and were already half dead, unable to move. Monster, what a monster. Let's go. The remaining 3 7th-level martial master experts' faces changed. Without thinking, they actually turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at one of them and chased after him. Ah! The assassin who was being chased by Lu Ming roared. He was shocked because he realized that his speed was not as fast as Lu Ming's. Soon, Lu Ming caught up. I'll fight you to the death. The assassin roared and attacked Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was not Lu Ming's opponent at all. Now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the 4th-level martial master realm. Even if he faced an 8th-level martial master, he could still fight, let alone him. Completely suppressed. This assassin used all his strength and could only resist a dozen moves before he was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. Then, Lu Ming devoured the assassin's blood essence and turned around to kill the other 2 6th-level martial master assassins and devoured their blood essence. Storage ring. Lu Ming realized that each of these assassins had a storage ring. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. Then, his figure moved and headed towards the deep mountains and forests. After running for more than 30 miles in one breath, Lu Ming stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had achieved great results in the battle just now, his injuries were not light either. Duanmu family, if I, Lu Ming, don't flatten you, I swear I'm not human. After that, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the essence blood to heal himself. At this moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Lu Ming, a black-robed man with a golden wolf mask stood with his hands behind his back. He was exuding a cold murderous aura. He was the golden wolf assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures rushed toward the mountain peak as fast as lightning. When they arrived in front of the man with the golden wolf mask, they immediately knelt down. What happened? Where are the others? The man with the golden wolf mask asked coldly. Sir, the others are all dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. The information we received was wrong. Lu Ming is not half crippled. One of the silver wolf assassins said. Not crippled? Then, can he still use his beast soul? The golden wolf assassin asked. I don't think so. Although he killed so many of our men, Lu Ming's injuries are not light. He didn't use his beast soul even in such a situation. I think he has used up all his beast souls. One of the silver wolf assassins guessed. Good. It's good that he doesn't have any beast souls. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The two of you, follow me and go after Lu Ming. The golden wolf assassin ordered. Previously, he did not attack together because he was afraid that Lu Ming still had beast souls, so he sent someone to test him first. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Ming did not have any beast souls, he was going to attack. Yes. The two silver wolf assassins answered. With the sound of something breaking through the air, the three figures disappeared without a trace. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming was refining the essence blood with all his might. Fortunately, most of his injuries were external, so it was relatively easy to treat them. When the essence blood turned into rolling energy and was refined by Lu Ming, his injuries healed quickly. His muscles wriggled and his wounds began to heal. Soon, Lu Ming's wounds began to scab. This was also because Lu Ming's physical body had reached the complete second grade. Ordinary people would not be able to do this. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation had even improved. I'm afraid that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will not give up so easily. They will definitely send people after me. I cannot take the main road to the imperial capital this time. I will travel along the desolate mountain range. I can hunt demonic beasts along the way and raise my cultivation. I can also practice martial techniques. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. After that, he walked out of the Temple of Paragon and hid his aura. He walked through the forest towards the imperial capital. But not long after, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure coming from afar. Whoosh, a beam of rainbow light pierced through the air. Within the rainbow light was a black-robed man wearing a golden wolf mask. Martial Ancestor Realm Expert, Shadow Wolf Pavilion's Golden Wolf Assassin. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. The Golden Wolf. Assassins of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion were all experts at the Martial Ancestor Realm and above. They were not people that Lu Ming could defeat. Go. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming executed the airborne steps to the maximum and ran towards the depths of the forest. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I don't know what method you used to hide for 2 days. But now, you can't hide anymore and have shown yourself. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Golden Wolf Assassin let out an ear-piercing laugh. Lu Ming ran wildly. He stepped on the trees and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He was so fast that he looked like a phantom. However, the Golden Wolf Assassin was a Martial Ancestor Realm expert and could walk in the air. His speed was beyond the realm of mortals. Lu Ming could not shake him off at all. Die. Whoosh, a beam of sword chi pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. It was fast, ruthless, and extremely powerful. Dodge, I have to dodge. Lu Ming growled. His body moved continuously and he barely managed to dodge the sword. But he was also hit by the sword and a part of his sleeve disappeared. You actually managed to dodge my sword. What about now? The Golden Wolf Assassin sneered and waved the combat sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh, there were more than 10 beams of sword chi. Each of them was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ancient shield. Lu Ming shouted and an ancient shield appeared. Clang, the sword chi slashed on the shield and the shield shook violently. Then, it exploded. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying dozens of meters backward. He crashed into a tree that was so thick that it would take one person to hug it. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Two figures rushed over. They were the two silver wolf assassins. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. One of the silver wolf assassins laughed loudly. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, I don't care where you came from. As long as I, Lu Ming, am alive, I will destroy your Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming growled and continued to run into the depths of the forest. You want to destroy my Shadow Wolf Pavilion? How naive. The Golden Wolf assassin sneered and continued to chase him in the sky. Behind the golden mask, there was a cold look in his eyes. He was looking for an opportunity to kill with a single strike. Facing a genius like Lu Ming, even someone as powerful as him didn't dare to underestimate him. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. This is the time, the Golden Wolf assassin's eyes suddenly lit up. The combat sword in his hand glowed and a bright and sharp sword chi pierced out. The Golden Wolf assassin used all his strength in this attack. It was unbelievably fast. Moreover, it seemed like he had calculated Lu Ming's running route. It seemed like Lu Ming was going to collide with the sword chi. Oh no! Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly and his hair stood on end. At this moment, he could feel the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pointing his scythe at him. I can't dodge it. I have to block it. I can't die yet. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, the power of his bloodline erupted. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared. Explode. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear. The tip of the spear emitted a bright light. It was as if there was a bright star at the tip of Lu Ming's spear. A terrifying wave burst out. This was the strongest move that Lu Ming could perform at the moment. It blasted towards the sword chi above his head. Chi, suddenly, a white light flew out from the depths of the forest. It was like a flying immortal. It also blasted towards the sword chi of the Golden Wolf assassin. Boom, Lu Ming's attack combined with the white light and collided with the sword chi of the Golden Wolf assassin. Violent energy shot out in all directions. The trees, flowers, and other things in the forest were instantly crushed into pieces. Lu Ming felt a powerful surge of energy. His body flew back dozens of meters. However, he also blocked the Golden Wolf assassin's attack. Who helped me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Who? How dare you block me? Are you courting death? The Golden Wolf assassin roared. In the depths of the forest, a white figure flashed out. The person who came was actually a young woman. She wore a white dress. Her skin was like jade and she was extremely beautiful. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't help but blurt out, Xianxia, it's you. The young woman's eyes flashed. She looked at Lu Ming and shouted, come with me. After saying that, her figure flashed. Like a fairy from the ninth heaven, she ran towards the depths of the forest. You want to leave? None of you can leave today. The Golden Wolf assassin roared and chased after them. Below, the two silver wolf assassins also quickly followed behind. In a dozen breaths, they had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a purple bamboo forest. At this point, the young woman stopped. Xianxia, leave quickly. The opponent is a martial arts grandmaster. Even if we join forces, we won't be a match for him. Lu Ming exclaimed softly. I'm not Xianxia. The young woman suddenly glanced at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xianxia? How could it be? She looked exactly like Xianxia. How could she not be him? What was this girl up to again? Wait a minute. Something's not right. This woman is different from Xianxia. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly like Xianxia, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be slightly older than Xianxia by 1 or 2 years. Xianxia looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, their temperaments were completely different. Xianxia was mischievous, like a little witch. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like an otherworldly fairy. How could there be two people who look so similar in this world? Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Swoosh, the golden wolf assassin flew above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, the two silver wolf assassins also flew over. Haha, so it's such a beautiful woman. Good, good. I can kill Lu Ming and have a good time. When the golden wolf assassin saw the young woman's face, his eyes lit up and revealed a lustful look. He secretly sighed that his luck was really good. Chasing Lu Ming, he actually encountered such a peerless beauty. This trip was not in vain. You're courting death. The golden wolf assassin's words caused the young woman's eyes to emit a cold killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering formation, rise. Suddenly, the young woman shouted softly. Her hands formed a seal, and inscriptions appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. Wang, in the purple bamboo forest, there was a soft sound. Then, rays of white light shot up into the sky. These white rays of light converged in the air, forming white sword chi. As the sword chi swam, a shocking killing intent filled the air. The Great Inscription Formation. So you set up the Great Inscription Formation here. But even if there is a Great Inscription Formation, so what? What can you, a great martial master, do to me? The golden wolf assassin sneered. Demon slaying formation, slay demons and eliminate demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, 3 streaks of white sword chi danced and whistled towards the golden wolf assassin. Demon slaughtering array, let's see who you can slaughter. Break! The golden wolf assassin slashed out with his sword, and 3 resplendent sword chi blasted towards the white sword chi. Boom! 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 There was an explosion, but it did not destroy the young woman's great inscription formation as the golden wolf assassin had expected. The sword chi collided and dissipated together. How can she be so strong? The golden wolf assassin was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again. In the purple bamboo forest, the white light became brighter. In an instant, more than 10 streaks of white sword chi condensed in the air. Oh no, you guys retreat. The golden wolf assassin's face changed greatly, and he shouted at the 2 silver wolf assassins. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and incomparably cold. As her voice fell, the white sword chi in the air also crossed the void. With 2 screams, the 2 silver wolf assassins of the 7th level martial mentor realm were pierced through by the sword chi and killed in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the golden wolf assassins. Damn it! The golden wolf assassin roared. Blood flashed on his body, and a black giant wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-colored chakras on the giant wolf. This was the second bloodline awakening of the golden wolf assassin. The second bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. The golden wolf assassin's combat strength increased greatly, and in an instant, he slashed out more than 10 times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi intersected, and the terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon slaying formation, God slaying. The young woman shouted softly. Her body emitted a dazzling white light, and she looked incomparably holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the power of the inscription formation was even stronger. Streaks of sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, and they blasted towards the golden wolf assassin. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Blood splattered, and one of the golden wolf assassin's arms was cut off. The golden wolf assassin roared. He became one with his sword, and turned into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky, out of the attack range of the inscription formation. Damn it, I'll remember today's big grudge. The 2 of you will face the endless pursuit of my shadow wolf pavilion. The golden wolf assassin roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the sky. What a pity! The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she didn't kill the golden wolf assassin. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was shocked. This woman's methods were really shocking. She actually used an inscription formation to cut off one of the Golden Wolf Assassin's arms. Although the Golden Wolf Assassin's cultivation was at the first martial ancestor realm. But this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th martial master realm. The gap between a martial grandmaster realm and a martial ancestor realm was huge, and it was difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation. What is this woman's background? Lu Ming thought to himself. Alright, the other party has left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like a fairy that couldn't be approached. Miss, why did you save me? Lu Ming asked. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why would she spend so much effort to save him, and even fight a martial ancestor realm expert? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and looking at the young woman's expression, it didn't seem like it was because of his charm. Woo woo, at this moment, a flash of lightning appeared in the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect and participated in the assessment, he had released a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was very young and was quite similar to the lightning leopard cub back then. Woo woo, the lightning leopard stared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then, it approached Lu Ming and rubbed against Lu Ming's thigh. You are the one from back then? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Woo woo, the lightning leopard nodded. It was really the lightning leopard cub from back then. What a coincidence. If you hadn't saved little lightning once, why would I save you this time? The young woman's voice was very cold. She continued, if little Sean hadn't recognized you just now, I wouldn't have saved you. This is good too. You saved little Sean once, and I saved you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was too arrogant and cold. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood that the reason why she had saved him was because the lightning leopard had discovered him. No matter what? It's all because you saved me this time. Lu Ming is grateful. I'll take my leave then. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then turned to leave. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, the young woman called out. Lu Ming turned and said, May I know what's the matter, miss? I heard you call me Xianxia just now. You're Xianxia's friend, right? The young woman asked. Friend? Lu Ming couldn't help but think of his relationship with Xianxia. It was already good enough that Xianxia didn't attack him when she saw him. How could she be his friend? Lu Ming shook his head and said, I've only met Xianxia once. We can't be considered friends. I don't care if you're her friend or not. The next time you see her, help me pass her a message. Tell her not to keep thinking about surpassing me, because it's just a waste of time. It's impossible. The young woman said, her voice filled with confidence and a sense of superiority. Seeing this expression, Lu Ming didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. May I know what's the relationship between you and Xianxia? If I meet her, I'll definitely pass on the message. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice also became a little cold. I'm Xianxia. I'm her elder sister. The young woman said. As expected, no wonder they look exactly the same. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. But other than their looks, the two sisters were too different in other aspects. Alright, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will definitely send people here. I'm leaving. You should leave too. Xianxia said indifferently. Miss, why don't you leave first? I'll leave after a while. Lu Ming said. Suit yourself. Xianxia said indifferently. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the two silver wolf assassins' corpses. She turned around and floated away. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Is the item left behind by a 7th-level martial master not even worth mentioning in her eyes? But I won't miss it. Lu Ming walked towards the bodies of the two silver wolf assassins. After devouring their blood essences, he took off their storage rings. With a flash, Lu Ming left the place and headed towards the depths of the forest. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. Lu Ming walked for more than 100 miles. Then, with a thought, he entered the Temple of Paragon and began to refine the blood essence. Not long after, the meridian blood of the two 7th-level martial Grand Masters was completely refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the mid-7th-level martial Grand Master. After refining the essence blood, Lu Ming started to organize the storage rings he got from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. There were a total of 8 rings. In the end, he got more than 60 million taels of silver. The silver was just a small number. The most important thing was the spirit crystals. After sorting them out, there were more than 23,000 pieces. Adding the previous ones, Lu Ming had nearly 40,000 spirit crystals. Other than the silver and spirit crystals, the rest were all miscellaneous items. They weren't of much help to Lu Ming. Eh? Is this a disguise mask? Suddenly, Lu Ming found a disguise mask among the clothes and miscellaneous items. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion was an assassin organization. They often had to disguise themselves to assassinate people. It was normal for them to have a disguise on them. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that the quality of the disguise was very good. It should be made from the skin of some kind of demonic beast. Lu Ming put the disguise on his face. It didn't feel like he was wearing anything because it was very thin. I wonder how effective it is. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming went out of the Temple of Paragon and found a pool in the forest. He looked at himself in the pool. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s with a dark face and a rather cold face came into view. What a wonderful disguise. It's like I'm a completely different person. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that the disguise was tightly attached to his face. It was impossible to tell that he was wearing a disguise. Then let's change again. With a thought, crackling sounds could be heard from Lu Ming's body. His bones were wriggling and in the end, Lu Ming's height actually increased by a little. His figure also became a little more burly. Lu Ming could only do this when his physical body reached the complete 2nd grade. It could cause slight changes in his physical body. Although the changes weren't big, with the disguise, Lu Ming seemed to be a completely different person. Even the people closest to him wouldn't be able to recognize him. Good. This way, I won't be afraid of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Moreover, no one will be able to recognize me when I go to the imperial capital. This will make it easier for me to investigate my father's matter. Lu Ming thought. Then, Lu Ming continued to go deep into the mountains. According to his previous plan, he would cultivate as he went to the imperial capital. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation mainly had 3 directions. One was the comprehension of the fire force, the second was the high air steps, and the third was the ancient shield technique. Roar. 7 days later, a Class 6 LV3 demonic beast covered in scales was pierced through the throat by Lu Ming's spear. It roared and fell to the ground. The spirit-devouring bloodline activated and devoured the demonic beast's blood essence. At the same time, the monster core appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The blood essence was used by Lu Ming to upgrade his bloodline grade, while the monster core was used to improve his cultivation. Just like this, he hunted demonic beasts while he went to the imperial capital. 1 month later. A swift-winged sparrow flapped its wings in the air and fled frantically. Behind it, Lu Ming stepped on the void and followed closely behind the swift-winged sparrow at lightning speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless as he floated in the air. After flying for a few hundred meters, Lu Ming's body slowly landed. After landing, Lu Ming stepped on the tip of a big tree. Lu Ming's body shot into the sky like an arrow and chased after the swift-winged sparrow. The swift-winged sparrow screeched in fright and flew desperately. However, no matter what it did, it couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming laughed. After flying for a few miles, Lu Ming landed on the top of a mountain and sat down cross-legged. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Ming's airborne steps had reached the peak of the 5th level. Just a little bit more and he would be able to enter the 6th level. Just now, when he was chasing after the swift-winged sparrow, he suddenly understood something. Wind, invisible, yet omnipresent. Wind, light, erratic, yet fast as lightning. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. The principle of the airborne steps was to use the genuine qi in the body to resonate with the wind and the air to achieve the purpose of riding the wind for a short period of time. Feeling the breeze from the top of the mountain, Lu Ming's face revealed a smile. A green breeze slowly swirled around his body. Lu Ming's body seemed to be as light as a feather, as if he could be blown away by the wind at any time. After an unknown period of time. Swish, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His figure moved and he took a step forward. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked step by step in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. The sixth stage of the airborne steps, man and martial arts as one, I've finally reached it. A faint smile hung on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was only a fourth-grade martial master. Furthermore, it had not been long since he became a martial master. Yet, he was able to cultivate a profound class superior grade martial arts technique to the realm of man and martial arts as one. If news of this were to spread, it would shock many people. It seems that I am indeed a peerless genius. Lu Ming laughed shamelessly. In the past, with the chanting of scriptures, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, now that the chanting of scriptures had disappeared, Lu Ming only battled with himself every day, and his cultivation speed did not decrease. It could be seen that Lu Ming's talent was extremely shocking. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming walked step by step. His body was like a bolt of lightning, crossing the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. However, there was no sign of him descending. Lu Ming continued to walk in the air. His body faintly gave off a light and erratic feeling. Wind force. Is this the wind force? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Previously, when he comprehended the airborne steps and broke through to the airborne steps, he took the opportunity to comprehend a little bit of the wind force. Although it was only a little bit, it was already enough to make Lu Ming go wild with joy. Ordinary people were only qualified to comprehend force when they reached the martial ancestor realm. However, Lu Ming's fire force had already reached the small success stage, and he had even comprehended the second force. Wind force. In the future, when he combined wind and fire, his power would definitely be even more shocking. Using the wind force together with the airborne steps, the power of the airborne steps would reach a shocking level. Lu Ming walked in the air for a full 2,000 meters before slowly descending. Originally, even if he cultivated the airborne steps to the sixth stage, it would be considered good to be able to walk 1,000 meters in the air. Caw! Suddenly, there was a screech from below. Then, a golden goshawk soared into the sky. It flapped its wings and streaks of golden feathers shot toward Lu Ming like golden divine swords. Class 7 LV3 Demonic Beast, Golden Goshawk. Finally, a decent demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the next moment, two ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The golden feathers landed on the shield, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions in the air. However, the shield in front of Lu Ming did not budge. Kill, the power of wind and fire. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. The spear contained a blazing aura. At the same time, the wind assisted the fire, causing Lu Ming's spear to completely transform into a flaming spear. The spear broke through all obstacles and pierced into the golden goshawk's chest. The violent energy instantly tore apart the golden goshawk's internal organs. The golden goshawk let out a shriek and died. A single spear killed a Class 7 LV3 demonic beast. The combination of the power of wind and fire is actually so powerful? Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Currently, he was only at the entry level of the wind force. He could imagine that if his understanding of the wind force became more profound, it would be even more powerful when combined with the fire force. However, wind and fire complement each other. That's why it was so easy to combine them. If they were two opposite forces, it would not be so easy to combine them. Lu Ming was very clear. Moreover, this was only a preliminary combination. It was not a true combination. Now, I finally have the ability to protect myself when facing a martial ancestor realm martial artist. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the past, when he faced a martial ancestor realm expert, he could not escape even if he used all his strength. However, Lu Ming was slightly more confident now. Next, Lu Ming continued to cultivate as he headed to the Imperial City. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Therefore, it took Lu Ming another half a month to reach the imperial city. In front of him, there was a huge object. It was boundless and spanned between heaven and earth as if it had existed since ancient times. As he walked closer, he realized that it was even bigger. The black city wall was 100 meters high and extended into the sky. It was impossible to see how long the city wall was. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. According to legend, the imperial city of the burning sun was 100 miles long in each direction. It was extremely majestic. On top of the city walls, there were rows of armored soldiers standing in rows. Their armor was thick like a forest, and their armor was dense. Every soldier emitted a powerful aura. The imperial city of the Burning Sun Empire was the most majestic city in the Burning Sun Empire. It was the core of the Burning Sun imperial family's power. According to legend, 800 years ago, the Burning Sun imperial family was the most powerful force in the Burning Sun Empire. All the major sects had to bow before the Burning Sun imperial family. At that time, the Burning Sun imperial family ruled the world. Thousands of cities in the Burning Sun Empire were under the rule of the Burning Sun Empire and their strength was at its peak. Unfortunately, the Burning Sun imperial family fell into internal strife and wars were endless. Later, their strength weakened and the sects rose. In particular, the Shifeng Sword sect took control of the imperial family and their strength increased tremendously. The Burning Sun imperial family would not be able to make a comeback. Now, the people of the Burning Sun Empire only had the 5 major sects in their eyes. The influence of the imperial family was very weak. Lu Ming walked along the official road and entered the imperial city. The streets of the imperial city were very wide. It would not be a problem for 10 carriages to travel side by side. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. There were elixir shops, weapon refining pavilions, and so on. It was not something that Firestorm City could compare to. Even Mysterious Sword City could not compare. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Lu Ming looked around curiously as he walked. The Burning Sun Imperial City is so big. How should I investigate father's news? Lu Ming thought. For a moment, he had no idea at all. Huaqi said that he is in the Imperial City. Maybe he is from the Imperial City. If I can find him and ask him about the situation in the Imperial City and the division of forces, it will be of great help to my next move. But what made Lu Ming dumbfounded was that he did not know how to find Huaqi. Forget it, the restaurant is the most informative place. Let's go to the restaurant first and find out more information while eating. Lu Ming was planning to look for a restaurant when there was a commotion on the street. Not good, Huajia is walking his beast again. What? Let's go. In the streets, the crowd was in chaos. The crowd was running around with fear on their faces. Roar, suddenly, a deafening beast roar was heard. Then, at the end of the street, a behemoth was running towards them. It was a beast that was 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was covered with fiery red scales and it was emitting a ferocious aura as it ran on the street. Rank 1 Rank 3, Cracked Armor Beast. Lu Ming recognized the beast's origin and level at a glance. Haha, go, go. Behind the cracked armor beast, there was a group of people riding on horses and shouting loudly. As the cracked armor beast ran, the pedestrians on the street retreated. Even some experts of the martial grandmaster realm and above were shocked and retreated to the side. Mother, mother, where are you? Ling Er is scared. In the middle of the street, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old was crying. She had pigtails and was holding a stick of candied hawthorn in her hand. The cracked armor beast was charging at the little girl. Ling Er, Ling Er. Someone save my Ling Er. Not far away, a woman screamed in fear and ran toward the little girl. However, she was obviously not a warrior and could not make it in time. None of the other warriors around her made a move. The warrior's eyes were filled with fear. Roar, the cracked armor beast saw the little girl. It roared and charged toward the little girl with a bloodthirsty look in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the little girl. The cracked armor beast opened its bloody mouth and bit at the little girl. Its huge bloody mouth was big enough to swallow the little girl in one bite. Behind it, the people on horseback laughed. crack armor, enjoy it. A young man in a gold-threaded robe shouted excitedly. At this moment, the little girl had already forgotten to cry. She just stared blankly. Obviously, she was scared stiff. Ling-er. The woman uttered a shrill cry. Lu Ming frowned. How could they let a beast eat people on the street? Was this still the imperial capital? Just as the cracked armor beast was about to bite the little girl, Lu Ming moved. His body swayed slightly and appeared beside the little girl. He reached out to grab the little girl and floated back. Roar, seeing that the fat meat in its mouth was snatched away, the cracked armor beast roared and charged toward Lu Ming with a murderous look in its eyes. Get lost. Lu Ming suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. A murderous aura that was even stronger than that of the cracked armor beast erupted. The cracked armor beast roared and its eyes were filled with fear. Like a frightened puppy, it ran back. Who is it? How dare you stop my beast from eating? You're courting death. An angry roar sounded. Thud thud thud, 7 or 8 horses galloped toward them. The person in the lead was the young man in the gold-threaded robe. The young man's face was slightly pale. His eyes were malicious as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. Roar, the cracked armor beast stood in front of the young man in the gold-threaded roar at Lu Ming. Little girl, are you all right? Lu Ming did not even look at the young man. Instead, he smiled at the little girl in his arms. I'm fine. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said obediently. At this moment, the old woman, Ling-er, is next to the golden-robed young man. A thin-faced young man shouted coldly. He pulled out a soft whip and whipped the woman's body. Immediately, a bloody mark appeared and blood seeped out, dyeing her clothes red. That little girl is dead for sure. Isn't that so? How could Huajia's beast be satisfied with just kowtowing? What a pity for that young man. He's probably just arrived at the imperial capital, yet he actually interfered in this matter. I'm afraid his end will be miserable. He can only blame his bad luck. Whispers could be heard from all around. His voice was very soft, for fear that Huajia would hear him. But what kind of cultivation did Lu Ming have? Still, he listened to every single word that was said. But he only smiled. The woman continued to kowtow. On the warhorse, the golden-robed young man, Huajia, frowned. His long and narrow eyes flashed with killing intent. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? A ferocious look appeared on the skinny young man's face as he lashed out at the woman with the whip again. Lu Ming frowned. He reached out and grabbed the soft whip in his hand. Brat, you've got guts. I didn't. Look for you, but you still dared to interfere. Now kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Obediently put down this little girl and then scram. The thin-faced young man pointed at Lu Ming and yelled. Lu Ming's eyes darkened as he coldly stared at the thin-faced young man. Brat, you're still not letting go? Fine, since that's the case, you'll also become the food of my young master's war beast. The thin-faced young man pulled the whip and realized that it wouldn't budge. He immediately yelled again. Do you usually feed your war beasts with humans? Lu Ming coldly asked. So what if we do? These lowly people are like ants. To be able to become the food of my young master's war beast is a blessing that they've cultivated for several lifetimes. The thin-faced young man hooted arrogantly. He didn't put Lu Ming in his eyes at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and kill this brat. Can't you see that I'm hungry? At this moment, Huajia indifferently said. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The thin-faced young man's expression changed greatly. He looked at Lu Ming ferociously and yelled, Brat, then I'll send you on your way. After saying this, he jumped down from the warhorse and pounced towards Lu Ming like a goshawk. His momentum was not weak at all. First layer martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This thin-faced young man was not even 30 years old. It was already not bad for him to be a first-layer martial grandmaster. However, in front of Lu Ming, it was not enough. He flicked the whip in his hand and a strong burst of true qi rushed towards the soft whip. The thin-faced young man was still holding the soft whip in one hand. He suddenly felt a surge of power coming from the soft whip. This power rushed into his palm and almost caused his palm to explode. A terrifying wound appeared on his palm. His hand also let go of the soft whip. Swish, Lu Ming flicked the soft whip like a snake and coiled it around the thin-faced young man's neck. He then flicked it and the thin-faced young man heavily fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With one move, he easily made the thin-faced young man, who was a first-layer martial grandmaster, lie on the ground like a dead dog. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard from all around. So powerful, finished in one move. What's so powerful about that? He dared to hit one of Huajia's men. He's finished. It seems like this is his first time in the imperial capital. That's true. Huajia will definitely not let him go. At this moment, the thin-faced young man let out an ear-piercing scream, "Ah, smash. Little bastard, you actually dared to hit me. Young master, you must seek justice for me. Let the cracked armor chew him into pieces." Is that so? If that's the case, then I'll feed you to the demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked the soft whip in his hand and the thin-faced young man's body directly flew towards the cracked armor beast. At the same time, the thin-faced young man's blood splashed into the cracked armor beast's mouth. Stimulated by the blood, the cracked armor beast let out a roar and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became stronger. Roar, with a roar, it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit towards the thin-faced young man. No, don't. The thin-faced young man was scared out of his wits and crazily screamed. Ling Er, don't look. Lu Ming blocked the little girl's eyes. Poochie. Ah. The skinny young man screamed in agony. Roar, the cracked armor beast roared as its bloodlust intensified. Crack armor, stop right there. Huajia roared from his warhorse. But the cracked armor beast had bitten off an arm. The blood made it go berserk. It ignored Huajia's words and continued to pounce on the skinny young man. Ah! Help! Help! The skinny young man screamed in agony. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't because of the whip. Lu Ming pulled the whip and the skinny young man flew towards Lu Ming. The cracked armor beast roared and continued to pounce. Lu Ming put down the little girl and stepped forward. He pressed his palm against the cracked armor beast's head. Boom, the cracked armor beast's huge body was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The cracked armor beast roared and struggled, but it was useless. The skinny young man screamed and looked at Lu Ming in confusion. He didn't know why Lu Ming wanted to save him. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to save you. I just want you to feel what it's like to be eaten by a beast. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. No, please let me go. The skinny young man screamed. Let you go? No, it's a blessing to be the food of your young master's beast. I must fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The skinny young man had said that himself. No, I was just talking nonsense. Just take it as a fart and let it go. The skinny young man said in a trembling voice. Enough. On the warhorse, Huajia's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lad, this farce ends here. You have 3 breaths. Within 3 breaths, destroy your own cultivation and kowtow to me 18 times. Then, I will let today's matter go. His words shocked everyone. Huajia was willing to let Lu Ming go, this was rare. It seemed like Huajia was a little afraid of Lu Ming. Huajia sat on his warhorse and looked down at Lu Ming from above. In his opinion, he was already doing him a great favor by offering such conditions. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to appreciate it. Get out of my sight now and I'll let it go. Lu Ming shouted. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Huajia. It seemed like he didn't know anything about Huajia's identity. Next to her, the woman hugged Ling Er tightly, trembling in fear. Huajia was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had heard a hilarious joke, he laughed and said, You want me to get lost? Ha ha ha, good. Now, you have lost your only chance of survival. Kill him for me. Yes. Behind Huajia, 6 silhouettes jumped off their warhorses. The eyes of the 6 middle-aged men shone brightly. The moment they leaped into the air, their auras exploded. They were all martial Grand Masters. The weakest one was a second-layer martial Grand Master. The strongest one was a third-layer martial Grand Master. 3 second-layer martial Grand Masters and 3 third-layer martial Grand Masters. The 6 of them were powerful. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ming merely glanced at them nonchalantly before he waved his palm. Lu Ming's palm flickered. He had already infused the power of wind into it, making Lu Ming's palm unbelievably fast. Clap clap clap, everyone only heard 6 slaps before they saw the 6 burly men fly back at a speed faster than they had pounced. They were like 6 broken sacks as they heavily fell to the ground. The crowd saw that the left side of each of the 6 men's faces was swollen. A clear handprint could be seen. Hiss, gasps could be heard all around. Many people's eyes almost popped out. They were dumbfounded. 6 experts were sent flying with a single slap. They were all experts of the second or third layer of the martial master realm. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s. How could he be so terrifying? Where did this young expert come from? It was too shocking. The skinny young man was stunned. His eyes were filled with despair. Even the cracked armor beast was shocked. The bloodthirsty look in its eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. It kept retreating. Huajia was also stunned. After a while, he reacted and shouted angrily, "Little bastard, you dare to fight back? You're dead. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the beasts. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back?" Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Huajia. How ridiculous. He really didn't know what Huajia was thinking. Did he think that he was better than others? And that he could humiliate others and take their lives without them fighting back? How ridiculous. What do you want? Huajia's face was extremely gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. What do I want? Don't you like to use other people's lives to feed your beasts? I really want to know what kind of expression you will have when you become the food for that beast of yours. Lu Ming walked towards Huajia and said with a faint smile. How dare you? Don't you know who I am? If you dare to do this, I'll kill your entire family. Huajia shouted. Who are you? It's none of my business. Lu Ming replied calmly. So you don't know who I am? Let me tell you. I'm the son of the sky-suppressing king. Do you know that my father is the sky-suppressing king? If you kneel down and admit your mistake, you can still live. Huajia continued to shout. His eyes were filled with viciousness. So Lu Ming didn't know who he was. Now that he told him who he was, he believed that Lu Ming would be scared half to death. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He didn't even bat an eyelid. It seemed like the name of the sky-suppressing king didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Huajia's expression changed. It was extremely ugly and he was flustered. Huajia gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Just you wait. I won't let you go. Let's go. Go? Did I say that you can go? Lu Ming said calmly. He moved and appeared in front of Huajia. Kid, don't be so shameless. I swear that if you dare to touch me today, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Huajia roared. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and said, All the more reason for me to try. Lu Ming's palm glowed red as he grabbed at Huajia. Stop, young man. Let me give you a piece of advice. My young master is not someone you can mess with. The 6 burly men rushed over again. One of them roared. You don't know what you're talking about. Sizzle sizzle, Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and stabbed out. 6 streaks of spear light shot out. Bam bam, the 6 burly men roared and tried their best to resist. However, it was useless. They were sent flying again and coughed up blood. Huajia's expression changed. Now, no one can stop me. Lu Ming clawed at Huajia. Ah. Huajia struggled madly. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a little chick, unable to put up any resistance. Silence. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Everyone stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After knowing Huajia's identity, Lu Ming still dared to grab Huajia by the throat. Even the elites of the 5 major sects did not have the guts to do so. After all, they were an imperial city and the geniuses of the imperial family. Let go of young master. The 6 burly men ignored their injuries and rushed over. If you don't want him to die, go ahead, Lu Ming said. The 6 burly men stopped in their tracks. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of the cracked armor beast. Roar! The cracked armor beast seemed to be afraid of Lu Ming and slowly retreated. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear radiance pierced through the cracked armor beast's scales, causing blood to flow. Roar! The cracked armor beast was injured and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were red and filled with a murderous aura. Come on! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and brought Huajia to the cracked armor beast's mouth. However, the cracked armor beast looked at Huajia and hesitated. It seemed to be afraid of Huajia. Lu Ming smiled and cut Huajia's arm. A stream of blood flew into the cracked armor beast's mouth. Roar! The cracked armor beast went crazy after being injured and having blood in its mouth. It opened its mouth and roared. Its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at Huajia. No, don't! Huajia screamed at the top of his lungs. He was scared out of his wits and his whole body was trembling. I'm sure many people have been eaten by your demon beasts. Now that your cracked armor beast has swallowed you, you deserve it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone around them was shocked. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually wanted the cracked armor beast to eat Huajia. Many people were cheering in their hearts. Huajia had committed all kinds of crimes in Imperial City because of his status, but no one dared to say anything. Because his father was Heavenly King Suppressor. Given that he was known as Heaven Suppressing, one could imagine how powerful he was. Most importantly, Heavenly King Suppressor was very close to the Decimo Sword sect. Roar! The splinter armor beast roared and lunged at Huajia with its mouth wide open. No! The 6 middle-aged men roared. Ah! Huajia let out an incomparably miserable scream. It was incomparably sorrowful and mournful. Huajia was so scared that he wet his pants. Lu Ming smiled faintly and retreated slightly, causing the cracked armor beast to miss. Ah! Huajia continued to scream. After a while, he realized that he was fine and stopped. Then, he realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their faces were all red. It was obvious that they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At the same time, a foul stench wafted into Huajia's nose. In an instant, his face changed from pale to ashen, and then to red. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Ah, damn it, damn it! Huajia screamed madly in his heart. The young lord ordered his beast to devour others. I didn't know that he was so cowardly. Today, I've learned something new. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming tossed Huajia aside casually. He did not even look at Huajia as he laughed and left. In fact, he didn't plan to kill Huajia from the beginning. He came to the imperial capital this time to investigate his father. If he killed Huajia, Heavenly King Suppressor would definitely go crazy and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial capital. Now, he just wanted to teach Huajia a lesson. The grudge he had with Huajia was only between the younger generation. Heavenly King Suppressor wouldn't dare to interfere. At least on the surface, he wouldn't. If they were juniors, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone. Damn it, I swear that I'll kill you no matter who you are. Huajia roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that Lu Ming would return. If any of you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, I'll kill his entire family. After Lu Ming walked far away, Huajia looked at the surrounding crowd and shouted angrily. Everyone despised him. This Huajia was a bully. He pissed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off again. However, they weren't as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. Let's go! Huajia shouted and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming didn't look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. "Brother, please wait a moment." After walking for a while, a shout came from behind him. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, two people were striding towards him. One of them was a girl in her late teens. She was slightly older than Lu Ming and was very beautiful. The other was a young man in his mid-teens. He looked similar to the girl. He had red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's brows twitched slightly. He didn't know these two people. Why were they looking for him? Were they Huajia's men? "Are you looking for me?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. I'm Pearl. I admire you for teaching Huajia a lesson. That's why I wanted to get to know you." The girl cupped her fists. "I'm Ming Peak and I'm Ming Peak. What's your name, brother?" It was so satisfying just now. "I wanted to fight too, but my sister stopped me," the young man exclaimed. He seemed very lively. The two people's gazes were pure and harmless. They must be telling the truth. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "I'm Tianyun." Tianyun was Lu Yuntian's name in reverse. Since he had disguised himself, he naturally had to change his name. "So it's Brother Tian. You look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's admirable. Moreover, you didn't fear Huajia and brazenly attacked him." "I'm ashamed," Pearl said. "You're too polite. It was just a small effort." "It's nothing." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Brother Tianyun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Huajia a lesson." "Ha ha ha, he actually pissed his pants just now. That was so fun. I'm sure it'll cause a sensation in Imperial Capital." Ming Peak laughed. He was very good at making connections. He directly called Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming didn't mind. He only smiled. "Brother Tian, this should be your first time in Imperial Capital, right?" Pearl asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. Ming Zhu nodded with an as-expected expression and continued, "Brother Tian, although that Huajia is a hedonistic son and is not worth mentioning, his father is the suppressing heavenly king. You have to be careful." "Sky-suppressing king? Is he strong?" Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he had never heard of the sky-suppressing king before. "Of course he's strong." A hint of fear flashed in Pearl's eyes. He said, "The sky-suppressing king is the eldest brother of the current emperor. He has extremely profound cultivation and is in charge of more than half of the military power in the world. He's invincible. It's said that he has a special relationship with the Shifeng sword sect." "Oh, he's really a big shot." Even if he knew what kind of person the heaven-suppressing king was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm expression, Pearl secretly admired him. "Big Brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the Star General Hall?" Ming Peak suddenly asked. "Star General Hall?" Lu Ming was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. "That's right, the Star General Hall is a place created by the imperial family to gather the world's geniuses. Besides the 5 major sects, it is the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire." Ming Peak answered. "There's such a place?" Lu Ming's expression flickered. "Brother Tian, if you're here for business and will leave soon, then it's fine. But if you plan to stay in the imperial capital for a long time, then I suggest you join the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was created by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire and has been in use ever since. As long as you join the Star General Hall, the older generation like the heaven-suppressing king will have no reason to act. At most, only the younger generation will be able to act." Pearl explained. Then, Pearl explained a little about the Star General Hall. It was very simple. It was a place where the imperial family gathered the world's geniuses and trained generals. Thus, it was called the Star General Hall. Many of those who came out of the Star General Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the Star General Hall might be a good choice. Joining the Star General Hall would at least give him a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the Star General Hall was an extremely important place in the imperial capital. He might be able to obtain some important information there. What are the requirements to join the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. If there's a requirement, there's only one, and that is talent. As long as you have talent, the Star General Hall will accept you regardless of your identity, background, or cultivation. It doesn't matter if you're the son or daughter of a noble or a commoner. Pearl said. So lenient? Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat incredulous. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. There's a saying that the Scorching Sun royal family is unwilling to be controlled by the Ten Directions Sword sect and wants to nurture their own faction. That's why they created the Star General Hall with such low conditions. Ming Peak whispered. Oh? Lu Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the relationship between the Ten Directions Sword sect and the imperial family was rather subtle. Brother Tian, Star General Hall will open its doors to recruit a new batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is Star General Hall's monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Pearl said. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you, my sister is also a member of the Star General Hall. As for me, I will also be joining the Star General Hall the day after tomorrow. At that time, let's go together. Ming Peak shouted. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Tian, take care. See you the day after tomorrow. Pearl cupped his fists and left with Ming Peak. After that, Lu Ming continued to wander around. After passing a few streets, he found an inn and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing much happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. The Star General Hall was very famous in the imperial capital. He found out the exact location of the Star General Hall after asking around. Lu Ming headed toward the Star General Hall. The Star General Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, stretching as far as the eye could see. The entrance of the Star General Hall was very majestic. On both sides, there were 2 bronze Qilin statues, looking extraordinarily mighty. At the entrance, there were more than 10 burly men standing upright. Their bodies emitted a strong and ferocious aura. Obviously, they were all experts. Furthermore, they were martial grandmasters. There was a table in front of the entrance. A white-haired old man was registering. There were many people coming and going at the entrance. They were all old students of the Star General Hall. Those who joined the Star General Hall were called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were new students who wanted to join the Star General Hall. Big brother Tianyun. Lu Ming heard a shout the moment he arrived. Ming Peak and Pearl walked over. Good morning. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Looks like there aren't many people here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and said with a smile. The Star General Hall recruits a new batch of people every month. Therefore, there aren't many people here. On average, there are about 100 people here every month. Pearl explained. Show me your bloodline. At that moment, a young man walked up to the old man. The old man said indifferently. Buzz. A blood-red light flashed on the young man's body and a tall brown bear appeared. 3 blood-red chakras flashed on the brown bear's body. 3rd grade bloodline, not bad. What's your name? The old man asked. Feng Wei. The young man replied. Then, the old man took out a jade token and inscribed several inscriptions on it. He passed the jade token to the young man and said, All right, this is your identity jade token. From now on, you're a student of the Star General Hall. The young man was overjoyed. He took the jade token and walked into the Star General Hall. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't this procedure too simple? It's that simple. Pearl smiled. Then, won't there be disciples from the 5 major sects in the Star General Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, there will be disciples from the 5 major sections. There are quite a number of them. Some of them specially came to join the Star General Hall. Some are here to cultivate, some are here to gain experience. However, after joining the Star General Hall, there are certain measures in place. Pearl explained. Lu Ming was amazed. One by one, the young men went to register. Lu Ming noticed that as long as one's bloodline was at least second grade, they could join the Star General Hall. "Brat, it's you." Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent sounded. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but reveal a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. It was Hua Jia. Hua Jia had changed into a silver robe with a jade belt around his waist. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Beside him, there were a few young men following behind him as they walked over. "Brat, you dare to stay in the imperial capital and even want to join the Star General Hall? Just as well, you won't be leaving today," Hua Jia said darkly. "Haha, isn't this the young prince? What a coincidence. Eh? You've changed your pants, why do you still have a stench?" Lu Ming's nose twitched as he said with a smile. You're courting death." Hua Jia's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a sinister expression. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to speak of what happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. The news spread quickly and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial capital. He had become a laughingstock. Hua Jia hated Lu Ming to the core. Now, Lu Ming still dared to mention this matter. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. So he's the young man from 2 days ago? How dare he treat Hua Jia like that? Hua Jia probably hates him to the core. There's going to be a show to watch. Xianxia is beside Hua Jia. That brat is finished. "Little prince, is this the kid?" A tall young man beside Hua Jia looked at Lu Ming with hostility. "That's the kid. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes." Hua Jia gritted his teeth. "Hee, little prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson?" "I'll teach him a lesson." Xianxia took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming mockingly. "Do as you see fit. Break his arms and legs first. The rest is up to you," Hua Jia said in a deep voice. "Alright, I'll beat him until his mother can't recognize him." Xianxia sneered as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th level martial master. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was merely a peak 4th level martial master and yet he dared to be so arrogant. "Xianxia, this is the general hall. Don't mess around." Mingzhu's face was solemn as he stepped forward. "Io, isn't this beautiful Pearl? Why, do you want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Don't ask for trouble." Xianxia scolded. Pearl's expression changed and turned ugly. "What are you being so arrogant for? At most, we'll fight." Ming Peak shouted when he saw Pearl being bullied. "You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out. You're just an ant. You want to fight? I'll cripple you right now." Xianxia sneered and closed in on Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. His gaze was calm as a powerful aura rose from his body. 4th level martial master aura. So you're a 4th level martial master. No wonder you can defeat the 6 experts under the little prince. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can fight me just because we're both 4th level martial masters? I'll let you know how naive you are. Xianxia's gaze flickered as he said in disdain. "Then you can try," Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom, their auras clashed and a gust of wind swept up. "What are you doing? No fighting is allowed at the entrance of the general hall. Get out." Suddenly, the old man in charge of registration at the entrance of the Star General Hall let out a furious roar. An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's expression changed. This old man was definitely a martial ancestor realm expert. "Elder, this person has a grudge with me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately." Hua Jia cupped his fists at the old man. "Young prince, although you are of noble status, this is Star General Hall. Star General Hall has its own rules. Aside from His Majesty the Emperor, no one is allowed to break the rules of Star General Hall. You are no exception." The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of backing down. "You." Hua Jia's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. The elders of the Star General Hall were directly under the emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly King Suppression, was here, the elders of the Star General Hall might not give him face. Humph, brat, consider yourself lucky. However, your luck will only last for 3 days. Let's see how you'll die in 3 days. Huajia stared coldly at Lu Ming. Let's go. Then, Huajia waved his hand and strode into the Star General Hall. Qin Xiong glanced coldly at Lu Ming, sneered, and followed Huajia. All right. Continue. The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the hall to begin with. Soon, it was Ming Peek's turn. After Ming Peek, it was Lu Ming's turn. Condense your bloodline and let me see. The old man glanced indifferently at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, there was a flash of blood-red light on his body. The spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed. At the same time, his 6 blood-red chakras shone brightly. Level 6 bloodline. The old man's eyes suddenly emitted an intense light, like 2 suns. On the side, Pearl, Ming Peek, and a few others looked at Lu Ming in shock. Level 6 bloodline, it was actually a level 6 bloodline. One should know that in the 5 major sects, those with a level 6 bloodline were top-notch geniuses and newcomers. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year. The old man's eyes flickered and he suddenly asked, which of the 5 major sects do you belong to? Lu Ming was taken aback. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the old man was suspicious because his bloodline was too high. However, the appearance of his chakras was not under his control. Otherwise, he would have shown 3 chakras and it would not be too eye-catching. I don't belong to any of the 5 major sections. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He was not lying. He was indeed a rogue cultivator. Oh? The old man's eyes flickered. Obviously, he did not believe him. What's your name? The old man asked. Tianyun. Lu Ming replied. Then, the old man took out a jade token and engraved a few inscriptions on it. He handed the jade token to Lu Ming and said, 3 days later, there will be a test at the martial arts field. Okay. Lu Ming took the jade token and nodded. Big brother Tianyun, where's your room? After Lu Ming registered, Ming Peek came up and asked. Lu Ming took the jade token and injected his true qi into it. Immediately, some information appeared. Outer Hall, room 11,232. Lu Ming said. Haha, then we're together. I'm in room 11231 and my sister is not far from us. She's in room 11186. Ming Peek was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. Martial artists must have their own rooms. There were more than 10,000 people in the Hall of General. There must be at least 10,000 people in the Hall of General. But it was normal when he thought about it. The Hall of General recruited a group of people every month. Even if it was not a lot each time, it would accumulate over the years. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Pearl warned with a serious expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. That elder had told everyone who joined that there would be a test at the martial arts field 3 days later. Moreover, Huajia had also said that Lu Ming's luck was good. It would only be 3 days. 3 days later, let's see how he'll die. He was very curious about this. What exactly is going on with the test 3 days later? Lu Ming asked. Ming Zhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you also know that when the Star General Hall recruits people, they don't ask about their background or background. They take in anyone. There are definitely all sorts of people in there. Of course the Hall of General won't do nothing. Thus, the students who have just joined the Hall of General will be tested 3 days later. The test is actually very simple. The old students will spar with the new students. On the surface, it's a spar, but in reality, it's to test the new students. If they are disciples of the 5 great sects, they will definitely not receive any training in the future. Pearl explained in detail. So that's how it is, Lu Ming nodded his head. If that's the case, Huajia and the others were planning to tamper with the test in 3 days. Therefore, Brother Tian, you have to be careful in 3 days. Normally, the old students will be selected by the elders of the Hall of General. However, with Huajia's influence, it won't be difficult for him to tamper with the test. Pearl continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled, not minding it at all. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Qin Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th layer of the Martial Master Realm, he once killed a 5th layer Martial Master Realm expert with a single slash. He is incomparably powerful and is not someone ordinary cultivators can compare to. Pearl continued. Genius? Isn't that more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. The Star General Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. Mountains, rivers, historical sites, and scenic spots were everywhere. Especially the halls and pavilions, they were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. The dormitories in the Star General Hall were filled with pavilions. They were all 7 floors high and had rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging on the door with the number 11232. Ming Peek's room was right next to his. He took out his identity jade token and shone it at the metal plate. The metal plate glowed and the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf at the side of the room. The bookshelf was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the Star General Hall is better than in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Although the imperial family has declined, they are still legitimate and have a strong foundation. Lu Ming thought to himself. Soon, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was Pearl and Ming Peek. Brother Tian, you just joined the Star General Hall. Let me show you around. Ming Zhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with the place. Lu Ming, Pearl, and Ming Peek walked around the Star General Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this time, Lu Ming found out that Pearl and Ming Peek were the sons and daughters of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the borders and fought wars all year round. As his sons and daughters, they naturally joined the Star General Hall and could become great generals in the future. The 3 of them chatted as they walked and slowly became closer. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a secret manual appeared in his hand. 3 Dao Palms was one of the 2 Earth rank martial techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongi tribe's ruins. He did not have the energy to cultivate it before, but now that he had cultivated the airborne steps to the highest level, he could finally cultivate the 3 Dao Palms. Lu Ming opened the 3 Dao Palms manual and carefully read it. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face revealing a look of amazement. The 3 Palms was a completely offensive martial skill, and its power was beyond his imagination. 3 palms, in fact, there were only 3 palms in total. The first palm was the human Dao palm. The second palm was the beast Dao palm. The third palm was the heavenly law palm. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the human Dao palm, was already equivalent to the power of other earth-level martial skills. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low-grade earth-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a high-grade earth-rank martial skill. As for the third palm, the Heaven's Path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest level, its might would be infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-tier martial skill. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart fiercely twitched. What kind of concept was a Tian-tier martial skill? It was much stronger than an Earth-tier martial skill. It was incomparably terrifying. It was a martial skill that only kings were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the 3 Dao Palms was classified as a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill was because very few people in history were able to successfully cultivate the third palm. It was too difficult. Having it was equivalent to not having it, so the 3 Dao Palms was classified as a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill. Only by cultivating the first palm to the 3rd level could one cultivate the second palm. And to cultivate the 3rd palm, no one knew what conditions one had to meet. It all depended on one's luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it, then took out the 3 Dao Palms secret manual and carefully read it again. The difficulty of cultivating the 3 Dao palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, there was no progress in the 3 Dao palms. At this time, it was time for the new student's test. Pearl and Ming Peak found Lu Ming early in the morning and walked with Lu Ming to the martial arts field. The martial arts field was very vast. It was said that it was the place where the emperor reviewed the troops. It was impossible to see the end of it. On one side of the martial arts field, there were more than 10 fighting stages. At this time, there were already hundreds of people gathered around one of the fighting stages. More than 100 of them were new students who had just joined this time. The rest were old students. Some were here to watch the show, and some were here to participate in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. It was Hua Jia, Xianxia, and the others. Beside Hua Jia, there were more than 10 young men. They were here as expected. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Let's see how he'll die later. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today after offending the young prince. But it'll end here. The other young man beside Hua Jia sneered. Hua Jia's lips curled into a cold murderous intent. He said, Xianxia, later, you just have to be ruthless and blame the Star Hall. I'll take responsibility. Don't worry, young prince. I know what to do. Xianxia sneered. After a while, the number of people gradually increased. In the end, there were about 500 people. At this time, a middle-aged elder went up to the fighting stage. The test this time is very simple. I will send out the old students to spar with the new students. The new students need not have any misgivings and can display your strength to your heart's content. If you are able to last 100 moves against the old students, the Star General Hall will give you a generous reward. If you are able to defeat the old students, the 7 great cultivation sacred grounds of the Star General Hall, with the exception of the Earth Yuan Cave, the other 6 sacred grounds will be able to cultivate for a year free of charge. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students lit up. 7 sacred grounds? Lu Ming was a little confused. Obviously, he had never heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds are unique to the Star General Hall. It's very mysterious. After the test, I'll explain it to you in detail. Pearl said softly. Alright, let's begin. The first one is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, a skinny young man went up to the fighting stage. Du Can, go up and test him. The middle-aged elder instructed an old student. Yes. An old student in a red robe went up. Without saying anything, the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a crazy attack. The saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light as he attacked Du Can. However, Du Can had a smile on his face. He was calm and did not fight back. Instead, he kept dodging. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He could tell that Du Can's cultivation was definitely above the martial Grand Master realm. On the other hand, Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade martial master. The difference was too big. If Du Can really attacked, half a move would be enough to take Wu Yuan's life. However, Du Can did not attack. Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky on his right. In the sky, on top of a cloud, a few old men were watching the fighting stage with bright eyes. There are indeed experts observing in the dark. It seems like the Star General Hall is not simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the Star General Hall is used by the royal family to nurture their own forces in an attempt to fight against the Shifeng Sword faction? But it's so obvious. The Shifeng Sword faction must know about it. Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, the few old men on the cloud were seriously watching the battle on the fighting stage. The saber light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak's 30 sabers. This Wu Yuan should be from Lone Peak City. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is ordinary. Another old man sighed. There's nothing we can do. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 major sections. Let's just watch. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting stage. Let's end this. Dukan shouted and punched out. Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the battle stage. Continue, the second round, go away. The middle-aged elder announced again. The tests continued one after another. However, the strength of the new students was mixed. Some of them were only in the martial soldier realm and could not last more than 100 moves against the old students. Of course, there were exceptions. There was a person whose cultivation had reached the third layer of the martial grandmaster realm. He directly defeated an old student and attracted a lot of attention. Soon, it was Ming Peak's turn. However, Ming Peak's cultivation was only in the 6th level martial master realm. It was not bad for his age, but it was impossible for him to be a match for the old student. The old student purposely went easy on Ming Peak for more than 50 moves and then defeated him. Next, Tianyun. The middle-aged elder announced. Lu Ming's expression changed and he stepped onto the fighting stage. Chen Xiong, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Chen Xiong, as expected. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he sneered. It's really Chen Xiong. It can't be so coincidental. He must have done something or this elder was bribed. Pearl whispered. Isn't this too hateful? Why don't we ask Brother Tianyun to give up the test? Ming Peak said. No, if he gives up the test, he can't stay in the Star General Hall. Pearl said. Then what should we do? Sister, is that Chen Xiong really that powerful? No matter what, Brother Tianyun is still in the 4th level martial master realm. Ming Peak said anxiously. Pearl sighed and said, of course Chen Xiong is strong. Ordinary 5th level martial masters were killed by him in one move. It is said that no less than 3 5th level martial masters have died in his hands. If he's that powerful, what should we do? Ming Peak was even more anxious. There's no other way. We can only rely on Tianyun's luck. Pearl sighed. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Chen Xiong laughed heartily and stepped onto the battle stage, standing in front of Lu Ming. Below the stage, Hua Jia sneered, Brat, your name is Tianyun, right? You've given me 3 more days to live. Now accept your fate. Hua Jia, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or do you want to pee in your pants again? Lu Ming glanced at Hua Jia and shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Hua Jia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was really too abominable. He was simply poking at Hua Jia's sore spot. Hua Jia's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and roared, little bastard, go ahead and scream. This is your last chance. I'll let you have your fill. After all, you're about to die. Hee hee. Lu Ming responded with a sneer. He was too lazy to deal with Hua Jia, this mad dog. Clang. At this moment, Chen Xiong unsheathed his long sword. A bright, blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. Tianyun, I once used this sword to kill an expert of the 5th level of the martial master realm. It is your honor to be able to die under my sword. Chen Xiong said loudly. His face was full of pride. You killed a 5th grade martial master expert with a single sword. You're shameless enough to brag about it. Don't you find it embarrassing? Lu Ming curled his lips and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd staggered and almost fell. They looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Embarrassing? As a 4th level martial master, he had killed a 5th level martial master expert with one sword. In Lu Ming's eyes, this was a broken record and embarrassing. This was a battle that surpassed one's level. Moreover, it was in the martial master realm. To be able to kill an opponent in the martial master realm, one must be a top genius. Bragging, he must be bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Pearl and Ming Peak looked at each other. Bragging, bragging. Since you're about to die, I'll let you brag to your heart's content. Hua Jia laughed loudly. However, Chen Xiong's face was extremely ugly. The battle that he had always been proud of was actually so unbearable in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether or not Chen Xiong was bragging, in his eyes, it was an insult to him. Tianyun, wait a moment. I hope you can still say it. Qin Xiong's voice was extremely cold. He pointed his long sword and a surging sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Qin Xiong shouted. His killing intent soared to the heavens. Man and sword became one, turning into a blood-red sword chi and slashing towards Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled, as if it could cut the space in half. Its power was extremely shocking. How was this a test or a spar? This was blatantly trying to kill Lu Ming. Oh no! Pearl and Ming Peek's faces changed dramatically. As for Hua Jia, he sneered and thought, boy, it's really too easy for you to die like this. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's face was calm. Looking at the incoming sword chi, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He did not take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his hand. Chasing thunder. Whoosh, the red spear chi flashed by. Fast, too fast, unbelievably fast. Most people did not even see it clearly. Only a few old men in the clouds were shocked. Bang, in the fighting ring, two rays of light collided. However, Qin Xiong's sword chi was like a layer of bubbles that burst upon contact. Then, the spear chi continued to flash and disappeared. The spear quickly disappeared. In the fighting ring, two figures stood facing each other. Who won? Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Puff, suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from Qin Xiong's throat. Qin Xiong screamed and covered his throat with his hands. His eyes were as wide as a dead fish's as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. I've said it before. It's really embarrassing to talk about your lousy battle record. Lu Ming said indifferently. Qin Xiong's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Then, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the Star General Hall were all dumbfounded as they watched on. One move to kill a top genius, Qin Xiong. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He merely condensed a long spear with his true chi and killed Qin Xiong with a casual move. What kind of strength is this? Isn't he too strong? Qin Xiong did not even have the strength to fight back in front of him. Genius, a peerless genius. Many people shouted in their hearts. So strong, this young man is not simple. In the clouds, an old man said. Could he be a genius from the 5 major sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he is not a disciple of the 5 major sections. Investigate thoroughly. If he is not from the 5 major sects, we must try our best to rope him in. A few old men looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Hua Jia stared at the scene with his mouth agape. After a while, he came to his senses and roared furiously, Tianyun, how dare you kill Qin Xiong? How dare you kill him? You will pay with your life. Pay with my life? Ridiculous, Qin Xiong was the one who said he wanted to kill me. Now that I killed him, he deserved it. Moreover, the elders did not say that killing is forbidden. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. He was indeed bribed by Hua Jia, but he knew that there were a few big shots watching from the clouds. He didn't dare to go overboard. Hua Jia was stunned. He couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Hua Jia, I'll give you a chance. All of you can come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar. Lu Ming actually wanted all of Hua Jia's people to come at him together. This was too arrogant. One must know that all of Hua Jia's people were geniuses. They were the children of many big shots in the imperial capital. Their combat strength was very strong. Some of them were even stronger than Qin Xiong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? Crazy. Crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Hua Jia was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, all right, this is what you said. Don't go back on your words. At the same time, he was laughing in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the battle platform, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he didn't know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission was transmitted to his ears, asking him to agree. It was from an elder above the clouds. They also wanted to take this opportunity to observe Lu Ming. Alright, this battle can be carried out, the middle-aged elder announced. Go. Huajia hurriedly waved his hand. Over 10 young men beside him rushed up the battle platform. Brat, do you think you can be so arrogant after defeating Xianxia? How naive. You actually challenged so many of us at once. You're simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, my surname isn't Wang. These young men stared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming actually challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. This was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, do it quickly. If not, scram. Lu Ming berated. Damn it, you're courting death. Kill him. Over 10 young men let out angry roars and emitted powerful auras. Boom. Boom. Boom, blood-red light flashed as the bloodlines of more than a dozen youths burst out at the same time. The terrifying attack was like a never-ending wave that surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was instantly drowned out by the multicolored brilliance. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight with more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, Xianxia didn't even need to use a weapon. Instead, a spear materialized in his hand. Whoosh, the long spear swept out in a very direct and violent manner. A full moon appeared on the battle platform. Bang! Bang! A loud explosion could be heard as the attacks launched by the young men were shattered instantly. A terrifying spear glow swept across the surroundings. Ah! Ah! More than a dozen screams rang out as more than a dozen figures were sent flying off the stage, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. One move, just one move, and all the young geniuses brought by Huajia were defeated. It was so easy as if he was swatting a dozen flies. What a waste of time. Lu Ming curled his lips and said. Everyone was speechless and roared in their hearts. What do you mean by a waste of time? You're too abnormal. Even if you want to defeat someone, you shouldn't do it like that. Huajia's body trembled. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Strong, too strong. Brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Peak kept muttering, his face full of excitement. By the side, Mingzhu's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. Lu Ming's strength was completely beyond her expectations. Phew. Phew, above the clouds, several old men let out a long sigh, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. How is it? Can you tell where they came from? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move, and most of them were defeated with absolute strength. Very little information was exposed. What's more, he probably used his own personal martial arts technique. There's no trace of the 5 biggest sections. Another old man said. This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius from the 5 great sects or not? Pay attention. We must pay attention to him. If he's from the 5 biggest sects, he just wants to cultivate in the sacred ground and won't stay for long. If he's not, we must rope him in. The old man discussed quickly. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged man. Yes. It's over. The middle-aged man stammered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped down from the fighting ring. Huajie glared at Lu Ming with resentment. He left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Huajie came with a high profile and left with a face full of dust. He would become a laughingstock once again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as the older generation did not appear, he did not care about a foppish young master like Huajie. Then, the test continued. However, no one who stood out appeared. Soon, all the tests were over. The middle-aged man marked each new student's identity jade token. Haha, I can finally cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds. Ming Peak laughed. Ming Peak, are the 7 sacred grounds really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Brother Tianyun, do you know why the 5 biggest sect's disciples sneaked in? They want to cultivate in the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General. Ming Peak said with glowing eyes. Brother Tian, the 7 sacred grounds of the Hall of General are the most important places for the imperial family. It is said that the omnidirectional sword sect covets it, but the imperial family has a tight grip on it. It can be said that the 7 sacred grounds are the foundation of the imperial family and they will not give it to others. Pearl explained. Yes, Brother Tianyun, you defeated the older students this time. Apart from the Earth Essence Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 sacred grounds and cultivate for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Peak exclaimed. I wonder what the 7 great cultivation sanctuaries are. Lu Ming asked. Let me tell you. Ming Feng immediately rushed to say, the 7 great cultivation holy grounds are respectively the Earth Essence Cave, Bingjin Valley, Divine Wind Valley, Unending Tower, 10,000 Kill Secret Realm, Fog Swamp, and Lightning Light Hall. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave contains rich fire spiritual chi that can condense true chi. In the Earth Essence Cave, whether it is to raise one's cultivation or to cultivate fire attribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gangjin Valley contains rich Gangjin Qi and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute martial skills and martial skills. The Divine Wind Valley is filled with gales and hurricanes and is the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills. It's so magical. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very interested. Mystic Essence Sword Sect did not have many places like this. Lu Ming only knew of the Phoenix Perch Cave in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. The royal family that ruled the Blazing Sun Empire had a strong foundation. Brother Tianyun, which one do you want to go to first? Ming Peak asked. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, the Earth Essence Cave. Sure, I want to go too. Let's go together. Ming Peak was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of you can go to the Earth Essence Cave. I'm going to the Fog Swamp to cultivate a martial technique. I won't be going with you. Pearl smiled. Sister, hurry up and go. Ming Peak urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the Star General Hall. Don't cause trouble. Pearl glared at Ming Peak and left. Brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Essence Cave together. Ming Peak shouted excitedly. They could find the way to the Earth Essence Cave just by asking any senior student. The 2 of them passed through many halls and arrived at a mountain peak. There was a huge stone wall at the foot of the mountain. There was a stone door on the wall and 2 middle-aged men were guarding the door. The 2 middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but their bodies were emitting waves of ocean-like aura, unfathomable. What a strong cultivation. They're definitely martial ancestor realm experts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the royal family had declined. However, it seemed that their strength was not to be underestimated. A martial ancestor realm expert in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would be a silver-robed elder. Senior, we're going to the Earth Essence Cave to cultivate. Ming Peak walked to one of the men and bowed respectfully. Identity Jade Token. Let me take a look. The man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Ming Peak took out their Identity Jade cards and handed them over to the big man. The big man took a look at it and nodded. You can go in. First, exchange for the inscription stones. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Essence Cave. Alright, thank you, Senior. Ming Peak nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out spirit crystals. On the way here, Ming Peak had already explained the situation of the Duyuan Cave to Lu Ming in detail. From top to bottom, the imperial family had dug out 13 layers of the earthen cave. On every floor, there were cultivation chambers that were filled with fire-attributed spiritual energy. Regardless of whether it was to raise one's cultivation, refine one's shinchi, or cultivate fire-attributed martial techniques, they were all extremely useful. The further down he went, the denser the spiritual chi was, and the better the effects. However, it was impossible for them to let people cultivate there for free. Inscriptions were carved into every secret room. Only the imperial family's inscription stones could open the secret rooms and allow people to cultivate there. The inscription stone cost 30 spiritual crystals. Of course, the further down he went, the more inscription stones he would need. How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked Ming Peak. One piece is enough. Ming Peak said. On the first floor of the Earth Essence Cave, one inscription stone was enough to open a secret training room and cultivate there for a month. Ming Peak took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Ming Peak a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many inscription stones do you want? The middle-aged man asked. Let's exchange for 100 first. Lu Ming said casually. Ah? What? 100? The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Peak also widened his eyes. 100 inscription stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of silver. Lu Ming was so young. How could he have so many spiritual crystals? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed and a jade box appeared. Rows of spiritual crystals were neatly stacked in it. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them and then took out 100 inscription stones and handed them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Peak walked in. As soon as they entered, they could feel the rich spiritual qi of the fire attribute. After walking for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were neat and tidy. It was obvious that it was man-made. There were secret training rooms around the cave. The doors of the secret rooms were closed. Some of the doors were shining faintly, which meant that someone was cultivating inside. Those that were not shining on the doors meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a cave entrance. As they walked in, they saw a spiral staircase below the cave entrance. This was the first floor. If they went further down, they would reach the second floor. Brother Tianyun, which floor are you going to cultivate on? I'll cultivate here. Ming Feng said, his voice faintly revealing a look of envy. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is not very rich. Let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down? But my inscription stones. Don't I have them here? I haven't thanked you for telling me so much. Let's go down together. I'll treat you. Lu Ming smiled. Treat me? Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peak was overjoyed and did not stand on ceremony at all. Ming Feng's youthful temperament was genuine and he did not beat around the bush. He took the lead and went to the second floor. The space of the second floor was not smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first floor. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the blazing spiritual qi of heaven and earth wrapping around his body as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Essence Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation. This is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably improve 10 times faster than outside. Moreover, it will definitely be very useful to cultivate fire-based martial arts. Even the comprehension of fire force will be very useful. I made the right choice to come today. Moreover, this is only the second floor, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth essence is so rich. It is said that there are 13 floors in the Earth Essence Cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go all the way down. Lu Ming thought to himself. Brother Tianyun, in this floor, you will need 3 inscription stones to cultivate in a secret room for a month. Ming Peak said. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and went to the third floor. Ming Peak hurried to follow. On the third floor, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was even richer. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes moved because he saw 5 or 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor. Although the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was rich in the open space outside, it could not be compared to the secret room. What were these people doing sitting outside? Ming Peak seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. He whispered to Lu Ming, I heard from my sister that in the Earth Essence Cave, some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones, so they specialize in robbing other people's secret rooms. When someone opens a secret room, they will rob it. Oh? Lu Ming nodded. Then, he scanned the room. There were more than 20 secret rooms around him. More than 10 of them were lit up. It was obvious that someone was cultivating in them. 6 of them were dimmed. Lu Ming looked around and walked towards a secret room. The 6 young men sitting in the middle saw Lu Ming walking towards a secret room and their eyes lit up. I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that he just arrived? Haha, I've waited for a few days. Finally, someone is here to open the secret room. I'm going to snatch it. The 6 young men all thought in their hearts. Big brother Tianyun. Ming Peak was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, those who dared to snatch someone else's secret room were definitely ruthless people. Lu Ming didn't care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 inscription stones into the pit. The stone door instantly shone. Then, there was a creaking sound and the stone door opened. Haha, this secret room is mine. In your dreams. I'm the first one here. I've been here for 7 days. This secret room is mine. You're the first one here? In your dreams. The secret room belongs to the strong. Get out of here immediately. When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men all stood up and shouted. They all wanted to take the secret room for themselves. As for Lu Ming's thoughts, they directly ignored them. Who would care about someone who looked like he had just arrived? Clang. Clang, the sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out. The 6 of them actually drew their weapons and confronted each other. You want to fight with me? You're courting death. Boom, at this moment, the aura of one of the pockmarked young men burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th level martial master realm. The other 5 young men's faces instantly changed. Pockmarked Lu, you actually broke through to the 4th level martial master realm? When did this happen? One of the young men shouted in shock. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect it, did you? I've already broken through. Let's see how you're going to compete with me. Now get the hell out of here. I need this chamber to consolidate my cultivation base. Lu Motzi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura surged violently in the cave. The other 5 had ugly expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Martial Grand Master realm. They were not a match for the 4th layer of the Martial Grand Master realm. Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. Looks like I've waited for nothing. A tall young man shouted in a low voice, extremely displeased. He helplessly retreated and stood to the side. The others fell silent for a moment before retreating one after another. Ha ha ha. Pockmarked Lu laughed loudly, looking majestic and proud. Then, he turned to Lu Ming and said, Boy, I want your secret room. Also, if you have any inscription stones, hand them all over and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you. 4th layer Martial Grandmaster? When Pockmarked Lu revealed his cultivation base, Ming Peak didn't feel nervous anymore. He muttered and looked at Pockmarked Lu with a strange expression. Lu Ming had easily defeated a group of geniuses in the 3rd or 4th layer of the Martial Grandmaster realm with one move. Pockmarked Lu was nothing to him. Ming Peak had already started to mourn for Pockmarked Lu in his heart. How pitiful. Looking at Pockmarked Lu's arrogant expression, Ming Peak muttered in his heart. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Pockmarked Lu and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nonsense, what's there to think about? Stop talking nonsense and wasting my time. Pockmarked Lu shouted. Since that's the case, fine. Hand over your storage ring and scram. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ah? What? What did you say? Pockmarked Lu was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself, Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, kid, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Pockmarked Lu burst out laughing. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang, following that, the others heard a loud explosion. Then, they saw a figure flying backward and landing heavily on the ground, screaming in agony. It was pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were stunned. Pockmarked Lu was defeated. Most importantly, he was defeated too quickly. They didn't even see how he was defeated. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of pockmarked Lu. He stepped on pockmarked Lu's face, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Pockmarked Lu screamed in agony. The other 5 young men felt a chill down their spines and a toothache. An expert, so this is a peerless expert. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now. It's all pockmarked Lu's fault. If it weren't for him, I would be the one suffering. I have to thank pockmarked Lu. The other 5 young men were secretly relieved. Their palms were sweating. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at pockmarked Lu and said indifferently. Yes, I'll hand it over. Pockmarked Lu screamed and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming with trembling hands. He wanted to die. He thought that he had gotten a good deal, but in the end, he suffered a double loss. I'll never fight for the secret room again. You're such a scammer. Pockmarked Lu screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his foot away. Get lost. Yes, yes. Lu Motzi scrambled to his feet, trying to get up and leave. Click, at that moment, the door of a secret room opened. Whoosh, with a flash, a silhouette emerged from within. It was a man in his 20s. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression. As soon as he came out, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Bai Long, it's Bai Long. The other young men's faces changed when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has an inscription stone? Hand it over quickly. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through martial skill. Bai Long yelled. His eyes were like lightning, and he did not hide his powerful aura. 5th layer martial master. This young man is actually a 5th layer martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. Haha, the secret room that just opened is perfect for me. After saying this, he strode toward the secret room. Lu Ming moved slightly and blocked in front of Bai Long. The secret room is mine. Bai Long was startled. He looked at Lu Ming and said with a cold smile, yours? Give it to me now. Although he said give, his tone was overbearing and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't give it to you. Lu Ming said calmly. Won't give it to you? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again. I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill fails to break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret room, open it yourself. Don't talk nonsense here. It's none of my business if you need a martial skill. Get lost, I still need to cultivate. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Haha, although this kid has some strength, he's really a hothead. He dares to talk to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Motzi was about to leave, but he stopped at this moment. Seeing Lu Ming talking to Bai Long like that, he laughed in his heart, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. It would be a lie to say that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he had done to him. However, he was not as strong as Lu Ming, so he could only swallow his pride. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had provoked Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a lesson. The others were similar, taking pleasure in Lu Ming's misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of anger. A cold killing intent erupted from his body as he looked at Lu Ming ferociously. Kid, in this outer hall, no one has dared to talk to me like that for a long time. You're the first. It seems that I haven't made a move for a long time, and some ants are about to overturn the sky. Today, I'll teach you an unforgettable lesson. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom, Bai Long punched out, and a terrifying whistling sound immediately rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force rolled out, and even a mountain would be shattered. Bai Long's lips curled into a ferocious smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with this punch. In the world of martial artists, strength spoke louder than words. It was normal to draw a sword and kill if there was a disagreement. I didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are courting death. Lu Ming whispered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear condensed. Whoosh, the tip of the spear pierced through everything. Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Ah, Bai Long screamed and retreated rapidly. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. They hurriedly looked at Bai Long and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a hole in Bai Long's fist. White bones could be seen and blood flowed out. The hole went straight through his arm, as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long was trembling all over. His face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He let out a low growl. With this little ability of yours, you're still acting like you're about to explode. I'm really speechless. Now, get out of here. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Brat, you win, but today's matter isn't over. Just you wait. Bai Long roared angrily and then fled in a sorry state. Why are you still here? Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Mozi and the others with a half-smile. Lu Mozi and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He crippled Bai Long's arm in one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Let's go. I'll leave right away. Lu Mozi shouted and quickly walked up the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Mozi stopped. Lu Mozi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson yet? Do you want to stay and be tortured? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up. Lu Mozi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Although that brat is strong, he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his elder brother, Bai Qi once Bai Qi comes, that brat will be dead. Of course, I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as these words came out, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 outer hall experts. With him here, that brat is doomed. I'll stay and watch the show too. The young men spoke one after another. Then, they sat down cross-legged on the second floor and waited for Bai Qi's arrival. The third floor. Brother Tianyun, you're so powerful. When can I be as powerful as you? No, I'll be happy if I can be half as powerful as you. Ming Peak looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now, Lu Ming was his idol. As long as you work hard, you'll soon catch up with me. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret chamber. He sensed it carefully and then shook his head. Although the fire attribute spiritual qi in the secret chamber was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Peak, this secret chamber is for you to cultivate. Lu Ming said. For me? Brother Tianyun, what about you? Ming Peak asked. I want to continue down. This place isn't very useful for me. Lu Ming said. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Peak's eyes lit up with excitement and walked into the secret chamber. Brother Tianyun, I'll close the door and cultivate. Ming Peak shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret chamber closed. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to head down. Soon, he arrived at the fourth floor. 27 inscription stones were required to open a secret chamber on the fourth floor. In the middle of the fourth floor, there were two people sitting cross-legged. When Lu Ming came down, the two of them looked at Lu Ming maliciously. Obviously, they wanted to snatch the secret chamber for themselves. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then, he continued to walk down to the fifth floor. The two young men's faces changed as they watched Lu Ming walk down to the fifth floor. Their eyes flickered, but they did not follow him in the end. Those who could cultivate on the fifth floor were not weak. Many of them were even disciples of the Star General Hall, experts above the seventh level of the martial master realm. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he approached the 5th floor, the power of inscription acted on his body, preventing him from continuing. Lu Ming's body shook and the power was defeated. It seems that without a certain cultivation, you can't cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled. When he stepped foot on the 5th level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching and violent fire attribute spirit energy surging from all around him, causing his skin to feel a little numb and itchy. No wonder there was an inscription. The fire attribute spiritual chi here is too hot and violent. If an ordinary person is hit by the spiritual chi, they will die. If a weaker martial artist cultivates here for a long time, their meridians will be burned. However, this spiritual chi is suitable for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the 5th floor. About half of them were occupied. There was not a single person in the open space. Here, no one had snatched the secret chamber. Lu Ming walked to a secret chamber and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right. On the 5th floor, one needed 81 inscription stones to open a secret chamber and cultivate for a month. He inlaid the inscription stones on the stone door. The light opened and Lu Ming walked in. After walking in, he closed the stone door. When the stone door closed, the walls of the secret chamber flowed with inscriptions. The inscriptions glowed and the fire attribute spiritual chi in the secret chamber became denser. The inscription array in the secret chamber helped to absorb and gather the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. The fire attribute spiritual chi here seems to come from the depths of the ground. There were a total of 13 levels in the earth element cave. The further down one went, the denser the fire element spiritual chi. It was said that the further down one went, the fire element spiritual chi was not the only thing. There were other things of a deeper level. The 13 levels were not natural. The burning sun. Imperial family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only excavate the 13th level. It was impossible for him to continue down. It was said that the last 2 levels were excavated by a peerless martial king of the Burning Sun imperial family in ancient times. Others could not even go down. Lu Ming heard all this from Ming Peak. What was below the 13th level? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate using the true dragon fighting technique. The fire element spiritual chi around him was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The scorching fire element spiritual chi was constantly converted into genuine chi. The scorching aura could also refine genuine chi and make it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the speed of cultivation here was more than 20 times faster than outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days outside. Although the cost was huge, 80 inscription stones were equivalent to more than 2,400 spiritual crystals. The effect was worth it. Especially for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. They would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks here. Lu Ming's bloodline was now at level 6. However, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi was as fast as a level 9 bloodline. It was terrifyingly fast. The spirit-devouring bloodline was activated. Lu Ming's body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming circulated his true chi. The true chi in his meridians transformed into many small dragons that seemed to be material, swimming in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian spun continuously like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming was immersed in his cultivation. A few hours later, at the 2nd level of the earth element cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mozi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others looked at the entrance. 2 figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this time, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick bandage. Beside Bai Long, there was a young man with a cold expression who looked 50 to 60% similar to Bai Long. Bai Qi really came. Lu Mozi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Qi was one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. However, his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It was easy for him to kill 7th layer martial grandmasters. Many inner hall students were not his match. He was a peerless genius. They couldn't compare to him at all. Bai Qi glanced at Lu Mozi and the others indifferently before heading to the third floor. Let's go and take a look. Gritting his teeth, Lu Mozi followed him down to the third level, followed by the others. When Bai Qi and the others arrived at the third floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where is that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mozi and the others. We don't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mozi's face changed greatly. It seems that he has already entered the secret room to cultivate. Second brother, do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Qi said. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden murderous intent, causing Lu Mozi and the others to shiver involuntarily. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened previously, which was also the room that Ming Peak was cultivating in. Alright, does that kid think that hiding in the secret room is useful? Even if he is hiding in there, I will still blast him out. Bai Qi sneered. Boom, then, he attacked and slammed his palm on the stone door of the secret room. A violent tremor sounded. In the secret room, Ming Peak was cultivating. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom sounded. His body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Who was attacking the stone door? Damn it. Ming Peak roared. Boom, outside, Bai Qi slammed his palm again, causing the stone door to tremble. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. Bai Qi was really audacious. There was a rule in the Star General Hall that no one could attack the door of the secret room because it would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now, Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being strong. In the secret room, Ming Peak gritted his teeth. But the sound of the bombardment continued as if it was endless. An hour later, Ming Peak could no longer endure it. I want to see who it is. I will report him to the elders. Ming Peak roared, opened the stone door, and walked out. Bai Long, it's you again. As soon as the stone door was opened, Ming Peak saw Bai Long finally out. Why is it you? Where is that kid? Which secret room is he in? Bai Long stared at Ming Peak and said coldly. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door and violated the rules of the Star General Hall. I will report you, Ming Peak shouted. But before he could finish his words, he felt a strong gust of wind attack him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination. There was no way he could dodge it. Slap, Ming Peak's face was heavily slapped. Ming Peak's body flew out. So much nonsense. Speak, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi retracted his palm and asked coldly. I don't know. Ming Peak struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. With a flash, he appeared beside Ming Peak and stepped on Ming Peak's face, causing Ming Peak's face to collide with the stone floor. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Roar, Ming Peak let out a beast-like roar and struggled angrily. He shouted, I said I don't know, and I mean I don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge. Big brother, it seems that he is not lying. I have seen the secret rooms here before, and there are no more than one. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. Went down? Bai Qi furrowed his brows. If it went down, it would be troublesome because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming went into. Without knowing which secret room it was, he did not dare to attack recklessly. Especially from the fourth floor onwards, everyone was an expert. If he attacked the wrong room and provoked other experts, things would be troublesome. Bang, Bai Qi kicked Ming Peak away and said disdainfully, a martial master, like an ant, wants to take revenge on me? Fine, I will wait for you. After saying that, Bai Qi looked at Lu Mozi and the others and said, you guys, guard here. When you see that kid come out, immediately report to me. This, Lu Mozi and the others hesitated. What? Do you want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Mozi and the others with an unfriendly expression and said coldly. No, we will definitely guard here. When that kid comes out, we will report to you immediately. Lu Mozi hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay. Puff, after Bai Qi left, Ming Peak spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Hee, Ming Peak clenched his fists tightly. Because he used too much force, his nails pierced into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Bai Qi, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge for this. Ming Peak's eyes were red. With a roar, he staggered upwards and left the Earth Yuan cave. Lu Mozi and the rest waited there. 3 days later, in Ming Peak's dormitory, Pearl and Ming Peak sat opposite each other. Bang! Pearl slammed the table heavily and said with a gloomy face, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I'll definitely take revenge for this. Ming Peak gritted his teeth and said. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but there were a few broken bones in his body. It was not something that could be healed in a few days. Little brother, do you really want Big Brother to take action? Pearl asked. That's right. Only Big Brother can take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. Big Brother is focused on cultivation and keeps a low profile, so he's not listed in the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace. However, you and I both know his combat strength. It should be enough to deal with Bai Qi, but Big Brother is in seclusion now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Pearl pondered for a while and said. It's okay, I'll wait. When Big Brother comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely take revenge for me. Ming Peak said. That's good. Pearl nodded. Lu Ming knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, apart from cultivating the true dragon fighting art, he comprehended the power of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in this 1 month. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating outside for more than a year. In close to 2 years, Lu Ming had properly condensed his true qi. Not only had he eliminated all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid advancement, his cultivation had also steadily advanced, step by step reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the martial master realm. There was no other way. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation, and Lu Ming's main goal was to lay down his foundation. Therefore, his progress was very slow. However, Xiaoqian's true qi was full and smooth. He had already reached the limits of the 4th grade martial Grand Master. He was only a step away from the 5th grade martial Grand Master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His power of fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from reaching great accomplishment, it had been steadily advancing. He had taken a large step forward from the foundation of small accomplishment. If I have time in the future, I should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. I'm sure that the levels below will be even more effective. Lu Ming pondered. Then, the stone door opened. It was time. Lu Ming walked out. Then, he went up. When he reached the 3rd level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Mozi and the others were still there. It's that kid. He came out. When Lu Mozi and the others saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up. He really doesn't change. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he looked at Ming Peak's secret room. The stone door was dim. Obviously, no one was cultivating inside. Ming Peak should have arrived at the secret room a few minutes earlier than me. Logically speaking, if he came out, he should have waited for me. Why don't I see him now? Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming thought in his heart. That's not right. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed because he saw some faint palm prints on the secret room's stone door. Although the palm prints were very dim, how could they escape Lu Ming's eyes? Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Could it be that something happened to Ming Peak? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Mozi and the others. Stop right there. At this time, Lu Mozi and the others were trying to escape. Lu Ming roared. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they had to stop. Let me ask you, where is the person in this secret room? Is it the young man who came with me? Lu Ming asked coldly. This we don't know. Lu Mozi's eyes flickered and he stammered. There must be something wrong. The expressions of Lu Mozi and the others made Lu Ming even more certain. Tell me, what happened? If you don't tell me, you can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly and his killing intent burst out. Lu Mozi and the others felt cold all over and were scared to death. Finally, they told him everything. Boom, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The violent genuine qi was raging in the cave. Bai Long, Bai Qi, damn you. Lu Ming whispered in an extremely cold voice. Speaking of which, Ming Peak was still implicated by him. He must get revenge for Ming Peak. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because Bai Qi forced us. Lu Mozi said in a trembling voice. Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah? Lu Mozi and the others were stunned and then they were shocked. It turned out that Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Well, this guy is really arrogant. Take him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. Let me vent my anger. Lu Mozi thought in his heart and then quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Lu Mozi and the others led Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. Just 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man carrying a saber on his back walked into Ming Peak's residence. Ha ha ha, little brother, you finally joined the Star General Hall. I have been busy with my cultivation and didn't come to see you. Don't blame me. The moment the young man walked into Ming Peak's room, he laughed loudly. Beside the young man was Pearl. Big brother, you are out? When Ming Peak saw the young man, he exclaimed in joy. Yes, I'm out. It's been a long time. Let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Peak. After taking a look, his face changed slightly and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Ming Peak had many of his bones broken a month ago. Even if his cultivation wasn't weak, he still couldn't recover to his peak in a month. Naturally, the young man saw through it at a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. At that moment, Ming Peak cried out. What happened? The young man frowned. It's like this. At that moment, Ming Peak told him what happened. Bai Qi, what a Bai Qi, you are merely ranked 10th in the Outer Hall's top 10 experts. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that I, Xianxia, have been cultivating hard all this time. It's time for me to move my muscles and bones and let others know how powerful I am. Xianxia's face darkened as he said coldly. Let's go. Take me to Bai Qi's residence. I will get back at you. Xianxia waved his hand. Big brother, I know where Bai Qi lives. Pearl said. Then, the three Ming siblings went to Bai Qi's residence together. As one of the Outer Hall's top 10 experts, Bai Qi lived in a completely different place from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the other students' pavilions. Soon, Xianxia, Ming Peak, and Pearl arrived at Bai Qi's courtyard. Bai Qi, get out here. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area. The entire dormitory area was shaken all of a sudden. What? Someone asked Bai Qi to come out. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Could he be one of the top 10 Outer Hall experts? Bai Qi ranks 10th among the top 10 Outer Hall experts. Only the other top 10 experts dare to call him that. There's a show to watch. Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, figures flashed out from the pavilion of the dormitory and headed towards Bai Qi's courtyard. Soon, there was a circle of figures outside Bai Qi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Do you want to die? A loud roar came from Bai Qi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one in the lead was Bai Qi, and Bai Long was also by his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered and was still wrapped in a thick bandage. At this time, Bai Long glanced around. It was obvious that he was the one who roared just now. Then, his eyes fell on Ming Peak. Little bastard, it's you. What's wrong? Didn't I teach you a lesson last time? You want to die now? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Long grinned hideously. Whoosh! Slap him. Suddenly, Xianxia moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Long and slapped him. He was so fast that even Bai Qi could not save him in time. Slap, Bai Long was sent flying by the slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Isn't that Xianxia, the martial arts maniac? How dare he slap Bai Long in front of Bai Qi? Yes, Xianxia, the martial arts maniac, used to cultivate into a demon. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Qi is going crazy. I wonder if Xianxia can handle him? Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Xianxia, right? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked coldly at Xianxia. You hurt my brother, why didn't you think of the consequences? Now I gave him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what means you, one of the top 10 masters, have. Xianxia stared at Bai Qi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. Bai Qi's pupils slightly shrunk. Soon after, he coldly smiled and said, so you have the cultivation of the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. However, today I will tell you that although we are both at the peak of the 6th level of the martial master realm, the difference in battle strength is like heaven and earth. You will regret your actions today. Boom, a powerful aura also erupted from Bai Qi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th layer martial master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gale. Haha, then let's fight. Xianxia laughed wildly. His battle saber was unsheathed, carrying a terrifying saber light. The saber light turned black and soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. 8 desolate battle saber. Xianxia roared and slashed out. The terrifying saber light violently slashed towards Bai Qi. As soon as the saber was slashed out, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire place. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure. So strong, too strong. Someone roared. Bai Qi's pupils suddenly shrunk and he shouted, White Snake Dragon Palm. As the palm blasted out, the space shook. A huge white snake condensed, hissing towards the sky and rushing towards Xianxia's saber light. An earth-shattering vibration sounded. Bai Qi's body shook and he was shaken back. As for Xianxia, he did not move at all. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Xianxia, this martial madman, is actually so strong. Bai Qi was beaten back in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Xianxia before. Some people just don't like fame, they are not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. That's right. Of course, there were also people who disagreed. Bai Qi was just careless just now. He may not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. Everyone was discussing, but Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy. Bai Qi, it turns out that your strength is only like this. It's really disappointing. From now on, your title of top 10 experts of the Outer Palace will be mine. Xianxia laughed. The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You are not qualified to defeat me. White Snake Dragon Palm, Dragon Transformation. Bai Qi roared. His genuine qi surged and his hands were filled with dense white light. He blasted out a palm and a huge white snake appeared. As soon as it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a huge white dragon, pouncing towards Xianxia. Dragon, it really turned into a dragon. Everyone's heart trembled when they saw this scene. Bai Qi's combat strength was really amazing. With such combat strength, not to mention a martial artist at the peak of LV6 martial master, even a LV7 martial master would not be able to withstand it. Insignificant skill. I will defeat you in 30 moves. Xianxia sneered and slowly raised his saber with both hands. At this moment, a huge saber was formed. The huge saber was dark like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It slowly slashed towards Bai Qi. The huge saber and the white dragon collided. The white dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite the huge saber. However, the huge saber shook violently and the terrifying saber light was shocking. Boom, in the end, the huge white dragon was defeated and turned into energy and dissipated. However, the huge saber did not stop. White snake dragon palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Qi roared and clapped with both hands. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 10 gigantic white dragons appeared and roared as they charged towards Ming City. 8 Wasteland Saber, fight! 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 Miangcheng's battle intent was shocking. He slashed his saber wildly, displaying the domineering and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Mozi, and the others just arrived. Someone is fighting Bai Qi. Who is it? How can he be so powerful? Pockmark Lu sucked in a cold breath. That's Miangcheng, the martial madman Miangcheng. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's amazing. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Another young man said. Miangcheng? His surname is Ming? Lu Ming's expression changed. He glanced around and saw Pearl and Ming peek. I wonder what's the relationship between Miangcheng and Pearl and Ming peek. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he walked forward and the true qi in his body surged out. The people in front of him unconsciously moved aside. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom! 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 The rumbling continued. Miangcheng and Bai Qi fought for more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. However, Miangcheng became more and more powerful and Bai Qi gradually lost. Ah! Bai Qi roared, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Miangcheng. 8 Wasteland Saber, break heaven and earth. Miangcheng made the last slash. This slash condensed all of Miangcheng's battle intent. This slash seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Bai Qi roared furiously and retreated at top speed. Everyone could see that a wound had appeared on Bai Qi's body, and it was dripping with blood. Bai Qi's face was pale. Miangcheng, a martial arts madman who usually kept a low profile and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such a strong strength. He said that he would defeat Bai Qi within 30 moves, and then he defeated Bai Qi within 30 moves. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Bai Qi, is this all you've got? It's really disappointing. From now on, you are out of the top 10 experts, and your ranking will be inherited by me. Miangcheng said loudly. Bai Qi clenched his teeth and his face was livid, but he couldn't refute. He was originally ranked 10th among the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he should naturally withdraw from the top 10 experts and be replaced by Miangcheng. Also, you are not qualified to live in this courtyard. You have 3 days to move out. Miangcheng laughed. What? Don't go too far. Bai Qi roared. Go too far? Why didn't you think so when you beat my brother? It's nothing more than thinking that you can bully others at will because you are strong. Now, my strength is stronger than yours. So what if I bully you? Miangcheng was very strong and sneered. You, Bai Qi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Haha, second sister, little brother, let's go. Miangcheng laughed and turned to walk out. Humph, why aren't you arrogant now? Trash. Ming Peak curled his lips and looked at Bai Qi and Bai Long contemptuously. Bai Qi and Bai Long were so angry that their mouths were crooked and their eyes almost popped out. Miangcheng and his siblings passed through the crowd. The people around saw that Bai Qi was so embarrassed and gloated. Bai Qi and his brother usually offended a lot of people. What are you looking at? If you look again, be careful that your eyes will be gouged out. Bai Long roared and swept his gaze across the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Just now, in front of Miangcheng, why wasn't he arrogant? Now that Miangcheng was gone, he started to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes widened and revealed a ferocious expression. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard, it's all your fault. Big brother, it's this bastard who injured me that day." Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were horrified. They hurriedly took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed. This is the kid? Bai Qi looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Yes, at this moment, his murderous intent towards Lu Ming was incomparably strong. He believed that the reason he ended up like this, being defeated and humiliated by Miancheng in public, was all thanks to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't injured Bai Long, he wouldn't have gone to the Earth Element Cave to find trouble with Lu Ming, injured Ming Peak, and attracted Miancheng here. At this moment, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His murderous intent towards Lu Ming was even stronger than towards Miancheng. Damn it, this kid deserves to die. Bai Qi roared. Senior Bai, we've brought the kid you wanted. At this moment, Lu Motzi squeezed out of the crowd and said to Bai Qi, little bastard, come here, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times in public to apologize to me. Hurry up. Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a powerhouse that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a sneer. How could he not see through Bai Qi's intentions? He was treating him as a pushover. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming casually took a step forward, looked at Bai Long, and said, what's wrong? Didn't you get taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be taught a lesson again? Bai Long's face showed a hint of malevolence, and he said, kid, today I'm going to take back 10 times what you did to me. Take back 10 times? Just by you, or just by your big brother who was easily defeated just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and glanced at Bai Qi in an instant. Bai Qi's face changed and became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled violently, and his eyes revealed an extremely cold murderous intent. He regarded the incident just now as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now. This was a scar that was reopened in public. Faint gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to say that about Bai Qi in public. It's over. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was finished. Bai Qi would never let him go. Sure enough, Bai Qi's face was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I'm not Bai Qi. Change it to idiot. It's very smooth, isn't it? It's also very compatible with you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, you're courting death. Bai Qi couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. As soon as he made his move, Bai Qi used his ultimate move. A giant white dragon roared and pounced on Lu Ming. A fierce aura surged out and filled the audience. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi was defeated by Miancheng, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. His strength didn't weaken and was still terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the reason why Bai Qi was easily defeated by Miancheng wasn't that Bai Qi was weak, but that Miancheng was too strong. That kid won't be smashed into a meat patty, right? Many people had such a thought in their minds. Insignificant skill. A faint voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's hand glowed and condensed a long spear. He swept it out. Bang, the long spear swept across the giant white dragon and smashed it into pieces. Bai Qi groaned and his expression changed. He retreated rapidly and took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The crowd was stunned and their eyes widened as they watched this scene. Bai Qi retreated. He was actually pushed back by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. What dragon palm? I think it's more like insect palm. Lu Ming said lightly. You. Take this. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. Bai Qi struck out with both palms and used his strongest move in the fierce battle with Miancheng. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming roared and moved his hand. The demon's oppressing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear and the demon's oppressing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. They were so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. Then, 10 roars sounded in the sky. The 10 giant white dragons that Bai Qi blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming used the second move. Whoosh, the black demon's oppressing spear pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qi so fast, too fast. But puff, Lu Ming's long spear pierced through, and the palm power completely collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically, and he frantically retreated. Shua! Shua! Outside the crowd, Miangcheng, Pearl and Ming Peak had returned, and were rapidly rushing over. Evidently, they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big Brother Tianyun is too strong, he actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Peak cried out in surprise. Pearl also looked on in surprise. And Miangcheng's eyes were filled with shock. The third move. Lu Ming's faint voice came from his mouth again. Xiao, the third spear pierced out. On the tip of this spear, there was a faint azure light, and a nimble, elegant, and extremely sharp aura spread out. The space seemed to have been pierced, and an azure mark appeared. There was only a mark, but no spear. It was too fast. Pucci, Bai Qi did not even have time to react before Lu Ming's spear pierced through his shoulder, and directly pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. They were completely unable to react. Ah! Ah! Only when Bai Qi let out a shrill scream did everyone come to their senses. Immediately, there was the sound of people sucking in cold air. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Lu Ming had pinned Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong, he was really too strong. Everyone roared in their hearts. Even an idiot could see that Bai Qi did not have the power to fight back in the hands of Lu Ming. Where did this young man come from? His strength was too terrifying. Today, there was a Miangcheng who defeated Bai Qi within 30 moves. This made everyone realize that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then, Lu Ming made his move, which was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. This made everyone even more certain that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force, what he used just now was the force of wind. Suddenly, someone shouted. In the outer hall. There was no lack of experts. Naturally, there were people who recognized the power of wind that Lu Ming displayed. Lu Ming had indeed used the power of wind just now. Using the power of the wind, Lu Ming's spear speed was extremely fast. What? It was actually the power of the wind? How old is he? Furthermore, he is only a martial Grand Master, yet he has already comprehended force. How terrifying. Genius, a peerless genius. Even in the 5 great sects, he is a rare peerless genius. There was an intense discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only comprehended the power of wind recently. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended the power of fire, and that he had already reached the small success stage, how shocked would they be? Force, Big Brother Tianyun has already comprehended force? In the crowd, Ming Peak's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, he is the Tianyun that you were talking about? He is indeed a peerless genius. Haha, I must spar with him in the future. Miangcheng grinned and said, his eyes flickering with excitement. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible, impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He kept muttering, as if he could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many genius experts. What can trash like you brothers count for? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really did not put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of genius, if placed in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, would be similar to the top 10 on the bronze list. With his current combat strength, facing a genius of this level, there was no difficulty in fighting across a few levels. Ah! Bai Qi roared and struggled with all his might. His eyes were filled with humiliation. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is, I like to return what others want to do to me. Just now, you seem to have threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee hee. Lu Ming laughed. His voice was not loud, but it made people feel a chill. They could not help but tremble all over. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with horror. He shouted, "No, don't, Buzz." Lu Ming's palm shook and the long spear suddenly trembled. A powerful force gushed out of the long spear and rushed into Bai Chi's body. Crack crack, Bai Chi's body made a sound like beans being fried. Bai Chi let out a shrill scream. All the bones in his body were instantly shattered by Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked. Then, a bone-piercing chill spread out from their backs. Ruthless, too ruthless. Lu Ming actually broke Bai Chi's bones. But there were also a large number of people who were extremely happy. They completely agreed with Lu Ming. This was how a martial artist should be. Lu Ming's eyes were calm, without the slightest trace of pity. If he was defeated today and fell into Bai Chi's hands, Bai Chi would definitely break his bones. If he was not ruthless, others would be ruthless to him. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Big brother, on the side, Bai Long's body was trembling non-stop. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Even his voice was trembling. Lu Ming's eyes swept over him. Bai Long shouted, "No," and directly collapsed on the ground. "Get lost." Lu Ming shouted coldly. Bai Long's body trembled. He suddenly struggled to get up and was about to run out. "Get back here and take your big brother away," Lu Ming shouted. Bai Long hurried back, supported by Qi, and staggered away. "Big brother Tianyun, big brother Tianyun, you are really amazing. I admire you so much." At this time, Ming Peak squeezed into the crowd and ran toward Lu Ming. Behind him, Pearl and Miangcheng followed. "Ming Peak, I implicated you before. You were injured by Bai Chi," Lu Ming said. "How can you blame big brother Tianyun for this? It's just that my cultivation state is too weak. Moreover, didn't big brother Tianyun teach Bai Chi a lesson today to avenge me?" Ming Peak said. Cough, cough. Behind Ming Peak, Miangcheng coughed a few times. "Ah? Of course, my beloved big brother also taught Bai Chi a lesson and helped me vent my anger. Thank you, big brother." Ming Feng rolled his eyes and quickly said with a smile. "You." Miangcheng scolded jokingly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming, cupped his fists, and said, "I'm Miangcheng, the big brother of Pearl and Ming Peak. I just heard them talking about you. I didn't expect that brother Tianyun is really a peerless genius. I admire you. Brother Ming, you flatter me. I was just lucky," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Brother Tianyun, you don't have to be so modest. How about this, let's exchange pointers some other day, how about it?" Miangcheng looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Ming Zhu and Ming Feng, on the other hand, revealed an expression of as expected. "Sure." Lu Ming didn't refuse. Good, haha. Miangcheng laughed. "Let's go, I feel that we are fated to meet brother Tianyun today. Let's drink, my treat." Miangcheng laughed. Lu Ming didn't refuse. In the Imperial City, it was always good to make more friends. They found a restaurant and drank. When they returned, it was already late at night. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, an old man came to Lu Ming's dormitory. "Tianyun, my young master wants to see you." "Your young master?" Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student of the general hall? Lu Ming frowned, wanting to reject. The old man smiled. "Young master Tianyun, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject. My young master said that he is an old friend of yours." "Old friend?" Lu Ming was even more puzzled. How could he have any old friends in the imperial capital? Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a person, Hua Qi, but he was in disguise now, changing his name to Tianyun. How could he be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. "Alright, I'll go with you." Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. "Please." The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the old man left the general hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance of the general hall. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong physique, a horn on its head, and was covered in scales. It was said that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon and could travel 10,000 miles in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. And this carriage was pulled by 3 flood dragon horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not ordinary. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage. It was very stable and did not feel the slightest bit bumpy. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming, not saying a word, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the carriage stopped. "We're here, young Master Tianyun, please." The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and walked down the carriage, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped at a wide square, and there were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and the ones pulling the carriages were mostly strange beasts. In front of the square, there was a very majestic building, with high walls and dazzling gold and jade. On the high walls, at the entrance, there were rows of armored soldiers patrolling, each of them emitting a strong aura. "This is the Imperial Palace." Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he was slightly taken aback. "Young Master Tianyun, please." The old man raised his hand and said. "Who is your young master?" Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently and said, "To be honest with you, young Master Tianyun, my young master is the current 8th prince." 8th prince? Lu Ming was surprised, he had never heard of the 8th prince. "Young Master Tianyun, please." The old man said again. "All right." Lu Ming's heart stirred as he spoke. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, he would meet him. Lu Ming was not a timid person. Following the old man, he easily walked through the palace gates and headed inside. The imperial palace was simply too big. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Armored guards patrolled back and forth, and the place was heavily guarded. Lu Ming could faintly feel that there were many powerful auras hidden within, like sleeping dragons. Once they erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the imperial palace was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, Xianxia wandered around for some time before finally arriving at a residence. The courtyard was very big, and hundreds of flowers bloomed, their fragrance filling the air. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small lake. The lake water was clear, like a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the small lake. At this time, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe with a jade belt around his waist stood there. He had his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming and the others. He looked at the small lake, as if he was thinking about something. The old man came to the back of the figure, bowed and said, "Your Highness, young Master Tianyun has arrived." The figure moved slightly, as if he had reacted, and then slowly turned around. When he saw the person's appearance, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Hua Qi, this person was Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince. Wasn't the imperial palace surnamed Hua? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial palace, let alone the 8th prince. "Lu Ming, long time no see," the 8th prince said with a smile on his face. Lu Ming was startled, then he cupped his fists and said, "8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyun, not Lu Ming." Hua Qi smiled and said, "I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday. Lu Ming, you can hide it from others, but how can you hide it from me? Especially your temperament during the battle, how can others imitate it?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had disguised himself, Hua Qi was too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was difficult to hide it. Crack crack, Lu Ming's body wriggled, his bones moved, and his body returned to normal. He then wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. "Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Blazing Sun Empire," Lu Ming said with a smile. "So what if I'm the 8th prince?" Hua Qi sighed, then waved his hand and said, "Lu Ming, come, have a seat, let's have a drink." The two sat opposite each other, and Hua Qi poured Lu Ming a cup of wine. Lu Ming did not hold back and drank it in one gulp. "Lu Ming, I've heard about you. The Mystic Essence Sword sect is really disappointing." Hua Qi drank a cup and sighed. "Haha, what's there to be disappointed about? I'll destroy the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, as the 8th prince, I really don't understand why you're in the Mystic Essence Sword sect." Lu Ming laughed and asked. Huaqi was silent for a long time before he sighed. Lu Ming, I'm sure you know about the history of the imperial family and our current situation? Huaqi said. Lu Ming nodded. The imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire used to be so powerful that even the 5 major sects had to tremble in front of them. Unfortunately, the royal family suffered a great loss due to the internal strife. The sects rose to prominence, especially the Shifang Sword sect. They were so ambitious that they took control of the former emperor. They used the name of the rightful ruler to rule the world. That was how they rose to prominence so quickly. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the most powerful sect. However, the imperial family is the true imperial family and we can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the Shifang Sword sect. At this point, Huaqi's eyes flickered with a shocking light. It was a kind of persistence and conviction. But then he sighed and said, unfortunately, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only know about the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections. So the imperial family established the Star General Hall to cultivate their own forces? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. That's right. Huaqi replied. It's so obvious that the Shifang Sword sect doesn't know about it? Lu Ming asked. Of course the Shifang Sword sect knows about it, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The imperial family isn't weak and the Shifang Sword sect doesn't dare to go too far. Huaqi said. They don't dare to go too far? With the Shifang Sword sect's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the imperial family, right? Ever since he came to the imperial capital, he felt that the relationship between the imperial capital and the Decimo Sword sect was very subtle. It wasn't like the legends where the Decimo Sword sect controlled the imperial capital. The Decimo Sword sect has the strength, but they don't dare to. Although the imperial capital has declined, we are still the orthodox. If the Decimo Sword sect destroys the imperial capital, the other 4 sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the Decimo Sword sect isn't afraid of the imperial capital, but the other 4 sections. Huaqi sighed. Lu Ming's heart moved. So that's why. However, the Decimo Sword sect is ambitious. They have been supporting their own people in the royal family. They want to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end, they will achieve their goal of complete control. At that time, everything in the royal family will really belong to the Decimo Sword sect. Now, the imperial capital is divided into 2 factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to join the Decimo Sword sect. They are a disgrace to the imperial capital, scum. Especially that sky-suppressing king. Huaqi gritted his teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He didn't expect there to be so many secrets. Huaqi clearly trusted him, which was why he told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the Mystic Essence Sword sect and see if I can borrow the power of the Mystic Essence Sword sect to fight against the Decimo Sword sect in the future. Now, it seems that this method won't work at all. It's better to stay in the imperial capital and accumulate my strength. Lu Ming, I have a request and I hope you can agree to it. Speaking until here, Huaqi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand and a force surged out, lifting Huaqi up. You're my friend. If you have something to say, say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope you can help me. Help me destroy the Decimo Sword sect. Huaqi's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Help you destroy the Decimo Sword sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you are exceptionally talented and a dragon among men. In the future, you will definitely not be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire. You will have a broader stage. I will not ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that when you become powerful in the future, you can lend me a hand. Huaqi said. Alright, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Firstly, Huaqi was his friend. Also, his father, Lu Yuntian, might very well have fallen into the hands of the 10 Direction Sword sect. If that was true, then he and the 10 Direction Sword sect were mortal enemies. Sooner or later, they would have to fight, so there was no harm in agreeing to Huaqi's request. Good, that's great. Huaqi was overjoyed. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming continued to grow, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things could be expected. Naturally, he was excited. Huaqi's hand moved, and a gold token appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Stellar Cluster Hall. With this command token, you can enter and exit the Stellar Cluster Hall as you wish from now on, and you don't have to pay any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 great cultivation holy lands as I please? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he received the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what's the Stellar Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Huaqi wore a smile on his face, obviously much happier than before, as he said, Lu Ming, the Stellar Cluster Hall is open to all kinds of people. With such low requirements, of course, it wouldn't be for no reason. Once a person enters the Stellar Cluster Hall, the imperial family will send people to observe them, to determine if they are from the 5 top sects, and if they can be used by the imperial family. After a series of observations, it's confirmed that they can be used by the imperial family, and that they have great talent, they will be recruited into the Stellar Cluster Hall. The Stellar Cluster Hall is the core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it will receive the full support of the imperial family. Currently, many of the generals guarding the border are from the Stellar Cluster Hall, and it's also the trump card of the imperial family against the 10 Direction Sword sect. At this point, Huaqi pursed his lips and continued, of course, there is another core of the Stellar Cluster Hall, and that is the Dark Star Hall. What? The Dark Star Hall belongs to the imperial family? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming didn't expect the Dark Star Hall to belong to the imperial family. Lu Ming, not many people know about this, you must not speak of it, otherwise, the 10 Direction Sword sect might make a big move. Huaqi said. Of course I won't. Lu Ming said. In fact, among the 4 great assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire, 2 of them are nurtured by the 10 Direction Sword sect, and they are the Blood Rain Tower and Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The other one is the most mysterious, the King of Hell Manor, I don't even know who is behind it. Huaqi said. What? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the 10 Direction Sword sect? Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him, and he thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was supported by the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He didn't expect them to be supported by the 10 Direction Sword sect. If they belonged to the 10 Direction Sword sect, how could the Duanmu family order them around? Maybe the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything for money, or maybe the Duanmu family and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or rather, the 10 Direction Sword sect had some kind of relationship. Lu Ming, what did you discover? Huaqi asked. Nothing. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't tell Huaqi his guess. Huaqi, I also have something that I need your help with. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he suddenly said. What is it? As long as I can help, I will do my best to help, Huaqi said. I need you to help me investigate a person, and that person is my father. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and told Huaqi that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the 10 Direction Sword sect. There's actually such a secret, Lu Ming, don't worry, I will use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the imperial capital, I will help you find him even if I have to turn the imperial capital upside down. Huaqi said resolutely. Thank you. With Huaqi's help, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He finally had some confidence in his heart. Huaqi was the 8th prince of the imperial capital, and he definitely had a lot of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it was 1,000 times better than him investigating alone. Next, the 2 drank and chatted. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming bid farewell to Huaqi. Lu Ming, there's something that I almost forgot to tell you. 2 months later, the royal family and the Shifang Sword sect will open a plain together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. Do you want to go with us then? There are treasures that can greatly help awaken the 2nd bloodline. Huaqi suddenly said. Treasures that can greatly help awaken the 2nd bloodline? Of course I'll go. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance, and any treasures that could help awaken the second bloodline couldn't be missed. Good, actually, you defeated Bai Qi, so there will definitely be a spot for you, Huaqi said with a smile. Then Lu Ming took his leave and returned to the Star General Hall in Tianyin's appearance. I hope I can hear news about father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking. He had a feeling that although the Blazing Sun Empire seemed peaceful now, there were undercurrents surging. Various parties were fighting, and he didn't know when it would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. The next morning, Lu Ming walked out of his room. This time, his target was the Divine Wind Valley. 2 months later, if he wanted to enter the plane, he would definitely encounter the top geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword sect. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Now, there was still a long way to go for the Fire Force. 2 months was far from enough. Even if he cultivated in the Earth Force cave, it was still not enough. It was better to focus on comprehending the Wind Force. If he could reach the small success stage of the Wind Force, his battle strength would increase explosively in a short period of time. The Divine Wind Valley was located in a huge valley north of the Star General Hall. That's right, it was not a valley, but a valley. Among them, the valleys were densely packed and crisscrossed. There were many of them. If one looked down from the sky, they would discover that these valleys seemed to have been carved out by a peerless expert with a chaotic blade. In these valleys, violent winds howled and hurricanes swirled. Some of the hurricanes could even tear steel into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend the wind force. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear the howling of the wind inside. Lu Ming was not the only one who came here. At the same time, there were a few young men who came with him. Entering the Divine Wind Valley to cultivate is 10 spirit crystals a day. How many days do you need to go in? At the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, a burly man looked at one of the young men and said coldly. 10 spirit crystals for a day, isn't that too expensive? The young man shouted. If you think it's expensive, then leave quickly. No one is begging you to come here to cultivate. The burly man glanced at the young man coldly. Then, he ignored him and looked at the others. The others were helpless and took out their spirit crystals. I need to cultivate for 10 days. A young man took out 100 spirit crystals and handed it to the burly man. Half a month for me, no, 10 days. Another young man took out 100 spirit crystals with a pained expression. The burly man's face darkened as he took them one by one and registered them. What about you? How many days do you need? The burly man looked at Lu Ming. Look at this. Lu Ming moved his hand and the golden token given by Huaqi appeared. When the burly man saw the golden token, his face suddenly changed. He revealed a gentle smile and said, Please come in. You don't need to pay spirit crystals. Lu Ming put away the token and smiled faintly. It seemed that this token was really useful. It's not fair. One of the young men shouted. Shut up. The burly man shouted coldly, causing the few young men's expressions to change drastically. They shut their mouths and dared not speak, looking at Lu Ming with envy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He touched his nose and strode into the Divine Wind Valley. Whoosh. Once he entered the Divine Wind Valley, he could feel a terrifying whistling sound. A gust of wind blew towards him, making Lu Ming's body feel like it was about to float. Lu Ming circulated his true qi and his body flashed. His body became as immovable as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him. I just entered the valley and there's already such a strong gust of wind. This is indeed a good place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend wind force. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. Soon, he reached the end of the valley. On his left and right, there was another valley. The gust of wind was even stronger. Lu Ming did not even think about it and chose the side with the strongest gust of wind. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 or 8 valleys. Here, the gust of wind was very strong and terrifying. The strong gust of wind even condensed into wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like blades as they constantly collided with Lu Ming's body, protecting true qi, causing ripples to appear on Lu Ming's body protecting true qi. What a terrifying wind blade. The wind blades here are already equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. With so many wind blades, it was as if a large group of first-level martial masters were constantly attacking Lu Ming. The true qi in Lu Ming's body was rapidly depleting. Not only can I comprehend the wind force here, but I can also cultivate the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, two ancient shields condensed in front of him. Clang! Clang! The wind blades constantly bombarded the shields, but the shields did not budge. The power is not enough. I'll go deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk forward and the wind blades became stronger and stronger. It was equivalent to a second-level martial master's full-strength attack, followed by a third-level martial master, a fourth-level martial master. After Lu Ming walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was equivalent to a first-level martial master's full-strength attack. It was equivalent to a first-level martial master's attack. How terrifying was this? Even steel would be instantly torn to pieces. Most importantly, the wind blades here were not just one or two, but densely packed and unceasingly bombarded him. Clang clang, the wind blades bombarded the ancient shield, causing the sound of iron striking and sparks to fly in all directions. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming trembled non-stop. Especially to guard against the wind blades coming from all directions, two ancient shields were not enough. Lu Ming's mind was completely immersed in it. He constantly controlled the ancient shield to fly up and down, blocking the wind blades while carefully sensing the changes in the wind around him. This was equivalent to Lu Ming cultivating the ancient shield technique while comprehending the wind force. Cultivating like this would allow one to improve at a terrifying speed. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's true qi was also extremely large. Even with Lu Ming's true qi that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to cultivate like this. After leaving, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 Dao palms while recovering his true qi. After recovering his true qi, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued his high-intensity cultivation. A month later, the ancient shield technique broke through and entered the 3rd level. As for the wind force, his progress was also extremely fast. Although it had not reached the small success stage, it was not far away. As for the 3 Dao palms, he had not succeeded in cultivating it. However, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. After cultivating for a month, I'll go out and rest for 2 days. Following which, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after returning to his residence, Ming Peak, Pearl, and Miangcheng found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts madman. I think you're even crazier than me. You're cultivating all day long and I can't even see your shadow. When Mingqing saw Lu Ming, he called out in a loud voice. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant Secret Realm this time, right? Ming Peak asked. Blood Ant Secret Realm? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? You're indeed a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng curled his lips speechlessly before continuing. The Blood Ant Secret Realm is a plane jointly controlled by the Imperial family and the Shifeng Sword sect. It opens once every 3 years. In a month, it will be the end of the 3 years. The Star General Hall has already given the order that anyone above the 3rd level Martial Master realm, including 3rd level Martial Masters, must participate. As for those below the 3rd level Martial Master realm, if their battle strength has reached the 3rd level Martial Master realm, they can also participate. Currently, many 2nd layer Martial Masters are desperately cultivating, hoping to reach the 3rd layer Martial Master realm and enter the Blood Ant Secret Realm. After all, this is a great opportunity and no one wants to miss it. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know about it? After Ming Peak finished speaking, he curled his lips again. As expected, it's the same thing as Huaqi Lu Ming said in his heart. Of course I've heard about it. Of course I'll participate. Lu Ming smiled. In the Blood Ant Secret Realm, cultivators above the 7th layer Martial Master realm will not be able to enter. At that time, with Brother Tianyun's strength, you will definitely reap a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the Shifeng sword faction because every time, the disciples of the Shifeng sword faction will wantonly hunt down the geniuses of the general hall. Pearl said in a deep voice. The Shifeng sword sect better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill whoever comes. Xianxia coldly snorted, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he asked, those above the 7th layer martial master realm really can't participate? Yes, I've also heard about it. It's said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. Those above the 7th layer martial master realm will be rejected once they enter. Pearl explained. I see. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If those above the 7th layer martial master realm couldn't enter, no matter how talented or strong the disciples of the Shifeng sword sect were, he wouldn't be afraid. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's spar. At this moment, Xianxia shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, full of fighting spirit. Sure. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, they found a spacious area. A few minutes later. Tianyun, you pervert, I don't want to fight with you anymore, I don't want to spar with you anymore, you pervert. Xianxia screamed miserably. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you're the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Peek and Pearl were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he wouldn't spar with Lu Ming in the future. This was something that had never happened before. Don't, brother Xianxia, I've gained a lot from sparring with you. Let's continue another day. I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. My stomach hurts, I'm leaving first. Xianxia almost cried. He clutched his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Lu Ming, Ming Peek, and Pearl were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? Did I get the wrong person? Ming Peek muttered. Did you get the wrong person? Or is someone too perverted? Pearl rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the cultivation atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely dense. Everyone who had hopes of entering the Blood Ant secret realm was bitterly cultivating, hoping to increase their battle strength and gain more in the Blood Ant secret realm. Lu Ming rested for 2 days and returned to the Divine Wind Valley. He found that there were many more people cultivating in the Divine Wind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the Divine Wind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he cultivated last time. There was no one here. No one could cultivate here. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant secret realm to open. Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley a day in advance. The next day, he and Xianxia arrived at the martial field of the General Star Hall. All the students of the General Star Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant secret realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered at the martial field. This was the total number of people entering the Blood Ant secret realm. Every one of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th level of the martial master realm. Swoosh, a few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time. I won't go into the details. Now, I will talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent and his voice was like a bell. First, the Blood Ant secret realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it is time for the blood ants to refine their eggs. The eggs of the blood ants are the best material to refine the blood refining pill. Every 3 eggs of the blood ants can be refined into a blood refining pill. As long as you hand over the eggs of the blood ants to the imperial family, you will receive half of them. That is to say, as long as you hand over 6 eggs of the blood ants, the imperial family will give you a blood refining pill. Blood refining pill, it's actually a blood refining pill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a blazing light. Before a cultivator awakened their second bloodline, there would be a process of accumulation. What was accumulation? It was the accumulation of bloodline energy. The stronger the bloodline energy accumulated, the higher the grade of the second bloodline awakened. As for the blood refining pill, it was a treasure that could accumulate bloodline energy. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Huaqi had mentioned before was the blood refining pill. Not only Lu Ming, but the eyes of everyone present, including the geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial ancestor realm, were filled with a blazing light. As long as they obtained 6 eggs of the blood ants, they would be able to exchange them for a blood refining pill. Second, I must warn you, you must be careful of the disciples of the Shifang sword sect. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the Shifang sword sect will hunt down the disciples of the general hall. Killing and plundering are not prohibited in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again, warning with a solemn expression. Humph, so what if they are geniuses of the Shifang sword sect? Why would I be afraid of him? Some of the students were very confident as they spoke. Alright, that's all I want to say. The rest is up to you. Now, let's go to the blood ant secret realm. As soon as the red-haired old man finished speaking, a few screeches sounded in the sky as 8 large wind eagles descended. These 8 wind eagles were much larger than the ones that Lu Ming had seen in Dongke City. As the wind eagles descended, the crowd soared into the sky and leaped onto their backs. Following the 8 screeches, the wind eagles soared into the sky and headed north. The blood ant secret realm was located in the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the blood ant secret realm originally belonged to the imperial family, but the Shifang sword sect took over a portion of its authority and requested to split the blood ant secret realm equally with the imperial family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the blood ant secret realm to harvest the eggs of the blood ants. The eggs belonged to whoever obtained them. The Decimo sword sect was extremely powerful and had countless geniuses and masters. Even the mystic essence sword sect was inferior to them, let alone the imperial family. Therefore, every time the blood ant secret realm opened, most of the blood ant eggs were taken by the Decimo sword sect. The imperial family could only get a small portion. The wind eagle was extremely fast and it only took half a day to cover the distance of 20,000 miles. This was a rather desolate forest. There were bare stones everywhere, and only a few trees and weeds grew sparsely here and there. The wind eagle landed on a slightly flatter area. The red-haired old man and the others jumped down first. The others followed suit. The Decimo sword sect is not here yet. Let's wait here. The red-haired old man said. Everyone nodded. Swoosh, at this moment, more than a dozen figures jumped high and landed on the 10 stone pillars on one side. They jumped on the stone pillars and sat cross-legged. Lu Ming saw the person on the outermost stone pillar at a glance. It was Bai Qi. It's the top 10 experts of the outer palace. Is this the goal pillar? It must be. But that Bai Qi still has the face to jump on it. Miangqing and Tianyun are much stronger than him. How thick-skinned? There was a burst of discussion. Goal pillar? Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Tianyun, there's nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary stone pillar. It's called the goal pillar because it's easier to see the secret realm from the top. Only the strongest can climb it every time. It's a symbol of strength. Miangqing explained. Oh? I see. Lu Ming nodded and then looked at the opposite side. There were more than a dozen stone pillars, but no one jumped on them. That's the Decimo sword sect's territory. Those ascendant pillars belong to the Decimo sword sect. Miangqing said. Lu Ming suddenly understood why no one jumped on them. Then, he glanced at the people on the stone pillars. These people were the top 10 experts of the outer palace of the Star General Hall. Bai Qi, you're really shameless. How dare you occupy a secret pillar? Get down here right now. Miangqing looked at Bai Qi and shouted. His voice rang out from afar, causing Bai Qi's face to turn red. Miangqing. Bai Qi gritted his teeth angrily, but he didn't come down. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi, do you think you're an expert just because you're holding on? How? Shameless. Forget it, I won't fight with you. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Miangqing casually waved his hand and sneered. Ha ha ha. The rest of the audience also burst into laughter. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming smiled. He had no interest in this kind of battle for empty fame. Shaking his head, he casually found a place to sit cross-legged and wait. 10 minutes later, several bird cries resounded through the barren mountain. 3 huge golden birds appeared in the sky. These 3 huge golden birds spread their wings and covered the sky. They were more than 100 meters long and were extremely terrifying. Their wings were golden as if they were made of gold. A powerful aura spread out and was as heavy as a mountain. Martial ancestor realm demonic beasts. Lu Ming's face changed. These are small golden rocks. It's said that they have the bloodline of the divine beast golden-winged rock. The Decimo Sword faction has such a strange beast and there are 3 of them. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire is really terrifying. Some of the students in the Star General Hall exclaimed in shock. Ka! The small golden rocks cried loudly and their voices pierced through the clouds and landed. Haha, Hua Feixiong, you're here early. A loud laugh came from one of the small golden rocks in the middle. Then, a few elders stepped down from the sky. Then, 3 young men with swords on their backs leaped down from the 3 small golden rocks. These young men and women were all dignified and had extraordinary auras. Each of them was like a divine sword and their sword chi pierced through the clouds. There were more than 360 people. So many people. The faces of the people in the Star General Hall changed. The red-haired elder's face was grave as he said, "They're just a few minutes early." The leader of the 10 Directions sword faction was a skinny old man. At this moment, his gaze swept across the group from the Star General Hall as he chuckled and said, "There seems to be a little more people this time around. Be careful not to let all of them die inside. Otherwise, the people that your Star General Hall recruited with great difficulty will suffer heavy losses." The red-haired elder's face darkened as he said coldly, "Akira no Ji, you don't have to worry about this." "Haha, is that so? Then let's go and prepare together." Akira no Ji sneered. "Let's go." The red-haired elder waved his hand and the other 2 elders followed him and flew into the depths of the barren mountains. Akira no Ji led the elders of the Decimo Sword faction into the depths of the barren mountains. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the elders left, the figures of the Decimo Sword faction flashed and dozens of figures leaped onto the observation pillars. Obviously, these people were the top experts of the Decimo Sword faction. Although their cultivation was at the 6th grade martial master realm, the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. "Brother Tianyun, do you see the person on the first stone pillar?" Miangcheng asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over. It was a handsome and cold young man in his early 20s. He wore a white swordsman's robe and carried a palm-wide sword on his back. Just sitting there casually, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Yes, even Lu Ming felt threatened. "Is this person famous?" Lu Ming asked. "This person is called Yang Zitian. He is an extremely terrifying genius of the Decimo Sword faction. When he was at the Martial Master realm, he was ranked first on the Decimo Sword faction's bronze list. When he was at the 9th grade Martial Master realm, he successfully comprehended force. When he was at the 9th grade Martial Master realm, he killed many martial Grand Masters. You must be careful when you encounter this person," Miangcheng said with an extremely solemn expression. There were very few people who could make Miangcheng so serious. "The first on the Decimo Sword faction's bronze list?" Lu Ming whispered. The Decimo Sword faction was the number 1 sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. The first on the bronze list was definitely not to be underestimated. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Of course, other than this person, the Decimo Sword faction has a few other people who are also extremely terrifying. Miangcheng said. "Ha ha ha, there are quite a lot of people in the General Hall this time. 3 years ago, there were less than 100 people. This time, there are 120 people." At this moment, an ear-piercing voice sounded from the Decimo Sword faction. "Junior brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by 120 people? In my opinion, it's just 120 trash." Another voice sounded. "Ha ha ha, senior brother is right. It's 120 trash. That's right. That's right. There was a burst of laughter from the Decimo sword faction. What did you say? Who's the trash? Someone in the general hall was angry and shouted. Io, you're even angry. Am I wrong? 3 years ago, 98 people entered the general hall and only 23 came out. If they're not trash, what are they? A young man with a crooked mouth from the Decimo sword faction walked out and looked coldly at the people in the general hall. This time, you have more than 120 people. Don't all die in there. The crooked mouth youth from the Decimo sword sect looked at the people from the general hall with disdain. Damn it. How dare you look down on us? The people from the general hall gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. What are you looking at? Come at me if you want to fight. The crooked mouth youth looked at the people from the general hall with provocation. Disdain, blatant disdain. The people from the general hall were furious, but no one stepped forward. After all, the reputation of the Decimo sword sect was not just for show. Humph, what a bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth continued to provoke them. Damn it, I'll fight him. Xianxia could not stand it anymore and was about to stand up. Brother Ming, wait a minute. He's deliberately provoking us to test our strength. Why fall for it? Lu Ming patted Xianxia and said. Xianxia sat down. Junior brother, I don't think you need to say anything. They're just a bunch of cowards and trash. No matter what you say, no one will dare to fight. A youth from the Decimo sword sect shouted. A bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth shouted. You've gone too far. Today, I'll have a taste of the Decimo sword sect's skills. Finally, someone from the general hall could not stand it anymore. He shouted and strode out. It's Mo Gang. He's going to fight. Mo Gang is a 6th grade martial master. He's ranked in the top 20 in the outer hall of the general hall. With him fighting, we can see the strength of the Decimo sword sect's disciples. Mo Gang walked out and the disciples of the general hall began to whisper. Finally, someone with some guts. How about this, I'll let you have 3 moves. I won't fight back for 3 moves. The crooked mouth youth looked at Mo Gang with contempt. I don't need you to let me have a go. Take this. Mo Gang roared and a mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand. Waving the mountain-splitting axe, Mo Gang slashed at the crooked mouth youth. The mountain-splitting axe slashed through the void and the space trembled like waves. If the axe slashed down, even a mountain would be split in half. Great! The people of the general hall cheered in their hearts. They were waiting to see how the crooked mouth youth would let them have 3 moves. But in the next moment, their faces froze. The crooked mouth youth spun his sword and drew a circle. An invisible gravitational force was generated and Mo Gang's battle axe was bounced off the circle. Bang! 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 At the same time, Mo Gang took 3 steps back. How is this possible? Everyone in the Star General Hall was shocked. What a powerful defensive martial skill. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Profound grade upper grade martial skill, 2nd level. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could see the level of his opponent's martial skill and its maturity. 2 more moves. I've said it before. I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered disdainfully. I don't believe it. Mo Gang roared and swung his axe again. This strike was even more powerful, but it was useless. It was still deflected by the crooked-mouthed young man's sword. How could this be? Could it be that this crooked-mouthed youth is a top genius of the 10 Directions sword sect? Someone from the Star General Hall shouted in disbelief. They suspected that the 10 Directions sword sect had purposely sent a genius to attack them. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you, I'm nothing in the 10 Directions sword sect. There are many people stronger than me. The crooked-mouthed young man said calmly. Impossible. Take my 3rd move. Mo Gang roared and his bloodline erupted. The muscles on his muscular body bulged as he swung his axe at the crooked-mouthed young man. This axe, Mo Gang used his full strength, erupting with his strongest move. Break! Mo Gang's eyes turned red. Break? Do you think you can break it? The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. His battle sword spun and his body was covered with rings of sword light. Clang, sparks flew in all directions as the battle axe chopped down on it. As for Mo Gang, his body once again staggered backwards. How could this be? How could this be? Mo Gang roared in disbelief. You piece of trash. Die. Chi, the sword light flashed like lightning. Retreat. Someone from the Star General Hall shouted. However, it was too late for Mo Gang to react. Pucci, the sword light pierced through Mo Gang's throat. Mo Gang roared and fell to the ground. Mo Gang was killed. The people from the Star General Hall fell silent with a grave expression. You still say you're not trash. Now, the truth is in front of you. If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around. The people from the Star General Hall were humiliated. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect looked at the people from the Star General Hall in disdain. What a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man looked around and his gaze landed on the 10 pillars. You, get down here. The crooked-mouthed young man suddenly pointed at Bai Qi, who was on the 10th pillar. Bai Qi's face stiffened. He squeezed out an ugly smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother, what can I do for you? His attitude was humble, hoping to gain the other party's favor. This made the others unhappy. Unfortunately, the crooked-mouthed young man did not buy it. He shouted, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can call me senior brother? Get down here right now. I'm taking your Realm Seeker pillar. What? You want the Observer pillar? Bai Qi was shocked and his face turned ugly. Don't go too far. The Observer pillar has been allocated between the Imperial family and the 10 Directions Sword sect since ancient times. It represents the honor of the Imperial family and we can't give it to you. On another Observer pillar, a young man in a yellow robe shouted angrily. This young man was a member of the Imperial family. What honor? Today, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. If you don't, I'll beat you until you give it to me. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Bai Qi almost cried. He was in a dilemma. If he did not give it to the Observer pillar, he would have to face the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. If he gave it to the Observer pillar, he would be destroying the Imperial family's honor. Everyone in the Star General Hall would despise him and he would never be able to raise his head in the Star General Hall. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have been so thick-skinned as to fight for the Observer pillar. Bai Qi, if you give it to me, you'll be a sinner of the Star General Hall. No one in the Star General Hall is afraid of death. At most, we'll fight. If we can't win, we'll die. I'll support you spiritually. Mingqing yelled in an unkind manner, pushing Bai Qi one step further into the fire pit. At this moment, Miangcheng almost laughed out loud. I'll support you spiritually too. Lu Ming also shouted. Support your sister. Who wants to support you spiritually? Bai Qi roared in his heart. Lu Ming and Miangcheng were obviously gloating over his misfortune. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Bai Qi had no choice but to bite the bullet and cupped his fists at the crooked-mouthed young man. Looks like you want to compete. Then let me see what you're capable of. I know you're one of the top 10 experts in the Star General Hall. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Suddenly, he moved and pounced at Bai Qi White Snake Dragon Palm, Dragon Transformation. A white dragon roared and pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. Clang, with a sword hum, the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi was extremely sharp. He slashed out with his sword and directly cut off the white dragon's head. Bai Qi's expression changed as he continued to attack with his palms. White Snake Dragon Palm, 10 dragons in one palm. 10 dragons danced in the air. Sword roaring in the heavens. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and his sword chi collided with the white dragon. Boom. Boom, after 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill. The youth with a crooked mouth swung his sword and a dazzling sword chi slashed at Bai Qi White Snake Dragon Palm, double palm power. Bai Qi roared as he swung his palms again. Roar, the white dragon roared and formed 20 white dragons that pounced at the youth with a crooked mouth. After a period of hard work, Bai Qi's martial arts had improved and he could form 20 white dragons. He wanted to take revenge on Miangcheng and Lu Ming, but now he was forced to use it. Is this your limit? How disappointing. The youth with a crooked mouth roared as he merged with his sword and soared into the sky. The white dragons were defeated wherever the sword chi passed. Bai Qi screamed as his body was thrown back and fell to the ground heavily, coughing up blood. Swoosh, the youth with a crooked mouth moved and landed on the observer pillar where Bai Qi was. Haha, from now on, this observer pillar belongs to the Shifang sword sect. The youth with a crooked mouth laughed. Damn it, get down. The royal disciple from before roared. Hey, hey, hey. Give up your realm seeker pillar then. At this time, another disciple from the Shifang sword sect rushed out and pounced on the royal disciple. Boom. Boom, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Qi, but the Shifang sword sect disciple was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another observer pillar was taken by the Shifang sword sect. How can they be so strong? Is this the prodigy of the Shifang sword sect? The people from the Star General Hall fought in despair. The prodigies on the observer pillar from the Shifang sword sect had not made a move yet. Just a few prodigies with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 prodigies from the outer Shifang sword sect. And it was a one-sided battle. This shocked the people from the Star General Hall and their morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant Mystic realm, how would he be able to fight against the other party? And the Star General Hall's prodigy? What top 10 masters? They're all trash. I think I'll sweep them all away. That crooked-mouthed young man was incomparably arrogant. He disdainfully swept his gaze over the other 8 of the 10 great experts of the Star General Hall. The 8 prodigies faces his mouth. Young the Shifang sword sect. Even if they had the competence to defeat the crooked-mouthed youth, they were afraid that the Shifang sword sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Shifang sword sects. It's Shifang sword sect. He had just joined the Star General Hall and did not have much of a sense of belonging. No matter how much the Shifang sword sect despised the Star General Hall, he had no interest in making a move. His main purpose here was to obtain the blood and egg and exchange it for the blood refinement pill. He did not want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be arrogant. I have someone in the Star General Hall who can defeat all of you. At the side, Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Qi. They did not understand why Bai Qi suddenly became so aggressive and dared to talk to the Shifang sword sect like that. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The Shifang sword sect looked at Bai Qi. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling the truth. No matter how strong the Shifang sword sect is, you can't defeat this person. Who are you talking about? Tell him to come out. The Shifang sword sect's disciple shouted. It's him. Bai Qi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. Swoosh, in an instant, everyone turned to look at Lu Ming. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. This Bai Qi actually wanted to use someone else to kill him. He deserved to die. It's him. His name is Tianyun and he's a peerless genius of the Star General Hall. He'll definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Qi shouted at the Shifang sword sect. Kill me within 10 moves? Ridiculous. I think you're crazy. Well, open your eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he'll kill me within 10 moves. The Shifang sword sect sneered and then looked at Lu Ming. He pointed his sword at him and said, Kid, come out and fight me. The corners of Bai Qi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with complacency. He secretly admired himself for dragging Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you'll die against the Shifang sword sect. Bai Qi sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he slowly got up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it either. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What? What did you say? The crooked youth thought that he had misheard. Idiot, that idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. How can you see through such an obvious thing? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lu Ming scolded as if he was scolding a child. The crooked-mouthed youth's face suddenly turned ashen. His crooked mouth became even more crooked with anger. He roared, "You're courting death, brat. Bastard, you're dead. I don't care what the reason is. You're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves, no, 3 moves to kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Qi was gnashing his teeth. Lu Ming called him an idiot left and right so smoothly that he almost vomited blood. "Humph, Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Shifang sword sect. Let's see how you'll die." Bai Qi roared in his heart. "Kill." The crooked-mouthed youth roared and his killing intent exploded. He couldn't bear it anymore and charged towards Lu Ming. Sword whirled. The crooked-mouthed youth used a killer move right away. The dazzling sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand and swept it out. Boom, as the spear swept out, the space trembled violently. The air was suddenly blown apart, making a terrifying sound. Because the spear was too fast, the friction with the air brought about blazing flames. Before the spear arrived, the terrifying explosive force had already blown apart the crooked-mouthed youth's sword chi. How could this be? The crooked-mouthed youth's pupils shrank rapidly, revealing a look of horror. His body frantically retreated, and at the same time, his battle sword spun rapidly, displaying a defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the Shifang sword sect geniuses who were standing on the hopper pillars changed. What a powerful force! Someone whispered. I didn't expect that there would be a decent genius in the Star General Hall. Yang Zitian's eyes revealed a hint of interest, but it was only a hint. Dong, Lu Ming's spear fiercely whipped the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing and unpleasant roar. Tianyun is going to win. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted excitedly. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he sent the youth with a crooked mouth flying in a domineering manner, causing him to vomit blood. Second move. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop attacking and the second spear shot out violently. Rumble, the long spear shot out, and the space shook violently. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked young man was horrified. He roared and unleashed all his strength to use that defensive martial technique. The battle sword spun, and sword circles appeared one after another in front of the crooked young man. Block it. The crooked young man's eyes were red as he roared. Dong, however, the long spear swept out, and all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked young man's battle sword. A terrifying force burst out, and the crooked young man's battle sword exploded with a bang. The crooked young man screamed as his bones cracked. No one knew how many of them were broken. Third move. I'll kill you. The cold voice said again. No. The crooked young man yelled. How dare you? Stop. A young man on one of the observation pillars of the Decimo sword sect shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the crooked young man's heart. With a thud, it was nailed to the ground. You dare to kill me? The crooked young man roared in disbelief. I said that I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move. Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked young man's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a roar of disbelief and stopped breathing. Junior brother. How dare you kill a genius of the Decimo sword sect? You're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. The disciples of the Decimo sword sect shouted with killing intent in their eyes. Attack. First, cripple his cultivation. Then, I want to break all the bones in his body and hang him at the entrance of the Star General Hall. Let everyone know the consequences of offending my 10 Direction sword faction. It was still the same young man on the observer pillar. This young man had a head of long green hair and was incomparably demonic. At this moment, he stared coldly at Lu Ming and spoke. Of course, the other geniuses on the observer pillar were also glaring coldly at Lu Ming. They just didn't say anything. Clang. Clang. As soon as the green-haired young man's voice faded, at least 20 disciples of the Ten Directions sword sect unsheathed their swords around Lu Ming. Streaks of sword chi flashed out. Kill. More than 20 disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction attacked together. More than 20 violent sword chi instantly submerged Lu Ming. Moon seizing. The long spear swept out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. Like a peerless demon god, he charged forward with his spear in hand. Boom. Boom. More than 20 explosions sounded in succession. More than 20 disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction were sent flying and coughing up blood. Everyone present was shocked. Too strong. Lu Ming was too strong. It was simply a crushing. The opponents couldn't resist at all. More than 20 people were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming. How can there be such an expert in the Star General Hall? Many of the disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction roared in their hearts. Even Yang Zitian's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Swish, Lu Ming took a step forward and directly appeared above the green-haired young man's head, looking down at him. Get lost. Lu Ming's long spear struck down violently. It was very direct and domineering. You're courting death. The green-haired young man shouted coldly. A green battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a substantial green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were the size of a table. It continuously slapped at Lu Ming. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The green bear directly collapsed and the long spear continued to smash down. How can this be? The green-haired young man's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and famous in the Ten Directions sword faction. Some of the other disciples couldn't compare to him. The fact that he was qualified to occupy a prospect pillar was enough to explain everything. Initially, he thought that no matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he would be able to put up a fight. However, once they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. He was no match for him at all. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom. Lu Ming's long spear directly blasted the prospect pillar. In an instant, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down. The space seemed to have frozen at this moment. After a while, there was a shocking roar. How dare you? How dare you destroy the aspiration pillar of my Ten Directions sword sect? You're dead. Kill, we must kill him. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction roared. Although the prospect pillar was useless, it represented the face of the Ten Directions sword faction. Lu Ming destroying the prospect pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zitian and a few other youths from the Shifeng sword sect, who had been very calm, looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression. Boom. Boom, 5 or 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming in succession. Force. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 or 6 young men had actually comprehended force. The Ten Directions sword faction was indeed full of geniuses. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force in the martial grandmaster realm were few and far between. However, even those who comprehended force in the martial grandmaster realm were no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. God, there are so many people in the Ten Directions sword faction who have comprehended force. Tianyun is finished. No matter how strong he is no match for these monsters. Someone in the Star General Hall shouted. Boom, the 6 geniuses of the Ten Directions sword faction who had comprehended force all pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He was about to unleash his force to resist. Stop. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, a red-haired old man flew over quickly, emitting a terrifying aura. The force of the 6 young geniuses of the Ten Directions sword faction was blocked. Old red monster, what are you doing? Do you want to attack the disciples of the Ten Directions sword faction? Let me exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Akira no Ji also arrived at the scene. Akira no Ji looked around. When he saw the observer pillar that had been shattered, his expression changed drastically. He shouted gloomily, "Who is it? Who broke the observer pillar?" "Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Tiger." A disciple of the Ten Directions Sword faction pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. "Kid, how dare you break the observer pillar of the Ten Directions Sword faction? You even killed the elites of the Ten Directions Sword faction. You're courting death." Akira no Ji roared and slapped at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of the martial grandmaster realm was displayed. His palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom, the red-haired old man also moved. He punched out and blocked Akira no Ji's palm force. "Old red monster, do you want to fight?" Akira no Ji roared. "Qiu Wuji, your Ten Direction Sword sect has also killed a disciple of my Astral General Hall, so we're even now. As for shattering the observer pillar, you can't blame anyone for this. How can the lives of the Star General Hall be compared to the lives of the Decimo Sword faction? Get lost." Akira no Ji roared. "Akira no Ji, don't go overboard. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Let's fight." The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. Akira no Ji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the Decimo Sword faction, but this red-haired old man was like a wild beast. He was a lawless master who feared no one when he went mad. This was also the reason why the royal family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. "Akira no Ji, if you want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, you'll miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant secret realm," the red-haired old man said again. "Good, very good. Old Red, what's the use of you protecting this kid now? Disciples of the Decimo Sword faction, listen up. This time I'll give you a new mission. In the Blood Ant secret realm, kill this person with all your might. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded." Akira no Ji pointed at Lu Ming. "Alright, Elder, don't worry. I'll kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine." Instantly, all the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. "Also, this time, if you encounter anyone from the Star General Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. If he dares to kill someone from the Star General Hall, not only will he die, the others will die too." Akira no Ji instructed again. "Elder, don't worry. This time, the people from the Star General Hall won't be able to leave," the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction said one after another. At this time all the disciples of the Star General Hall had ugly expressions. "Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who caused this trouble. Why should we take the blame?" Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was Bai Qi again. "That's right, this is all because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. We originally had a way out with the Decimo Sword faction and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit." On the observer pillar, a green-robed youth also roared. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he naturally stood on Bai Qi's side. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Star General Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the green-robed youth said made sense. "How about this? Let's enter the Blood Ant mystic realm and work together to capture Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the Decimo Sword sect and reconcile with them. What do you think?" Bai Qi shouted. "Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the F***ck are you talking about?" Miangcheng couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest was swelling with pain. Bai Qi and the green-robed youth were too shameless. Who was the one who was humiliated by the Ten Direction Sword School just now? The entire Star General Hall was suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the Star Hall would have lost a lot of face today. Now, they were actually making a false countercharge and blaming everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, would things have turned out this way? Bai Qi clamored. "Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder reprimanded and looked coldly at Bai Qi. What are you afraid of? At most, we'll fight. Tianyun is not wrong. Elder, the blood and egg is more important. Bai Qi shouted. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi is right. If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the Decimo Sword sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the Star General Hall with a mocking look. It was ridiculous that there was already an internal conflict before they even set off. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, and no emotions could be heard. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the Blood Ant secret realm. If I don't kill you, I, Tianyun, will cripple my own cultivation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was incomparably cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Elder, look. We're both from the Star General Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person stay in the Star General Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the Star General Hall and disqualify him from participating in the Blood Ant secret realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was scared to death. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the Blood Ant secret realm. You can settle it yourselves. The red-haired elder reprimanded, clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And all of you. Lu Ming pointed his long spear at the people of the Decimo Sword sect. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was like that of a demon. All of you from the Decimo Sword sect want to kill me. Fine, I, Tianyun, will take it. Let's see who will kill who then. Let's see who will kill who. The 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked, such strong confidence, such strong boldness. Did these words mean that he wanted to fight an entire sect alone? Good, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes shining. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he felt that he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. Just because you have some battle strength, you can't tell the difference. There are many people from the Decimo Sword sect who can kill him. We must kill him when we reach the Blood Ant secret realm. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect roared, their eyes filled with fear and hostility. Clang, a loud sword sound resounded, and a sword chi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Xianxia. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, he's my prey. If I meet him, I'll kill him. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Decimo Sword sect were shocked. Xianxia wants to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's rare that he caught the attention of senior brother Xianxia. It's his honor. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he glared at Xianxia. They were at each other's throats. You don't know what's good for you. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. Okay, let's go. The red-haired elder suddenly roared and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. Let's go too. Qiu Wuji said coldly as he led the people of the Decimo Sword sect to follow. The group ran for a few thousand meters before stopping at a pile of rocks. However, there were inscriptions carved on these rocks. Old Monster read, "Let's begin." Qiu Wuji looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Qiu Wuji led the elders of the Decimo Sword sect to the other side of the rocks. Both sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. Streams of true qi surged out and poured into the rocks. Wang, the inscriptions glowed, and then a door of light condensed in the rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant secret realm. Go in. Over at the Star General Hall, there were people impatiently rushing towards the door of light. Once they entered the door of light, they disappeared. We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient? Then, most of the Shifang Sword sect disciples looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent before rushing into the light gate. Brother Tianyun, you must be careful. Miangcheng warned with a solemn expression. Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was very confident. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the Divine Wind Valley and gained a lot. His combat strength had greatly increased, so he was naturally confident. I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the Shifang Sword sect won't be able to do anything to you. Miangcheng said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. Let's go in. Miangcheng said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light gate with Miangcheng. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light gate, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to an old man beside him. The old man nodded and turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Akira no Ji's eyes flashed and he also said a few words to an elder of the Shifang Sword sect. That elder also turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. On the other side, the sky and earth spun. Then, Lu Ming felt his body falling. Around him, there was a burst of moist air. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air and below him was a large river that flowed endlessly. The river was at least 100 meters wide and the river water was turbulent. No one knew where it flowed to. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. High air step. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped on the void. His body became as light as a feather as he slowly descended. Splash, suddenly, the river water below surged and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was very large. It was the size of a puppy. Compared to other ants, it was many times larger. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. Poochie! The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and the blood ant's head exploded. He sucked in the true chi in his palm and grabbed the blood ant's corpse. Blood ant egg. Lu Ming found a blood-red ball the size of a longan in the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood aura. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's Xianxia was like a knife as he took the blood ant egg into his hand. Then, he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot. His body floated forward and landed on the riverside. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-level martial master. It is a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. It is said that a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast's blood ant will condense one blood ant egg in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant will condense 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 3 LV3 blood ant will condense 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the rank, the higher the number. The blood ant eggs condensed by the blood ant will be twice as many as the previous rank. I have to find a higher ranked blood ant to quickly obtain the blood ant eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he followed the river to see if he could find any blood ants. Splash, soon, a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced on Lu Ming. This blood ant was bigger than the previous one. There were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. A Class 2 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was delighted. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the blood ant. With this, Lu Ming had 3 blood ant eggs. My luck is not bad. I have just entered and I have already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. If I get 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refining pill. Thinking of the blood refining pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to walk along the river. Rustle, suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he rushed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw the mound. There was a cave in the mound and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was about to rush out. Not far away, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 7 figures were rushing toward him. Ant nest, it's an ant nest. Haha, we are so lucky. We just entered and we already found an ant nest. A loud laugh was heard. People from the Shifang Sword sect. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Tianyun. The 7 disciples of the Shifang sword sect also saw Lu Ming and their faces changed slightly. Good, we are so lucky. Not only did we find an ant nest, but we also met Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Qiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 youths lit up. Lucky? The sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's lips deepened. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the 7 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. 6th level martial master. The 7 of them were all in the 6th level martial master realm. 4 of them were at the peak of the 6th level martial master realm. Tianyun, it's your bad luck to meet the 7 swords of the He clan. Today is the day you die. One of the oldest youths sneered. Although Lu Ming had shown great strength before, they were not afraid and were confident that they could kill Lu Ming. In the Shifang sword sect, they were famous geniuses. The 7 of them were from the same clan and were known as the 7 swords of the He clan. They were good at joint attacks. When the 7 of them worked together, not many in the 6th level martial master realm could defeat them. In the Shifang sword sect, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, no other 6th level martial master was a match for the 7 of them. Therefore, they were confident. Shifang sword sect, this time, I'll start with you guys. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You are still so arrogant when you are about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang clang, 7 sounds of swords could be heard. 7 people and 7 long swords set up an impenetrable sword net and charged toward Lu Ming. Landslide. The long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Dong, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear collided with the sword net, the strong power of the long spear disappeared without a trace. It barely repelled the sword net, but it did not disperse. What a wonderful joint attack. Lu Ming's heart moved. In the last month in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation naturally broke through to the 5th level martial master realm. Given the thickness of Lu Ming's vital energy and his cultivation level as a 5th level martial master, the power of a casual spear sweep was extremely terrifying. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level martial master realm would be whipped to death by the spear. Even an 8th level martial master warrior would be seriously injured. However, it was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, your attack is useless against us. Die. One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi chi, the sword auras flashed and densely packed sword auras charged toward Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his true chi increased by 2 points. Boom, this spear was stronger than the previous one. When it hit the sword net, it made the sword net tremble violently. What's going on? How can he have such a strong power? Is this still the power of someone below the 7th level martial master realm? The He clan's 7 swords were shocked. Attack with all your strength and kill him. Kill. The 7 people's bloodline erupted. All of them had 5th level bloodline. The eruption of their bloodline greatly increased their battle strength. Go to hell. The He clan's 7 swords roared. Really? You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura like a volcano. The power of fire erupted and the aura soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. The He clan's 7 swords' faces changed greatly. Power, this is power, the power of fire. What a terrifying power of fire. What level of fire is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords roared one after another, their faces full of horror. Boom, Lu Ming held a long spear in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind like a fire god. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly yelled, and a terrifying spear gleam burst forth. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords collapsed in an instant like paper. Not good, retreat. One of the He clan's 7 swords roared. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Chi chi, then, several spear lights shot out. A few screams sounded. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light. Run, run. The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits and desperately ran away. the three of them scattered and fled. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and seemed to be traveling in the air. He caught up with one person in an instant. "Ah, I'll fight it out with you." The young man roared and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. However, facing Lu Ming, who used the power of fire, he was too weak and was directly killed by the spear. Then, he chased after the other two. "Tianyun, you will die a horrible death. My Shifeng sword sect will not let you go. You will die without a burial place." In the end, there was no suspense. The remaining two were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only desperate roars. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. His figure flashed and devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the 5th level of the martial master realm. The blood essence of a 6th level martial master realm martial artist was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to completely refine it. Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming charged towards the ant nest. Chi. Suddenly, a few blood ants pounced on Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming and the eggs were taken away. However, more blood ants crawled out of the nest. There were more than a dozen of them. There were a few of them 2nd level of the 3rd level. Instead of being shocked, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He charged toward the blood ants. Before long, Lu Ming had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, the blood ant eggs in Lu Ming's hands could be exchanged for 4 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming was very excited. He charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in this ant nest was not as many as expected. There were only slightly more than 50 blood ants. 2 hours later, Lu Ming killed all of them. "Haha, my luck is not bad." Lu Ming laughed. He left the ant nest and continued his search. This small plain was very large. It was even larger than the small plain left behind by the Dongyi ancestors that Lu Ming had entered before. Lu Ming searched 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plain. He did not even encounter many other people. Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out in the next 2 days. He did not even encounter many blood ants, let alone ant nests. In 2 days, he had only obtained 18 eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plain is the nest of the blood ants. There is a mother ant inside. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs, all of which were shed by the blood ants. However, that place is very dangerous. Many experts die there every time. If I don't get much in the next few days, I will go to the nest of the blood ants. Lu Ming thought to himself as he continued to search for blood ants. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped. He smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of spiritual herbs. There are spiritual herbs nearby? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. The blood ant arcane realm was a small plain that had just been born. Although it was not very stable, it was very easy to nurture rare treasures. It was like the birth of heaven and earth. It was the easiest place to nurture treasures. Once a spiritual herb was nurtured in such an environment, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched. He memorized it, found the right direction, and sped off. Soon, he saw a few figures in front of him. They were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming recognized them at a glance. They were from the Decimo Sword sect. It seems that this spiritual herb is not to be underestimated. It has attracted many people. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he sped forward. A wide lake appeared in front of him. The lake was very large. It was at least 1,000 meters wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly surprised that there were so many people here. Then, Lu Ming looked at the lake. There was a spiritual herb in the middle of the lake. It was a jade-green spiritual herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear, as if they were polished from green jade. There was a spiritual fruit in the middle of the 9 leaves. The spiritual fruit looked like a dragon. It was vivid and lifelike. Spiritual dragon fruit. This is the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a strong light. The spiritual dragon fruit was an extremely rare spiritual herb. It was rare in the world. Legend had it that if a martial grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even if a martial ancestor martial artist swallowed it, there was a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effect was extremely shocking. But to Lu Ming, this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the help the spiritual dragon fruit provided to the true dragon battling technique. Now, Lu Ming's true dragon battling technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level for a long time. But to cultivate to the 4th level, he would need 6 precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It did not mean that he had to have these 6 materials. There were some very precious natural treasures that could replace 6. The spiritual dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single spiritual dragon fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th level of the true dragon battling technique. How could Lu Ming not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's true qi would be 5 times stronger than ordinary true qi. Lu Ming's battle strength would definitely increase exponentially. I must get the spiritual dragon fruit. Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the spiritual dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the spiritual dragon fruit. In the light, he could vaguely see a small dragon dancing. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance was constantly emitted, stirring one's nerves. Obviously, the spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe, but it was close to being fully ripe. This was also the reason why so many people had gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The spiritual dragon fruit was not fully ripe. If it was plucked, its medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. It would not even have 1/10 of the medicinal effect of a fully ripe fruit. It would not be able to break through at all. Tianyun, it's you. A cold shout came from nearby as a few youths from the Decimo Sword sect noticed him. The voice shook the entire place. More than 50 youths turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming. It's really Tianyun. There are so many of us here and he still dares to appear. Haha, he's courting death. Let's join forces and kill him. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming scanned the area. He was well aware of the situation. There were more than 30 youths from the Decimo Sword sect here. There were also nearly 20 youths from the Star General Hall, including 3 of the top 10 Outer Hall experts. Tianyun, he's mine. A sinister voice came from the Decimo Sword sect. A young man in a blue robe strode out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Senior Brother Shuihen. Is Senior Brother Shuihen going to take action personally? Tianyun is dead meat. When the young man walked out, there were exclamations from the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this young man was one of the 6 geniuses in the Decimo Sword sect who had comprehended force. Tianyun, you're really blinded by greed. How dare you appear here? You're really courting death. Fine, I'll finish you off and complete one of Elder Chio's tasks. Shuihen looked at Lu Ming and said calmly. His tone was full of confidence as if Lu Ming was already a piece of meat in his mouth. A few disciples of the Decimo Sword sect said the same thing to me before, but they're already on their way. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. What? Tianyun, you killed another disciple of the Decimo Sword sect? How dare you? Do you know that you're committing a heinous crime? A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect yelled. Ridiculous. Lu Ming merely uttered 2 words calmly. There were always some people who felt good about themselves, as if they were the only ones who could kill others. If others resisted, they would be committing a heinous crime. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. Tianyun, no matter what? Now that you've met me, you're dead. Lu Shuihen's face turned gloomy as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Force, the force of water. Cut the crap. Like I said before, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming pointed the spear in his hand, his killing intent bursting forth. At this moment, an even more intense fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked. The spirit flood dragon fruit was about to mature. Tianyun, I'll let you live a little longer. I'll kill you after I get the spirit dragon fruit. Lu Shuihen said coldly. He looked at the Jiaoling fruit with a burning gaze. As long as he obtained the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit, he would be able to use it to break through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in the Blood Ant Secret Realm, not even Yang Zitian. At that time, how many blood ant eggs would he be able to obtain if he killed his way into the blood ant's nest? When he thought of this, his heart was burning. Breaking through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm in the Blood Ant Secret Realm would not be rejected. People of the Star General Hall, if you dare to attack, I won't let any of you out. Lu Shuihen looked coldly at the people of the Star General Hall. Humph, Lu Shuihen, the Blood Ant Secret Realm is not yours. Everyone has a share. A young man from the Star General Hall said. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall. As long as he obtained the Spirit Dragon Fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th level Martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shifeng Sword faction. Therefore, he was very strong and didn't want to back down. You're courting death. Wait until I obtain the Spirit Dragon Fruit and break through to the next level. I'll kill all these trash from the Star General Hall. Lu Shuihen's eyes flickered with a sinister light. Roar! Suddenly, the Spirit Dragon Fruit let out a dragon's roar. The Spirit Dragon Fruit shone brightly and a burst of medicinal fragrance spread throughout the area. After a few breaths, the brilliance dimmed, and the medicinal fragrance also faded, becoming more restrained. The Spirit Dragon Fruit had ripened. The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shuihen roared and leaped out like an arrow, shooting towards the Spirit Dragon Fruit at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The people of the Star General Hall and the Shifeng Sword faction also rushed toward the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Get out of my way! Lu Shuihen roared and punched out. The surface of the lake exploded and pillars of water formed and shot toward the people of the Star General Hall. Damn it! The experts of the Star General Hall joined forces and blocked the water pillars. However, their bodies were hindered and they fell toward the lake. They stepped on the surface of the lake and stopped themselves. However, Lu Shuihen had already run a long distance. Trash like you want to stop me? The Spirit Dragon Fruit is mine. Lu Shuihen sneered in his heart. However, he was stunned in the next moment. A figure stepped on the void and leaped over his head, heading straight for the Spirit Dragon Fruit. Tianyun, stop right there. You're courting death. Lu Shuihen roared. He stepped on the surface of the water and dashed forward at high speed. At the same time, he waved his palms and the nearby lake water was driven by him. It condensed into water swords and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look and swept out with his spear. Bam! Bam! There was a loud explosion. The water swords were not scattered, but Lu Ming's body was affected by a huge force and fell down. The force of water is indeed amazing, especially on the surface of the lake. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Haha, Lu Ming, you haven't comprehended the force. You're still trash. Today, you're dead. Lu Shuihen laughed and a battle sword that looked like autumn water appeared in his hand. He waved the battle sword and the lake water formed pillars of water that blasted toward Lu Ming together with the sword chi. What's so great about comprehending the force? There was a cold smile on Lu Ming's lips as he spoke faintly. What's so great about it? Haha, you're just jealous, right? Lu Shuihen's voice stopped as he spoke. Because at this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly burst out with a light and sharp chi. Force, the force of wind. Buzz. Lu Ming's spear shook and a gust of wind whistled out. The spear swept out and a tornado appeared on the surface of the lake. Bam! Bam! Lu Shuihen's water pillars were instantly scattered and the powerful force of the spear blasted toward Lu Shuihen. Lu Shuihen exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword, which clashed with Lu Ming's spear. Bam! Lu Shuihen's body was directly sent flying and hit the surface of the lake, causing a large splash. Lu Shuihen was directly blasted into the lake. Behind him, the other disciples of 10 Directions Sword Sect and Star General Hall all gasped and widened their eyes. For a moment, their bodies slowed down. Splash! The lake water splashed and Lu Shuihen rushed out of the lake and shouted in disbelief, Force of wind has reached minor accomplishment. How can you cultivate force of wind to minor accomplishment? He could feel that Lu Ming's force of wind had reached minor accomplishment and its power was shocking. As for his water force, it was only at the entry level. It was unknown how far away it was from minor accomplishment. Isn't it just force? What's so great about it that you have to talk about it all the time? During the 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's wind force had been improving at a rapid pace. Just a few days before entering the Blood Ant Secret Realm, his wind force had finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. There was a huge difference between someone who had reached initial success in force and someone who had yet to reach initial success. Lu Shuihan's face was flushed red. Previously, he had been arrogant and looked down on Lu Ming because he had comprehended force. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had slapped him hard in the face with an even stronger force. The thing that he was so proud of was not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. This was a serious blow to his confidence. Kill. Let's kill him together. Lu Shuihan roared in anger. He must kill Lu Ming. Kill. More than 30 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect roared as they ran on the lake toward Lu Ming. It was not difficult for martial artists above the 3rd level of the martial master realm to walk on the water. More than 30 people attacked together and their power was terrifying. Suddenly, the lake's surface was turbulent and the waves swept over like a tsunami. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shook the demon banishing spear. Suddenly, chi-chi, dozens of spear radiances shot out. Under the support of the wind force, these spear radiances were shockingly fast and had terrifying penetrative power. Blood splattered and screams were heard. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were assassinated. Blood dyed the lake red. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the void and rushed into the crowd like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No one could stop him as he reaped the lives of the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. Not far away, the disciples of the General Hall stopped and looked at this scene with pale faces. This Tianyuan is too ruthless, isn't he? He really dares to kill the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect? Ruthless. This is a real ruthless person. The Star General Hall student's throat trembled as he cried out in shock. Lu Shuihan's face was also pale as he shouted, "Kill! Kill him!" However, he quickly ran toward the spirit dragon fruit. Lu Shuihan, you're despicable! A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect roared. In the same sect, there was a lot of competition. Of course, it was impossible for them to be so united. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was the first to slip away. He wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the flood dragon spirit fruit. Naturally, they wouldn't allow that. Let's go, we're going to fight for the spirit dragon fruit too. The spirit dragon fruit is mine. The remaining 10 Direction Sword sect disciples immediately abandoned Lu Ming and ran toward the spirit flood dragon fruit. Do you think it's that easy to come and go as you please? Lu Ming sneered. His figure swooped down like a goshawk. He pulled out his long spear. 2 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School screamed as they were killed on the lake. The others were horrified. Lu Ming tapped his foot on the surface of the lake and chased after Lu Shuihan. At this moment, Lu Shuihan was already close to the spirit dragon fruit. Ha ha ha, the flood dragon spirit fruit is mine. As long as I pluck it, hide at the bottom of the lake, and refine it, Tianyuan will die. Lu Shuihan's eyes flickered with a sinister light, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in them. He reached out his hand, and his true chi gushed out as he was about to pluck the spirit dragon fruit. Splash, at this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly surged. A giant claw covered with sharp spikes reached out from the lake and grabbed at Lu Shuihan. What the hell is this? Lu Shuihan's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his battle sword and hit the giant claw. Sparks flew everywhere, but he was sent flying by the giant claw. Damn it! Lu Shuihan roared. Seeing the fat meat in his mouth disappear, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Splash, the surface of the lake surged as another giant claw came out. 2 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect were caught off guard and were smashed into meat patties. Since then, only a dozen disciples of the 10 Direction Sword sect were left. It was a heavy loss. Whoosh, the lake surged, and the thing under the lake was finally revealed. It was a monster that was dozens of meters long. Its body was covered with spikes, and its mouth was long and pointy. Anteater? Could it be an anteater? Someone shouted. This guy looked very similar to an anteater. It was very possible. The blood ant secret realm bred a large number of blood ants. It was normal for anteaters that fed on blood ants to be born. However, the size of this anteater was a little too big. The anteater appeared and let out a sharp cry. It moved the lake and pounced at Lu Shuihen and the others. The shocking thing was that at this moment, behind Lu Ming and the group, the lake water was surging and another anteater had appeared. The two anteaters surrounded Lu Ming and the group and charged toward them. Chi-chi, a dozen spikes shot out from the anteater's body. The spikes pierced through the air and let out a terrifying whistling sound. One of the spikes shot at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and knocked the spike away. What a powerful force. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The anteater's strength was extremely shocking. This is at least a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. Lu Ming judged. He could knock away the anteater's spikes, but the others were not so lucky. Screams rose and fell. 12 people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Direction Sword sect were killed in an instant. Blood dyed the lake. Go quickly. The remaining people from the Star General Hall and the 10 Direction Sword sect turned pale with fright. They no longer cared about the spirit dragon fruit and desperately ran to the shore. However, how could two powerful demonic beasts that were equivalent to a martial grandmaster realm cultivator escape so easily? A few more corpses were left. In the end, only 8 people from both sides managed to escape to the shore. Once they reached the shore, the anteaters stopped chasing. However, there was an exception, and that was Lu Ming. He did not rush to the shore, but to the spirit dragon fruit. He rushed towards the fruit. The two anteaters became even more violent. They screamed and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Giant claws covered with spikes kept clawing at Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming used the high air steps to the extreme. His whole body seemed to be weightless and constantly flashed. One moment on the lake, the next in the air. Although the two anteaters tried their best to stop Lu Ming, they still could not stop him. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the water below the spirit dragon fruit. He grabbed the spirit dragon fruit and plucked it off. This figure was actually Shuihen. He did not rush to the shore but took the opportunity to dive into the water. With his cultivation method and the power of water, he had a great advantage underwater. Ha ha ha, the spirit dragon fruit is mine. Shuihen laughed wildly in his heart and revealed an excited expression. With a thought, he put the spirit dragon fruit into his storage ring. Just as he was about to dive into the water to escape, more than a dozen sharp spear lights stabbed at him. You want to take the spirit dragon fruit? In your dreams. Lu Ming sneered. His body flashed and approached Shuihen. Tianyun, damn you! Shuihen roared. The two anteaters were furious that the spirit dragon fruit had been plucked. They twisted their bodies and shot out dozens of spikes. Shuihen was about to dive into the water. However, at this moment, a tail covered with spikes pulled out from below him. It was the tail of an anteater. Tianyun, get lost. Although Lu Shuihen was powerful, he was no match for Lu Ming. The sword of water that he had formed and the sword chi was shattered by Lu Ming's spear. PFFF, Lu Shuihen's body was bleeding profusely from several wounds. Lu Shuihen screamed and tried his best to avoid the anteater's attack. However, Lu Ming's spear reached him in an instant. Bang! Lu Shuihen was sent flying like a rubber ball, leaving a trail of blood on the surface of the lake. He let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had almost exploded, and one of his arms had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming chased after Lu Shuihen with murderous intent in his eyes. No, Tianyun, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of Shifang Sword Sect. You won't have a good ending if you kill me. Lu Shuihen screamed in fear. However, Lu Ming's eyes were firm and unmoved. Lu Shuihen lost all hope and shouted, Tianyun, let me go. Please let me go. If you want the spirit dragon fruit, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The spirit dragon fruit will be mine after I kill you. Lu Ming's voice was indifferent. His spear turned into a flash of lightning and shot out. No, Lu Shuihen screamed, but his throat was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Shuihen was dead. Lu Ming's true qi surged out and sucked Lu Shuihen's storage ring into the Temple of Paragon. Of course, Lu Shuihen's blood essence was also devoured. At this moment, the two anteaters also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the two anteaters and running towards the shore. Oh no, run! On the shore, the remaining disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect turned pale with fright and turned to run. Lu Shuihen was killed. If they stayed, they would be courting death. Run! There were a few disciples of the Hall of General, and some of them were even among the top 10 disciples of the Outer Hall. However, they looked at Lu Ming in fear and did not dare to stay. They turned and ran away. They were afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy and kill them too. Lu Ming walked on the waves. No matter how hard the two anteaters tried to attack him, they couldn't even touch a single hair on his body. It's a pity that there are two of them. If there was only one, I would want to fight. Lu Ming muttered. With his current combat strength, he really wanted to fight it. However, there were two of them. Forget it, it would be a waste of time. Lu Ming leaped across the surface of the lake and collected all the dead disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect and the Star Hall students' rings of holding. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. I don't want to play with you anymore. After plundering everything, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. His figure soared into the sky like a gust of wind, reaching a height of over 100 meters. He stepped on the air and came to the shore. The two anteaters screamed, but in the end they didn't chase after him. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. After 50 miles, he stopped and clenched his fist, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. That storage ring belonged to Lu Shuihen. Lu Ming couldn't wait to look at it. Sure enough, the spirit dragon fruit was lying quietly in the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the spirit dragon fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming took a whiff and felt that the true qi in his body seemed to have sped up. What a strong medicinal effect. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swallowed the spirit dragon fruit and began to refine it. The spirit dragon fruit's energy was extremely terrifying. Once it entered his mouth, it turned into a huge amount of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Lu Ming activated the true dragon of war and refined it with all his might. Lu Ming tried to break through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war with all his might. Originally, breaking through to the 4th level required a total of 6 extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, as well as dozens of supplementary materials. However, that was no longer necessary. One spirit dragon fruit was enough. As the spirit dragon fruit was refined, the true dragon of war's true qi continued to condense and become stronger. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body shook and he opened his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Fortunately, he was in the Temple of Paragon. If he was outside, his roar would have spread across dozens of miles. I have broken through to the 4th level of the true dragon of war. Lu Ming slowly raised his right hand and gently clenched it. The air in his palm was caught by Lu Ming and crackling sounds could be heard. The density of my true qi is 5 times that of an ordinary martial artist. It's so strong. Feeling the surging true qi in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, let's see what I've gained. Lu Ming took out a pile of storage rings and counted them. There were a total of 42 rings. These were all storage rings left behind by geniuses above the martial master realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to the items inside. He opened them one by one and counted them. Finally, he categorized them and piled them up in front of Lu Ming. There was a small pile of various spiritual herbs, but most of them were not of a high grade. All kinds of spiritual pills were stored in jade bottles, piled up in a huge pile. They were definitely worth a fortune. There were also various ores, materials from demonic beasts, spiritual weapons, etc. Lu Ming categorized them. There were also stacks of banknotes, which added up to a few 100 million taels. This was a huge sum. Even if it was converted into spiritual crystals, it would be worth tens of thousands. What surprised Lu Ming the most were not these, but the spiritual crystals and blood ant eggs. There were more than 80,000 spiritual crystals, which filled up several large boxes. There were also 536 blood ant eggs. This was much more than what Lu Ming had obtained in the past few days. Ha ha ha, these resources are enough for me to use for a period of time. On the third platform, I will need more spiritual crystals as my cultivation increases. I don't have to worry about it for the time being. Lu Ming laughed heartily. When Lu Ming was at the first level of the martial master realm, he needed 9 spirit crystals to condense a figure with the same combat ability as him on the third platform. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, he needed more spiritual crystals. For the second layer of the martial master realm, he needed 18 spiritual crystals. For the third layer of the martial master realm, he needed 36 spiritual crystals. Now that Lu Ming was in the 5th layer of the martial master realm, he needed 144 spiritual crystals each time. This was too extravagant. One time, for 6 hours, he needed 144 spiritual crystals. As his cultivation increased, he would need even more. How could an ordinary person afford it? In the past few months, Lu Ming had used a few thousand spiritual crystals just to condense the spiritual crystals to fight with him. Without this replenishment, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to last long with the spiritual crystals he had. It's better to rob others. Resources come quickly. It's much faster than working hard to obtain them. Lu Ming sighed. Rob others? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right, rob. Since the Shifeng sword sect wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Haha, good, let's do it. I'll wait for them at the blood ant nest. 3 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate plain. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. In the middle of the plain, there was a large pit with a radius of more than 100 meters. Standing at the edge and looking down, one could see that the pit was filled with caves. Occasionally, one could see a few blood ants crawling in and out. This was the blood ant's nest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the pit, waiting for the others to arrive. Only 3 days had passed. There were still 7 days before the blood ant secret realm closed. Lu Ming cultivated while waiting. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, not a single person came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew very well that in the first 7 to 8 days, everyone would be in other places, looking for opportunities and hunting blood ants. They would only rush to the blood ant's nest in the last 2 days to try their luck. In a swamp, corpses of blood ants were lying on the ground. The eggs in their abdomens had all disappeared. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. With a light shout, a young man with a cold and arrogant expression rushed out of the swamp and towards the blood ant's nest. Behind him were more than 10 young men. In a mountain peak, a long howl could be heard. Let's go to the blood ant's nest. Soon after, more than 10 figures leaped towards the blood ant's nest. In a large valley, more than 10 students from the general hall were surrounded by more than 30 disciples from the Decimo Sword faction. Decimo Sword faction, must you be so ruthless? A student from the general hall shouted in despair. Nonsense, I already said that if we meet you from the general hall, we will kill without mercy. Kill. More than 30 young experts from the Decimo Sword faction surrounded and killed more than 10 students from the general hall. There was no suspense at all. Not long after, more than 10 corpses appeared in the valley. Humph, what bullshit general hall. Just a bunch of mobs. It's a pity that we didn't meet that Tianyun. Otherwise, we could have received Elder Qiu Wuji's reward. A young man with a majestic figure sneered. Senior brother Gao, that Tianyun is lucky. If he were to meet you, he would definitely be trampled under your feet within 10 moves. I wonder which senior brother would be so lucky to meet Tianyun. Yes, yes. However, in my opinion, that Tianyun must have found a place to hide. As long as he hides until the secret realm closes and rushes out at the last moment, he will be safe. It's safe. Even if he didn't die in the blood ant mystic realm, we can still kill him when we get out. At the side, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect flattered him. Senior brother Gao laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. After a while, he said, "All right, that Tianyun is quite capable. Even if I encounter him, it will take me some effort. It will take me at least a dozen moves. Let's set off now and go to the blood ant's nest. There are great opportunities there. Go. Then, they also headed towards the blood ant nest. In a mountain forest, a shocking sword chi swept across. More than a dozen huge blood ants were cut in half by a single sword chi. Among them, there was even a class 3 LV7 blood ant. A figure appeared. It was Xianxia. His eyes were like lightning and his aura was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a large string of blood and eggs flew into his hand. After so many days, my cultivation has finally broken through. Now, it's time to go to the blood ant nest. I will empty the nest and obtain a large number of blood refining pills to accumulate blood chi. In the future, I will definitely awaken the king bloodline and trample the 6 heroes of the burning sun under my feet. Yang Zaijian's eyes were full of arrogance and confidence. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the blood ant nest. Beside the blood ant nest, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. In the distance, more than a dozen figures were rushing towards him. Finally, someone is here. Lu Ming's face broke into a smile. There were a total of 12 people. At first glance, he could tell that they were disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. In a short while, the 12 of them approached the blood ant nest. That is? Tianyun. When the 12 of them saw Tianyun, their faces changed slightly and they stopped. They did not approach him. Instead, they were a little wary. Among them, there were no strong experts. And they had seen Lu Ming's combat strength. They were no match for him. Tianyun, it turns out that you have been hiding here these days. You really know how to choose a place. No wonder so many disciples of the Decimo Sword sect could not find you. A disciple of the Decimo Sword sect shouted. Hiding here? Lu Ming said with a faint smile on his face. You can say that. Well, cut the crap. Now, hand over your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were stunned. Nonsense. Don't you understand human language? I'm robbing you. Hand over your storage rings and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Tianyun, how dare you? We didn't find trouble with you. You actually want to rob our storage rings. Outrageous. The 12 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were in disbelief. Could it be that Lu Ming was waiting here just to rob them? How dare he do that? Bang, Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly attacked. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving above the 12 people. The demon-suppressing spear shook and turned into 12 spear shadows, blasting towards the 12 people. Tianyun, don't think that we are afraid of you. Let's kill him together. The 12 people roared and attacked together. 12 attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang, there was a roar and the earth exploded. The 12 people screamed. Half of their bodies were blown into the ground. They vomited blood and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Although there were no top geniuses among the 12 of them who comprehended force, they were not ordinary martial artists. However, the 12 of them were as weak as babies in the hands of Lu Ming. They could not resist at all. With just one move, they were blasted half to death. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 5th level of a martial master realm. The true dragon battle art had broken through to the 4th level. Coupled with the demon-suppressing spear's weight of more than 10,000 kilograms, the power of a casual spear strike was astonishing. It was not something that ordinary people could block. What about now? Are you going to hand over your storage rings or not? Lu Ming looked down at the 12 youths of the Decimo Sword sect. Yes, we will hand them over. The 12 youths shouted and took off the storage rings in their hands and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put them away with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Get lost." The 12 people struggled out of the ground as if they had been pardoned and staggered into the distance. Lu Ming did not really want to kill all the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. If necessary, he could kill a small part of them as a deterrent. If he really killed all the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect, the higher-ups of the Decimo Sword sect would probably go crazy and kill him at all costs. This was not what Lu Ming wanted now. After all, he still did not have the strength to fight against the entire Decimo Sword sect. After putting away the 12 storage rings, Lu Ming was about to continue sitting cross-legged. In another direction, two figures came over at an extremely fast speed. It's really a case of searching high and low, only to find it by chance. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. At this moment, Bai Qi and the green-robed young man were smiling. During this period of time, they had worked together to secretly hunt the blood ants. In addition, both of them were originally the top 10 experts of the Star General Hall, so they had a good harvest. During this period, they even came across an ant nest which they cleared. Moreover, as long as they encountered the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction, regardless of their strength, they would stay far away. Therefore, they did not encounter any danger. Haha, the blood and eggs this time are enough to exchange for a lot of blood refining pills. In the future, we will definitely awaken a powerful second bloodline. At that time, the Star General Hall will belong to the two of us. The green-robed young man laughed. That's right. That Tianyun actually wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to challenge all the experts of 10 Directions Sword sect. I reckon that he would have been killed by the disciples of 10 Directions Sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes revealed a sinister look. We're almost at the blood ant nest. Let's observe secretly and wait for the others to make a move. We'll wait for the opportunity to collect some blood ant eggs. Eh? There's someone in front. As the green-robed young man spoke, he was suddenly stunned and looked ahead. There's someone? Bai Qi also looked over. With one glance, his face changed drastically and he almost wet himself. Tianyun, why aren't you dead yet? Bai Qi let out a sharp scream. How can I die when you're not dead yet? Lu Ming stood up and looked coldly at Bai Qi. Go quickly. Bai Qi's body began to tremble. He let out a low growl and ran back. The green-robed young man's reaction was even faster than Bai Qi's. He had already turned around and ran away. Bai Qi, I've said that I will kill you. Do you think you can run away? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stepped out and chased after Bai Qi like the wind. Ah! Bai Qi screamed. He felt his legs and stomach trembling. His body was cold and he ran forward with all his strength. Wait for me! Bai Qi shouted. The green-robed young man was running in front of him and was faster than him. Why would the green-robed youth care about him? Outside the blood ant mystic realm, he had also targeted Lu Ming. Now, he was scared to death, so how could he stop? Bai Qi felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. He felt as if the Grim Reaper was approaching him. Escape! I must escape! I can't die! Bai Qi roared. However, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly rushed over from afar. They were all disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Bai Qi's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. His speed seemed to have increased as he ran towards the 10 Directions Sword sect with all his might. He shouted, "Brothers of the 10 Directions Sword sect, Tianyun is here, Tianyun is here, he killed your disciples." Regardless of whether Lu Ming had killed him or not, he had to say that Lu Ming had killed him. Only then would he be able to escape. Tianyun? There were more than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect in front, led by senior brother Gao. At this moment, he was stunned. Then, he revealed a cold murderous intent and shouted, "It's Tianyun, ha ha ha, I finally met him." Immediately, he rushed towards Lu Ming. Haha, senior brother Gao is so lucky. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect laughed and followed. When Lu Ming saw the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect, he was not shocked but happy. He was not in a hurry to chase after Bai Qi and walked forward slowly. Swish! Swish! In a flash, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect surrounded Lu Ming. Huff! Bai Qi was overjoyed and let out a long breath. Kid, although you are from the Star General Hall, since Tianyun wants to kill you, I have to protect you. Stand still. Senior brother Gao glanced at Bai Qi and ordered. Yes, yes. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, but he was laughing in his heart. Tianyun, the heavens didn't kill me. Now, the one who will die is you. Senior brother Gao stopped looking at Bai Qi and looked at Lu Ming with cold murderous intent. Tianyun, you have been hiding from me for so many days. In the end, you will die in my hands. Remember my name, I am Gao Tianqua. Gao Tianqua, right? Very well, now, I announce that this is a robbery. Hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming curled his lips. What? What did you say? Robbery? Gao Tianqua shouted, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Nonsense, hand over your storage rings, or you will stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I think you are crazy. Now, I will wake you up. Gao Tianqua laughed. Dong, then, he took a step forward and the earth rumbled. A strong and heavy aura was emitted from Gao Tianqua's body, like a mountain standing there. The aura of a mountain. Go to hell. A huge sword appeared in Gao Tianqua's hands. He took big strides and charged toward Lu Ming. It was as though a huge mountain was crashing toward Lu Ming. Tianyun is dead. Some disciples of Shifang Sword sect sneered. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Boom, a scorching and explosive aura rose from Lu Ming's body. The scorching aura rolled out, and the temperature within 100 meters rose rapidly. Boom, Lu Ming struck with his spear. It was like a meteor falling from the sky, crashing into a huge mountain. The mountain shattered with a bang. Gao Tianqua screamed and his body flew out like a rubber ball. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Senior brother Gao lost? He was defeated in one move. How is this possible? The disciples of Shifang Sword sect said in a daze. Not far away, Bai Qi's pupil shrank sharply, and his face was full of disbelief. He roared in his heart, the aura of fire, impossible, impossible. He found it hard to accept. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward, and the aura on his body burst out, pressing toward the disciples of Shifang Sword sect. Oh no, let's attack together. The disciples of Shifang Sword sect shouted. Landslide. Lu Ming whispered, and the demon-suppressing spear shone, condensing a giant spear as thick as a water tank and as long as 100 meters. The giant spear pressed down, and a terrifying shock wave blasted downward and exploded in all directions. Screams and roars sounded. The disciples of Shifang Sword sect were like rubber balls, and they were sent flying and fell everywhere. Only 2 people were still standing there. Bai Qi and the young man in green robe. At this time, Bai Qi's face was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling, and his eyes were full of horror. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? He kept muttering under his breath. It was simply unbelievable. Originally, when he met the disciples of Shifang Sword sect, he was ecstatic and thought that he was saved. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure and couldn't kill him at all. However, he never dreamed that more than 30 disciples of Shifang Sword sect, including a peerless genius who comprehended aura, would be defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. How could this be? Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming walked toward Bai Qi step by step with a teasing smile on his face. No, don't kill me. Bai Qi shouted, unable to summon the courage to resist. Don't kill you? Haha, you're really naive. Tell me, if you can give me a reason not to kill you, I won't kill you. Bai Qi could only say the word I and could not continue. Previously, outside the Blood Ant secret realm, he had repeatedly targeted Lu Ming and purposely pushed the blame to Lu Ming for the 10 Direction Sword faction's intention to kill the Star General Hall's disciples. This caused the Star General Hall's disciples to reveal the truth to Lu Ming. Just now, he had instigated the 10 Direction Sword faction disciples to kill Lu Ming. Was there a reason why Lu Ming did not kill him? He could not think of any reason. Seems like there isn't. Then die. Lu Ming said coldly. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, Bai Qi knelt down and cried out, Tianyun, please spare my dog life. I will do whatever you want me to do in the future. I will be your slave from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do. Be my slave? Are you worthy? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed down on Bai Qi and the green-robed youth. Bai Qi felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him and it became difficult for him to breathe. It's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, the green-robed youth roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. He wanted to trade his life for a chance of survival. But how was that possible? Swoosh, the dazzling spear pierced through the air and pierced through the green-robed youth's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere and red and white substances splattered all over Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi screamed in horror. At this moment, he felt hopeless and helpless. The green-robed youth was stronger than him, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He did not even have the courage to resist. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Bai Qi screamed hysterically. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not someone he could afford to offend. It's all Bai Long's fault. It's all his fault. Why did he have to offend this demon? It's all his fault. Bai Qi screamed in his heart. He blamed everything on Bai Long. If it wasn't for Bai Long, how would he have offended Lu Ming? You're really a piece of trash. You've dirted my hands. Lu Ming muttered. Yes, killing me will dirty your hands. Yes, you're right. Bai Qi seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw and shouted loudly. However, I won't feel at ease if I don't kill you. Lu Ming whispered again. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his voice. Don't. Just as Bai Qi was about to shout, a spear light flashed and disappeared, sinking into Bai Qi's glabella. Bai Qi was dead. Now, it's time for you to hand over your storage rings, right? Lu Ming glanced at the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were horrified. They had just witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength and ruthless means. However, they were disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. They were usually high and mighty. Now, they had to hand over their storage rings. This was simply a great humiliation. Tianyun, Decimo Sword Sect will not let you go if you do this. Someone shouted. It seems that you don't want to hand it over. Then I'll take it myself. Lu Ming sneered. His figure flickered like a ghost. The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect had been seriously injured by Lu Ming just now. They had no strength to resist and their storage rings were taken by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed and threw the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect one by one. They fell heavily to the ground. Then, the second one was stacked higher and higher like a human pyramid. The last one was Gao Tianqua. Lu Min took off his storage ring and kicked him out. Gao Tianqua flew high into the air, stacking on top of more than 30 Shifeng Sword Sect disciples. More than 30 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were stacked more than 10 meters high. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the highest point. He stepped on Gao Tianqua's body and waited. More than 30 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect roared, but it was no use. After a while, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, they're here. Lu Ming whispered. In the distance, many figures were leaping and coming here at an extremely fast speed. There were more than 200 people. Decimo Sword Sect hurried the remaining people of Star Hall to this place. In the blood ant nest. The silhouette flickered, and soon, he arrived in the vicinity. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. That's our senior brothers of Decimo Sword Sect. Damn it, how could they be defeated by Tianyun? Damn it, Tianyun actually did this to them. He deserves to die. There were close to 200 disciples of the Shifeng Sword Sect who witnessed this scene. Their eyes turned red and they exuded a cold murderous intent. All of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In another direction, more than 20 disciples of Star General Hall were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This Tianyun is too domineering, isn't he? Domineering, I think he's courting death. We'd better stay away from him. The disciples of Star General Hall discussed animatedly. Brother Tianyun. Miangcheng was also among them. At this moment, he shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Ming, stay away from me and watch the show. Lu Ming smiled at Miangcheng and waved his hand. Miangcheng couldn't help but stop. It seemed that Lu Ming's words had some kind of magical power that he couldn't refuse. Even he didn't realize it. Tianyun, why aren't you moving your smelly feet? Let go of my 10 Direction Sword Faction senior brothers. Speak, what despicable means did you use to sneak attack the experts of Decimo Sword Sect? Damn it, your behavior will not be enough even if you die 10,000 times. Do you know that? The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect continued to shout. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After shouting for a while, he slowly stopped. I asked them to hand over their storage rings, but they refused. That's why they ended up like this. Now, hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you'll also end up like them. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice spread throughout the place. What? The disciples of Decimo Sword Sect were stunned. The disciples of Star General Hall were also stunned. Tianyun was robbing the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect. Crazy, crazy, Tianyun is crazy. Everyone shouted in their hearts. Tianyun actually wanted to rob nearly 200 people of Decimo Sword Sect alone. If he wasn't crazy, what was? Tianyu, it seems that you've really gone crazy after hiding for a few days. But no matter what, you're dead today. Among the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect, a tall and thin figure walked out, exuding a powerful aura. Lu Ming recognized that this person was one of the 6 disciples of Decimo Sword Sect who had comprehended the Force. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, another 2 young men walked out. Their aura was not weaker than that of the tall and thin young man. The 2 of them had also comprehended the Force. The 3 of them stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent, ready to attack at any time. Don't be careless. This person's battle strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better join forces to kill him. Gao Tianqua, who was under Lu Ming's feet, shouted. The expressions of the disciples of Decimo Sword Sect changed. They originally thought that Lu Ming had used some despicable means to injure Gao Tianqua and the others, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Was Lu Ming really that strong? Tianyun is despicable and shameless. He deserves to die. Elder Qiu Wuji wants to kill him. Let's attack together and kill him. The thin and tall youth waved his hand and shouted. Okay, let's attack together. The other disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect roared. Nearly 200 people unsheathed their swords and terrifying sword chi gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. The ground emitted a sizzling sound as sword marks appeared. In the distance, the faces of the people of the Star General Hall changed. The aura of nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect was too shocking. Even a 9th-level martial master expert would have to retreat. Tianyun is too arrogant. He has to reap what he sowed. Someone in the Star General Hall said. Brother Tianyun. Miangcheng roared, extremely worried. Ha ha ha, if you want to attack, then attack. So much nonsense. Let me see if the 10 Direction Sword Sect is all trash. Lu Ming laughed. You're courting death. Attack, kill him. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of a sudden, more than 50 sword auras soared into the sky, slashing violently toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. More than 50 sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were calm as the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed and his body emitted a light and swift aura. He took a step in the air and suddenly, a string of afterimages appeared in the air. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. More than 50 sword chi slashed at the afterimages. None of them hit the real Lu Ming. Wind force, it's the wind force. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect shouted. So he has comprehended the wind force. No wonder he's so arrogant. Everyone, attack together and block all his escape routes. Even if he has comprehended the wind force, he will still die. The thin and tall youth roared. However, no one noticed that the 30 people who were stacked up by Lu Ming had their eyes wide open in shock. Wind force, just now, Lu Ming attacked them, he clearly used the power of fire. Now, he actually used the power of wind. Could it be that he had comprehended 2 types of force? They found it inconceivable. A martial grandmaster at such a young age actually comprehended two forces. What kind of demonic genius was this? Not good. He has not only comprehended the force of wind, but also the force of fire. Gao Tianque roared. What? The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were all stunned. He even comprehended the power of fire? How could this be? Had Gao Tianque been beaten silly, in the martial grandmaster realm, being able to comprehend a force was already a rare genius. They were 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. As for comprehending two potentials? How could this be? There aren't many martial ancestor realm martial artists who have comprehended two forces, right? Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly, they were sure. However, in the next moment, they felt that they were dumbfounded. Boom! At this time, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from Lu Ming's body like a volcanic eruption. This was another type of power, the power of fire. The eyes of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect almost popped out, and they were tongue-tied. Lu Ming really comprehended two forces. How could this be? Kill! At this time, Lu Ming roared like thunder. His body moved, and he rushed towards the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. With the combination of the force of wind and fire, his combat strength skyrocketed. Let's attack together. Even if he has comprehended two forces, what can he do? After all, he's only one person. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. Let's attack together. Boom! Boom! Sword chi rose one after another. There were a total of 200 sword chi, which was extremely terrifying. Landslide! Lu Ming roared, holding the spear with both hands, and a huge spear light that was 100 meters long formed. This spear seemed to be real, just like a real long spear. Around the spear light, there were blazing flames and strong winds. The wind helped the fire, causing the flames to burn more vigorously, like a flaming spear. Boom! The huge spear radiance blasted down, containing a terrifying vibrating will. Kill! Kill! Nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect roared, and the dazzling sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. When the spear light and the sword chi collided, there was a violent explosion. Terrifying vibrations rippled outwards in circles, forming a strong gale. The ground seemed to have been plowed, and deep gullies appeared, extending hundreds of meters away. At the center of the spear light and the sword chi, there was a deep pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide. How is Tianyun? He should have been killed, right? In the distance, the people of the Star General Hall looked at the scene filled with smoke and dust and gasped. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, they were stunned. Lu Ming stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. His body emitted a strong battle intent, and he stood straight. What happened? There was not even a trace of a wound. On the other hand, some of the people of the 10 Directions Sword sect, such as the 3rd and 4th level martial master martial artists, had pale faces, and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Not only did Lu Ming not die, but he also had the upper hand. How was this possible? With nearly 200 people working together, even a 9th level martial master martial artist would have to retreat. Lu Ming actually blocked them and even had the upper hand. This was like a fantasy story. The nearly 200 people of the 10 Directions Sword sect all stared in disbelief. The geniuses of the 10 Directions Sword sect are only SOSO. Today, leave your storage rings, or die. Swish, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards the people of the 10 Directions Sword sect. Join hands, don't split up. Someone shouted. But it was too late. Lu Ming was like a tiger in a pack of wolves, rushing into the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. With a sweep of his long spear, dozens of people were swept away and fell to the ground, blood spurting out. They could not resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too strong. With the cultivation of a 5th level martial master, the 4th level of the true dragon battle art, and the force of wind and fire had reached the initial success, his combat strength was terrifying. These young men, who were at the peak of the 6th level martial master, were no match for Lu Ming at all. Even those young men who had comprehended the force were the same. Bang! Bang! In a few breaths, a large number of disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect fell to the ground. There were more than 100 of them. The people of the Star Commandant Hall were dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. This is a monster, a monster. Miangcheng was also stunned and roared in his heart. He thought that he had overestimated Lu Ming as much as possible, but in the end, he realized that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swung it. A large number of disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect fell to the ground with their bones broken. Including a genius who had comprehended the force, he could not escape the fate of having his bones broken. Run! The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted, scared out of their wits. There was no way to resist at all. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A figure stepped on the void and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's senior brother Yang Zitian. Senior brother Yang Zitian is here. We are saved. The disciples of the Shifeng Sword sect were overjoyed because Yang Zitian had arrived. However, Lu Ming just glanced at them casually and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! One by one, the disciples of the Shifeng Sword sect were sent flying. When Yang Zitian arrived, there were only a few who could stand. Yang Zitian looked around with an extremely gloomy face, then looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but who do you think you are? Do you think I should stop just because you asked me to? Lu Ming glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Yang Zitian froze, and his face became even more gloomy. Lu Ming actually dared to ask who he was. Yang Zitian was so angry that he laughed and said, Tianyun, I said before that you're my prey. At that time I was just casually saying it, but now, you're dead. There's no way you can survive. Do you people of the Shifeng Sword sect have the same trick? You said I'm dead as soon as we met, but you're all lying here. You'll be the same soon. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to these trash. Yang Zitian said. The other disciples of the Shifeng Sword sect had ugly expressions. Yang Zitian said they were trash in public, so of course, they felt uncomfortable. In my eyes, you're similar to them. You're all trash. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How dare you? Yang Zitian shouted angrily, and his killing intent was extremely cold. He, Yang Zitian, had been a genius since he was born. Along the way, he had defeated his peers and was almost invincible. Now, Lu Ming actually said he was trash, which was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Tianyun, you've succeeded. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll break all the bones in your body and feed you to the blood ants. Yang Zitian roared, and the aura on his body burst out. Moreover, it was constantly improving. Soon, he broke through the limit of the peak 6th level Martial Master Realm and entered the 7th level Martial Master Realm. 7th layer Martial Grandmaster. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. 7th level Martial Master. Senior brother Yang Zitian has broken through to the 7th level Martial Master. Tianyun is dead for sure. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction cried out in ecstasy. Yang Zitian was a peerless genius to begin with, suppressing his peers. With such a breakthrough in cultivation, his battle prowess would also skyrocket. Senior brother Yang Zitian, don't kill Tianyun so easily. I want to torture him. Not bad. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword faction shouted one after another. Tianyun, I saw it just now. You actually comprehended 2 types of force. It's indeed shocking. But let me tell you, force is about quality, not quantity. Moreover, no matter how much force you have, in front of absolute power, it will collapse. Yang Zitian's eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like a tiger. He took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. You talk too much nonsense. You're just looking for excuses for your incompetence. Lu Ming scolded. I'm incompetent? Ha ha ha, you're courting death. Yang Zitian roared, and the battle sword on his back was unsheathed, and a scorching aura burst out. Force, it was actually the force of fire. I'll show you the true power of fire. Yang Zitian roared, and his figure quickly rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing out with his sword. The force of fire wrapped around the sword Qi, and an astonishing power erupted. So, it's the force of fire. Lu Ming muttered. Your force is only superficial, but mine is already at the force of small accomplishment. This is the essence. Yang Zitian roared, and his voice was filled with contempt. Just now, Lu Ming's force didn't erupt with full force. He thought that although Lu Ming had comprehended two types of force, it was only superficial. How could Lu Ming fight against him? A frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Yang Zitian was stunned, but in the next moment, his face changed wildly. This was because Lu Ming's aura was rising uncontrollably. First was the force of fire. It instantly reached the force of small accomplishment, and it was still rising. In the end, although it didn't reach the major accomplishment, it was still stronger than Yang Zitian's force. Boom, a spear light shot out and collided with Yang Zitian's sword Qi, and both dissipated. How is this possible? How can your force of fire be so strong? What's going on? Yang Zitian roared, he couldn't believe it. Just now, he was still looking down on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had a lot of force but was not proficient. But immediately, he realized that not only did Lu Ming have a lot of force, he was even more proficient than him. It was like he was slapping himself in the face. This is impossible? Then let's continue. Boom, Lu Ming's force rose again. This time, it was the force of wind. All the way up, it was like a hurricane sweeping the sky. In the end, Lu Ming's force of wind also reached the force of small accomplishment. Force of wind has reached the force of small accomplishment. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You're cheating, you're cheating. How can you comprehend two types of force to the force of small accomplishment? Yang Zitian no longer had a trace of calmness and shouted hysterically. Even his facial features were distorted. He comprehended force at the 9th level of the martial master realm, which was rare in the Shifeng sword sect. And at the 6th level of the martial master realm, he cultivated the force of fire to the small accomplishment, which was even rarer. He had always been incomparably arrogant, taking the 6 heroes of the burning sun as his goal and not putting others in his eyes. But now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's talent was stronger than his by a lot, which made it hard for him to accept. Die, die, this Tianyun must die. In this world, there can't be a genius who surpasses me. Yang Zitian roared in his heart. Kill. Without hesitation, his bloodline erupted and he attacked Lu Ming with all his strength. Die. The sword Qi was shocking and incomparably hot. Yang Zitian was definitely a peerless genius. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength, his power was shocking. Even a martial artist of the 8th level of the martial master realm would be killed in one move. A martial artist of the 9th level of the martial master realm would also have to retreat. However, he met Lu Ming. The force of wind and fire combined, turning into a blazing flame spear light that soared into the sky. Boom, Lu Ming and Yang Zitian collided, turning into a terrifying and scorching shockwave that swept in all directions. Not good, retreat. The disciples of the Decimo sword faction roared and frantically retreated without caring about their injuries. The people of the Hall of General in the distance were also shocked and frantically retreated. Boom, the huge shockwave rushed to the ground, blasting a deep hole in the ground. Kill. Kill. 2 loud roars sounded as the two figures collided again. Far away, the people of the two sides looked on in shock. They saw 2 figures emitting scorching auras colliding in the air and on the ground, like 2 ancient beasts. Boom. Boom, after more than 10 collisions, more than 10 large holes appeared on the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Fortunately, they had been some distance away from the blood ant nest before the battle. Otherwise, the blood ant nest would have collapsed. Even so, the blood ant nest was still disturbed and many blood ants crawled out. Boom, another violent explosion rang out, and a figure rapidly retreated, being sent flying. It was Yang Zitian. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He was no match for Lu Ming. Tianyun, I want you dead. I want to kill you. I want to kill your friends and your family. Yang Zitian roared crazily, his killing intent seeping out. He was actually injured by Lu Ming, who came from the Star General Hall and was regarded by others as a motley crew. He couldn't accept such a great humiliation. Overflowing heavenly sword. Yang Zitian roared, his aura reaching its peak. A ray of sword light, as if it came from the heavens, appeared out of nowhere. It was incomparably brilliant, floating above Yang Zitian's head. A terrifying boundless sword chi rippled out. The ground under Yang Zitian's feet was stirred up by the sword chi, undulating like water waves. Earth-class sword art. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an Earth-class sword art. Earth-class sword art, overflowing heavenly sword. Senior brother Yang Zitian actually mastered the overflowing heavenly sword. What? This is an Earth-class sword art, too terrifying. Tianyun is finished. Once the Earth-class sword art is used, he's dead for sure. Senior brother Yang Zitian is too powerful. This is an Earth-class sword art. The 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples discussed excitedly, some even laughed. They felt that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They could finally vent their anger. As for the Star General Hall's disciples, their faces were filled with shock and dismay. The 10 Direction Sword Sect's disciples were too strong, they couldn't compete with them at all. The number 1 genius of the outer hall of the Star General Hall had just comprehended force. Compared to Yang Zitian, the difference was too great. Brother Tianyun. Miangcheng stared ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Tianyun, now do you know the difference between us? Tremble in front of me. Ha ha ha. Yang Zitian laughed crazily. In his mind, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked when he saw him execute the Earth-class sword art, then shock, fear, and finally despair. Thinking of this, he felt very good. Unfortunately, he was only halfway through his enjoyment when he could no longer enjoy himself. Because Lu Ming's expression was calm, indifferent, and even a little disdainful. Yes, disdain. Yang Zitian's anger soared to the sky. His face began to distort as he roared, Tianyun, what's with your expression? What's with your expression? Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Ah, go to hell. Sword of Heaven, kill. Yang Zitian roared. With a wave of his sword, the sword light floating above his head violently slashed towards Lu Ming. Before the sword arrived, the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped Lu Ming. Earth-grade martial skills, do you think you are the only one who knows them? Lu Ming whispered. True Chi burst out, and with one hand facing the sky, he waved his palm. Human Dao palm. Weng, the space seemed to tremble for a moment. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the air. The palm print was at least 10 meters in size. Its shape was no different from a human palm, except that it was slightly blurry. However, the strength of its might was extremely shocking. It was as if there was a human Dao King patrolling the sky. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Earth-grade martial skill, another Earth-grade martial skill? How is this possible? How is this possible? The disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction roared. They could not believe that all this was real. They wished that they were dreaming. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I knew it. This guy is simply a freak. Miangcheng laughed. How is this possible? How can you also cultivate an Earth-grade martial skill? Ah, break. Yang Zitian roared in disbelief. He controlled the sword light and slashed at the human Dao palm. Boom. The palm print and the sword light collided. Heaven and earth shook violently. Then, there was a sudden explosion where the palm print and the sword light met. Rumble, the earth shook. Under the intersection of the palm print and the sword light, a huge pit that was 100 meters in length and width and more than 20 meters in depth was blasted open. Countless gravel splattered everywhere. Retreat, be careful. The people of the Shifeng Sword faction and Star General Hall were in chaos. They quickly retreated and waved their weapons to block. They retreated for 1,000 meters before stopping. Bang, in the sky, the palm print shone brightly while the sword light dimmed rapidly. In the end, the sword light exploded. A figure screamed and flew back like a cannonball. He crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. It was Yang Zitian. He had been defeated and was lying in the huge pit, coughing up blood. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard. Lu Ming walked in the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was demonic and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Tianyun, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Feeling the murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yang Zitian shouted in horror. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. Since you did that, your ending is already decided. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. He walked towards Yang Zitian step by step. Don't you dare. I'm a peerless genius of the Shifeng Sword faction. I'll be the pillar of the Shifeng Sword faction in the future. I'm someone who can become an overlord. If you kill me, the experts of the Shifeng Sword faction won't let you go. Yang Zitian struggled with all his might and roared. That's my business. Why do you have to worry about it? Lu Ming was unmoved. His murderous intent became even colder. Yang Zitian was scared. He was really scared. He could see that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Yang Zitian shouted and rushed out of the pit, trying to escape. Human Dao. Lu Ming said softly and waved his palm. In the sky, a huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Yang Zitian. No, Yang Zitian roared. He frantically tried to resist, but it was to no avail. Boom, the palm print blasted down and directly blasted Yang Zitian into the ground. There was another big pit on the ground. The palm print dissipated, leaving only a pile of meat paste in the big pit. Yang Zitian was smashed into pieces by the palm. Yang Zitian is dead. He's been killed. The disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction widened their eyes in shock and stared at him. After a while, someone reacted and shouted, Go quickly. This Tianyun is a lunatic. Swish, Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. He stepped on the void and appeared above everyone's head in a few steps. Who dares to run? Yang Zitian will be the one who ends up. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the place. The disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction couldn't help but stop and look at Lu Ming in fear. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill them too? Tianyun, what are you trying to do? If you kill so many of us, the higher-ups of the Shifeng Sword faction will definitely go crazy and do their best to kill you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Someone from the Shifeng Sword faction shouted. Who said I'm going to kill you? I just want to rob you. Alright, now, hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Rob? The people of the Shifeng Sword faction were stunned. Why? If you don't want to hand them over, I don't mind killing you. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. The expressions of the people of the Shifeng Sword faction changed drastically. I'll hand them over. What a joke. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. He even dared to kill Yang Zitian, let alone them. If they were killed because of this, it would not be worth it. Someone took off his storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and put it away with his true energy. Since someone took the lead, the others could only take off their storage rings and hand them to Lu Ming. However, there were also some who were reluctant to do so. They gritted their teeth and almost cried. This storage ring could be said to contain all the wealth he had accumulated. Who would be willing to hand it over like this? However, when Lu Ming looked at them, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings and handed them to Lu Ming with trembling hands. 185, 186, Lu Ming kept counting as he took the rings. He was so happy that he could barely open his eyes. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect were crying and gritting their teeth so hard that their teeth were about to break. The people of the Star General Hall were dumbfounded by this scene. Soon, when the last disciple of the Decimo Sword sect handed the storage ring to Lu Ming put it away with satisfaction. Alright, you can get lost now. This blood ant nest is mine. I'll kill anyone who doesn't get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. The disciples of the Decimo Sword sect turned and ran as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. In the distance, countless disciples of the Decimo Sword sect shouted, Quick, let's find a place to heal and then kill the blood ants. Otherwise, we'll lose everything. damn it, my storage ring. Tianyun, damn Tianyun. I'll kill him when we get out of the blood ant secret realm. Many disciples of the Decimo sword sect ran off into the distance, filled with resentment. They made use of the time to treat their injuries and hunt down the blood ants. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the people of the Star General Hall. Brother Myeongchang, why don't you explore the blood ant nest with me? Lu Ming said with a smile. I couldn't ask for more. Myeongchang was delighted. As for the rest of you, scram immediately. Subsequently, Lu Ming looked at the other Star General Hall students. These people were not good people. Just now, they just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Tianyun, we're both from the Star General Hall, you can't be so overbearing, right? One person monopolizes the entire blood ant nest. A Star General Hall student said with an ugly expression. Nonsense, so what if I'm that overbearing? If you're not convinced, let's exchange 2 moves. Lu Ming berated. The young man was stunned. What a joke, exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, wasn't that courting death? Let's go. The others had no choice but to turn around and leave. Soon, only Lu Ming and Myeongchang were left in this place. Brother Ming, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and strode forward. When they arrived at the edge of the blood ant's nest, they realized that there were hundreds of blood ants crawling around. Obviously, the battle earlier was too shocking and had completely alarmed the blood ants. When Lu Ming and Myeongchang walked over, the blood ants let out strange cries and pounced on the 2 of them. However, the highest level of these blood ants was only class 3 LV6. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Soon, the ground was littered with blood ant corpses. Then, the 2 of them charged into the blood ant nest. In the blood ant nest, the tunnels were intertwined and extended in all directions. The 2 of them did not need to identify the direction and charged forward casually. They killed as long as they saw blood ants. An hour later, Lu Ming had killed more than 200 blood ants and harvested more than 1,000 blood ant eggs. On the other hand, Ming Cheng's harvest was not small either. He had about 200 of them. The 2 of them went around in circles and did not know how far they had gone. Suddenly, their eyes widened and a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Once they arrived at the cave, the 2 of them were stunned. Blood ant eggs. A large number of blood ant eggs were piled up in the cave. Each of them was red and translucent, like garbage piled up in the cave. These were all shed by the blood ants. The blood ant eggs were not the eggs of the blood ants. They were energy crystals that contained powerful blood essence. How many blood ant eggs are there? Myeongchang was dumbfounded. What? There are at least tens of thousands of them? Lu Ming was also in a daze. Their eyes flashed with a blazing light. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard. The 2 of them then realized that there was a huge creature in the middle of the cave. It was a gigantic blood ant. It was at least 10 meters tall as it lay there. Its abdomen was huge and there were strings of blood and eggs hanging from it. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Mother ant, this was the mother ant of the blood ant. The 2 of them were attracted by the countless blood ant eggs and almost forgot about the mother ant's existence. The mother ant's huge eyes stared at the 2 of them and let out a sharp cry. Swoosh, at the side of the cave, there was a violent sound of something breaking through the air. A strong and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. It was a blood ant, but it was as huge as a water buffalo. Its body was fiery red and translucent like red jade. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming raised his spear and swept it across. Boom, with a loud bang, the blood ant was repelled. However, Lu Ming felt his body go numb and he took a few steps back. What a powerful ability. This is a class 9 LV3 blood ant. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Whoosh, at this moment, another blood ant rushed out from another cave on the other side of the cave. This blood ant was not smaller than the previous one and it emitted a powerful aura. Brother Ming, you should leave first. Lu Ming said. Okay. Myeongchang nodded without hesitation, then turned around and ran toward the passage behind him. Facing a class 9 LV3 blood ant, he knew that he had no power to fight back. If he stayed, he would only be a burden to Lu Ming. Now, let's have a good fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon banishing spear trembled and let out a buzzing sound. He rushed out and attacked the blood ant. Boom, the demon banishing spear blasted out with the power of wind and fire. Bam, the long spear and the blood ant's claws collided. There was a violent explosion and a loud rumbling sound in the cave. After the first blood ant was repelled, the next one rushed forward. Two Class 9 LV3 blood ants joined forces and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Lu Ming raised his cultivation to the maximum and used the power of wind and fire to fight against the two blood ants. Squeak squeak squeak, the mother ant shrieked. Dragging its huge body, it dashed toward Lu Ming. Its long and sharp claws were like knives, slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. It was not inferior to that of the two blood ants. Obviously, the mother ant also had the combat strength of a Class 9 LV3. Three Class 9 LV3 blood ants attacked Lu Ming at the same time, which made Lu Ming feel great pressure. Ancient shield. With a thought, 3 ancient shields appeared around Lu Ming's body. After cultivating for 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley, the ancient shield technique had broken through to the 3rd level and could condense 3 ancient shields. Clang! The 3 ancient shields could be controlled at will, blocking Lu Ming's entire body. With the ancient shields protecting his body, Lu Ming was in an invincible position. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stared at one of the blood ants and launched a torrential attack on it. Xianxia, who was running in the blood ant nest, smiled bitterly when he heard the deafening roar behind him. Brother Tianyun is really monstrous. I have to get out quickly. Otherwise, this blood ant nest will collapse. Xianxia ran with all his might. In the blood ant nest, Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. He did not have to worry about himself at all. He attacked with all his might and suppressed a blood ant. Puchi, the demon-suppressing spear pierced the blood ant's hard shell and blasted a big hole. What a hard shell! Lu Ming sighed inwardly. If he did not attack with the power of wind and fire, he would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. Martial artists below the 9th realm of the martial grandmaster realm would not be able to break through the blood ant's defense. It was no wonder that so many blood ant eggs had been piled up in the blood ant nest for so many years without being taken away. Those who entered were all martial artists below the 7th realm of the martial grandmaster realm. Who could be a match for these blood ants? Even a genius like Xianxia, who had broken through to the 7th realm of the martial grandmaster realm, would not be a match for these blood ants. At most, he would be able to plunder some and then escape. Whoosh, Lu Ming stabbed his spear again. It pierced through the blood ant's wound and went all the way to the hilt. The blood ant screamed and struggled frantically. Die! Lu Ming's spear shook and powerful true energy burst out. It rushed into the blood ant's body and smashed its organs into pieces. Finally, he killed a blood ant. Without any delay, Lu Ming killed another one. A few minutes later. Bang! As the last mother ant fell to the ground, the 3 powerful blood ants were all killed by Lu Ming. Collect! Subsequently, Lu Ming began to plunder without restraint. Rays of light enveloped the blood ant eggs in the cave as he collected them into his storage ring. Lu Ming didn't count them, so he didn't know how many he had collected. 2 minutes later, all the blood ant eggs in the cave had been collected. Haha, we're rich. Lu Ming couldn't help but grin. Then, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the blood essence of the 3 blood ants. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the essence blood. This refinement took more than a day. The essence blood of the 3 blood ants was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation skyrocketed from the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm to the early 6th level of the Martial Master Realm. The amount of energy required to cultivate now is indeed much more terrifying. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was the essence blood of 3 Class 9 blood ants, which was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the essence blood and blood chi of the blood ants were twice as rich as that of ordinary demonic beasts. 3 Class 9 blood ants were only enough to raise Lu Ming's cultivation by 1 level. This showed that the amount of energy required by Lu Ming was terrifying. Now that I'm in the 6th level of the Martial Master Realm, I'll need at least 20 Class 9 blood ants to level up. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, his bloodline had yet to level up. He didn't know how much essence blood he would need to level up to the 7th level. I can't let go of the corpses of the 3 blood ants. Their shells are rare materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of the 3 blood ants into a storage ring. The secret territory is about to close. Miangcheng must be waiting anxiously outside. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he ran outside. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the blood ant's nest. As soon as he came out, he saw Miangcheng anxiously pacing back and forth. Brother Ming. Lu Ming called out. Tianyun, you're finally out. I thought you were beaten by a few ants. Miangcheng let out a long breath and grinned when he saw Lu Ming. How can a few ants do anything to me? Lu Ming smiled and moved his hand. A storage ring appeared. Brother Ming, there are some blood ant eggs inside. I got them from the blood ant's nest. Take them. Lu Ming said. No. You got them with your own strength. How can I take them? Moreover, I've already gained a lot from following you into the blood ant's nest. Miangcheng waved his hand and firmly refused. Lu Ming offered more, but Miangcheng refused to take them. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not insist. He put away the storage ring and went to the exit of the secret territory with Miangcheng. The exit of the secret territory was on the easternmost mountain in the blood ant secret territory. Once the 10 days were up, the elders of the imperial family and the Hall of General would work together to open an exit for them. A light gate appeared outside the blood ant secret territory. Many figures appeared around the light gate and they were all looking at it. There were people from the imperial family and also from the Shifeng sword faction. However, there were more people than 10 days ago. Moreover, some of them were floating in the air. They were all martial grandmasters. On the imperial family's side, Huaqi was among them. At the front was the red-haired old man and Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji glanced at the imperial family and sneered. Old monster Hong, why did you send so many people here? Are you going to settle the score with us when you see all the people from the Hall of General get killed? Do you want to fight with us? I'm just taking precautions. I'm afraid that your Shifeng sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage in the secret territory and die in there. If that happens, you'll be angry and harm the disciples of the Hall of General. The red-haired old man replied with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Akira no Ji laughed and said, my Shifeng sword faction disciples will be at a disadvantage? Die in there? With your Hall of General? That's impossible. That will never happen. Life is unpredictable. The red-haired old man said. That's impossible. Let me tell you clearly that killing is not prohibited in the blood ant secret territory. If my Shifeng sword faction disciples really die in there, it's because they're not strong enough. They can't blame anyone. Are you afraid that we'll attack? What a joke. Akira no Ji said calmly. That's what you said. Remember it. The red-haired old man snorted. Old red monster, you're so confident. Don't tell me you think that Tianyun can pose a threat to my Shifeng sword faction disciples? Let me tell you, that's impossible. At this moment, that Tianyun has already died in the hands of my Shifeng sword faction elites. Akira no Ji sneered. Died in the hands of your Shifeng sword faction disciples? I don't think so. The red-haired old man said. Don't think so? Well then, how about we make a bet? I have a piece of heavenly star mithril here. I heard that you have a yunluo fruit. I'll use the heavenly star mithril to bet with you on the yunluo fruit. How about that? Akira no Ji said. Many people were shocked when they heard that. What? Heavenly star mithril, yunluo fruit? Such a big bet? A martial arts grandmaster expert exclaimed. Heavenly star mithril was an extremely precious refining material. It was a top-level 4 material and could be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. The yunluo fruit was a level 4 spiritual medicine and could be used to refine level 4 elixirs. Level 4 materials and spiritual medicine belonged to the martial arts grandmaster level and were extremely precious. The heavenly star mithril and the yunluo fruit were top level 4 items. The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for martial grandmasters or warriors with lower cultivation levels. However, it was much better for Wu Zong's. Martial grandmasters were also known as grandmasters. In the Scorching Sun Empire, they were definitely top-notch experts and belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, martial grandmasters were too far apart. Naturally, their value was not ordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a Wu Zong would have to think twice. Old Monster Hong, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? Just say it. Don't be stubborn. Akira no Ji sneered. Who says I don't dare to bet? Let's bet. There are so many witnesses here. I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you'll be the one going back on your word. Old Monster Hong, your Yunluo fruit is mine. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win because Yang Zitian was in the Shifeng Sword faction. He knew Yang Zitian's strength very well. Yang Zitian had threatened to kill Tianyun. As long as Tianyun encountered Yang Zitian, he would be dead for sure. Everyone waited quietly. After a while, someone's coming out. Someone shouted. Sure enough, the light gate flickered and people came out one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction. The elders of the Shifeng Sword faction, including Akira no Ji, looked calm. All of this was within their expectations. However, they did not notice that the disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction looked a little gloomy. They continued to pay attention to the light gate. After that, the light gate kept flickering and people kept coming out. Soon, more than 200 people came out. All of them were disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction. None of them were from the general hall. The red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the other elders of the imperial family looked more and more gloomy. How is this possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Hua Qi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with worry. Ha ha ha, old Monster Hong, I think your Star General Hall is most likely going to be completely annihilated. You've lost for sure. Quickly hand over the Yunluo fruit. Akira no Ji laughed heartily. The red-haired old man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Akira no Ji, don't be too proud. It's not time yet. No one knows the result until the very last moment. Haha, old Monster Hong, you really know how to deceive yourself. Alright, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji sneered. Elder Chiu, at this time, a disciple of the Shifeng Sword faction wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Akira no Ji. Akira no Ji waved his hand and said domineeringly, Alright, you guys did well this time. Thank you for your hard work, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about the blood and eggs later. The young man still wanted to say something, but Akira no Ji's face darkened. He swallowed his words when he glared at him. At this time, the light gate shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20 young men were all from the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man and the others were overjoyed. Humph, you're just lucky. I don't know where you hid, but who knows how many blood and eggs you've obtained. Don't even think that one blood refining pill is enough to refine them. Akira no Ji sneered. The red-haired old man and the others were silent. They did not have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people came out. They were all disciples of the Shifeng Sword faction. In the end, about 280 people came out from the Shifeng Sword faction. This made the faces of Akira no Ji and the others from the Shifeng Sword faction turn ugly. The time was almost up, and the light gate was about to close. Once the light gate closed, they could not open it again. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it again. But at this time, there were still so many people from the Shifeng Sword faction who had not come out. More importantly, 2 of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force did not come out. One of them was Yang Zitian. He must have been delayed by the blood ant nest. Akira no Ji comforted himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the light gate. Lu Ming had not come out yet, and he was afraid that something might have happened. Time passed slowly, and the time for the light gate to close was getting closer and closer. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Akira no-ji was a little anxious. The others were fine, but Yang Zitian had not come out yet. How could it be, Buzz? At this time, the light gate flashed slightly, and two figures appeared. Akira no-ji, the red-haired old man, and the other elders of the two factions stared intently. The two figures' silhouettes slowly became clearer. Tianyun? How is that possible? Akira no-ji roared in disbelief. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then, he was overjoyed and laughed loudly. The two people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Miangcheng. Damn it, Tianyun must have found a place to hide. He didn't encounter Yang Zitian and the other disciples. Damn it. Akira no-ji roared in his heart. Haha, Akira no-ji, Tianyun is still alive. You lost. Hand over the heavenly star mystic silver. Don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Akira no-ji's expression was ugly. He was reluctant to do so, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of everyone. It's all Tianyun's fault. Why didn't he die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of metal that was shining with silver light and gave it to the red-haired old man. This was the heavenly star mystic silver. The other martial ancestor realm experts looked at the red-haired old man with envy. Haha, I won't stand on ceremony then. The red-haired old man laughed and kept it. Then, he looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he liked him. Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out yet? Akira no-ji stared at the light door with a gloomy face. Bam, suddenly, the light door shook violently. Then, it exploded with a bang and turned into specks of light that dissipated. How could this be? Where's Yang Zitian? Why hasn't he come out? Akira no-ji roared. What happened? Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out? And why are there so many disciples? What happened? The other elders of the Shifeng Sword sect also roared in anger. Senior brother Yang Zitian is dead. Suddenly, a disciple of the Shifeng Sword sect shouted. Everyone fell silent. Akira no-ji stared at the disciple with an ugly face and shouted, What did you say? Yang Zitian is dead? How could he be dead? Who in the blood ant secret realm can kill him? Even when facing the mother ant, he could escape unscathed. How could he be dead? Akira no-ji roared in anger. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he stared at the disciple. He's really dead. Most of the senior and junior brothers here saw it. The disciple shouted. Yes, elder. Yang Zitian is really dead. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Akira no-ji's face was ashen. He stared at the disciple and shouted, Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Chiu, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me. The disciple felt wronged. You. Just now, this disciple did want to say something but was stopped by him, causing the other disciples to keep quiet. But just now, he was in high spirits and wanted to give the red-haired old man a good beating. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Yang Zitian would die in the blood ant secret realm. Now that he thought about it, he felt utterly humiliated. Speak, how did Yang Zitian die? Akira no-ji gritted his teeth and asked. It's him, Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zitian was killed by Tianyun. The disciple pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. What? Everyone was shocked. Except for those who had entered the blood ant secret realm, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Yang Zitian was killed by Tianyun? How was this possible? Was Tianyun that powerful? Even the red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the others were shocked. Damn it. A cold murderous intent burst out from Akira no-ji's body. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ming coldly, roaring, Tianyun, speak, what despicable means did you use? Did you secretly kill Yang Zitian? Secretly kill? Lu Ming's lips curled up. Do I need to secretly kill Yang Zitian? Nonsense, you didn't secretly kill him? You can kill Yang Zitian? Even 10 of you won't be enough. Akira no Ji shouted angrily, not believing Lu Ming's words at all. Lu Ming sneered and didn't explain. Elder Qiu, I have something to say, the 10 Direction Sword Sect disciple spoke again. Shut up. Akira no Ji shouted angrily. That disciple immediately shut up, but his face was flushed red. What do you want to say it now. Qiu Wuji shouted angrily as he recalled what had happened before. He was so angry that he took a deep breath. Elder Qiu, senior brother Yang Zitian was really killed by Tianyun. Senior brother Yang Zitian was no match for Tianyun and was killed by Tianyun. The young man said. How is that possible? Did you look carefully? Qiu Wuji asked loudly. It's not just me. Most of the senior and junior brothers are here. The young man said. Although the other disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect had ugly expressions, they all nodded in agreement. How could this be? Qiu Wuji and the others were still in disbelief. A motley crew from the Star General Hall was able to kill a peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. This had never happened before. Elder Qiu, you have to seek justice for us. This Tianyun is simply a madman, a beast. Not only did he kill senior brother Yang Zitian, but he also snatched our storage rings. All of our storage rings were taken away by him. All of our wealth and the blood and eggs that we obtained from hunting blood ants were also taken away by him. A disciple of the 10 Direction Sword Sect screamed. Ah? What? What? Qiu Wuji and all the elders of the 10 Direction Sword Sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open as they stood there in a daze. The red-haired old man, Hua Qi, and the other members of the imperial family were not much different. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Damn it, you little bastard, I'll kill you. After a long while, Qiu Wuji finally reacted. His hair stood on end and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a furious roar, a violent wave of true qi blasted towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming was already prepared. He pulled Miangcheng and instantly moved dozens of meters away, rushing towards the red-haired old man and the others. Qiu Wuji, what are you doing? The red-haired old man roared and rushed out, throwing out a punch. Boom, heaven and earth shook. The red-haired old man and Qiu Wuji exchanged blows, and the earth almost cracked open. Get lost. Today, I must kill that little bastard Tianyun. Qiu Wuji glared fiercely at Lu Ming and bellowed furiously. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. Little bastard, what are you laughing at? Qiu Wuji scolded. Old man, do you really think that the Decimo Sword Sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family. You want to kill me for no reason? Are you looking down on the 4 major sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the 4 major sects and the royal family to suppress him. For no reason? You killed the disciples of my Decimo Sword Sect and even snatched their storage rings. Don't you deserve to die? Qiu Wuji roared. Haha, what a joke. Let me ask you, is killing and plundering not prohibited in the Blood Ant secret realm? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji froze and his face turned gloomy. He couldn't answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not prohibited, then it's normal for me to kill your disciples and snatch their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Moreover, before entering the Blood Ant secret realm, all the disciples of your Decimo Sword Sect said that they wanted to kill me. I resisted and killed them back. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Qiu Wuji without fear and questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji's face turned ugly and the other disciples of the Decimo Sword Sect didn't say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was prohibited in the Blood Ant secret realm. Killing and plundering were the main themes of the Blood Ant secret realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Decimo Sword Sect want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist or you'll die. Qiu Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered and didn't bother to say anything. This old man was simply shameless to the extreme. Qiu Wuji, you're really shameless. Only 20 or so people of my Star General Hall came out. The rest were killed by your Decimo Sword Sect. In the past, according to what you said, you're allowed to kill my disciples and I'll kill you instead. What kind of bullsh*t logic is that? Fine, then from now on, your Decimo Sword sect can go back to the Decimo Mountain. The Blood Ant secret realm will be mined by my Decimo Sword sect alone. The red-haired old man roared. You're dreaming if you want to mine alone. It's better if it's the other way around. An old man of the Decimo Sword sect sneered. Old red monster, get out of my way. I must kill Tianyun today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. At that time, my Decimo Sword sect's army and the imperial family will be destroyed. Xiao Wuji said coldly and overbearingly. How dare you? Huaqi shouted. Xiao Wuji actually said that he wanted to destroy the imperial family. Xiao Wuji, your Decimo Sword sect is ambitious and should be punished by the world. The red-haired old man roared. Xiao Wuji's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words out of desperation. Even if the Decimo Sword sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such words. Xiao Wuji, come, let's fight. Today, we'll fight to the death. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were fluttering. He was obviously furious. Today, this prince will protect Tianyun. Whoever wants to kill him will have to kill me first. Huaqi stepped forward in a domineering manner. A few martial ancestor realm elders from the imperial family followed closely behind Huaqi, their bodies emitting powerful auras. Damn it, you're courting death. Akira no Ji roared in his heart, but he did not make a move in the end. Right now, the Shifeng Sword sect hadn't reached the point of falling out with the imperial family. Huaqi was a real prince, the eighth son of the current emperor. If they killed Huaqi as well, it would be tantamount to starting a war with the imperial family. At that time, the four major sects would join forces to attack the Shifeng Sword sect. The Shifeng Sword sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he was not confident. Good, very good. Eighth Prince, you're determined to go against the Decimo Sword faction. I hope you won't regret it. Also, do you think you can protect Tianyun by doing this? Naive, let's wait and see. Akira no Ji roared. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. The disciples of the Decimo Sword faction had a gloomy expression on their faces. They had suffered a complete defeat in this trip to the Blood Ant secret realm. Although they had killed a large number of disciples from the Star General Hall, they were just a mob in their eyes. On the other hand, the Decimo Sword faction had lost 60 to 70 disciples, especially Yang Zitian who had been killed. Moreover, most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction had been taken by Lu Ming. Most of the Blood Ant eggs had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. They had lost almost all their face. Ha ha ha. The red-haired elder laughed heartily. Tianyun, thank you, Elder Hong. Thank you, Eighth Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and thanked the red-haired elder and Huaqi with cupped fists. Tianyun, there's no need to be so courteous. Huaqi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, I should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of heavenly star mithril, but you also suppressed the arrogance of the Decimo Sword faction. It's really satisfying. The red-haired elder laughed. They wanted to kill me, I was only retaliating. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, let's go back to the Star General Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. Immediately, the group returned to the Star General Hall. Count your gains first. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of Blood Ant eggs. In a large hall of the General Hall, the red-haired old man instructed. Everyone nodded their heads and dispersed. When Lu Ming returned to his dorm, he hurriedly entered the Supreme Divine Palace. He couldn't wait to see what he had gained. In front of him was a pile of storage rings. There were close to 300 of them, all of which belonged to the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. Lu Ming began to take inventory. He placed one Blood Ant egg and one spiritual crystal. The other things were also sorted and put away. There were simply too many items. It took Lu Ming a total of 6 hours to do an inventory check. Looking at the things in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, he was overjoyed. The harvest was simply too great. The blood and eggs were obtained by the disciples of the Decimo Sword sect. Including the ones he obtained from the blood ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 in the blood ant nest. The 300 disciples of the Decimo Sword sect contributed about 10,000 of them. 23,000 eggs was a huge number. In history, no one had ever obtained so many blood ant eggs. 6 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill. 23,000 blood ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 blood refinement pills. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline awakening, the better. Lu Ming put away all the blood ant eggs in a storage ring. Then, he looked at the pile of spiritual crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. Including the spiritual crystals he had before, he had more than 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the best. Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course, this was just a thought. He would not rob for no reason. In addition to the blood and eggs and spiritual crystals, there were other things, such as various spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of refining materials. However, most of them were not of high grades. A few were of level 3, while most were of level 2 and level 1. But there were so many of them, their value was shocking. Not to mention the other things, the hundreds of storage rings were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find a chance to clean up these miscellaneous things. After putting everything away, Lu Ming began to cultivate with satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He found that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi were there. Tianyun. Hua Qi greeted Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming also smiled. In addition to them, there were a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who participated in the blood ant secret realm arrived. Okay, now take out the blood and eggs that you obtained from the blood ant secret realm and give them to the elders of the imperial family to refine blood refinement pills. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood and eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, you can exchange 6 blood and eggs for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired elder explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Then, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring lit up, and immediately, numerous red and translucent blood and eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are 62 blood and eggs in total. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The imperial family will buy the remaining 2 blood and eggs at 300 spiritual crystals per egg. Are you willing? The imperial family elder asked. I am willing. The young man said. If one did not know how to refine blood refinement pills, it was useless to keep the blood and eggs. It was better to sell them. 300 spiritual crystals per egg? On the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning. He wanted to sell all the blood and eggs. How many spiritual crystals could he get? Of course, it was just a thought. No amount of spiritual crystals was more important than blood refinement pills. Even if one had spiritual crystals, they would not be able to buy blood refinement pills in the market. Then, they counted them one by one. Most of the Star General Hall students did not obtain many blood and eggs. They only obtained about 100 blood and eggs. The most they obtained was slightly more than 200. However, Xianxia surprised everyone. He obtained more than 360 blood and eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Xianxia grinned. He was able to obtain so many thanks to Lu Ming. He followed Lu Ming to hunt blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 blood and eggs. Including his own, he had more than 360 blood and eggs. Now, Tianyun. The red-haired elder said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone's gazes were focused on Lu Ming, looking forward to it. Lu Ming had robbed most of the Decimo Sword faction disciples' storage rings. How many blood and eggs could he obtain? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit all of them. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Ah? The table was not big enough. This was the first time they had heard of such a reason. Bring the table over. The red-haired old man roared with excitement written all over his face. The others immediately brought over a few tables and placed them together, occupying more than half of the hall. Lu Ming nodded slightly and took out a storage ring. Everyone stared intently at it. The storage ring glowed, and a small mountain appeared on the table. It was a small mountain of blood and eggs. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So many? How many can there be? A student from the Star General Hall stuttered, almost biting his own tongue. Oh my god, isn't this too much? Could it be that Tianyun emptied the entire blood ant nest? Another young man shouted. Start counting. The elders of the imperial family came to their senses and started counting excitedly. Not long after, the number was announced. 23,153. One of the elders reported the number with a trembling voice. Hiss, gasps could be heard in the hall. Although they had expected it, they were still shocked by the number. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, dumbfounded. How many blood refining pills could he exchange for with so many blood and eggs? 23,153 eggs can be exchanged for 3,858 eggs. There are also 5 extra blood and eggs in exchange for spirit crystals, the elder announced, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Huaqi. Wait a minute. Tianyun obtained such a large number of blood and eggs. There is no need to count so seriously. I will make the decision. Tianyun's blood and eggs can be exchanged for 4,000 blood refining pills. Make it a round number. Huaqi announced. Yes, 8th Prince. The elder noted it down. Thank you, 8th Prince. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming would not reject the offer of more than 100 blood refining pills. Then, the royal family elder put away all of the blood and eggs. Of course, he didn't have any blood refining pills right now. He had to wait until all the blood and eggs were refined into blood refining pills before he could give them to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming wasn't afraid that the royal family would swallow his blood and egg. Not to mention his relationship with Huaqi, even without this layer of relationship, the royal family wouldn't do so. Given the current situation of the royal family, they urgently needed the assistance of talents. If the royal family were to swallow the eggs of these blood ants, they would be short-sighted and digging their own grave. Therefore, Lu Ming was very relieved. Lu Ming, this time, you have completely offended the Shifang Sword sect and caused them to lose face. They will not let you off. After some time, the Shifang Sword sect will definitely send more powerful geniuses to look for you. You must be careful. Before leaving, Huaqi reminded Lu Ming in a low voice. Don't worry. Do you think I'm scared? Lu Ming said with a smile. Huaqi was stunned and then smiled. Ever since he met Lu Ming, he had never seen Lu Ming afraid of anyone. Okay, I'll wait for the good news of you killing everyone. Huaqi said with a smile and then left. After Huaqi and the others left, Lu Ming left and returned to the dormitory. I'll go to the Earth Essence Cave to consolidate my cultivation, then buy resources to break through. After returning, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked towards the Earth Essence Cave. This time, he flashed Huaqi's token and the expert guarding the entrance gave him a pile of inscription stones, allowing him to cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He took the inscription stones and entered the Earth Essence Cave. He didn't stop and went all the way down. On the 3rd and 4th floor, there were still people sitting cross-legged, trying to snatch other people's cultivation rooms. When Lu Ming passed by, their expressions changed when they saw Lu Ming. Although it was only a day's time, the incident of Lu Ming in the Blood Ant Secret Realm had already spread throughout the Star General Hall. Many people knew of Tianyun's name. Lu Ming's methods shocked everyone. Lu Ming had another nickname, Ruthless. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of awe. Lu Ming only glanced at them casually and continued to go down. When he reached the 5th floor, Lu Ming still didn't stop and continued to go down to the 6th floor. The fire attribute spiritual chi on the 6th floor was several times denser than the 5th floor. Lu Ming opened a secret room, walked in, and began to cultivate. Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed after devouring the blood essence of the blood ant. His foundation was a little unstable, so he could use the fire attribute spiritual qi to stabilize his foundation. 10 days later, Lu Ming's foundation was incomparably stable. It was impregnable and flawless. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence cave. Anyway, he could cultivate at any time. Lu Ming didn't care how long he cultivated. After walking out of the Earth Essence cave, Lu Ming walked out of the Star General Hall and walked towards the largest market in the imperial capital. The market in the imperial capital was incomparably huge and occupied a vast area. Here, there were many shops and merchant associations. There were even many merchant associations that were not native to the Blazing Sun Empire. They came from other empires and brought some of their specialties. There were 36 empires near the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Blazing Sun Empire was just an inferior empire. Therefore, the market in the imperial capital was filled with people at all times. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the market. There were too many things for his eyes to take in as he looked left and right. Soon, Lu Ming came to a 5-story building that occupied a large area. 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 3 words inlaid in gold were extraordinary. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked in. "Young master, is there anything I can help you with?" As soon as Lu Ming walked into the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a sweet-looking girl came up to him. Now, Lu Ming had an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, just by standing there casually, he exuded an extraordinary aura that no one dared to ignore. Naturally, the girl was very attentive. "I'm here to buy some demonic beast blood essence." Lu Ming smiled. "Buy demonic beast blood essence?" The sweet-looking girl was delighted. Demonic beast blood essence was usually used to refine weapons or elixirs. It was very valuable. Those who could buy it were usually big customers. "Young master, what grade of demonic beast blood essence are you looking for?" The girl suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked. "Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence." Lu Ming said. Now, he was looking for Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence. Those below Class 9 LV3 would not be of much help to him. Class 9 LV3? The girl suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, it attracted the attention of others. The surrounding people all looked over. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Wasn't this girl's reaction a little too big? "Why? You don't have it?" Lu Ming asked. The girl covered her mouth and looked around. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, young master. Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence is very precious. Young master, please follow me to the guest room. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come over." "All right." Lu Ming nodded. It was fine as long as she had it. He followed the girl to a guest room at the back. Naturally, someone had already brewed the best tea. After a while, a chubby shopkeeper came in with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and said, "Young master, I heard that you're looking for Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence?" "Young master, the Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood is expensive." The shopkeeper smiled. "Oh? How many spiritual crystals for one?" Lu Ming asked. "A Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals." The shopkeeper replied. Hiss, even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he still took a deep breath. A Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's essence blood costs 25,000 spiritual crystals. That was too terrifying. "Young master, the higher the level of the demonic beast's essence blood, the harder it is to collect it. Moreover, the cost of storing it is very high." "This price is not high," the shopkeeper explained. Lu Ming nodded. He certainly understood this. "How many essence blood do you need?" the shopkeeper asked. 20 essence blood for now." Lu Ming thought for a while and said. "What? 20? 20 essence blood?" the shopkeeper exclaimed as the fat on his face trembled. "What? You don't have that many?" Lu Ming frowned and asked. Yes, absolutely," the shopkeeper shouted excitedly. He knew that he had a big customer today. Normally, inscriptionists would only buy a few essence blood to refine pills or refine equipment. How could they buy so many? Moreover, only inscriptionists above a martial ancestor realm would buy the essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast. It was very rare to buy 20 essence blood of a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast in one go. The shopkeeper's heart trembled with excitement. "I'll send someone to get it right away." The shopkeeper shouted and then sent someone to get it. "Shopkeeper, how much is a Class 9 LV3 monster core?" Lu Ming asked. "You still want to buy monster cores?" The shopkeeper was even more delighted and quickly replied, "A Class 9 LV3 monster core is much cheaper than a demonic beast's essence blood because it is convenient to store and contains more impurities than a demonic beast's essence blood. Generally, it is 1/5 of the price of a demonic beast's essence blood of the same level. A Class 9 LV3 monster core costs about 5,000 spiritual crystals." "Alright, give me 30 monster cores," Lu Ming said without hesitation. "Alright, please wait for a moment. I'll send someone to deliver it right away." After saying that, the shopkeeper hurriedly got up and walked out. After a while, the shopkeeper walked in with a few young girls carrying a few jade boxes. "Young master, here's the blood essence and Yao core you want," the shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming took a look and saw 20 portions of Class 9 LV3 demonic beast blood essence and 30 Class 9 LV3 demonic beast cores. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, here are 650,000 spirit crystals. Please count them." The shopkeeper took the ring and scanned it with his consciousness. His smile became even brighter as he said, "Young master, since you bought so many items at once, we have a discount. This time, we only charge you 600,000 spiritual crystals. Also, this is our store's VIP card. As long as young master comes again, all of your items will be 20% off." The shopkeeper took out a golden VIP card and 50,000 spirit crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation. Lu Ming would not hesitate to accept it since he could save 50,000 spirit crystals. Also, he would get a 20% discount when he came again. Lu Ming was very tempted. With a wave of his hand, he kept the blood essence and Yao core. At the side, a few beautiful young girls looked at Lu Ming with sparkles in their eyes. He had spent 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. In their hearts, Lu Ming was a high and mighty figure. It would be great if we could get the attention of such a figure, the young girls thought to themselves. However, they knew that it was impossible. How could someone like Lu Ming be interested in them? "Shopkeeper, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming did not feel the pinch of spending 600,000 spirit crystals in one go. After all, he had gotten them from the Decimo Sword faction disciples. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and could not wait to start cultivating. First, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and swallowed a Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's blood essence. He then started refining it. This time, Lu Ming did not use it to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all the energy in the blood essence to increase his bloodline grade. The Yao core was enough for him to increase his cultivation. 2 hours later, the blood essence was completely refined. There were 6 blood-red chakras in his bloodline. They were extremely dazzling, but the 7th chakra was not born. In addition to the blood essence of the 3 blood ants, Su Mo had swallowed 4 Class 9 LV3 demonic beasts blood essence. However, his bloodline grade had not increased. This showed how difficult it was to increase his bloodline grade. Then, Lu Ming took out another Class 9 LV3 demonic beast's blood essence and started swallowing it. After swallowing it, he took out another one. Just like that, Su Mo swallowed 15 demonic beasts blood essences and used them all to increase his bloodline grade. Suddenly, his bloodline trembled and the 7th blood-red chakra was born. When the 7th blood-red chakra was born, the spirit-devouring bloodline that was like a long snake roared to the sky. Its body shone brightly and expanded rapidly. It became thicker and longer. In the end, it turned into a giant python that was about 10 meters long. It floated above Lu Ming's head. It evolved. the spirit-devouring bloodline evolved again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The spirit-devouring bloodline had evolved once when it was promoted to level 4. At that time, it had evolved from a finger-sized worm to a small snake. Now, it had evolved from a small snake to a giant python. What would it become after the next evolution? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The giant python roared and opened its mouth. A powerful devouring power burst out. The devouring power was several times stronger than before. Continue to devour. Lu Ming took out another demonic beast's blood essence. But this time it only took him half an hour to completely refine it. The 7th chakra became brighter. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 4 demonic beasts' blood essences in one breath. I wonder how much demonic beast's blood essence I need to increase my bloodline grade to level 8. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming took out a monster core and began to devour and refine it. Monster cores were much more troublesome to refine than blood essence. But now, the devouring power of the spirit-devouring bloodline had greatly increased. It did not take much time to refine it. In 3 hours, he had refined 1. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved, but not by much. He continued to refine it. After refining 5, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the middle stage of level 6 martial master from the early stage of level 6 martial master. The energy needed to improve was much greater than Lu Ming had imagined. Continue. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming had refined a total of 20 monster cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of level 6 martial master. He was only one step away from breaking through to level 7 martial master. But at this point, Lu Ming had refined several monster cores, but it was to no avail. It was difficult for him to break through to level 7 martial master. Lu Ming knew that he had encountered a bottleneck. During this period of time, he had improved too quickly and his cultivation could not keep up. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and the dormitory. Big brother Tianyun. The moment he walked out of the dormitory, he bumped into Ming Peak. Ming Peak. Lu Ming smiled. Big brother Tianyun, my elder brother asked me to go to the Dtian battle arena with him. Do you want to come along? Ming Peak asked. Dtian fighting arena. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of interest. The Dtian battle arena was very famous. It could be said that everyone knew about it. This was because it wasn't built by any force in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Dtian battle arena was built by the Dtian Divine Palace. The Dtian Divine Palace was an unimaginably powerful force. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, even the 36 empires of Emperor Yun were trash in front of the Dtian Divine Palace. The Dtian Divine Palace was an extremely powerful force in the entire Divine Wilderness continent. The Dtian battle arenas built by the Dtian Divine Palace were scattered all over the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless of them. Among the 36 empires of Emperor Yun, there was only one imperial capital that had a Dtian battle arena. In the Dtian battle arena, one could fight and kill at will. Furthermore, one could earn a lot of spiritual crystals. This was a martial artist's heaven and hell. In this place, one's life was worthless. However, as long as one had the strength, one could win glory and wealth. Lu Ming wanted to train himself. Perhaps the Dtian battle arena was a good place to go. Let's go and find your elder brother. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, let's go. Ming Peak was overjoyed. He went to find Miangcheng with Lu Ming. When Miangcheng saw Lu Ming, he was naturally overjoyed. The 3 of them headed towards the Dtian battle arena. The Dtian battle arena was located in the south of the imperial capital. From the outside, the Dtian battle arena was an oval-shaped building that was over 100 meters tall. There were guards at the entrance of the Dtian battle arena. In order to enter the Dtian martial arena, everyone had to pay 10 spirit crystals. This was the arena set up by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. No one dared to disobey. Even the people from the 10 Directions Sword sect had to behave themselves in the Emperor Heaven arena. The omnidirectional sword sect seemed powerful, but that was only in the Burning Sun Empire. Against a power like the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, the difference between them and the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace was unimaginable. Perhaps any random servant from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would be able to destroy the 10 Directions Sword sect with a flick of his finger. After each of them handed over 10 spirit crystals, the 3 of them walked into the Dtion martial arena. When they walked in, they realized that the Dtion battle arena was much larger than they had imagined. The surroundings of the Dtion martial arena were densely packed with spectator stands. There were at least tens of levels, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators. In the center of the arena, there was a battle platform that was 200 meters long and wide. At this moment, there were 2 figures fighting fiercely in the fighting ring. Shouts and cheers were heard all around. Lu Ming glanced over and saw that the crowd on the spectator stands wasn't very dense. However, Lu Ming estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of people. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Dtion martial arena was really profitable. Even if there were only tens of thousands of spectators each day, the daily income would be hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Kill. On the battle platform, 2 middle-aged men were filled with killing intent. They roared and charged towards each other. Boom. Boom, both of them were first-stage martial grandmasters. After exchanging tens of blows, the yellow-robed man won and chopped off his opponent's head. Haha, I've finally achieved 6 consecutive victories. The yellow-robed man laughed. 6 consecutive victories? There should be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. Lu Ming thought to himself. According to the rules of the Dtion martial arena, anyone could go up to the stage and challenge someone as long as they paid 50 spirit crystals. At the beginning, it was a battle between people of the same level. For the first 5 battles, it was very casual. You could challenge anyone and there wouldn't be any rewards. From the 6th battle onwards, the Dtion martial arena would arrange for stronger opponents. If you won, there would be a reward of 100 spirit crystals. For 6 consecutive victories, there would be 100 spirit crystals. For 7 consecutive victories, there would be 200 spirit crystals. For 8 consecutive victories, there would be 500 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 2,000 spirit crystals. After 10 consecutive victories, if you wanted to continue, you wouldn't be able to challenge people of the same level. Instead, you would have to challenge people of a higher level. Furthermore, the Dtion martial arena wouldn't allow you to challenge people of a higher level. They would arrange for stronger opponents. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 5,000 spirit crystals. For 2 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 10,000 spirit crystals. For 3 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 20,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 10,000 spirit crystals. For 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 90,000 spirit crystals. If you wanted to continue, you would have to challenge people of 2 levels higher. Of course, the rewards would be even better. For 1 consecutive victory, there would be a reward of 100,000 spirit crystals. For each consecutive victory, there would be an additional 100,000 spirit crystals. If you could win 10 consecutive victories, there would be a reward of 1 million spirit crystals. It was extremely terrifying. The more levels one could surpass, the more terrifying the reward. This would naturally attract countless geniuses to come and challenge them. Do you want to continue? In the battle arena, the judge of the Dtion martial arena asked. Yes, of course. The yellow-robed man was filled with confidence. All right, I'll arrange it. The judge said. After a while, a white-haired elder walked onto the battle arena. He was also a first-stage martial master. Boom, without saying anything else, the 2 of them started fighting. However, this time, the elder was clearly superior. After about 100 moves, he sent the yellow-robed man flying with a punch, causing him to vomit blood. I admit defeat. The yellow-robed man hurriedly shouted. In the Dtion martial arena, one could kill as they wished. If one didn't admit defeat, only death awaited them. The yellow-robed man admitted defeat and the white-haired elder also stopped. After that, the yellow-robed man received his reward of 100 spirit crystals and left the battle arena. The white-haired elder also left the battle arena. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The judge roared as he scanned the arena. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s jumped onto the battle arena. He registered and paid 50 spirit crystals. My cultivation is second stage martial master. Is there anyone who wants to spar with me? The young man scanned the arena and shouted. I'll spar with you. A muscular man jumped onto the battle arena and started fighting with the young man. However, he was defeated after a dozen moves. After that, more and more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated by the young man. Obviously, this young man was a genius with incredible strength. 5 people had been defeated by him in a row. 5 consecutive victories. The young man easily obtained 5 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The young man was in high spirits. However, no one went up for a while. After a while, an old woman finally jumped onto the battle arena. We want to test your strength, the judge said. The old woman nodded and followed the judge into a stone door at the side. After 5 consecutive victories, the DTN martial arena wouldn't allow anyone to challenge anyone. They would test each opponent's strength. Those who weren't strong enough weren't qualified to challenge anyone. Otherwise, as long as someone colluded with a group of people, they could easily win the battle and obtain the reward. If that was the case, the DTN martial arena would suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, if that was the case, there wouldn't be anything worth watching. Therefore, only those who passed the test and were strong enough could go up to challenge. Or, those who had historical records in the DTN martial arena, such as those who had won 6 consecutive battles, could go up to challenge those who were about to win 6 consecutive battles. There was no need to take the test. Not long after, the old woman passed the test and appeared on the stage. Kill! Kill! The spectators in the spectator stands roared and looked at the stage with anticipation. They needed to see a bloody battle. Only then would it be exciting. Kill! On the stage, the young man and the old woman were stirred up by the surrounding atmosphere. They roared and charged at each other. The young man used a sword, while the old woman used a slender saber. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. The old woman's saber technique was extremely sharp and experienced. Her attacks were ruthless. In just 20 moves, the young man was no match for her. Just as the young man was about to admit defeat, the old woman's saber light suddenly sped up. Poochie, before the young man could say anything, his head was chopped off by the old woman's saber light. Good. Exciting. The spectator stands were in an uproar. They were extremely excited. You killed this person and replaced him to win 6 consecutive battles. Now, do you still want to continue? On the stage, the judge asked the old woman. Continue. The old woman said. This old woman was very powerful. It was obvious that she had cultivated for many years. Her mastery of martial arts was very high. She won 3 consecutive battles and then 3 consecutive battles. She had won 9 consecutive battles. At this moment, the old woman shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to continue. The more she challenged, the stronger the people below would be. She wasn't confident anymore. The spectators were disappointed. They naturally wanted to continue watching because the further down the stage, the more exciting the battle would be. The old woman received 1,000 spirit crystals and left the stage. Who wants to challenge next? The judge's voice echoed throughout the arena. I'll go and have some fun. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and smiled. Big brother Tianyun, are you going to make a move? Ming Peek's eyes were filled with excitement. Niangcheng was also looking forward to it. They weren't worried about Lu Ming at all. They didn't believe that Lu Ming would lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming smiled. He strode forward and went up to the fighting ring. When the judge saw that someone had stepped onto the stage, he smiled and said, Little brother, please register your cultivation and pay the fee. Lu Ming nodded and took out 50 spirit crystals to register. I am a 6th level martial master. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. What? 6th level martial master, so young? Most of the spectators in the stands were shocked. The spectators in the stands came from all over the imperial capital. Most of them did not know Lu Ming. Could it be a top genius from the five great sects? Someone muttered. For a moment, no one went up. The younger they were, the higher their cultivation. Generally, they were geniuses and their combat strength was difficult to measure. They didn't want to die in vain. I know him. His name is Tianyun, a peerless genius from the Star General Hall. He is extremely powerful. Half a month ago, in the Blood Ant Secret Realm, he killed Xianxia, a peerless genius from the Shifeng Sword sect. He snatched the storage rings of most of the disciples of the Shifeng Sword sect alone. Someone shouted. It's him? So he is Tianyun. There were exclamations in the stands. In the past half a month, Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital. The incident in the Blood Ant Secret Realm had also spread throughout the imperial capital. How can such a genius fight in a battle of the same level? Yes. Someone sighed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that being too famous was not a good thing. Now, no one even wanted to fight. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming shouted again. But still, no one went up. After a while, a burly man stood up and said, Young Master Tianyun, I will fight with you, but we will only spar. How about it? Okay. Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. He didn't have to fight to the death. As long as someone went up, he would be satisfied. The burly man moved and went up to the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. This is going to be interesting. The spectators in the stands were looking forward to it. Although Tianyun's name had spread throughout the imperial capital recently, there were still very few who had seen Lu Ming fight with their own eyes. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. A large saber appeared in the middle-aged man's hand as he looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming stood calmly with a long spear in his hand. Bang, the middle-aged burly man didn't hesitate and launched an attack. As soon as he attacked, he slashed out 18 times in a row, each faster than the last. The saber light whistled and blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to attack. He used the high air steps and his figure flashed, leaving the range of the burly man's attack. Again. The burly man roared and attacked like a tide. Layers of snow-white saber light attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was calm and indifferent. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He swayed slightly, causing the burly man's saber light to miss. Whoosh, suddenly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand stabbed at the burly man's saber light. With such a casual stab, the burly man's saber light disappeared, and his body was like a thug. How could this be? The burly man shouted. Lu Ming didn't use much strength. He just casually stabbed with his spear, and his saber art was broken. He found it hard to accept. Your saber art is a lower profound level saber art. It should be a combination of hardness and softness. However, you blindly pursued speed and power, which made it inferior. Therefore, your saber art has been stuck at the 4th level. It's difficult to break through the 5th level. Lu Ming enunciated each word slowly. However, when the middle-aged man heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned. His eyes kept flickering as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He suddenly slashed out with the saber in his hand. In an instant, 27 saber lights appeared. They were extremely dazzling and stronger than before. Haha, my saber art has broken through. The middle-aged man laughed and then looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly cupped his fist and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Tianyun, for your guidance. Otherwise, I don't know when my saber art would have broken through. Young Master Tianyun is a genius. I admire you so much. You're welcome. It's your own comprehension that allowed you to break through. I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Now, Lu Ming had even succeeded in cultivating an earth-level martial art. Naturally, his vision was different. The middle-aged man only cultivated a lower profound level martial art. Although Lu Ming didn't cultivate saber art, his vision was there for all to see. When the middle-aged man attacked continuously, Lu Ming saw the weaknesses and shortcomings of his saber art. He casually gave a few pointers. He didn't expect the middle-aged man's saber art to break through in one fell swoop. No matter what? I'm very grateful for young Master Tianyun's kindness. The middle-aged man bowed again and then turned to leave the fighting ring. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded. How could this be? The old man looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Lu Ming was young, but his understanding of martial arts was shockingly high. Just now, he had given the burly man a few pointers and helped him break through. This made the old man's heart burn with excitement. Nestle, Xiangmu is too cunning. He actually beat me to it. Damn it, don't fight with me. It's my turn next. Your turn? Why? Young Master Tianyun uses a long spear, and so do I. It's my turn for the next match. It's my turn. On the spectator stand, several sixth-layer martial master experts began to fight. The others were dumbfounded. These people were fighting to challenge Lu Ming, not because Lu Ming was too weak, but because he was too strong. Such a thing was unheard of. Lu Ming himself was in a daze. However, he was not worried that no one would accept his challenge. Please. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the old man. Please enlighten me. The old man cupped his fists and a long sword appeared. Swoosh, the sword light pierced through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Just like before, Lu Ming did not rush to fight back. He dodged the attack with his movement skill while observing the old man's swordsmanship. After more than 30 moves, Lu Ming's casual spear attack broke the old man's swordsmanship and forced him to retreat. However, the old man was not depressed. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with excitement and hope. Lu Ming pondered for a while and explained the flaws of the old man's swordsmanship according to what he had observed and his own understanding. After listening, the elder savored it carefully. He was ecstatic and his face was full of excitement. He bowed respectfully to Lu Ming and said, Thank you for your guidance, young Master Tianyun. Senior, you're welcome. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the old man walked down the fighting ring with satisfaction. Mr. Tianyun, I'm here to learn from you. As soon as the old man walked down the fighting ring, a burly man rushed up. Let me, it's my turn. On the other side, someone also rushed up the fighting ring. It's my turn. Get out of here. You're the one who should get out. The two of them roared with killing intent and were about to start a fight. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck, and so was Lu Ming. Stop. If you want to challenge him, come one by one. Otherwise, you're disqualified. The judge shouted with a speechless expression. He had been in charge of the Dtion battle arena for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Judge, I'm the one who challenged? The burly man shouted. Nonsense, it's me. The other person didn't back down either. All right, you go first. You're the last one. The referee's face darkened as he pointed at the middle-aged man. The burly man was burly man. The other person stood at the side, unwilling. The burly man jumped onto the fighting ring and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He said respectfully, Mr. Tianyun, I also use a spear. Please give me some pointers. A long spear appeared in the burly man's hand. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Instantly, the middle-aged burly man collected his thoughts and shook his long spear. More than 10 spear flowers appeared in the air. Beams of spear gleams shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did the same and dodged dozens of attacks. He allowed the burly man to use his strongest martial skill and defeated him easily. He pointed out his weakness. The burly man was overjoyed and left with gratitude. Then, the other person went up and Lu Ming did the same. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming won 5 consecutive battles. However, Lu Ming's 5-match winning streak was completely different from others. Every time his opponents lost, they would leave after thanking him profusely. Anything can happen to this Tianyun. Niang Cheng sighed. Ming Peak nodded in agreement. After 5 consecutive victories, it was time for the 6th battle. A famous expert went up for the 6th battle. This expert had won 6 consecutive battles in the Dtion battle arena. With such a record, he didn't need to be tested and could directly fight. However, this person was still very polite to Lu Ming. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He came up with the intention of asking Lu Ming for pointers. "Mr. Tianyun, please give me some pointers." This person was also very polite. Lu Ming nodded. In the end, there was naturally no suspense. Lu Ming defeated his opponent easily and gave him some pointers. 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories, 8 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming won 10 consecutive battles. His 10 consecutive victories were easily won and he didn't even injure a single person. "Tianyun, you have won 10 consecutive battles. If you continue, you will have to challenge an expert of the 7th stage of the martial master realm. Do you still want to continue?" The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. "Continue." Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. The audience was filled with anticipation. How much could Lu Ming achieve by challenging someone of a higher stage? How many consecutive victories could he achieve? The DT battle arena wouldn't allow an ordinary 7th stage martial master to challenge someone of a higher stage. Those who went up would definitely be experts of the 7th stage. All right. The judge nodded and looked around. Is there a 7th stage martial master realm expert who wants to challenge Tianyun? Let me. Just as the judge finished speaking, a young man in his 30s stood up and went up the stage. "Yang Tai, you can directly fight." When the judge saw this young man, he didn't let him test his strength. It was obvious that this person was quite famous in the DT battle arena and was recognized by the judge. "Tianyun, go ahead. I'm not someone those 6th stage martial master realm experts can compare to." Yang Tai was very confident as he looked at Lu Ming. "Please." Lu Ming smiled. Boom, Yang Tai exploded with all his strength. The long spear in his hand emitted a bright light as it pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear shook and the body of the spear vibrated. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the air and a terrifying shock wave charged toward Yang Tai. Bang, Yang Tai was hit by the shockwave and his body was like a cannonball. He was sent flying and heavily fell off the stage. CSI, the entire arena was filled with gasps. One move, just one move. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just shook his spear and sent Yang Tai flying off the stage. Strength, powerful strength. In the previous 10 matches, Lu Ming was very polite. He defeated his opponent after a few dozen moves and didn't show any powerful strength. This made some people forget about Lu Ming's strength. Now, they finally remembered that Lu Ming's strength was extremely terrifying. Yang Tai struggled to get up and looked at Lu Ming in shock before he staggered away. Then, the challenges continued. Consecutive wins, an unstoppable winning streak. In less than an hour, Lu Ming had already obtained 7 consecutive wins. The entire arena was filled with excited discussions. 7 wins in a row. Do you guys think Tianyun can achieve 10 wins in a row? It's hard to say. At this stage, the DT battle arena won't be able to sit still and will send out a true expert. Until now, the DT battle arena hasn't sent out a death fighter. There were 2 main types of challenges. One was to pick an opponent on the spot. If there were no challengers, the DT fighting arena would send out experts. The DT fighting arena's strength was unfathomable. Naturally, they had raised a group of experts. The experts sent out by the DT fighting arena were known as death fighters. Just from the name, one would know that death fighters were powerful people who didn't fear death. When they attacked, there would definitely be blood. "Tianyun, wait a moment," the judge said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. At the highest point of the DT fighting arena, there was a luxurious room. There was a window in the room that allowed one to see the entire DT fighting arena. At this moment, there were a few old men watching. "This Tianyun is very powerful. It's time to send out a death fighter," one of the old men in black said. "That's right. However, normal death fighters are definitely not Tianyun's match. I suggest that we let number 18 go first. If number 18 can't win, number 17 will go," another old man said. "I agree. I agree too." The other old man nodded. Then, they passed down the order. Not long after, a tall and muscular man with scars all over his body rushed onto the fighting arena. The man's body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were like that of a wild beast as he stared at Lu Ming. There were 2 words carved on the man's face, number 18. Number 18, it's the Dtian Fighting Arena's Death Fighter. Number 18. When the audience saw this man, they all exclaimed. Rumor has it that within the Death Fighters of the Dtian Battle Arena, only those with extremely strong battle strength have the qualifications to carve words on their faces. Rumor has it that within the Dtian Battle Arena, there are 5 strongest people within the 7th layer of the Martial Master realm. They are respectively from 16 to 20. It seems like the Dtian Fighting Arena values Tianyun a lot. Nonsense. If Tianyun were to win 10 times in a row, he would have to pay 90,000 spirit crystals. How could the Dtian Fighting Arena let Tianyun win so easily? That's true. Amazing. The 10 spiritual crystals I spent today were worth it. I bet those who didn't come will regret it to death. Lu Ming's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at 18. Lu Ming felt a strong murderous aura from the other party. Dtian's gladiator? Things are finally getting interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Tianyun, you have to be careful. 18 won't show any mercy. For a genius like Lu Ming, the referee was quite kind and gave him a reminder. Thank you. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's begin. The referee announced. Roar. Following the referee's announcement, 18 let out a beast-like roar. With a wave of her hand, a meteor hammer appeared in her hand. The meteor hammer emitted a terrifying whistling sound as it bombarded Lu Ming. The meteor hammer was a strange weapon. It was very difficult to master, but once it was mastered, its power was also very strong. The meteor hammer was really like a meteor as it bombarded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his spear. Ding! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the meteor hammer, producing a deafening sound. The spear didn't move at all, but the meteor hammer flew back at an even faster speed than before. 18's ferocious expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and dodged the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer smashed into the battle stage, causing a loud explosion. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle stage was protected by the Dtian battle stage's experts, the battle stage would have exploded. 18's combat strength is probably comparable to an ordinary LV8 martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, an ordinary LV8 martial grandmaster was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Whoosh! After that, Lu Ming took a step forward. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of 18 and swept his spear at her. Boom! 18 used the iron chain to block, but it was useless. Lu Ming's spear directly hit her body. She flew hundreds of meters away with the meteor hammer before stopping. Victory. Tianyun won. It was a clean victory. The audience looked at Lu Ming in shock. They weren't surprised that Lu Ming won. However, they were shocked that Lu Ming won so easily. At the highest point of Dtian's gladiator arena, a few elders were watching with sparkling eyes. This Tianyun is definitely a peerless genius. He's a demon-level peerless genius. Only other peerless geniuses who are 1 level higher than him can fight with him. It's hard for others to stop him. An elder sighed. That's right. This Tianyun, I feel that he hasn't used most of his strength. Even if 16 goes up, she won't be his match. Then let him win 10 times in a row? Of course. This is a good thing. When the time comes, we'll be the ones to earn the most. Haha, that's right. Let's let 17 and 16 go up. Not only were the elders not unhappy, but their faces were filled with joy. Next, a man with the number 17 carved on his face went up. He was still no match for Lu Ming. 9 wins in a row. After 9 wins, a lady in her 20s went up. This lady had the number 16 carved on her face. This lady was much stronger than 17 and 18. She had actually comprehended the force. Unfortunately, compared to Yang Zitian, she was still a lot weaker. She wasn't Lu Ming's match at all. Lu Ming unleashed his fire force and defeated his opponent easily. 10 wins in a row. Lu Ming won 10 times in a row. According to the rules, he would be rewarded with 90,000 spiritual crystals. Tianyun, do you want to continue? The judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. If he continued, he would have to fight someone 2 levels above him. Although it was rare to win 10 times in a row, there would still be one every once in a while. However, it was rare to be able to win against someone 2 levels above him. If he could win 10 times in a row, he would be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual crystals. For every additional win, he would be rewarded with another 100,000 spiritual crystals. How tempting was that? However, there were only a few people who could get it. The current 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire were all geniuses who had won 2 times in a row. Among the 6 heroes, 5 of them had won 4 times in a row. Only Xianxia, the leader of the 6 heroes, the peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword faction, had managed to achieve a record of 7 consecutive victories. This was the highest record in the Burning Sun Empire in the past 100 years. Would Tianyun accept it? I choose to continue. Lu Ming said without hesitation. 10 wins in a row for only 90,000 spiritual crystals was too little. Lu Ming's goal was to win 2 levels above him. Those rewards were what tempted Lu Ming. He wouldn't miss it. Whoosh, the scene was in an uproar. Everyone was excited. Tianyun had agreed to continue the challenge. There would be a good show to watch. Challenging someone 2 levels higher was not something that could be seen often. It was extremely rare. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, a happy smile appeared on the referee's face. He said, Tianyun, we need to arrange for people to challenge someone 2 levels above us. We can't do it immediately. We have to do it in 3 days. Are you willing? Alright, let's continue the challenge 3 days later. The judge revealed a happy smile and clasped his fists to the crowd. Everyone, the day after tomorrow will be the DTon Auction House's half-yearly auction. I hope that everyone will be able to attend. Today's challenge shall end here. Auction house? Lu Ming was startled and showed a hint of interest. Then, he walked down the fighting stage. Brother Tianyun, I admire you more and more. Do your best 3 days later and break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. Your name will spread throughout the Scorching Sun Empire. Ming Feng couldn't wait to run over and said excitedly as soon as he got off the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled. Among the 6 heroes, the other 5 had achieved 4 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Xianxia had achieved 7 consecutive victories with a gap of 2 levels. Could he break through? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't have the confidence. Sometimes, it depended on luck. If he was 2 levels higher and encountered a genius like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire, it would be difficult for him to win. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The 3 of them left the arena and walked towards the Star General Hall. Brother Tianyun, are you going to the DTon auction the day after tomorrow? Ming Peak asked. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. Then let's go together. Call my sister. Ming Peak said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Nyangcheng, Ming Peak, you guys go back first. I still have something to do. Alright. Nyangcheng and Ming Peak nodded and returned to the Star General Hall. Lu Ming, on the other hand, walked toward the market. The DTon auction was considered a side business of the DTon fighting arena. It would not be held frequently. Usually, it would be held once every half a year. However, every time it was held, there would be many precious treasures. Lu Ming was quite tempted. But now, he had less than 200,000 spirit crystals. It was too little. If he encountered a treasure that he liked and didn't have enough spirit crystals to buy it, wouldn't he vomit blood? Therefore, Lu Ming planned to sell all the miscellaneous items that he had with him. Lu Ming had all sorts of refining materials, spirit grasses, pills, spirit weapons, and quite a few cultivation methods and martial techniques piled up into a mountain. Lu Ming didn't have much use for them. He planned to sell them all. After arriving at the market square, Lu Ming walked into the shops one by one, selling a portion of each shop. 3 hours later, Lu Ming sold all the items. More than 300,000 spiritual crystals. Those things were sold for 300,000 spiritual crystals in total. Together with the spiritual crystals he had before, he had almost 500,000 spiritual crystals. 500,000 yuan was more or less enough. After that, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital, and it was spreading like wildfire. The Star General Hall's peerless prodigy, Tian Yun, was going to challenge someone 2 ranks above him in the Dtian martial arena. He had hopes of breaking the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun Empire. The news caused an uproar as soon as it was spread. Challenging the record of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe? No one had been able to do it in the past few years. Countless people were discussing and guessing. Lu Ming naturally heard the news as well. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Dtian martial arena. This piece of news must have been released by the Dtian martial arena. There was no other reason other than the fact that they wanted more people to spectate the battle 3 days later. That way, how many spiritual crystals could the Dtian martial arena earn? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This Dtian martial arena was too good at seizing the opportunity to earn money. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. A day passed quickly. The next day, Lu Ming, Ming Chen, Ming Peak, and Pearl walked towards the Dtian auction house together. The Dtian auction house wasn't far from the Dtian martial arena. Young Master Tian Yun, you are a VIP. Please follow me to the VIP room. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the Dtian auction house, a beautiful young lady welcomed Lu Ming. VIP room? Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that this was the Dtian martial arena's arrangement. Of course, he wouldn't reject it. The 4 of them followed the young lady and arrived at a VIP room. The Dtian auction house was split into 2 parts. One was the main hall, where ordinary bidders sat. On the second level above the main hall, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the main hall. The VIP rooms were elegant and had tea, fruits, and snacks. It was comfortable and peaceful. Those who could enter the VIP rooms represented their status. Lu Ming and the others walked into VIP room number 7. They sat in the VIP room and looked outside through the glass. The main hall was bustling with voices. There were at least 50,000 people. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. There are so many people. Ming Peak looked outside excitedly. The treasures later are the most important. Even if we can't afford them, it's still good to broaden our horizons. Pearl smiled. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She understood that if it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could the 3 of them have the qualifications to enter the VIP room? Half a year ago, she had also been here, but she was only in the main hall. After a while, an old man in a white robe walked up to the high platform in front of the main hall. The main hall quietened down. I am Du Ji, the host of this auction. Thank you for coming. Now, the auction officially begins. First, let's welcome the first auction item. The white-robed old man said loudly. Following which, a beautiful lady with graceful curves carried a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was a piece of red metal. Everyone, I'm sure you've already seen that this is a piece of red rock spiritual iron. It's an excellent material for refining level 4 spiritual weapons. Now, the starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals. Every bid must be at least 1,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. 10,000 spirit crystals? So expensive. Ming Peak was speechless. This is a material that can be used to refine level 4 spiritual weapons. Of course it's expensive. Pearl said. As soon as Du Ji finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. I'll pay 11,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 12,000 spirit crystals. Slowly, the price increased. In the end, it was bought by an old man at 22,000 spirit crystals. Next, there is a bottle of elixir. It is very useful for warriors in the Great Martial Mentor realm. The starting price is 800 spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 100 spirit crystals. Then, it was time for the second auction item. It was impossible for every item to be as expensive as the first one. It would easily cost tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Warriors below the martial arts grandmaster realm would not be able to afford it. I'll pay 1,000 spirit crystals. I'll pay 1,100 spirit crystals. Soon, some warriors in the great martial mentor realm began to bid. Lu Ming watched while drinking tea. Lu Ming was not interested in elixirs that could increase the cultivation of great martial mentor realm. This kind of elixir was useful for ordinary warriors, but for him, it was not very useful. It was far less effective than buying monster cores to refine. However, the others were different. They didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline like the spirit-devouring bloodline. Thus, pills that could increase one's cultivation were extremely rare for them. Soon, the price of this bottle of elixir was pushed to 2,000 spirit crystals. 2,100 spirit crystals. Pearl also began to bid. His eyes were full of desire. 2,200 spirit crystals. However, someone immediately added on. 2,300 spirit crystals, 500 spirit crystals. The price continued to rise. 3,000 crystals. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and spread throughout the hall. Pearl was stunned because the voice belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants this bottle of pills? Since Lu Ming had made a bid, all the more Mingzhu would not do so. 3,100. In the hall, someone continued to bid. 4,000 crystals. Lu Ming smiled faintly and increased the price to 4,000 spirit crystals. The hall fell silent. Lu Ming bid without hesitation and increased the bid by 900 crystals. Obviously, he was determined to win. Pearl, Xianxia, and Ming Peak were also surprised. Although this bottle of elixir was not bad, it was only effective for low-level martial masters. Given Lu Ming's cultivation, it was unlikely to be of much use. He did not know why Lu Ming was so interested in it. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Du Ji asked. No one bid. Then, Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one bid. This bottle of pills naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a while, a beautiful girl brought the pills in. Lu Ming took out 4,000 crystals and gave it to the girl. Pearl, this bottle of pills is for you. Lu Ming took the pills and handed them to Pearl. For me? Pearl was stunned. Xianxia and Ming Peak were also stunned. The pills that Lu Ming bid just now were for Pearl? I saw that you wanted it, so I bid for it and gave it to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No, I can't accept such a precious pill. Although Pearl wanted it very much, he still hurriedly refused. You're welcome. It's just a bottle of pills. Lu Ming smiled. Sister, just accept it. Don't waste Brother Qianyun's good intentions. Ming Feng said with a grin. He blinked his eyes at Mingzhu with all his might. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. Yes, second sister, just accept it. Xianxia smiled like a sly old fox. Pearl's face suddenly turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Her big eyes were watery and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thank you, young Master Tianyun. Then, she took the bottle in Lu Ming's hand and her eyes were full of joy. On the side, Xianxia and Ming Peak grinned. They looked at Lu Ming and Pearl and nodded from time to time. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly. He didn't think too much about it. He just bought it because Pearl wanted it. He didn't ask for a lot of spirit crystals. He just wanted to thank Pearl for helping him when he entered the Star General Hall. The auction continued. One item after another was auctioned off. Some were extremely rare and the price went up to tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Some were only a few hundred spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. These items were of no use to him and he wasn't interested in them. Xianxia and Ming Peak took a fancy to a few items and participated in the auction. Soon, more than 100 items fell into the hands of different people. The next item is the last item of this auction. Of course, it's also the most precious item. At this moment, Du Ji said in a clear voice. The finale item is about to be auctioned. The atmosphere in the auction house suddenly surged. In every auction, there would be a finale item. It was definitely a rare and precious item. Lu Ming was also a little interested. Du Ji smiled in satisfaction when he saw the atmosphere in the auction house rising. He clapped his hands and a young girl walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with golden silk gauze. It was impossible to see what was inside. If you want to know about this treasure today, you have to know its function. As everyone knows, although the physical body is not the foundation of martial arts practice, it is still an extremely important auxiliary path. Those with a strong physical body not only have strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, but also can greatly enhance the martial arts practitioner's combat strength. There are even many other wonderful uses. Duji explained the uses of the physical body. Could it be a treasure that can help in the cultivation of the physical body? Lu Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Many people in the auction house were also looking forward to it. Duji smiled and continued, however, the cultivation of the physical body is extremely difficult. It's very slow and exhausting to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate slowly. However, there are also shortcuts. There are many treasures in the world that can quickly temper the physical body and increase the strength of the physical body in a short period of time. These treasures have different effects. Duji didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained slowly. However, the others were holding back and immediately shouted. What kind of treasure is it? Tell us. Yes, what is it? Let's open it and see. Duji smiled and continued, if you want to know, it's very simple. I'll ask you a question and you'll know. Among the treasures in the world, what is the treasure that has the greatest effect on the physical body? What treasure has the greatest effect on the physical body? Of course, it's the connate original liquid. Why? You don't have the connate original liquid here, do you? A voice rang out, sounding somewhat incredulous. The auction house suddenly fell silent. Some were shocked, but then they secretly shook their heads. Connate original liquid? How was that possible? It was said that the connate original liquid was a treasure that gathered the essence of the world and was born after millions or even tens of millions of years. Many of the connate original liquid were even born at the beginning of the world. It was very helpful to the physical body and was known as the best in the world. Of course, the connate original liquid was also divided into different grades. According to the different effects, it was divided into 4 grades. Low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, even if it was a low-grade Xianxia origin liquid, it was still a rare and precious treasure. The fire spirit milk that Lu Ming obtained back then could also be used to refine the physical body, but it was trash compared to the connate original liquid. Ha ha ha, this friend is right. This treasure is the connate original liquid. Duji laughed out loud. What? This time, the auction house was in an uproar. It was actually the connate original liquid, which exceeded everyone's expectations. How is that possible? It's actually the connate original liquid. Get it, I must get it. Countless people shouted with blazing flames in their eyes. They looked at the tray in the hands of the girl on the high platform and wanted to take it for themselves. In the 7th VIP room, Lu Ming's eyes were also burning. Miangqing and his siblings were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Duji was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the higher the price would be later. Duji stretched out his hand and said, quiet down first. The auction house suddenly fell silent. Although this treasure is the connate original liquid, it's only the low grade and there's not a lot of it. Duji said. Everyone nodded. It was normal that it was the low grade. How could a medium-grade connate original liquid appear in the Burning Sun Empire? Even if it appeared, not many people could afford it. At this moment, Duji stretched out his hand and removed the gauze on the tray, revealing a red stone ball. This is the connate original liquid? End of chapter 245. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.